Title: The Rebirth of Chen Fan and the Enchantment of the Harmonious System. Chapter 1. Awakened System. Must you demand my demise? At Jiangnan University, within the confines of Building 27, Room 615, Chen Fan abruptly rose from his slumber, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from the depths of the water. Where am I? Am I in my dormitory? I'm still alive. Dazed and bewildered, he scanned the familiar surroundings of the dormitory he had occupied for 3 years. It struck him as peculiar, for he distinctly recalled plummeting from a 30-story building fall that should have been fatal. In an impulsive gesture, Chen Fan pinched his thigh, and a surge of pain coursed through him, eliciting a radiant smile of exhilaration. I am alive. I have been reborn. Overwhelmed with shock and joy, he remembered something crucial and hastily reached for his phone to check his online banking balance. Account balance: 2 million. A wave of relief washed over him. His money remained intact. Living again without his fortune would render existence meaningless. Chu Yuhan, you used my money to purchase a house for Zhang Yao, and then you pushed me off the building. I will not let you go unpunished. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Chu Yuhan, the belle of his class, had ensnared him in her web of deceit, as he had been a devoted admirer for 3 long years. A month prior, the director of the orphanage that had raised him passed away, leaving him a fortune of 2 million. Upon learning of his inheritance, Chu Yuhan had cunningly persuaded him to buy an apartment, solely in her name, without granting him a key. In a fit of rage, he sought the services of a locksmith, only to confront them in the glaring daylight. A confrontation ensued, but 2 against 1 proved overwhelming, and he was ultimately thrust from the 30-story window. Now, he found himself reborn. That I recall that in novels, those who are reborn often awaken a system. Why am I devoid of such a system? System. Is there a system? He called out twice, but no response followed. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to the notion that novels and reality are worlds apart. Suddenly, a soft chime echoed. Why my word is system. Chen Fan's heart raced as he realized it was a WeChat message. The avatar displayed a girl with a ponytail, the very Chu Yuhan he had labeled baby. Chen Fan, I'm in class right now. I would like to discuss the apartment purchase with you. It pertains to our future. Can you come early? Early? How about you just? His fury ignited at any mention of Chu Yuhan. Prior to his rebirth, she had summoned him to the classroom today under the pretense of discussing the apartment, all to swindle his 2 million. In the classroom, Chu Yuhan set her phone down, a smug smile playing on her lips. She anticipated that Chen Fan would sprint to her side within 5 minutes. Today, she had dressed deliberately, her high ponytail and collegiate attire accentuating her long legs, exuding both innocence and allure. Once I propose that'll be his girlfriend after the apartment purchase, that devoted fool Chen Fan will undoubtedly present the 2 million to me on a silver platter. Imagining the future she would share with Zhang Yao in their new apartment, a blissful smile graced her face. However, 5 minutes passed without his arrival. 10 minutes, half an hour later, classmates began filtering into the classroom, and Chu Yuhan's expression soured. This is outrageous, she muttered through clenched teeth. Yuhan, you look stunning today. At that moment, her friendly Lanlan arrived and sat beside her. Lanlan, please move over, Chu Yuhan snapped, her patience waning. Hey Yuhan, did you dress up to reward the devoted Chen Fan? You look beautiful, Li Lanlan teased, gesturing to the empty seat beside Chu Yuhan. As Chu Yuhan's confidant, Li Lanlan was aware of her friend's less-than-privileged background. Yet Chu Yuhan spent thousands monthly on her appearance, all funded by Chen Fan's hard-earned wages from his part-time jobs. The classroom gradually filled with students, and finally, Chen Fan strolled in with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent. Upon noticing him, Chu Yuhan scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Ah, it appears that Chen Fan has angered the class beauty today. This should be entertaining, she mused. Many classmates turned to mock Chen Fan, anticipating that he would approach Chu Yuhan like a devoted puppy, ready to play the role of the devoted admirer. Some even readied their phones to capture the moment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan walked past Chu Yuhan without a glance, boldly taking a seat beside her rival, Su Yuanyuan, who was deemed the second-class beauty. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Is my vision deceiving me? How dare Chen Fan sit beside Su Yuanyuan in front of Chu Yuhan? Has the renowned devoted admirer of our business school finally awakened? This is monumental, a historic moment in the chronicles of devoted admirers at Jiangnan University. I must post this on the campus forum. Excited murmurs filled the room. Su Yuanyuan, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long legs, was undeniably more attractive than Chu Yuhan. Yet, due to Su Yuanyuan's materialistic demeanor, classmates had crowned the seemingly pure Chu Yuhan as the class beauty. In that moment, Su Yuanyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained unfazed by the whispers surrounding him, his realization dawning that Su Yuanyuan was indeed far more beautiful than he had previously acknowledged. Behold, detected a girl with a score of 85 in attractiveness. Su Yuanyuan is activating the harmonious system. An electronic voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind, igniting his excitement. Finally, the system has arrived. But what was this harmonious system? System activated binding Su Yuanyuan. Warning, life points critical. Only 10 seconds remaining. Please restore life points immediately. Chen Fan was left bewildered. Was he to perish merely 10 seconds after awakening the system? How was he to restore his life points? Inwardly, he raged against the system, questioning its absurdity. With each point of affection gained from the bound object Su Yuanyuan, the host's lifespan increases by 1 day. Current affection level of Su Yuanyuan, 10. Please promptly increase her affection to enhance your lifespan. Beep. Warning. Host is on the brink of death. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 2. Su Yuanyuan, I adore you 765. Goodness, I'm about to die. The countdown echoed in Chen Fan's mind like a ticking time bomb, instantly shattering his composure. I have just been reborn and have yet to exact my revenge on that wretched Chu Yuhan. I cannot perish now. There was no time for Chen Fan to ponder further. How does one elevate a girl's affection? Just do it. Chen Fan sprang to his feet. Su Yuanyuan, the truth is, I have always harbored feelings for you. With that, he embraced the flabbergasted Su Yuanyuan, clad in a short skirt and black stockings. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone was as if petrified, mouths agape, staring at Chen Fan holding Su Yuanyuan. In that moment, they bore witness to an extraordinary spectacle. At that instant, Chen Fan noticed a red plus sign and the numeral 11 materializing above Su Yuanyuan's head. Then, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Su Yuanyuan, affection level 11, current affection level 1, beep. Detected that the host's remaining lifespan is 1. Please continue to elevate the affection level of the bound object to increase lifespan. Countdown to host demise initiated. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Ah, thank goodness. I almost met my end right at the outset. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Yuanyuan finally regained her composure and pushed him away, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. Though her expression was one of fury, her heart raced with excitement, tinged with a hint of pride. While many pursued her, no one had ever professed their love so boldly in front of dozens of classmates, especially not someone like Chen Fan, who was notoriously devoted to the infamous Chu Yuhan. Now, with her rival's loyal admirer confessing to her, it felt like a resounding slap in the face to Chu Yuhan. In an instant, Su Yuanyuan's affection for Chen Fan surged by 11 points. Chen Fan, you scoundrel! How could you betray Yuhan? Still in disbelief, Chu Yuhan was taken aback, while Li Lanlan rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan. How can you face Yuhan after all she has done for you? Li Lanlan's voice faltered as she struggled to recall what exactly Chu Yuhan had done for Chen Fan. Betrayal? What relationship do I have with Chu Yuhan? Are we lovers? You should ask her if she acknowledges it. Chen Fan retorted coldly. You, setting aside the facts, how can you not see your own faults? Did Yuhan not give you the chance to pursue her? It is simply that you were not diligent enough. Besides, did you not see how close Yuhan was to tears? Li Lanlan unleashed a barrage of accusations. Chu Yuhan was indeed on the verge of tears, but not from sorrow, rather, it was from sheer embarrassment. She never imagined that Chen Fan would dare to confess in front of her and the entire class to her sworn rival, leaving her concerned about how others would perceive her as the class beauty. Chu Yuhan glared at Chen Fan, awaiting an explanation. However, Chen Fan chose to ignore her and sat back down beside Su Yuanyuan. This scene left their classmates, who were ready to spectate, utterly astonished. What is going on? Has Chen Fan changed? Is he awakening? They exchanged bewildered glances. Hey, Chen Fan, why are you not fawning over the class beauty Chu, but instead pursuing me? Su Yuanyuan inquired, looking at Chen Fan. Because she is not as beautiful as you. Chen Fan proclaimed loudly, ensuring the entire class could hear him. Su Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his response. Feigning nonchalance, she cast a glance at the furious Chu Yuhan. Chen Fan, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You spent so much money pursuing Chu Yuhan. Do you think you can win me over with just words? By the way, my SKI skincare products are nearly finished. You know what to do. Su Yuanyuan stated bluntly. She was well aware of Chen Fan's financial situation. He could earn around 4,000 to 5,000 a month from part-time work, while a set of SKI cost approximately 10,000. You should be able to afford it with a little borrowing. A mere set of skincare products? No problem, I'll buy it right now. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. He understood that SKI was quite expensive, as Chu Yuhan had always desired it, yet he had never had the means to buy it for her. But now, Chen Fan could not afford to be concerned about such matters. Money, while important, paled in comparison to his life. If increasing Su Yuanyuan's affection required spending money, he would gladly spend 10,000, even 100,000. With that thought, Chen Fan dashed out of the classroom, as if fearing Su Yuanyuan might have second thoughts in the next moment. All the students were left in shock, and Chu Yuhan was so furious her nose crinkled. Yuhan, Chen Fan, that sycophant has truly lost his mind. He intends to buy Su Yuanyuan a complete set of SKI cosmetics. Does he even have that money, living off steamed buns and pickles? He's acting like a wealthy heir. Li Lanlan exclaimed indignantly. Chu Yuhan gritted her teeth, but refrained from responding. While it had been true that Chen Fan could not afford such luxuries in the past, he now had 2 million. Damn Chen Fan, she herself couldn't justify such an expense on SKI. Yet, she was convinced Chen Fan was merely acting out in response to her recent indifference. Surely, he wouldn't spend so much on Su Yuanyuan. However, Chen Fan was oblivious to any of this as he arrived at an upscale department store's SKI counter. Hey there, handsome. What brings you here alone today? No girlfriend to accompany you? The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s with an elegant demeanor, recognized Chen Fan immediately, having seen him many times due to Chu Yuhan's fondness for luxury boutiques. I'd like to purchase some skincare products, Chen Fan replied, nodding. The saleswoman smiled and presented a small sample bottle. Chen Fan was not a novice. She could tell he was a student with limited funds. Not that one, I want a complete set. Chen Fan insisted, pointing to the elegantly packaged red box. You want that set? It costs over 9,000. The saleswoman looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Beep detected that the host is about to make a purchase for the bound object, activating the beauty cashback feature. Name, Su Yuanyuan Beauty Score, 85 cashback ratio, 1-to-1. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind again. Wow, beauty cashback? Does this mean that spending on Su Yuanyuan will yield a 1:1 return? Isn't that essentially free? The initial sting of spending money transformed into joy as Chen Fan realized the implications. Wait, system, if the cashback for an 85 beauty score is 1-to-1, then a higher score would yield even greater returns. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up as he questioned the system. Beep. This system is the Hawan system. The higher the beauty score of the bound girl, the more lifespan gained from increased affection, and naturally, the cashback ratio rises as well. Chen Fan was overjoyed if he could receive excess cashback. Then the more he spent on girls, the wealthier he would become. Previously troubled by how to continue increasing affection after depleting his 2 million, Chen Fan suddenly felt a surge of optimism and clarity regarding his future. Young man, handsome, those small trial size bottles are quite economical. The contents are essentially the same. Seeing Chen Fan lost in thought, the saleswoman assumed he was taken aback by the price and quickly added, please bring me 2 sets of the entire collection. No, make it 10 sets. Chapter 3. If unused, use it for soaking feet. The female salesperson thought she had misheard, gazing wide-eyed at Chen Fan. Just swipe the card. Without further ado, Chen Fan produced a somewhat worn bank card that he had used for 6 or 7 years. Beep. The transaction was successful. Simultaneously, Chen Fan's mobile banking app immediately notified him of a transaction of 98,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,902,000 yuan. I can't believe I actually received the cash back. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement within. At that moment, the female salesperson transitioned from confusion to sheer astonishment. She had never anticipated that he could indeed spend nearly 100,000 yuan. Her demeanor towards Chen Fan shifted to one of respect. It seemed she had misjudged this ordinary-looking handsome man. He must be a low-key scion of wealth. With 10 exquisitely packaged SKI skincare sets in hand, resembling a merchant making a purchase, he then glanced over at the nearby Prada boutique. He had visited this store several times with Chu Yuhan, who dreamed of acquiring one of its limited edition handbags. She had once proclaimed that whoever bought her that bag would win her heart, but it was priced at 200,000 yuan. At this thought, a sardonic smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as he stepped inside. In the lecture hall, the teacher concluded the class and exited. "Hey, Su Yuan, still waiting for Chen Fan to buy you that miraculous water?" Li Lanlan approached, speaking mockingly, while Chu Yuhan stood nearby, arms crossed, smirking. Chu Yuhan looked at Su Yuan with a sneer that ha ha ha. Chen Fan eats steamed buns with pickles every day, pouring all his money into Chu Yuhan, and she's still foolishly waiting for him. Several classmates whispered amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression darkened further, listening to the disparaging remarks from Chu Yuhan, Li Lanlan, and her peers. Her heart sank to the depths of despair. That moment, she wished she could disappear into the ground. This Chen Fan is truly ruining me. Enveloped by a chorus of ridicule, Su Yuan felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Chen Fan appeared, panting. The setting sun seemed to cast a golden hue upon him. With a smile, Chen Fan strode directly towards Su Yuan. In that moment, he appeared to Su Yuan as a heroic figure come to rescue her from her suffering. Crash! Chen Fan placed the 10 exquisitely packaged SKI skincare sets heavily on the table in front of Su Yuan. "What is all this? How did you buy 10 boxes? Su Yuan stood up, her beautiful eyes widening, her breath quickening. "Wow!" The surrounding classmates erupted in astonishment. An SKI set costs around 10,000. 10 sets amount to 100,000. A girl exclaimed, gazing at Su Yuan with envy. "My goodness, how expensive!" A boy who picked up a box was so startled that he hastily set it down. At that moment, Chu Yuhan was left speechless, doubting her own perception, while even Li Lamlin's mouth hung open in shock. "Brother Chen Fan, how could you buy so many? How much did this cost?" Su Yuan's tone and address shifted, becoming sweet and delicate. "Haha, it's nothing of great value. Buying in bulk allows you to gift them to friends or classmates. If you truly can't use them all, you can use them for soaking your feet. In my opinion, your feet are far more beautiful than someone's face." Chen Fan remarked suggestively. "Valued at 100,000 and not considered anything of great worth? For soaking feet?" Almost all the girls felt a pang of jealousy and regretted mocking Su Yuan earlier, realizing she might genuinely gift them a set. "By the way, I noticed that bag doesn't suit your temperament, so I picked up a bag for you while shopping." With that, Chen Fan revealed the limited edition white Prada bag. "Wow, what a beautiful bag, and it's Prada?" Su Yuan could no longer contain her excitement, leaping into Chen Fan's embrace. Ding! Su Yuan's favorability increased by 60. The system's electronic synthesized voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Truly, a materialistic girl, a single bag increased Su Yuan's favorability by 60, equivalent to extending Chen Fan's life by 60 days. This 300,000 yuan expenditure was well worth it. "Chen Fan, this bag must cost several thousand, right?" Su Yuan released Chen Fan, her admiration for the white bag growing with each glance. Numerous girls, evidently more interested in luxury handbags, gathered around. However, they failed to notice that Chu Yuhan's eyes had turned red. Shock, confusion, jealousy, and anger. A tempest of emotions erupted in her mind. "Ah, Chen Fan, how dare you buy this limited edition bag? It costs 200,000 yuan. Chu Yuhan shrieked, rushing towards Chen Fan to confront him. "Haha, it's just 200,000. What's wrong with buying it for Yuan?" Chen Fan nonchalantly brushed aside Chu Yuhan's hand. At that moment, the classmates who heard Chu Yuhan were utterly stunned. A 200,000 yuan limited edition handbag. How could Chen Fan suddenly possess such wealth? Su Yuan's breath quickened further, her round, delicate legs retreating a couple of steps, instinctively crossing her arms to protect the bag, eyeing everyone warily. Particularly cautious of Chu Yuhan and Li Lan Lan. Su Yuan Yuan, you shameless girl, that bag is mine. Indeed, jealousy can drive one to madness. The girl who had always presented herself as pure and sweet in front of her classmates revealed her true nature, lunging at Su Yuan Yuan. However, Su Yuan Yuan was prepared. She easily evaded with a twist of her slender waist, causing Chu Yuhan to tumble to the ground. Brother Chen Fan, the class flower, is looking quite frightening. Does she have a mental disorder? Su Yuan Yuan clung to Chen Fan's arm, speaking with feigned innocence. Chen Fan felt a flicker of satisfaction at Chu Yuhan's crazed demeanor, the melancholy he had endured over the past 3 years dissipating a little. Yuan Yuan, let's go. We'll take you to a Michelin restaurant. With that, Chen Fan led Su Yuan Yuan out of the classroom under the watchful, resentful gaze of Chu Yuhan and the complex expressions of their peers. The boys who had always admired Chu Yuhan now recoiled from her avaricious true self, while Li Lan Lan eventually helped her up. Ding dong. At that moment, Chu Yuhan's phone suddenly chimed. She opened it to find a message from a contact labeled Darling. Darling. Hen in. See you at the usual place tonight. Remember to wear a dress. Chapter 4. This money is worth spending. In the dimly lit grove behind Jiang University, Chu Yuhan wept quietly in the embrace of a tall, slender man named Zhang Yao. Renowned as one of the 4 literary prodigies of the College of Arts, Zhang Yao was a classmate of Chu Yuhan, both hailing from a remote northern county. Their bond had blossomed during high school. The audacity of Chen Fan was infuriating. It was simply intolerable. Zhang Yao, unable to contain his anger, struck the nearby tree trunk with vigor, only to feel a sharp splinter pierce his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhang Yao, please don't act impulsively. I know you're upset about my grievances, but if you lay a hand on that sycophant Chen Fan, the school will take action against you. Your concern for me is already more than enough, Chu Yuhan implored, noticing the fierce expression on Zhang Yao's face. She assumed he was about to confront Chen Fan out of chivalrous fury, warming her heart, and she embraced him tightly. Zhang Yao paused, caught off guard by her words. His fury was indeed real, but it stemmed not from her plight, but rather from the fact that Chen Fan had squandered the 2 million yuan he had intended to use for purchasing a home, spending 30,000 in one go, which felt like a dagger to his heart. However, sensing Chu Yuhan's misunderstanding, he quickly feigned a sympathetic demeanor. Yuhan, it's my inadequacy that has put you in such a situation, unable to provide you with material comforts while that sycophant treats you poorly. Once we have money, I promise to buy you a luxurious bag worth 200,000. Let us forget about that 2 million from Chen Fan. I can't bear to see you subjected to such indignities. Zhang Yao expressed with a pretentious air of concern. Really, Zhang Yao? Is that truly how you feel? Chu Yuhan replied, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. You are so considerate of me. Compared to you, Chen Fan is nothing. Zhang Yao's heart tightened at her words. Regretting his earlier casual remark, he and Chu Yuhan both came from humble backgrounds, relying on Chen Fan's earnings for their daily expenses. Moreover, with Chen Fan's 2 million inheritance, if Chu Yuhan could be convinced to deceive him, Zhang Yao could secure a spacious apartment with a home. He could bring his parents from the countryside to the city, achieving familial glory. Before he could voice his thoughts, Chu Yuhan took a deep breath, as if resolutely making a decision. Zhang Yao, for the sake of our future happiness, I cannot give up on Chen Fan. That 2 million is too crucial. With a home, we can settle in Jiangnan City after graduation, and our beautiful life will commence. All right, Yuhan, I'm sorry for putting you through this. It's truly a hardship, but promise me, do not give him your body, not even a kiss, for you are mine. Zhang Yao declared passionately, though his hands wandered restlessly over Chu Yuhan's form as he spoke. Zhang Yao, why don't we go find a room? Chu Yuhan suggested, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely a whisper. Yuhan, booking a room requires money, and every penny we save now is a foundation stone for our future love nest. Besides, this secluded spot is filled with the essence of nature. Don't you find it more romantic? Zhang Yao replied eagerly, unable to contain his impatience. Don't worry. I'll take responsibility, he added. A minute later, the two parted ways and exited the grove. At that moment, a plump figure emerged from behind a large tree, holding a camera that had been recording. Damn, this couple was quick. They disappeared in less than a minute. I almost didn't manage to start filming. A stout figure darted away from the tree trunk. In a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, Chen Fan awoke early, perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous night, while Su Yuan Yuan remained peacefully asleep. It must be said that Su Yuan Yuan possessed an exceptional figure. She looked slim in clothes and alluring without them, with a slender waist and a peach-shaped bottom, and her yoga practice was commendable. After enjoying a cigarette, Chen Fan opened his Mind S system panel, revealing his information instantly. Name, Chen Fan. Health, 805. Combat power, 01. Skills, none. Beneath the control panel, there was a redemption mall. Chen Fan clicked into the mall and noticed an icon representing combat power glowing. The system explained that the average combat power of an adult male is 0-1, and that one could exchange 10 health points for 0-1 combat power within them all. This exchange feature was intriguing. With 100 health points, one could potentially possess the strength to defeat 10 opponents. However, at this moment, it was of no use to him. Chen Fan promptly closed the redemption mall and turned his gaze back to the still sleeping Su Yuan. After taking Su Yuan to a Michelin restaurant for dinner, he also indulged her with a shopping spree for luxury clothing. Following these gestures, her favorability rating surged to 60, and later, it skyrocketed to 80. Indeed, a gold digger could be quite delightful. The money was not spent in vain. Perhaps due to the previous day's exertion, Su Yuan did not awaken until the afternoon. After having lunch together, Chen Fan escorted her back to her dormitory for some rest. Yuan, remember what I said. Do not disclose our relationship. Just tell others you are my little sister, Chen Fan instructed her earnestly. Ugh, you're such a scoundrel. A girl passing by the dorm heard this and shot Chen Fan a disdainful look. Brother Chen Fan, was it my performance last night that was lacking? I can actually perform many traditional dances, Su Yuan said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. At that moment, Su Yuan believed that even if Chen Fan did not acknowledge it, he was undoubtedly a wealthy heir. And his previous sycophantic behavior was merely an act to disguise his true identity, yearning for love. After being hurt by Chu Yuhan, he reverted to his wealthy persona. For a rich heir like Chen Fan, it was inconceivable that he would forsake the entire forest for a single tree. Thus, she resolved to put forth her best effort. Even if it meant being Chen Fan's secret lover, she would be content. After dropping Su Yuan off, dusk approached as Chen Fan returned to his dormitory. Upon reaching room 615 on the 27th floor, he was immediately amused. The folding table in the center of the room was set up, adorned with a plate of peanuts, several dishes of cold appetizers, and 2 bottles of liquor. His best friend and roommate, the plump Li Wei, had already begun to indulge. Why didn't you go to the club to pick up some models today, instead of sneaking drinks here, fatty? Chen Fan laughed as he took a seat. Li Wei, chubby and clad in Armani, exuded the aura of a wealthy heir. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, he immediately stood up, locked the door, and then gazed at Chen Fan with a hint of sympathy. Brother, I've set up a gathering just for you tonight. We're going to get thoroughly drunk, Li Wei declared, pulling out his phone and starting a video. Chapter 5. Please do not misunderstand. Brother Chen Fan has always been single. Moreover, this secluded location adds an air of romance, don't you think? However, that individual did not purchase it. Then let us use our words. After the video concluded, Li Wei's expression turned grave as he gripped the corners of the table, fearing that Chen Fan might, in a fit of rage, overturn it. To his astonishment, Chen Fan remained remarkably composed. Fatty, send me the video later, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Bro, are you alright? Observing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, Li Wei grew anxious and reached out to touch Chen Fan's forehead. Brother, if you're truly upset, just cry it out. You know we're brothers. There is no shame in that. If it gets too much, I'll take you to a few high-end clubs tonight and introduce you to some lovely models. Don't you fancy pure girls like Chu Yuan? I'll have them wear school uniforms. I assure you, none will pale in comparison to her. Seeing Chen Fan still unresponsive, a flicker of panic crossed Li Wei's face. He worried that perhaps Chen Fan had been too traumatized and might be experiencing a mental breakdown. Brother, don't scare me. Say something. Get lost. Chen Fan swatted away Fatty's hand, chuckling as he scolded. From now on, don't ever mention Chu Yuhan's name again. That chapter is closed. And I have nothing to do with her. Chen Fan stated earnestly. Well, brother, after 3 years, you finally come to your senses. Li Wei, noticing Chen Fan's serious expression, felt a mix of disbelief and excitement. Leaping up in jubilation, Chen Fan smiled and shook his head before raising a toast with Li Wei. The two conversed extensively that evening, and in the end, Li Wei patted Chen Fan's shoulder, urging him to let him know if he fancied any girl, assuring him he would cover the expenses. Chen Fan was deeply touched, and they both ended up quite intoxicated. The following morning, Chen Fan, still groggy, was suddenly jolted awake by a commotion outside. What is happening? An earthquake? Li Wei exclaimed. Abruptly sitting up in bed, clad only in oversized shorts, his bare torso exposed. He opened the door and was instantly taken aback. There stood a stunning beauty in a short skirt and black stockings, smiling at him, while an eager crowd from the other dormitories gathered behind her. Excuse me, is Chen Fan residing in this dormitory? Su Yuan asked cheerfully. I called him, but he didn't answer, nor did he reply to my messages. I was quite worried about him. As soon as her words fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. What? This stunning campus belle is here for Chen Fan? How could this be? Is Chen Fan not just a lovesick fool? How does he know such a beautiful girl? And it seems their relationship is quite special. Many voices chimed in, filled with envy. Li Wei was bewildered, and then, as if possessed, he let out a loud yell. What the hell, fatty, are you slaughtering pigs? Chen Fan too got out of bed, peeking out of the dormitory. Wonderful. Chen Fan, you're really here. I was worried sick last night when you didn't reply to my messages, Su Yuan exclaimed, throwing her arms around Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan checked his phone. Indeed, there were 99 unread messages from Su Yuan. Feeling the envious gazes of his classmates all around, Chen Fan straightened his face and pushed Su Yuan away. Mind your image. This is a boys' dormitory, he admonished her. Okay, brother, Su Yuanyuan obediently nodded. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei was utterly flabbergasted. His mouth agape as if he could fit an ostrich egg in it. Was this really his once humble and lovesick brother? In just one night, he had captured the heart of a girl even more beautiful than Chu Yuhan. No wonder Chen Fan had shown no reaction to Chu Yuhan and that Zhang Yao from the literature department. In this moment, Li Wei felt both astonished and elated for Chen Fan's awakening. The other male onlookers were equally stunned. How had Chen Fan transformed overnight from a lovesick fool into a figure of admiration? Among the crowd, some business students recognized Su Yuanyuan and quickly documented the scene. Wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom, Chen Fan said, disregarding Su Yuanyuan. Meanwhile, she began inspecting Chen Fan's bed and desk, climbing onto the bed to make it and tidy up the blankets. Then she went on to organize Chen Fan's desk and even started washing the clothes he had changed out of. Witnessing this, Li Wei was completely petrified, convinced he must still be inebriated and dreaming. A campus belle of her caliber was humbly tidying up her lovesick brother's sleeping quarters and washing his clothes. Had Chen Fan saved her life or something? Not just him, but all the boys who had been observing at the door were also left in shock. Among them, the business student who had taken photos recognized Su Yuanyuan as a well-known gold digger, and his astonishment deepened. When Chen Fan emerged from the restroom, he found the entire dormitory transformed, and Su Yuanyuan had just finished washing his clothes. Looking up, he noticed everyone was regarding him with a mix of jealousy and admiration. Even Li Wei wore a complex expression. Chen Fan, you're back. Upon seeing him return, Su Yuanyuan immediately beamed and rushed towards him, only to be pulled back by Chen Fan. Yuanyuan, we're among classmates. Your behavior might lead to misunderstandings. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Chen Fan stated. In truth, Chen Fan was not an irresponsible individual. However, the system he was bound to was quite demanding, requiring him to continually form bonds with girls to raise their favorability and thus increase his life force. If he were to acknowledge a romantic relationship with Su Yuanyuan, how could he bind with others? Therefore, he felt he had no choice. Failing to engage would cost him his life. Understood, Chen Fan, brother. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Chen Fan has acknowledged me as his little sister, and we are definitely not in a romantic relationship. Chen Fan has always been single, Su Yuanyuan quickly clarified, acting like a devoted follower. Stone-faced, astounded, Chen Fan's image in the eyes of the surrounding boys had reached its zenith. Their gazes had shifted from envy and jealousy to reverence. Even Li Wei, a seasoned rich kid, cast a look of respect towards Chen Fan. Hearing Su Yuanyuan's words, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Let us go, brother will take you shopping. With that, Chen Fan took Su Yuanyuan's hand, striding out of the dormitory under the awed gazes of the crowd. Less than half an hour after this incident, an article titled Shocking, the notorious gold digger Su Yuanyuan has become a loyal follower of a mysterious rich second generation, appeared on the business school forum. At that moment, Li Lanlan, bored and scrolling through the college forum in her dormitory, stumbled upon the post and immediately sprang up with excitement. Yuhan, come quick. There's juicy gossip. That shameless Su Yuanyuan has become a follower. Initially sulking over Chen Fan and Su Yuanyuan, Chu Yuhan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Humph. I knew Su Yuanyuan was a gold digger. Chen Fan just spent 300,000 on her, and she's already with a rich second generation. A gold digger is indeed a gold digger. Chen Fan, the sycophant, is likely hiding in a corner, shedding silent tears. A flicker of delight crossed Chu Yuhan's heart, her lips struggling to suppress a grin. However, as she continued to glance at the screen, her expression soured. The post titled Shocking, the notorious gold digger Su Yuanyuan has actually become the sycophant of a mysterious rich second generation, was accompanied by photos from that time. She instantly recognized the so-called mysterious rich heir in the images as Chen Fan. Su Yuanyuan, on the other hand, stood humbly before him, not only cleaning his dormitory, but also washing his clothes. More alarmingly, the post depicted this mysterious wealthy individual commanding the class beauty, warning Su Yuanyuan not to let others misinterpret their relationship. The well-known gold digger had evidently transformed into the sycophant of this mysterious rich man. Many in the business school were familiar with the stunning Su Yuanyuan, and while Chen Fan's reputation as a sycophant was widely known, few had actually seen him. Hence the label of mysterious rich second generation. Su Yuanyuan, that wretched woman, would do anything for money. And Chen Fan, a mere poor worker earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month, pretended to be a rich heir. How shameless. Chu Yuhan's composure shattered, and she abandoned her genteel facade, unleashing a torrent of curses in her dormitory. Her roommates, including Li Lanlan, were taken aback. The usually demure Chu Yuhan seemed transformed, exhibiting unpredictable emotions akin to a shrew. Little did they know, this was Chu Yuhan's true nature. Yuhan, do you think Chen Fan could really be a rich heir? He spent 300,000 on Su Yuanyu and yesterday, Li Lanlan speculated quietly. Humph, with his background? The only reason he could buy Su Yuanyu in a bag is that he recently inherited 2 million, Chu Yuhan replied, her heart aching at the thought of that 20,000 limited edition handbag. What, 2 million inheritance? Li Lanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Chu Yuhan seemed to recall something, suddenly picking up her phone to scrutinize the post several times. Then, a mysterious smile crept across her face. Haha, Chen Fan, the sycophant, has learned to be clever. He intends to entice me with a game of pursuit, she proclaimed. Li Lanlan looked at her, puzzled by her smug expression. Lanlan. Observe these images. Chen Fan is deliberately maintaining distance from Su Yuanyuan. Furthermore, he is pressuring her to clarify their relationship. Do you know why he is doing this? Chu Yuhan revealed a knowing smile. Why? I'm not quite sure, Li Lanlan admitted. Because this entire situation was orchestrated by Chen Fan. He bribed Su Yuanyu and to perform this charade to capture my attention. His ultimate goal is to draw me in through this ruse, Chu Yuhan declared, articulating her deductions in one breath. With that in mind, all of Chen Fan's recent peculiar behaviors make perfect sense. Li Lanlan gasped, her breath quickening. Who would have expected Chen Fan to be so cunning? Li Lanlan's face reflected shock. Lanlan. Immediately post something on the forum exposing Chen Fan's manipulation of Su Yuanyuan to feign wealth to attract my notice. I intend to ruin his reputation, Chu Yuhan exclaimed. Recalling the humiliation she had endured these past few days, Li Lanlan nodded, promptly opening her computer to draft a message. Soon, a post titled Sycophant Colludes with Gold Digger. Pretends to be rich second generation was published on the business school's forum, instantly attracting a wave of attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, one of the 4 literary talents of the literature department, was compiling a romantic poem from the classics of several medieval literary giants to send to Zhao Ruoxi, the belle of the literature department. He had been pursuing her through this platonic approach. Zhao Ruoxi was 10 times more beautiful than Chu Yuhan, and most importantly, she had a fondness for martial arts, her innocent nature making her easy to deceive. He estimated that with a few more poems, he could win her over. Moreover, he believed she still had feelings for him, and he was determined to make her his wife. As for Chu Yuhan, once he used Chen Fan's money to buy a house, he would confront her with the truth. Given his charm and abilities, she would inevitably become his clandestine lover. At that moment, Chu Yuhan suddenly called him. Zhang Yao, quickly log into our business school's forum. There is something intriguing for you to see, she said, her voice laced with mystery. What is it? Zhang Yao inquired. You'll find out when you look for yourself. Chu Yuhan giggled before hanging up. Frowning, Zhang Yao got out of bed and logged into the Jiangda Business School forum. Instantly, a post titled Shocking. The notorious gold digger Su Yuanyu and has actually become the sycophant of a mysterious rich second generation popped up. As he opened it, he was met with an image of a stunning girl in a short skirt and black stockings standing obediently before a boy who wore an impatient expression. Damn. Isn't this that dog Chen Fan? Zhang Yao's eyes widened, feelings of jealousy surging within him. Though this girl could not rival Zhao Ruoxi in beauty, she surpassed Chu Yuhan. If Chu Yuhan was an 80, this girl was an 85. Particularly, her butterfly back and peach-like figure screamed perfection. Why was she so subservient to Chen Fan, acting like a sycophant? What right did he have? Only Zhang Yao deserved such treatment. He felt an urge to scream, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, especially when he saw the post claiming such a beautiful girl was washing Chen Fan's clothes. It left him envious to the point of fury. However, he quickly read a follow-up post titled Sycophant Colludes with Gold Digger, pretends to be rich second generation. And a cold smile spread across his face. Humph, a sycophant is merely a sycophant. I thought you were being clever. But it turns out all of this was still for Chu Yuhan. Zhang Yao chuckled with delight. You probably could never imagine, Chen Fan, that your goddess Chu Yuhan has been my sycophant since high school. Zhang Yao reveled in his triumph. Despite Zhang Yao's talent and handsome appearance, presenting himself as a modest gentleman known as one of the 4 literary talents, he was fundamentally selfish and greedy, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing him. This also stemmed from his upbringing. His family was notorious for poverty back home, with a gambling-addicted father and a lazy mother who sold herself, leading to a flawed character. At that moment, seeing Su Yuanyuan's alluring figure in the post stirred his desires. This girl seemed rather cheap, even interested in someone like Chen Fan. If he showcased his talents just a little, wouldn't she immediately fall for him? Excited by this thought, Zhang Yao began searching for Su Yuanyuan's WeChat ID on the forum, successfully adding her. Haha, added so quickly. She truly is a loose woman. However, her figure is worth a try, Zhang Yao thought with a smirk, contemplating sending the romantic poem he had previously sent to Zhao Ruoxi to Su Yuanyuan as well. Chapter 7. Su Yuanyuan's affection level at 100 in Jiangnan City. At the Porsche dealership, Su Yuanyuan stood alongside Chen Fan in front of a pristine white Porsche 718. Chen Fan, you've already spent 2 million buying me an apartment. I cannot accept any more of your generosity. Su Yuanyuan's voice trembled. This gold digger was now feeling a sense of trepidation. Earlier that day, Chen Fan had promised to take her shopping, but to her astonishment, he led her directly to a real estate development next to her school and purchased a 2 million yuan apartment. Now, he had brought her to the Porsche dealership to admire luxury vehicles worth millions. If Chen Fan had spent 300,000 on her, she could have accepted it, believing her looks and figure justified such an expense. However, to spend 2 million in a single day was rather intimidating. What could Chen Fan possibly see in her? Even if she were to be sold, she couldn't fetch 2 million. Tears welled up in Su Yuanyuan's eyes. She had no doubt about Chen Fan being a low-key wealthy heir, But didn't he understand that money was meant to impress women rather than to be spent frivolously? Spending over 200,000 in a single day, did he covet her kidneys? Did he wish to sell her organs? 2 kidneys wouldn't suffice. Su Yuan's mind spiraled into absurdity. Sir, this Porsche 718 is currently available at a discount, and you can acquire it for under 1 million, announced a beautiful saleswoman clad in a professional outfit and high heels, casting an envious glance at Su Yuan. No, Chen Fan, I don't want the car, Su Yuan exclaimed, waving her hands in alarm. What, is it too cheap for you? Beautiful lady, give me the high-spec version, Chen Fan declared, pulling out a card. Certainly. Sir, we have a high-spec model priced at 1.5 million, the saleswoman replied respectfully as she took Chen Fan's credit card. I'll also need your ID, sir, she added with a smile. Yuan, hand me your ID, Chen Fan instructed directly. Su Yuan hesitated, but as her gaze lingered on the sleek, wine-red contours of the Porsche 718, she could no longer look away. Since Chen Fan had already purchased a 2 million yuan apartment for her, what harm could one car do? Perhaps she could hone her skills and gratitude towards him. Resolute, she made her decision. Ding. Su Yuan's affection level rose to 100, rewarding her with 19 points of vitality. Current vitality balance, 978, echoed the system's electronic voice in Chen Fan's mind. So quickly to 100 affection points? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Su Yuan's affection would escalate so rapidly. In truth, being a gold digger had its merits. At least one received commensurate returns for their investments, unlike Chu Yuhan, who was merely a facade. Eventually, Su Yuan drove away in the high-spec Porsche 718, leaving the dealership under the envious gaze of the saleswoman. Chen Fan, the new apartment is right next to the school. Why don't we stay there tonight? Su Yuan suggested, extending an invitation for cohabitation. That apartment is a gift for you. I will remain in the dormitory, Chen Fan replied expressionlessly. Su Yuan felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded obediently. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Yuan's phone chimed. Talent Zhang Yu requests to add you as a friend. What nonsense. Just looking at the name screams fool. Su Yuan rolled her eyes. About to decline when Chen Fan snatched the phone from her. Chen Fan, please don't misunderstand. I don't even know this so-called talent Zhang Yao, she hurriedly explained. Assuming Chen Fan was upset. I know him. He's Chu Yuhan's boyfriend, Chen Fan said, instantly accepting the friend request. Huh, I thought Chu Yuhan claimed to be perpetually single. Never having kissed a boy? She actually has a boyfriend. Su Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Heh, I only recently learned that they were together since high school. Their secrecy was merely a ruse to siphon money from me, Chen Fan remarked coldly. What? Chu Yuhan is so duplicitous. She deceived you for 3 years. Su Yuan was astonished. Not just her. Zhang Miao is equally contemptible. Look, he just sent you a nauseating love poem. Chen Fan laughed, reading the overly sentimental poem aloud to Su Yuan. Ugh, how revolting. What does he mean by a platonic relationship? Su Yuan inquired. It means he wants to leech off you, Chen Fan replied. That evening, Chen Fan returned to the dormitory, while Su Yuan, eager to settle into her new apartment, quickly moved in. Once she had tidied up and reclined contentedly on the sofa, her phone buzzed unexpectedly. Upon checking, she saw a notification from a group chat she had joined called the Jiangda Beauty Alliance, filled with beautiful students from various colleges. Noticing someone had tagged her, she saw a link following the mention. Before even opening the link, Su Yuan was bombarded with a flurry of messages. Haha, Su Yuan, the gold digger, actually latched onto a fake rich heir. How laughable. Just 30,000. And look what happened. She's clearly inexperienced, unlike my boyfriend, who spends over $1 million on me each year. Just yesterday, he bought me a 600,000 Mercedes. Furthermore, they mentioned that Chen Fan had been pining after Chu Yuhan for 3 years. What a joke. Su Yuan and Chen Fan must be at a whole new level. They can't possibly be serious, they laughed. The speakers were among the most beautiful girls from various colleges, comparable to Su Yuan, while a few others, though equally renowned, remained silent, maintaining their dignity. Despite this, Su Yuan felt her blood pressure rising, her eyes reddening with indignation as tears threatened to spill. However, she bit her lip and fought back, scrolling to the top of the chat to click on the link, determined to uncover the truth behind the post. After reading, Su Yuan's fury dissipated, replaced by amusement. Haha, Chu Yuhan, that green TBTCH, actually claims Chen Fan is a fake rich heir with only 2 million in inheritance. It's utterly laughable. Just today, Chen Fan spent nearly 4 million on me. I can't wait to see the look on Chu Yuhan's face when she discovers the truth. Su Yuan rushed downstairs, snapping selfies in the car and capturing the apartment's ambience and property deed, even taking screenshots of the chat that Zhang Yao sent her. The group chat continued to mock her, with some even suggesting she be removed from the chat. At that moment, Chu Yuhan intervened. Ladies, let's not be so harsh on Su Yuan. Her love for money may stem from familial hardships. Besides, she is also a victim in this matter. Chen Fan's character is questionable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have turned him down after 3 years of pursuit. Yuan, remember, when seeking a boyfriend, wealth isn't everything. Character is paramount. For instance, Chen Fan tried to entice me with that 2 million, but I resolutely refused. Chapter 8. Chu Yuhan's defenses crumble. Hee. That green tea bitch Chu Yuhan. I truly wish to see her expression later. Su Yuan, upon noticing Chu Yuhan's comments in the group chat, let out a cold chuckle and promptly shared a series of selfies featuring herself with luxury cars and property certificates in the group. Hey, sisters, what are you all discussing? It's so lively. I just returned from shopping with my Chen Fan. Today, my Chen Fan bought me a high-end Porsche 718, which costs over $1.5 million. I'm not very knowledgeable about cars. There are so many functions I don't understand. Do any of you drive a Porsche? Can you teach me? By the way, Chen Fan knows I prefer living alone, so he also bought me a $2 million apartment today, though I'm not too fond of the decor style. Can you all give me some advice? Oh no, I accidentally revealed the property certificate. What a disaster. How can I retract it? As Su Yuan's message came to an end, the previously vibrant chat of the Jiangda Beauties Union fell into a suffocating silence. In the girls' dormitory, Chu Yuhan gazed at the sleek car photos and the burgundy interior, her eyes reddening, particularly upon seeing Su Yuan's name glaring on the property certificate. She felt as if the sky had collapsed, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. Why is this happening? How could Chen Fan buy her a luxury car worth $1.5 million and a house worth $2 million? All of this should have belonged to me, Chu Yuhan murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, feeling utterly wronged. Chen Fan was clearly her devoted admirer, yet he had spent so much money on Su Yuan. At that moment, the image of her boyfriend Zhang Yao surged into her mind. She recalled how, during the sweltering summer, Zhang Yao had taken her to a small grove to save on hotel expenses, leaving her covered in mosquito bites and almost caught several times. The next day, upon seeing her condition, Chen Fan had been deeply concerned, mistaking her discomfort for an allergy and insisting on taking her to the hospital. Without comparison, there is no pain. At that moment, Chu Yuhan felt a glimmer of realization. It seemed that Zhang Yao did not love her as much as she had imagined. Instead, it was Chen Fan, her devoted admirer, who had been attentively caring for her. Just then, the group chat stirred once more. Wow, Yuan, what a beautiful car. Your boyfriend truly cherishes you. When will you take us for a ride? Yuan, what we said earlier was for your own good. We were worried you might be deceived and wanted to wake you up, only to find that we were the fools. Honestly, it's all that Chu Yuhan's fault, spreading rumors. She claimed Yuan spent $4 million today. Chen Fan is definitely a genuine rich second generation. The very individuals who had just been criticizing Su Yuan suddenly began to fawn over her. Su Yuan felt a surge of pride. At this moment, although the other beauties from various departments remained silent, they were now more attentive to the group messages, including Zhao Ruoxi. What a bunch of gold diggers. That Chen Fan is nothing but a pretender, playing the fool while toying with feelings. Unlike Zhang Yao, who has persistently pursued me with genuine devotion, untouched by the taint of worldly wealth. Thinking of Zhang Yao, Zhao Ruoxi felt her cheeks flush. He had promised to confess his feelings to her the next day, and she was prepared to accept his proposal to be his girlfriend. However, the group erupted again, and Zhao Ruoxi saw that Chu Yuhan had spoken up. Su Yuan. Your deception is quite convincing. The car and apartment must be rented, and the pictures too. You've overlooked a crucial point. Chen Fan only has $2 million. How could he possibly spend $4 million on you? Is he getting a cashback or something? Yet this time, before Su Yuan could retort, Zhang Yuchan, the beauty from the Foreign Languages Institute who had been silent until now, spoke up. Su Yuan's car is not rented. The Porsche dealership is my family's. I personally curated the interior and options for this high-end Porsche 718, initially intending to drive it myself, but Su Yuan bought it instead. Moreover, the apartment Su Yuan resides in was developed by my uncle. I just checked, and it is indeed Su Yuan who purchased it. After Jiang Yuchan spoke, she fell silent. Her reasoning for defending Su Yuan was not due to a close relationship, but rather her understanding of the importance of clients as a daughter of a prominent business family. Since Chen Fan had spent $3 to $4 million at her family's establishment, she felt obliged to protect that investment. The group fell once again into silence. Jiang Yuchan was no ordinary person. She was the beauty from the Foreign Languages Institute, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a snow goddess, with an undeniable presence that overshadowed other beauties and hinted at the potential to become the campus queen. Most crucially, she was genuinely affluent, and her words were not to be doubted. At this moment, it was Chu Yuhan who felt utterly devastated. She had never imagined that Su Yuan's car and apartment were indeed real. Chu Yuhan, you are the true gold digger and vile woman. My Chen Fan has informed me that you and the Zhang Yao from the literature department were together in high school, pretending not to know him to swindle my Chen Fan's money. Chen Fan yearned for genuine love, concealing his identity as a rich second generation, working tirelessly to support you and that Zhang Yao with living expenses. It was only after he discovered the truth a few days ago that he felt utterly disillusioned and reverted to his wealthy identity. With these words, Su Yuan released a significant amount of pent-up frustration. Having endured Chu Yuhan's harm to Chen Fan for so long, she was determined to make her pay. Indeed, after Su Yuan's message, the once fractured Chu Yuhan was left completely dumbfounded. Is it really true? Chen Fan is genuinely a rich second generation? Upon realizing Chen Fan's true status, Chu Yuhan murmured to herself, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding her heart. The petty behaviors she had once scorned now appeared endearing. He was so wealthy. Yet he had gone to such lengths to maintain the fade of a poor man, fearing it would make her feel inferior. Shu Yuhan, how foolish you are. Chen Fan loves you so much. Why couldn't you feel it? Shu Yuhan cried, overwhelmed by the realization of Chen Fan's 3 years of unwavering care, which finally touched her heart upon learning of his affluent background. However, at this moment, Zhao Ruoxi from the literature department suddenly tagged Su Yuanyuan in the group. Su Yuanyuan, while you and Chen Fan may wish to take revenge on Shu Yuhan, why drag an innocent person into this? Zhang Yao is one of the 4 talented individuals in our literature department, renowned for his character and talent. Please apologize immediately. Chapter 9, Binding Zhao Ruoxi Su Yuanyuan. Please apologize to Zhang Yao right now. Zhao Ruoxi angrily typed. The members of the group chat, comprised of various campus beauties, were momentarily bewildered. Especially Su Yuanyuan and Shu Yuhan. What is happening? I was referring to Chu Yuhan and Zhang Yao, and yet Zhao Ruoxi, the beauty from the literature department, has intervened? Su Yuanyuan was perplexed but decided to press on. Regardless of whether she was a campus beauty or not, today she was determined to stand her ground. Not only for herself but also to defend Chen Fan. He apologized to Zhang Yao? He is even worse than Chu Yuhan, coveting what he cannot have. Yet still pestering me on WeChat today. I never expected that a talented individual from your literature department would behave in such a manner. With that, Su Yuanyuan shared screenshots of her conversation with Zhang Yao in the group, disregarding the ensuing uproar, and headed off to her bed for a delightful sleep. That night, Chen Fan enjoyed a deep slumber, but upon awakening, he was disheartened to find his life points had dwindled to a mere 97. A sigh escaped his lips. Alas, I truly do not wish to be a scoundrel. Chen Fan lamented, as Su Yuanyuan had already achieved full marks. Where could he possibly find another high-scoring girl? Although Jiang University boasted numerous beauties, he had previously focused solely on Chu Yuhan and was unfamiliar with anyone else. Perhaps it would be best to have breakfast first. One must be well-fed to muster the energy to court the ladies. With this thought, Chen Fan shook his head and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered a crowd gathered below. Intrigued, he moved closer. In the center of the throng stood an exquisite girl clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and a breathtakingly beautiful visage, she was captivating. However, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. And in her hands, she held a long spear. Indeed, it was a spear. Wow, what a stunning girl, even more beautiful than Su Yuanyuan. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the girl wielding the spear spotted Chen Fan among the crowd. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she swiftly approached him. What is happening? Is she coming towards me? Chen Fan stared in disbelief as the fierce girl charged at him, causing the onlookers to scatter in alarm. In a flash, she reached him, grasped his arm with both hands, and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending Chen Fan tumbling to the ground, dazed. Immediately after, she performed a series of grappling moves, pinning him down. Ding. Detected a 90-point beauty named Zhao Ruoxi. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every 1 point of affection gained from Zhao Ruoxi, the host's life points increase by 10. Ding. Gifted to the host. Beauty cashback feature. Name, Zhao Ruoxi. Beauty score, 90. Cashback ratio, 110. Ding. Bestowed upon the host, 1 point of combat power. The combat power of an adult is 0. 1. 1 point equates to the combined speed and strength of 10 adults. A series of electronic notifications echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Incredible! 1 point of affection boosts life points by 10, and the beauty cashback ratio is 1 to 10, equivalent to 10 Su Yuanyuans. Moreover, he was granted the strength and speed of 10 individuals. Turning to Zhao Ruoxi, Chen Fan's gaze ignited with fervor, but from his vantage point. He had a perfect view of her alluring features. Pervert, how dare you stare at me? Zhao Ruoxi exclaimed, her anger intensifying as she noticed Chen Fan's surprised expression while pinned beneath her. We seem not to know each other, do we? Chen Fan quickly interjected, using a slight force to break free from her hold and leap to a safe distance. Wait, what? Zhao Ruoxi gasped, feeling as if her grip on Chen Fan had suddenly released, as if he were a beast of unimaginable strength. This is impossible. My grappling technique can exert the strength of 3 men. How could he escape so easily? Zhao Ruoxi regarded Chen Fan with disbelief. I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us, Chen Fan stated, and upon checking Zhao Ruoxi's affection level in his mind, he was taken aback. 50 points of affection? Did I unearth her family's ancestral grave? Why such animosity? Chen Fan muttered under his breath. What affection? Aren't you Chen Fan? Zhao Ruoxi brandished her spear, exuding an air of confrontation. I am indeed Chen Fan, but I do not know you at all. Chen Fan replied, raising his hands in surrender. Chen Fan, you are the wealthy second-generation scoundrel I am looking for. Come with me. Zhao Ruoxi threatened, thrusting her spear into the ground. With tenfold combat power, Chen Fan felt no fear and, having bound himself to Zhao Ruoxi, realized that every point of affection increased his lifespan by 10 days, making her invaluable to him. Thus, he complied and followed her. As the two departed, the previously stunned onlookers erupted in excitement. I know who she is now. It's Zhao Ruoxi, the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts. One informed the crowd. The most beautiful girl in the School of Arts? She is indeed stunning. But how is she so skilled? Did you not know? Zhao Ruoxi hails from a martial arts family. They even own a martial arts school. What? Her family runs a martial arts school? That boy is in trouble. Zhao Ruoxi led Chen Fan to an empty stairwell classroom, where she scrutinized him intently. Explain why you conspired with Su Yuanyuan to slander Zhang Yao, creating false chat screenshots to tarnish his reputation. Zhao Ruoxi demanded, fixing her gaze upon Chen Fan. What conspiracy with Su Yuanyuan to slander Zhang Yao? Chen Fan frowned, feeling bewildered. Humph, keep pretending. Zhao Ruoxi scoffed, pulling out her phone to reveal a chat group from the Jiang University Beauty Association. She handed her phone to Chen Fan. Upon viewing it, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Ruoxi. It seemed that Zhang Yao had significant ambitions, even managing to manipulate the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts. What's so funny? Zhao Ruoxi asked, her anger flaring. Zhao the beauty. On what grounds do you accuse me and Su Yuanyuan of conspiring against Zhang Yao? Isn't it obvious? The poem screenshot Su Yuanyuan shared was written specifically for me by Zhang Yao. How can you two using it not indicate something? Zhao Ruoxi asserted confidently. Chen Fan was nearly laughing in exasperation. He finally understood why Zhang Yao had chosen to target Zhao Ruoxi. She was clearly naive. Wait. If this poem was indeed written for you, then how could either Su Yuanyuan or I know about it? Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened, and she began to ponder Chen Fan's words. If you don't believe me, let me show you something else. With that, Chen Fan opened his phone and located the video Li Wei had sent him. Chapter 10, live broadcast across the school in the classroom of the School of Arts. Zhang Yao had styled his hair for the day, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a white shirt. Believing himself to be the male lead of a Korean drama, he had chosen this day to confess to Zhao Ruoxi. As nearly all classes in the School of Arts were cancelled, ensuring he would not be caught, the classroom was on the second floor, and below, several cherry blossom trees adorned with pink flowers leaned towards the window. Zhang Yu sat by the window, leaning against the frame, incessantly adjusting his position, holding a Shakespearean tome and feigning a melancholic romantic demeanor. This angle is perfect. The backlight accentuates my brooding poet's charm, Zhang Yao mused, convinced of his flawless pose. As the time approached for his rendezvous with Zhao Ruoxi, he maintained his position, fearing he would lose the perfect angle. Meanwhile, in the School of Arts, Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi walked side by side. Ruoxi, the scene about to unfold will be broadcast live across the entire school. I advise you against taking any action. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly face severe consequences from the administration, Chen Fan cautioned. Understood, but can your roommate truly be trusted? Can he actually infiltrate the campus network and switch everyone's computers to the live feed? Zhao Ruoxi inquired with a hint of skepticism. Rest assured, Li Wei is not only a privileged heir but also an accomplished hacker. Breaching the campus network is a mere trifle for him, Chen Fan asserted. Indeed, like attracts like. Not all privileged youths possess virtuous character. However, in order to reveal Zhang Yao's true nature as a despicable man to the girls of Jiang University and prevent them from being deceived any longer, I will reluctantly cooperate with you this once, Zhao Ruoxi replied, rolling her eyes at Chen Fan. Zhao Ruoxi was familiar with Li Wei, known at Jiang University as the Fresh Model King. It was said that he enjoyed a substantial discount at an upscale club in Jiangnan City, and many classes sought to borrow his card for large gatherings and events. Chen Fan watched Zhao Ruoxi ascend the stairs before contacting his portly friend. Shortly after, a video window appeared on his phone, displaying the live feed from the pinhole camera hidden on Zhao Ruoxi. For kills, leave that low health one for me. I'm about to secure my first pentakill. A group of boys in a dormitory were engrossed in a gaming session when one of them shouted in excitement, as only one enemy remained, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, the computer screen went black. No, my pentakill. Curse the campus network, the boy lamented, nearly smashing his computer in frustration. Yet, in the next instant, a live video feed sprang to life on the screen, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs gracefully ascending the stairs. The previously furious boy abruptly sat back down, captivated by the mesmerizing sight. Simultaneously, everyone connected to the campus network, including the school leaders holding a meeting in a conference room and utilizing a projector, found themselves confronted by the same live video. Secretary Zhang. ISNT today's meeting meant to discuss the selection of the campus ambassador for promoting our school's spirit? What is this video? The principal inquired, frowning. Principal. This material was not prepared by me. It seems the campus network has encountered an issue. Secretary Zhang replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he frantically clicked the mouse in an attempt to close the live feed, but to no avail. Quick, unplug the power. The computer or the campus network must have contracted a virus. The director in charge of the school's network information announced, rising from his seat. Wait. This appears to be from our School of Liberal Arts. The dean of the School of Liberal Arts, a refined and genial scholar, adjusted his reading glasses to peer at the large screen. The School of Liberal Arts? Hold on. Under the leadership of Dean Zhuge, the ethos and discipline of our school have always served as a model for other faculties. Let's ascertain the situation first, the principal gestured. Your praise is unwarranted, but indeed. We have a young scholar who is not only diligent in his studies, but also possesses admirable character, maintaining a life free from the taint of greed. On one occasion, during a scholarship award ceremony, he even insisted on giving his award to a less fortunate classmate. Dean Zhuge elegantly presented his pride in one of his students. Oh, the School of Liberal Arts has such an outstanding student? What is his name? His name is Zhang Yao, a major in Chinese language and literature. And he's also my student, Dean Zhuge replied, a touch of pride in his voice. I have heard of this Zhang Yao. He is renowned as one of the 4 literary prodigies of the School of Liberal Arts. It is no wonder he is your student, the principal remarked. Secretary Zhang. I believe Zhang Yao would be an excellent representative for our school as promotion of its spirit this year. Wouldn't you agree? The principal stated, as other school leaders, who had always recognized the ethos of the School of Liberal Arts, nodded in agreement. At that moment, the door to a classroom swung open, revealing a figure leaning oddly against the window. That silhouette seems somewhat familiar. Is that Zhang Yao? Dean Zhuge's eyes widened in realization. This Zhao Ruoxi promised to arrive by 2 o'clock, and it is already past. This windowsill is so narrow that my legs have gone numb, Zhang Yao complained, feeling as if his lower body was losing sensation. Creak. The classroom door opened to reveal Zhao Ruoxi, clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit. Zhang Yao's eyes brightened instantly. He had always seen Zhao Ruoxi in cute and youthful attire, but today, in this snug outfit, he realized her figure was truly remarkable, even surpassing that of Su Yuan. Particularly striking were her slender shoulders, graceful neck, flat abdomen, and delicate waist. All complemented by an exquisitely beautiful face, she was nothing short of perfection. Ruoxi, you've arrived. Zhang Yu quickly averted his lustful gaze, lowering his voice to feign melancholy while holding a copy of Shakespeare. Zhao Ruoxi frowned slightly. Zhang Yao's physique was on the slender side, and with his natural hunch in the confined space, he curled up against the window like a large shrimp. How could I have ever been attracted to such a creature? Looking so frail and malnourished, perpetually brooding as if mourning a deceased father? Compared to him, Chen Fan appears tall and handsome. Zhao Ruo, she mused internally. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, watching the live broadcast from downstairs, suddenly heard an electronic synthesized voice in his mind. Ding. Zhao Ruoxi's affection level, 50. Current affection level, 0. Chen Fan was taken aback. What was happening? Did Zhang Yao confess to Zhao Ruoxi? Why was the affection level being attributed to him? In the classroom, Zhang Yao noticed Zhao Ruoxi standing there in a daze, assuming she was captivated by his handsome appearance, and his lips curled into a wicked smile. Hee, little sister, feeling the heat? Eager to leap into my embrace? Zhang Yao thought, jumping down from the windowsill, feeling a swell of confidence. Recalling how he had once won over Chu Yuhan with this very tactic, becoming her cherished memory. This time, he was equally confident in winning Zhao Ruoxi's heart. Zhao Ruoxi, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Your eyes seem to hold the stars. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Chapter 11. A scoundrel disturbing our ethos. Had this been in the past, Zhao Ruo, she would have been deeply moved by such words. However, after witnessing that video earlier in the day, she felt nothing but disgust. Zhang Yao, you claim you wish to pursue me. Yet why have you not brought even a bouquet of flowers? I've heard that Chen Fan from the business administration department bought Su Yuan and a handbag worth 200,000 yuan. Zhao Ruoxi replied with a cold smile. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes darted about. Ruoxi. Love built upon wealth is the most unstable. It is fraught with deception and lies. I hope our relationship can be pure, devoid of any sin of monetary gain. My feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. Have you forgotten the poems I wrote for you? If I could, I would lay bare my heart for you to see. Zhang Yao professed earnestly, gazing into Zhao Ruoxi's eyes, setting aside his fishing for compliments through poetry. Merely mentioning Zhao Ruan nearly made her retch. If it weren't for the knowledge that they were live streaming, she would have liked nothing more than to bash the head of this freeloading scoundrel. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the principal and leaders from various faculties exchanged strange glances at Dean Zhuge from the School of Liberal Arts. They are all astute individuals, and immediately discerned that this young man, named Zhang Yao, possesses a profound cunning. His words are clearly a ruse aimed at deceiving the naive young girls. Director Zhuge. Is this the Zhang Yao you referred to, one who embodies the charm of ancient literary talents? To me, he resembles a scoundrel who revels in taking advantage of others. The older female leaders, with their vacant expressions, could sense his ulterior motives with the slightest movement. Director Zhuge, though visibly embarrassed, stubbornly asserted, Ladies. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. I know my student well. He remains single and yearns for a love untainted by worldly wealth. The principal exchanged a knowing glance with the already perspiring Director Zhuge before returning his attention to the video. In the girls' dormitory, Chu Yuhan watched Zhang Yao's confession to Zhao Ruoxi on the screen, her eyes reddening. She felt as though she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. In that moment, she finally understood Chen Fan's feelings, the suffocating pain and hatred stemming from betrayal. Chen Fan, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Memories of the past 3 years, filled with Chen Fan's unwavering devotion, flooded her mind, and juxtaposed with Zhang Yao's behavior, filled her heart with an endless sense of regret. Zhang Yao, this is all your fault. Chu Yuhan screamed in a frenzy. In the classroom, Zhang Yao continued his incessant persuasion of Zhao Ruoxi. Yet, the more she listened, the more her expression soured. Zhang Yao, you claim you've never had a girlfriend before? Ruoxi, I swear by the heavens. You are the only girl in this world who makes my heart race, and the only one I wish to cherish for a lifetime. After saying this, Zhang Yao attempted to embrace Zhao Ruoxi like a character from a Korean drama, only to have her deftly evade him. Oh really? Then who is Chu Yuhan? Zhao Ruoxi retorted with a cold laugh. Upon hearing the name, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yao's forehead. Ruoxi, don't misunderstand. Chu Yuhan and I are merely from the same hometown. We have no relationship whatsoever. If you don't believe me, I can block her contact right now. Zhang Yao hurriedly insisted. Enough. Zhao Ruoxi was thoroughly incensed. She had anticipated Zhang Yao's shamelessness, but never imagined it would be to this extent. Though Chu Yuhan was not innocent either, most of the money she scammed from Chen Fan had gone to Zhang Yao's living expenses. What kind of scoundrel is this? At this thought, Zhao Ruoxi felt a twinge of understanding and sympathy for Chen Fan's actions. Ding. Zhao Ruoxi's favorability level 10, current favorability level 10, host life value 100. Current life value balance 1975. I need to send this? Chen Fan was once again astonished. Was there really such a magical rebound effect from confessing? Zhang Yao. I beg you, confess a bit longer. Zhang Yao, stop pretending. Look at this. Zhao Ruoxi, filled with rage, opened her phone and clicked on the video Chen Fan had sent her. Simultaneously, Li Wei, who had been monitoring the situation, immediately inserted footage from the previous day filmed in the grove. Suddenly, the live broadcast displayed the scene of Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan in the grove. Promise me. Never give him your body, not even a kiss, because you are mine. Zhang Yao, how about we go to a hotel? Han Hong, hotels cost money. Every penny we save now is a branch for our future love nest. Besides, this place is secluded. Don't you think it adds to the romance? But we didn't tea by that. Then let us use our mouths. At that moment, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shock. Utter disbelief. With a decisive action, Secretary Zhang unplugged the power cord without hesitation. All the school leaders, including the principal, cast furious glances at Director Zhuge. At this moment, Director Zhuge trembled with rage, nearly fainting from embarrassment. Today, he had lost all dignity. Having just nominated Zhang Yao as the ambassador for the school spirit, such a scandal erupted. If this got out, the entire Zhang University would become a laughingstock. This scoundrel has tarnished our reputation. I must cleanse our ranks. Director Zhuge shouted as he stormed out of the conference room. Principal, do you think we should continue this meeting? Secretary Zhang asked, wiping his sweat. What a disgrace. Cancel the employment of this so-called talented Zhang Yao and that Chu Yuhan immediately. The principal slammed his hand on the conference table, picking up his thermos, ready to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Also, arrange for someone to chop down the grove in the school's backyard. In the classroom. Upon witnessing the video of Zhang Yao on Zhao Ruoxi's phone, he was drenched in cold sweat, his expression turning grotesque. Suddenly, he snatched the phone from the table and smashed it on the ground, shattering it to pieces. Zhao Ruoxi, I pursued you out of respect. Yet you vile woman dared to record me. Zhang Yao shouted, pointing angrily at Zhao Ruoxi. Zhang Yao, you have finally revealed your true colors. Now, I eagerly await everyone's reaction when they learn of your true self. Zhao Ruoxi clenched her fists, had it not been for the live broadcast. She would have unleashed a flurry of punches on Zhang Yao. Haha, Zhao Ruoxi, you overestimate yourself. I am the favorite student of the director. Now that your video is gone, who do you think people will believe, you or me? Zhang Yao laughed triumphantly. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. Zhang Yao, you scoundrel. Director Zhuge stormed in, furious. Director. Zhang Yao was taken aback, startled. He thought the director would be in a meeting. How could he be here? Director, let me explain. Actually, Zhao Ruoxi invited me to the classroom today to confess her feelings. I was merely giving her a proper lecture on prioritizing her studies, Zhang Yao hastily explained. Zhao Ruoxi looked at him with disdain, while Director Zhuge sneered. Zhang Yao, I had thought you were a promising student, but it turns out you are a shameless wretch. Prepare for the school's disciplinary notice, Director Zhuge coldly stated. After saying this, he ignored the stunned Zhang Yao and approached Zhao Ruoxi. And you, Zhao Ruoxi, were you not aware that family shame should remain private? Yet you chose to broadcast it to the entire school and turn the entire College of Arts into a laughingstock. Hurry and turn off that camera, Director Zhuge scolded. Zhao Ruoxi had not anticipated that Director Zhuge would intervene. She stuck out her pink tongue and quickly removed the pinhole camera from her chest. The moment Zhang Yao saw Zhao Ruoxi take down the pinhole camera, he felt as if the sky was collapsing weakly to the ground. It's over, it's all over. The entire school knows my true nature. This incident caused an uproar within the school. Countless students flocked to the grove in the school's backyard to take photos, grandiosely calling it the site of the Zhangchu battle. Due to its massive impact, it even trended on social media. However, this site was soon leveled by the school, which promptly expelled Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Li Weigong, a tall man with a square face, perused the files of Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi. while sitting beside him was Dean Zhuge of the College of Arts. You were Chen Fan, the mastermind behind this incident, and Zhao Ruoxi was your accomplice, was she not? Principal Li fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Principal, this matter was discussed between Chen Fan and me. He did not deceive me. Zhao Ruoxi, her face filled with urgency, stood up before Chen Fan could speak. From a young age, her father had instilled in her the importance of responsibility and loyalty. The incident had originated from her, and she could not allow Chen Fan to shoulder all the blame. You girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Dean Zhuge rebuked, secretly frustrated by Zhao Ruoxi's lack of awareness. Failing to recognize that the principal was clearly biased. I am not speaking nonsense. In truth, I am the mastermind, and Chen Fan was merely assisting me. Zhao Ruoxi declared loudly. You. Dean Zhuge pointed at Zhao Ruoxi, shaking his head in disappointment. Although he recognized her excellence, he did not wish for her to be punished for this incident. Yet, her stubbornness was undeniable. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion. A beauty like Zhao Ruoxi standing up for him was a remarkable gesture. Today, he would ensure she faced no consequences. Since both of you are the masterminds behind this affair, prepare for expulsion. Principal Li Weigong waved his hand, casting a helpless glance at Dean Zhuge. Dean Zhuge sighed in disappointment, knowing he could no longer shield Zhao Ruoxi due to the incident's significant repercussions, which had even trended on social media, drawing severe criticism from the education system's leaders towards the principal. Principal, if I construct a large sports complex for the school, can we absolve Zhao Ruoxi of her punishment? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. Principal Li Weigong, about to dismiss them, jerked his head up in disbelief at Chen Fan's words. What did you just say? I intend to build a large indoor sports complex in Zhao Ruoxi's name for the school. Chen Fan raised his voice. This revelation stunned not only Principal Li, but also Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruoxi, who looked at him in astonishment. Chen Fan, do you realize what you are proposing? An indoor sports complex costs around 20 million. Principal Li said, his voice low and serious. He was aware of Chen Fan's background, having grown up in an orphanage, living frugally, working part-time to support himself. Yet, the notion of a sports complex resonated deeply with him. Jiangnan University desperately needed such a facility. He had sought funding multiple times, only to be denied. He had even attempted to attract investment for the construction. But it was clear no one would take on such a losing venture, leaving the sports complex as a persistent headache for him. 20 million is merely pocket change for me, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, though internally he was ecstatic. Zhao Ruoxi's beauty was worth tenfold. Spending 20 million would yield a return of 200 million. Ruoxi, please provide me with your bank account number. Zhao Ruoxi, taken aback by Chen Fan's boldness, hesitated but eventually shared her account number. In an instant, Chen Fan transferred 2 million to her via mobile banking. Buzz. Zhao Ruoxi's phone vibrated suddenly. Chen Fan. Why did you transfer me 2 million? She exclaimed, nearly dropping her phone in shock. Both Principal Li and Dean Zhuge were equally astonished. This young man displayed considerable means, leading them to wonder if his background check was flawed. Was he perhaps a wealthy heir? However, after the initial surprise, Principal Li regained his composure. Chen Fan. 2 million is still far from the 20 million needed for the sports complex. My apologies, I miscalculated a zero, Chen Fan replied with a sly smile. At that moment, the tenfold return from Zhao Ruoxi's beauty, 20 million, had been successfully transferred. He immediately sent her another 18 million. Buzz. Zhao Ruoxi's phone vibrated again. Chen Fan. Why did you transfer me another 18 million? Zhao Ruoxi's scalp tingled. She had never encountered such a sum of money, letting out a scream of disbelief. At this point, Principal Li and Dean Zhuge could no longer remain seated, rising to observe Zhao Ruoxi's phone. Balance, 66 yuan. In an instant, the principal's office fell into a profound silence. Li Weigong gazed at Chen Fan with fervent eyes. Every year, some affluent new students arrived, but he had never witnessed someone so casually transfer 20 million to a girl. What wealth must his family possess? Chen Fan, I cannot accept this money. I will return it to you. Zhao Ruoxi was genuinely alarmed by the 2 million and immediately sought to refund Chen Fan. Chen Fan was equally taken aback by her response. No, you cannot return it. If you do, I will lose 200 million. He quickly exchanged glances with Principal Li. Classmate, this money must not be returned. Principal Li grasped Chen Fan's intention and hurriedly approached Zhao Ruoxi. But Principal, how can I accept such a large sum from Chen Fan? Even if it is a donation for the sports complex, it should be in his name. Zhao Ruoxi shook her head resolutely. Principal Li, unable to persuade Zhao Ruoxi, felt a twinge of urgency and turned to Chen Fan for assistance. Ruoxi, I have my reasons for donating a sports complex. To be candid, I am indeed from a wealthy family, but we maintain a low profile. If I were to donate in my name, my family would face severe repercussions if discovered. Chen Fan sighed, fabricating a clumsy excuse. However, judging by Zhao Ruoxi's expression, she seemed to genuinely believe him. Zhao Ruoxi furrowed her brow, battling within herself. Ultimately, to protect Chen Fan from punishment, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Chen Fan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thankfully, his 200 million was secure. The most delighted, however, was Principal Li, who immediately placed a call to convene a meeting for the design and construction of the sports complex, with Zhao Ruoxi as the donor, granting her the authority to choose various design proposals. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Fan departed first. However, since Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruoxi had a meeting to attend, they proceeded to the conference room together. Even now, as she gazed at the digits on her mobile banking app, Zhao Ruoxi remained somewhat dazed. "You silly girl. Make sure to express your gratitude to Chen Fan later," Dean Zhuge remarked meaningfully as they sat down. "Dean, why?" Zhao Ruoxi asked, puffing her cheeks in defiance. "Oh, you see, I'm actually helping him," Zhao Ruoxi protested, somewhat indignantly. If he wanted to keep his identity concealed, he could have easily donated anonymously. His indirect approach is solely for your benefit. While you were in the restroom, Chen Fan made a request. First, a dedicated martial arts training room must be designed on the top floor of the sports complex. Second, upon your graduation, you can remain at Jiangnan University. Dean Zhuge smiled as he explained. Was all of this truly for me? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Ruoxi sprang to her feet, her face a mask of astonishment. A martial arts training room designed exclusively for her. Yes, she had mentioned her envy of the dedicated martial arts hall at Jiangnan Sports University during their conversation that morning. She had also voiced her concerns about the difficulties faced by students from the College of Arts when entering the job market. To think that he had remembered everything. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within her. This man, whom she had known for less than a day, had taken her casual complaints to heart and turned them into reality. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Zhao Ruoxi's heart raced. A flurry of anxiety mingled with anticipation. Yet, upon discovering the truth, her instinct urged her to reject Chen Fan's kindness. For her father had always taught her that one should not accept favors without merit. However, the allure of a martial arts hall tailored just for her, coupled with the prospect of securing a position at the university upon graduation, proved too tempting to resist. In truth, aside from his flirtatious demeanor, Chen Fan was quite commendable in other respects. At that moment, as Chen Fan walked back to his dormitory, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Zhao Ruoxi's affection level. 50, current affection level. 50, reward, 500 life points. Current life points balance, 597. What? An immediate increase of 50 in affection? Chen Fan was taken aback. She hadn't shown any increase in affection when he transferred money to her. How had the sudden boost occurred? After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced the reason. It must have been due to their conversation in the principal's office, where he had casually suggested 2 additional conditions after feeling that his donation of 20 million to the school was somewhat excessive. Zhao Ruoxi must have learned of this. It was indeed a serendipitous turn of events. A few casual remarks had inadvertently granted him over a year and a half of additional life points. And Chen Fan was quite pleased to have stumbled upon such a fortuitous benefit. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from his high school class group. Dear classmates, our esteemed class monitor, Zhang Lu, who has been studying in the United States, has returned to Jiangnan City and is treating everyone to dinner at a 5-star hotel tonight. You all must come. The message was from Li Hao, Zhang Lu's sycophantic follower during their high school years. Following Zhang Lu's announcement, a flurry of flattery ensued in the chat. Chen Fan remained silent, as he had once had a confrontation with both Zhang Lu and Li Hao during high school, stemming from their incessant harassment of the class beauty. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but he was surprised to find that Zhang Lu had directly mentioned him in the group. Chen Fan, you absolutely must come. It's the perfect opportunity to clear up our misunderstandings from back then. Chen Fan chuckled. He had heard that Zhang Lu's family had recently profited from business ventures. Clearing up misunderstandings? More likely, he sought to show off in front of Chen Fan. Nevertheless, a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel was too good to pass up. Of course, I wouldn't pass up a meal hosted by the class monitor. By the way, can I bring someone along? Chen Fan quickly replied, if there is good food. I can't forget my good brother. He decided to take Li Wei with him. Sure thing. Zhang Lu promptly responded. And Chen Fan could almost envision the disdainful smirk on his face. The chat quickly devolved into a chorus of praise for Zhang Lu, which Chen Fan found tedious. He saved the address and returned to his dormitory. Li Wei, who had no plans for the evening aside from looking for models at a club or indulging in a massage, perked up at the mention of the class gathering. The Blue Sea Hotel, the 5-star establishment, was conveniently located near their school. Chen Fan swiftly rented a shared electric bike, and together with Li Wei, they pedaled toward the hotel. Hey, buddy, it's about time you shed some weight. This bike is losing power fast with you on it. Chen Fan complained. Come on, Fancy. Don't be unfair. You were just bragging about your Ferrari earlier. Who said we should ride a bike to a party? We need to spin where it counts. Li Wei retorted playfully. Then why don't you rent another one? Now you're really putting me in a bind. I can drive a Ferrari with one hand. But riding an electric bike? This is my first time on 2 wheels in my life. The two of them arrived at the Blue Sea Hotel, panting from their journey. Upon arrival, Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, brother, we've arrived at your own family's restaurant. What? This 5-star Blue Sea Hotel belongs to your family? Chen Fan was equally perplexed. Bringing his friend to dine at a family establishment felt somewhat awkward. What are you two doing? Shared electric bikes aren't allowed inside. Suddenly, a burly security guard stopped Chen Fan and Li Wei. Damn it. Being stopped by his own family's security made Li Wei feel utterly humiliated, almost ready to explode. But Chen Fan held him back. This is a five-star hotel, not a place for you impoverished individuals. Hurry up and get out of the way. The guard, noticing their ordinary attire and electric bike, promptly urged them to leave. At that moment, a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside Chen Fan's bike. The window rolled down to reveal a smug Zhang Lu. Chen Fan, what is going on? Why are you arguing with the security? Before Zhang Lu could finish, Li Hao leaned over from the passenger seat and mockingly added, come on, Chen Fan, don't make things difficult for the guard. After all, the Blue Sea Hotel is a five-star establishment for high-end consumers. Zhang Lu scrutinized Chen Fan, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Look at you. You're not doing as well as us. You're still riding a bike while I'm in a BMW. Chen Fan remained unperturbed. Now, he was a genuine billionaire. And with wealth came confidence. He no longer cared for superficial appearances. Guard, this is my classmate, not some unemployed drifter. I'm hosting a gathering here today. Let them in. Zhang Lu slipped a bill to the guard, who immediately nodded in compliance. See you later. Zhang Lu waved dismissively as he drove off in his BMW. Damn it, I can't stand the show-off in front of me. Li Wei nearly exploded with frustration after being stopped by his own family as security and witnessing Zhang Lu's display of arrogance. Come on, buddy. He is here to spend money at your family's place. Just let it go. Chen Fan encouraged, patting Li Wei's shoulder as they walked inside. Zhang Lu's gathering was held in the seaside hall on the second floor. When Chen Fan and Li Wei entered, they found that most of their classmates had already arrived. Hey, Chen Fan, did that guard give you a hard time? Li Hao, seated beside Zhang Lu, called out as soon as he spotted Chen Fan and Li Wei. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates turned their attention to Chen Fan. Li Hao, what happened? Can you tell us what went down outside? A female classmate inquired curiously. It's nothing really. Chen Fan was stopped outside by the security, who mistook him for an unemployed drifter. Luckily, Zhang Lu and I arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chen Fan might have ended up in a fight with the guard. Li Hao, harboring a grudge against Chen Fan, embellished the story to make him look bad. After he finished, the gazes of their classmates shifted to Chen Fan, now filled with disdain. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open abruptly, revealing a stunning girl adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in a white dress, none other than Wu Tian, the belle of Chen Fan's high school days. I apologize for being late. Everyone, Wu Tian said with a charming smile. Over here, Tian. Chen Fan responded with a wave, recalling their days as desk mates, during which he often helped her with her studies. Their bond had been quite strong, even leading Chen Fan to confront Zhang Lu and Li Hao on her behalf. However, to Chen Fan's astonishment, Wu Tian merely nodded lightly in his direction before bypassing the empty seat beside him to settle next to Zhang Lu. Thank you for inviting me without holding a grudge, Zhang Lu. May I sit beside you? She said sweetly. Zhang Lu, thrilled at the prospect of sharing space with the girl he once yearned for, eagerly rose to make room, playfully nudging Li Hao aside. Witnessing this scene, the others turned their glances toward Chen Fan, relishing the irony. They all knew that he had once fought for her honor. And now Wu Tian was seated next to Zhang Lu, an act that felt like a slap in the face to Chen Fan. His expression soured. A stark contrast to the innocent, studious girl he once regarded as a younger sister. Yet, the 3 years spent at university had seemingly altered her. Moments later, exquisite dishes were served, including Australian lobster, a lavish spread that left many of the third-year students, who were experiencing such luxury for the first time, singing Zhang Lu's praises. Zhang Lu is incredible. This is my first time tasting Australian lobster. Indeed, Zhang Lu, a true pride of our class and a bona fide wealthy returnee. They gushed. While the female students gazed at Zhang Lu with admiration and affection, Zhang Lu basked in the flattery, especially when Wu Tian, who had once ignored him, now served him tea, filling him with a sense of triumph as he occasionally cast smug glances at Chen Fan. Actually, the incident back then was a misunderstanding. Chen Fan and I were just desk mates, and he mistakenly thought I had feelings for him, which led to that fight with you, Wu Tian suddenly interjected. Addressing Zhang Lu, the room fell silent. Chen Fan stared at Wu Tian in disbelief, feeling as though he no longer recognized her. In the past, she had confided in him about Zhang Lu and Li Hao's persistent advances, which had distracted her from her studies. Now, it appeared she had turned her back on him in pursuit of a wealthier companion. Wu Tian stole a glance at Chen Fan, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes before she regained her composure. She had indeed transformed. The realities of the world had dawned on her since entering university, revealing that wealth was the only truth that mattered. With Zhang Lu as the sole affluent figure in her vicinity, she felt compelled to seize her opportunity. Oh, I suppose I was being overly sentimental. Chen Fan's heart sank. His initial intentions of surprising her with a gift of a car or a house now replaced by a bitter laugh. I believe you should apologize to Zhang Lu. Chen Fan, after all, you were the one who struck him, and he graciously invited you to dine at this 5-star establishment to broaden your horizons, Wu Tian continued, her tone condescending. I shall express my gratitude to our esteemed class leader for exposing me to such grandeur, Chen Fan replied, his smile devoid of warmth. Chen Fan, what is your attitude? Look at yourself, disheveled and dejected. Then look at Zhang Lu. Don't you feel a sense of failure? Wu Tian scrutinized him with a disdainful gaze, her discomfort palpable. Come now, let's not be too harsh on Chen Fan. He has suffered enough, and frankly, he lacks the means to contribute, Zhang Lu interjected, feigning generosity while relishing the opportunity to belittle Chen Fan and bask in his goddess's attention. The notion of suffering from romantic setbacks is laughable. I heard he was a devoted admirer for 3 years and recently got rejected, Li Hao exclaimed, igniting a wave of laughter and chatter in the room. Chen Fan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Initially, I was skeptical of Wu Tiantian's claims, but now I believe them. You ought to apologize to Zhang Lu or prepare to cover your share of the bill. Several classmates chimed in, their accusations raining down upon him. Let's not press Chen Fan. He is pitiable enough. Besides, I dine here without incurring any expenses. Zhang Lu relished the spectacle of Chen Fan's humiliation, feeling vindicated for past grievances. But it was then that Li Wei, who had been simmering with frustration, suddenly raised his head. What did you say? You eat here for free? He glared at Zhang Lu, his expression darkening. To be candid, my uncle is the general manager of this 5-star hotel. I can dine here whenever I like, at no cost, Zhang Lu proclaimed proudly. How can you say that? I pay for my meals every time I come here. Li Wei's anger flared, feeling humiliated by the revelation of management issues at his family's establishment. How dare you speak to me like that? You freeloader brought here by the worthless Chen Fan. Who do you think you are? Li Hao stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Wei. Others joined in, their eyes filled with hostility toward Chen Fan and Li Wei. I never thought you could stoop so low, Chen Fan. Zhang Lu generously invites you to dinner. And instead of gratitude, you bring along a stranger to disrupt our gathering, Wu Tiantian added, her disdain now palpable. Chen Fan, you better keep your friend in check. Don't let one bad apple spoil our class reunion. Zhang Lu's expression hardened, feeling that both Chen Fan and his uninvited guest were overstepping their bounds. Very well, Zhang Lu. I'll show you who I am, Li Wei retorted, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Where are you? Get over to the seaside hall on the 2nd floor immediately. He hung up before waiting for a response. Chen Fan shook his head, contemplating intervening to prevent the situation from escalating, but knowing it involved Li Wei's family business, he felt powerless to act. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man of average build, dressed in a suit and drenched in sweat, hurriedly rushed in. Young master. The man was none other than Zhang Tianping, the uncle of Zhang Lu, who had just received a call from the chairman's son, Li Wei, and rushed over in haste. Upon seeing Zhang Tianping, Zhang Lu's complexion instantly changed, and he promptly stood up. Zhang Tianping noticed Zhang Lu sitting at the head of the table as well as Li Wei, who was seated at the serving position, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Young master, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhang Tianping dared not address his nephew but instead approached Li Wei, clasping his hands respectfully before him. Shock and disbelief enveloped the room. Apart from Chen Fan and Li Wei, everyone else gaped with wide eyes, mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, especially Zhang Lu, who trembled slightly in fear. Who was this portly individual brought in by Chen Fan that commanded such respect, compelling his uncle, the general manager of a 5-star hotel, to refer to him as young master? Zhang Tianping, you certainly have some nerve. I've heard that your family enjoys complimentary meals and accommodations at the Blue Sea Hotel. You must be quite impressive, for my father and I have to pay for our meals here. Li Wei slammed his hand down on the table, seething with rage. Young master, there must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Lu, what is going on? Have you been boasting at the dining table again? Zhang Tianping immediately confronted Zhang Lu, delivering a sharp slap across his face. Zhang Lu was left trembling like a quail, unable to utter a word, while Wu Tiantian quaked beside him. You, come here and apologize to young Master Li. Zhang Tianping grasped Zhang Lu as though he were a chick, dragging him before Li Wei. Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize. I was merely boasting. Please disregard my words. Zhang Lu lamented, his face despondent, even slapping himself twice. The arrogance he had displayed earlier completely dissipated. Enough. Considering you are a classmate of my good brother, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, Zhang Tianping, I have already informed my father, and the group will come for an audit tomorrow. Given your years of service, if you proactively address the issues and make amends, we shall consider the matter resolved. Li Wei admonished Zhang Tianping while rapping his fingers on the table. Zhang Tianping nodded repeatedly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chen Fan, let us take our leave. I must say, your classmates are rather unimpressive. The portly man shook his head, pulling Chen Fan towards the exit, suddenly remembering something. He turned back to point at Chen Fan. This gentleman, Chen Fan, is my brother. From now on, all his expenses at the Blue Sea Hotel will be charged to my account. Zhang Tianping hastily nodded, then personally escorted Chen Fan and Li Wei out of the hotel. The security guard who had previously stopped Chen Fan and Li Wei was petrified upon witnessing their exit alongside the hotel manager. General manager. The guard rushed over, his nervousness making him stutter. What's the matter? Wasn't your attitude different just a moment ago? Zhang Tianping, it seems you need to manage your security and staff better. They shouldn't look down on others all day. Li Wei reprimanded. Yes. Zhang Tianping wiped his sweat, nodding vigorously before casting a fierce glare at the guard. You dare to stop young master? Pack your things and get out immediately. Li Wei nodded, somewhat satisfied with Zhang Tianping's handling of the situation, and waved him off. Chen Fan, I apologize for the inconvenience. Running a large family business can be quite overwhelming. Get lost? Do you think pretending will save you? Chen Fan jested. With time still on their side, Li Wei exclaimed, "Come on, brother Fat, let me show you what nightlife truly entails." Resolutely, he pulled Chen Fan into a taxi instead of the shared bike. Driver to the bar. Chapter 16. All expenses covered in the private room of the Binhai Hall. After Chen Fan and Li Wei departed, the others lost their appetite. "I can't believe the Blue Sea Hotel belongs to Chen Fan as friend," someone whispered. Wu Tiantian felt a pang of dread, recalling the unflattering comments she had made to Li Wei, now filled with regret. How infuriating. How could Chen Fan be acquainted with such a top-tier rich second generation? Zhang Lu, equally confused, felt humiliated today, his resentment toward Chen Fan only deepening. "Brother Lu, calm down. Forget about Chen Fan. How about we hit the bar for a while?" suggested Li Hao. Zhang Lu, his face dark and brooding, nodded. He happened to have his father's platinum membership card for the bar, which he intended to use to impress his classmates and salvage some dignity. Most importantly, with his high school crush beside him, he hoped that getting her drunk might lead to further opportunities. Upon learning of their plan to visit the bar, excitement rippled through the group. The bar was the largest in Jiangnan City, and without a membership, securing a table was nearly impossible. One female classmate chimed in. "I've been there before. Not to worry, I have a platinum membership for that bar. We can go anytime," Zhang Lu boasted with a smile. "Oh my goodness. A platinum membership? That must mean you've spent at least over $1 million there," exclaimed the female classmate in astonishment. "Over $1 million? The group stared at Zhang Lu in disbelief. Wu Tiantian felt a jolt of shock. Spending such a sum at a bar implied that Zhang Lu's family was indeed formidable, with assets likely exceeding 10 million. "Tian, shall we go to the bar for a bit?" Zhang Lu ignored the others and turned to Wu Tiantian, feeling the weight of everyone's expectant gaze. Wu Tiantian's vanity swelled, prompting her to inch closer to Zhang Lu. "Brother Lu, I'm all yours." Meanwhile, as Chen Fan and Li Wei arrived at the bar, several luxury cars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris, sped past them. A group of young men in sunglasses emerged from the vehicles. "Hey, the model king is here today. But you'll be leaving empty-handed," one young man, clad in a $1 million limited edition outfit, sauntered over to Li Wei. "Wang Zhe, what are you pretending for in front of me?" Li Wei retorted, his expression darkening. "Not pretending, just reminding you that I've booked the entire bar today. If you want to enter, you'll have to settle for a shared table," Wang Zhe arrogantly declared. "Wang Zhe, you may be a diamond member, but I am one too. Why should I settle for a shared table?" Li Wei was infuriated. Today seemed to be a series of unfortunate events for him. "Well, it's not me who booked the whole venue. It's the supreme member, Zhou Hongyuan." At the mention of Zhou, Wang Zhe's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Upon hearing Zhou Hongyuan's name, Li Wei visibly deflated. "Fatty, let us just take the shared table. It sounds livelier that way," Chen Fan interjected, as it was his first time in such a place, and he felt that the noise would be the same regardless of where they sat. "Huh, Fatty. Your friend is quite perceptive," Wang Zhe sneered, leading a group of rich second-generation youths into the bar. "All right, Fatty, we came here to have fun. So let us enjoy ourselves." Chen Fan patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Li Wei remained silent, merely nodding sullenly. Observing his demeanor, Chen Fan speculated that Li Wei might cause some trouble later, so he decided to call Zhao Ruashi first. Initially, Chen Fan did not harbor much hope. If all else failed, he could simply call Su Yuan. To his surprise, Zhao Ruashi readily agreed and even mentioned bringing a friend along. This thrilled Chen Fan, as her presence would make it worthwhile to reserve the entire bar. The bar was the largest in Jiangnan City, spacious and bustling. The dance floor was situated at the front, where men and women danced energetically amidst the blaring music, while booths surrounded the area. Upon entering, Chen Fan spotted a group of affluent second-generation youths, led by Wang Zhe, gathered around a young man casually lounging with his legs crossed, likely Zhou Hongyuan. One of the 5 prominent families of Jiangnan City. Chen Fan wondered aloud why they occupied so many booths with so few people. What else could it be but to show off? Li Wei replied indignantly. "Why don't they sit in the central booth? Isn't that a better spot?" Chen Fan pointed to the empty golden booth, cordoned off by red ropes, adjacent to Zhou Hongyuan and his entourage. "Ah, that booth is not for just anyone. Only those who have charged $1 billion to become an emperor member at our bar can occupy it. In Jiangnan City, only the heads of the 5 prominent families hold such membership." Bai Hong, the bar sales manager and a stunning woman in her 30s, chimed in. "$1 billion for an emperor membership? That's not unattainable," Chen Fan mused, contemplating that when Zhao Ruashi arrived, he might just secure that golden booth for her. At that moment, a group of people suddenly surged into the bar. Chen Fan looked up and, to his dismay, recognized Zhang Lu, Wu Tiantian, and a cluster of classmates walking in. The booths were all reserved by Zhou Hongyuan, leaving them with no choice but to find seats at the scattered tables. Upon spotting Li Wei, Zhang Lu's expression turned pale, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Li Xiao, what a coincidence," he greeted, but Chen Fan ignored him, and Li Wei merely waved his hand, causing Zhang Lu and his friends to retreat to the scattered tables, looking dejected. What's the big deal? Just because he has a wealthy friend, he can't even greet his classmates? Who does he think he is? Some classmates remarked, their annoyance evident. Wu Tiantian, feeling slighted by Chen Fan's indifference, deliberately clung to Zhang Lu's arm to provoke him, only to find that Chen Fan didn't spare her a glance. much to Zhang Lu's delight as he thought he might win over Wu Tiantian that night. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. He answered and turned to wave at Zhao Ruoxi, who was approaching with a girl by her side. Today, Zhao Ruoxi wore hot pants that showcased her slender, fair legs, paired with a fitted white top that accentuated her youthful allure. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, exuding a blend of charm and a hint of vigor that drew many eyes in the bar. Beside her stood a stunning girl in a white dress, equally captivating, her grace rivaling that of Zhao Ruoxi. These two girls are truly remarkable, even more beautiful than stars. Perhaps they are the girls from Li Wei's circle. Should we invite them over for Zhou Xiao's amusement? Chen Fan, I've brought a friend. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Ruoxi called out, leading the girl in white towards him. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuchan, from Jiang University's Foreign Language Institute. The girl introduced herself, extending a hand to Chen Fan. Hello. I'm Chen Fan, he replied, shaking her hand. Ding. Discovery of the 90-point beauty Jiang Yuchan. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. Each increment of her favorability will enhance the host's vitality by 10 points. Current favorability at 10. Ding. Host is granted a beauty rebate function, named Jiang Yuchan. Beauty score 90, rebate ratio 110. Ding. Host receives the skill, proficiency in all languages that have appeared on Earth. Electronic synth sounds echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He had just found another beauty rated at 90 points? The skill seemed impressive, yet rather unhelpful. Chen Fan's gaze grew fervent. She represented a tangible boost to his vitality and wealth. He instinctively tightened his grip on Jiang Yuchan's hand, which made her frown slightly, withdrawing her hand cautiously. Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi were close friends, with her family involved in real estate. After Chen Fan donated to the school for a gymnasium, Zhao Ruoxi promptly informed her friend, hoping Jiang Yuchan's family would take on the project. They were discussing this when Chen Fan's call interrupted. Isn't that Jiang and Zhao? The campus flowers? Li Wei exclaimed, rising excitedly and offering the two beauties a seat. Their presence immediately drew the attention of everyone in the bar, as they eclipsed the heavily made-up crowd with their natural beauty. At the scattered tables, Zhang Lu, Wu Tiantian, and their peers turned to see Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan greeting Chen Fan, leaving them utterly astonished. How on earth does Chen Fan know such campus beauties? Two of them. Li Hao exclaimed, his envy palpable. Zhang Lu swallowed hard. The contrast between the enchanting girls beside Chen Fan and Wu Tiantian made the latter seem less appealing. Wu Tiantian was equally shocked, struggling to comprehend how these campus beauties could associate with someone like Chen Fan, whom she deemed a mere commoner. It was Zhao Ruoxi's first visit to a nightclub, and she found it quite exhilarating. Chen Fan intended to sit beside her, hoping for some physical contact to enhance their rapport. But Jiang Yuchan saw through his intentions and positioned herself between them. Ruoxi, you've been in school and haven't interacted much with the outside world. You must be cautious. You almost fell for Zhang Yao's tricks. It's wise to be wary of certain individuals, Jiang Yuchan advised, casting a pointed glance at Chen Fan. Yes, Yuchan, you're absolutely right. I owe Chen Fan my gratitude for preventing me from being deceived by that despicable man. Zhao Ruoxi earnestly acknowledged, smiling at Chen Fan. Jiang Yuchan rolled her eyes in response. Who understands? This girl might help count the money when she gets sold one day. Seeing Jiang Yuchan's protective stance against him, Chen Fan felt bemused. I merely wish to spend some money for you. You seem to think I have ulterior motives. The injustice is truly overwhelming. At this moment, the rotund gentleman was swelling with pride, for the arrival of two stunningly beautiful women elevated his status, prompting him to frequently raise his glass in salute to acquaintances. Don't forget, Ruoxi, Chen Fan has gifted Su Yuanyu in a car worth 1.5 million and a 2 million apartment. After a while, Jiang Yuchan continued to whisper disparaging remarks about Chen Fan. Yes, I am aware. Chen Fan mentioned it was his way of seeking revenge on Chu Yuan. He even donated a sports facility valued at 20 million to me. Zhao Ruoxi declared, her face adorned with pride. What? You mean that sports facility was donated by him to you? Jiang Yuchan was taken aback. That was 20 million, not a mere 2,000. Did he really donate it to the school? Or was it under Zhao Ruoxi's name? Jiang Yuchan silently sipped her juice to calm her nerves. She suddenly wondered if she had misjudged Chen Fan, and an unexpected twinge of envy towards Zhao Ruoxi stirred within her. Ding. Jiang Yuchan's favorability level, 10. Current favorability, 0. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan, what the? Wasn't she just gossiping about me with Zhao Ruoxi? How did her favorability increase? Chen Fan was speechless. Indeed, as Mr. Lu Sun once aptly noted, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Wang Zhe, seated at a nearby booth with a group of affluent youths, approached Chen Fan's table. Ladies, why not join us? This table is cramped and uncomfortable. Over there, I can arrange for you to enjoy 2 premium VIP suites. Wang Zhe blatantly ignored Chen Fan and Li Wei, addressing Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan while gesturing toward the booth. Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi glanced toward the booth, where a young man with his legs crossed was leering and raising his glass toward them. We don't even know him. Why should we go over? Zhao Ruoxi frowned, visibly irritated. Hiki, the sight of an angry beauty is truly captivating. It makes me want to cherish it, Wang Zhe remarked. his eyes glinting with desire as he reached out toward Zhao Ruoxi. Swish. Before Li Wei could intervene, he witnessed Wang Zhe being flung backward, crashing into a row of tables. Damn, Chen Fan, you've trained before? Li Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Chen Fan, who had retracted his foot. Just average. I honed my skills fighting for toys in the orphanage when I was young, Chen Fan explained with a smile. Although Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan were shocked, they accepted Chen Fan's explanation. However, Zhao Ruoxi regarded him with suspicion, recalling the immense strength he had displayed upon their first encounter. Unbeknownst to others, she recognized that Chen Fan's recent speed had nearly reached that of advanced martial artists in her lineage. Chen Fan felt slightly unsettled under Zhao Ruoxi's scrutinizing gaze. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Could this girl have perceived it? Before they could ponder further, Zhou Honyuan, upon witnessing Wang Zhe's downfall, stormed over with the bar manager and a dozen bouncers. How dare you? Teach these two boys a lesson. And take those two girls to a private room to appease me. Zhou Honyuan, in a fit of rage, pointed at Chen Fan and Li Wei, barking orders at the bar manager, Li Hu. Manager, it's a misunderstanding. Li Xiao is a diamond member of our bar. We can't resort to violence. Bai Hong attempted to intervene but was met with a stinging slap from manager Li Hu. Are you blind? Zhou Xiao is the heir of the Zhou family, one of the 5 prominent families. A diamond member means nothing. Zhou Xiao is a supreme member. Attack. Li Hu barked ferociously. At this moment, Li Wei began to panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had heard of Zhou Xiao's notorious reputation. His methods were ruthless, and those who opposed him often met with disastrous fates. Most alarmingly, he was the heir of the Zhou family, far surpassing Li Wei in status. The women Zhou Xiao had set his sights on rarely escaped his clutches unscathed. Chen Fan, we need to hold them off while Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan escape. In a moment of desperation, Li Wei gritted his teeth, a steely resolve gleaming in his eyes as he bellowed at the advancing bouncers. Wait. Just as both sides were poised to clash, Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. What is this? Do you have any last words, kid? Or are you hoping to kneel and plead for Zhou Xiao's mercy? Wang Zhe, having regained his composure, glared at Chen Fan with venomous intent. Ignoring Wang Zhe, Chen Fan focused on Bai Hong, whose face had swollen from the slap. Sister Bai, in this bar, doesn't the prestige of membership determine who holds the power? Yes, I'm sorry, but Zhou Xiao is a supreme member. And there's nothing I can do to assist you, Bai Hong replied, her tone laced with regret. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he produced a card. Charge each of these 2 beautiful ladies a supreme membership. Chen Fan stated nonchalantly. He was not incapable of overcoming the bar's thugs. On the contrary, with his current combat prowess, those burly bouncers were no more formidable than toddlers in his eyes. However, this was a rare opportunity to spend money. What? A supreme membership? Bai Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Fan. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. You think you can afford 2 supreme memberships? Do you even know how much one costs? Zhou Honyuan guffawed, taking in Chen Fan's attire with disdain. Haha, Li Wei. You're a gem, and you've brought along a real gem. If you can afford even 1 supreme membership, I'll eat my own excrement upside down. Zhou Hongyuan's entourage erupted into laughter. Chen Fan, don't speak nonsense. A supreme membership costs $1 billion. Li Wei gasped, turning pale as he clutched Chen Fan's arm. Manager Bai, why are you hesitating? Charge the card. Chen Fan frowned, addressing her with urgency. The customers want supreme memberships. Didn't you hear? Hurry and clear the way. Bai Hong, gritting her teeth, barked at manager Li Hu and the bouncers. She was determined to take a gamble. Although she doubted the seemingly ordinary university student could possibly have $1 billion, she resolved to take the risk. For far too long, she had endured various humiliations and abuses from Li Hu, suffering greatly, all because Zhou Hongyuan's father had once purchased a supreme membership through Li Hu. Bai Hong, you filthy wench, do you seek death? Li Hu roared, enraged that a woman he usually dominated dared to defy him. Let him charge it. Zhou Hongyuan smirked, watching Chen Fan and his party with a mixture of amusement and skepticism, unable to believe a poor student could possibly produce such a sum. 2 minutes later, Bai Hong returned with an accountant from the finance department, her expression devoid of emotion as she held a card reader. Please let the transaction go through. Bai Hong's palms were sweaty, her heart racing. If Chen Fan failed to secure the supreme membership, not only would they be in trouble, but she too would face the consequences of Li Hu's wrath. Similarly, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruhan anxiously observed the female accountant swiping the card, while Chen Fan nonchalantly sat there, indulging in a platter of fruit. Ding! The card was successfully processed. Huh! Bai Hong felt as though she had just heard the most enchanting sound in the world. In that moment, her entire body went limp, and she sank to the ground in disbelief. They truly had swiped 100 million. Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed incredulously at Chen Fan. This. Li Hu was also taken aback and turned to look at Zhou Hongyuan, whose expression was as dark as a stormy sky. It was unimaginable that this impoverished individual, whose entire outfit was worth no more than 500 yuan, had indeed managed to swipe 100 million. Wang Zhe and a group of wealthy second-generation heirs exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with shock. Yet, the surprises were not over. Manager Bai, I mentioned that each of these two young ladies should receive an emperor membership. Why did you only charge for one? Chen Fan continued, oh, and charge one for this chubby fellow as well, lest he accuses me of favoring beauty over friendship. Having just received 100 million yuan cashback for Zhao Ruoxi, he was hardly concerned about money at this point. Oh my, esteemed adoptive father, is this truly the case? Li Wei exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. No, no. I can't accept this, it's far too extravagant. Jiang Yuchan, startled, waved her hands in refusal, joking that such a sum was beyond her family's financial means. Yuchan, you needn't decline. Chen Fan is a low-key wealthy heir who can only charge in your name, otherwise, his family would hold him accountable. You're merely aiding him. Before Chen Fan could speak, Zhao Ruoxi, with her innocent big eyes, chimed in. This assist was simply impeccable. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming affection for Zhao Ruoxi at this moment. If Jiang Yuchan refused, it would be a loss of 10 billion in cashback. Well, if that's the case. Jiang Yuchan glanced at Chen Fan and nodded subtly. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Soon, the female accountant, resembling an emotionless money dispensing machine, processed 2 billion yuan without hesitation. 3 emperor memberships were born. At this moment, Bai Hong was so elated that she nearly fainted. Li Hu's face turned ashen. Having offended 3 emperor-level members, he knew Bai Hong would rise to become the new bar manager, and given his past transgressions against her, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Indeed, moments later, after the accountant reported the situation to the owner, Bai Hong's phone rang immediately. Bai Hong, well done. From now on, you are the senior manager of the bar. The entire venue is under your jurisdiction. A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Yes, boss, Bai Hong replied, her external speaker allowing everyone to hear. You lot, take Li Hu away. How dare he offend our 3 emperor members? Break his legs first. Bai Hong glared at Li Hu with venomous intent. Zhou Xiao, save me. Li Hu's face was filled with terror as he fell to his knees. However, no one paid him any mind. Bai Hong was now the boss. The security guards he had previously brought immediately seized him and dragged him outside, where his anguished screams soon echoed back within. All right, Chen Fan, is it? I will remember you. Zhou Hongyuan glared at Chen Fan menacingly, preparing to leave with Wang Zhe and the group of wealthy heirs. Think you can leave? Now apologize to these 2 beautiful ladies. Chen Fan retorted with a cold smirk. He had wealth and strength at his disposal. He cared little for the so-called 5 great families or Zhou Xiao. Chen Fan, are you seeking death? This is Zhou Xiao. Wang Zhe charged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Weren't you just saying you wanted to eat SHT? Manager Bai, please arrange for him to eat some fresh SHT in the restroom. He can have as much as he wants. Chen Fan declared, and immediately 2 security guards rushed over and dragged a pale Wang Zhe toward the restroom. Hearing his cries of distress, Zhou Hongyuan approached Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan with a glowering expression. I apologize, ladies. I was in the wrong. Chapter 19. This is my 3rd brother, Zhao Dao, a proud security guard. Enough, get lost. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. As the young master of one of the 5 great families, Zhou Hongyuan had never endured such humiliation. His eyes darkened as he shot a venomous glance at Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan, I will remember you. He seethed inwardly, then departed with the remaining wealthy heirs, all of whom wore expressions of fear. Ha ha, Chen Fan, you're incredible. Making Wang Zhe eat SHT and putting Zhou Xiao in his place, tonight's events will undoubtedly create a sensation in the 2nd-generation circle of Jiangnan City. Li Wei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. I think we might have stirred up trouble. The Zhou family is one of the 5 great families and wields significant influence in Jiangnan City. Will they retaliate against us? Jiang Yuchan expressed her apprehension, recalling Zhou Hongyuan's ominous gaze as he left. Yuchan, you needn't fear. I will protect you. Zhao Ruoxi, equally exhilarated, chimed in, her cheeks flushed as she playfully patted her full bosom. Hee, if Zhou Hongyuan seeks revenge, just let me know, and I will handle it for you. Chen Fan assured them. He was eager for Zhou Hongyuan to retaliate against Jiang Yuchan, as he envisioned a heroic rescue that would bolster his favorability with her. Otherwise, his combat prowess would be wasted. Ideally, it would also disrupt her family business, allowing him to reap further benefits. Zhou Hongyuan, you better not back down. Strike back fiercely. Chen Fan thought gleefully. Jiang Yuchan initially felt some trepidation, but upon hearing Chen Fan's words, her worries dissipated. After all, he was a mysterious wealthy heir capable of casually spending 100 million. No one knew the extent of his family's influence. Just then, the bar, which had been filled with pulsating dance music, fell eerily silent, and all the lights dimmed. Many patrons looked around in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Suddenly, a beam of golden spotlight illuminated Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan at their table. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a historic moment for our bar. Just now, we welcome 3 emperor members. As Bai Hong spoke, the entire venue erupted in cheers, and simultaneously, the staff lifted Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, and Jiang Yuchan on a golden palanquin, parading them through the crowd to receive their adulation. Bang! Countless colorful streamers cascaded down like a rainbow shower. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the staff elevated the 4 of them to the central golden VIP booth. Once seated, the booth began to ascend, rising over 2 meters and granting them a commanding view of the entire venue. Ding. Zhao Ruoxi's favorability 20, current favorability 70, reward. Host gains 200 life points. Current life points balance, 796, ding. Jiang Yuchan's favorability 50, current favorability 50, reward. Host gains 500 life points. Current life points balance, 1296. Two synthesized electronic voices suddenly echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Excellent. An increase of 2 years to his lifespan. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He had previously thought the system was somewhat lacking, but now he found the harmony system to be exceptionally useful. Meanwhile, in the back of the bar, a man clad in a Versace suit, exuding an air of menace, cast his gaze toward the elevated golden booth at the center of the establishment. Beside him stood Bai Hong, displaying utmost respect. What brings this ant here? If the old man finds out, it will be disastrous, the man, marked by a scar running down his nose, muttered to himself. Bai Hong, did they just offend Zhou Hongyuan? Yes, boss, Bai Hong replied respectfully, recounting the recent events. The man in the Versace suit was Zhao Dao, the proprietor of the bar and the underground overlord of the northern district of Jiangnan City. After listening to the details, Zhao Dao's expression darkened. The Zhou family is not merely one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangnan City, he remarked. Bai Hong, fetch me a set of security uniforms. Also, I have matters to attend to in the coming days, so I entrust the bar to you entirely. Zhao Dao sighed. At the same time, Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei were enjoying their juice when a man in a security uniform, sporting a prominent scar across his nose, approached them. Little sister. Is that really you? Zhao Dao suddenly exclaimed, recognizing the figure. Sangu. Zhao Ruoxi, her mouth full of fruit, leapt up in excitement. Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan promptly rose to their feet. Sangu, I've heard my father speak of you working as a security guard. I never expected to find you here. Zhao Ruoxi said, looking at Zhao Dao. Yes, I haven't been here long. I'm mostly work night shifts and plan to resign soon. Zhao Dao replied dismissively. Chen Fan. This is my third brother, Zhao Dao, a proud security guard. Zhao Ruoxi introduced him to Chen Fan. Upon learning that he was Zhao Ruoxi's brother, Chen Fan, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly shook Zhao Dao's hand. Zhao Dao scrutinized Chen Fan, noting his simple attire, but also his striking height and good looks, deeming him a suitable match for his sister. After a moment's thought, Zhao Dao grasped Chen Fan's hand with a slight increase in pressure. Name, Zhao Dao, age, 38, combat power, 05. Immediately, Chen Fan's mind filled with Zhao Dao's personal information. He was taken aback, realizing that Zhao Dao was no ordinary man. His speed and strength were equivalent to that of 5 individuals combined. What did this quintupled speed and strength mean? For instance, if an ordinary person's 100-meter dash took 20 seconds, Zhao Dao could accomplish it in merely 4 seconds, far surpassing Usain Bolt. If an ordinary man could deliver a punch with a force of 100 kilograms, Zhao Dao's strongest punch would register at 500 kilograms. Such a person could effortlessly triumph in a one-on-one confrontation. With a firm fist, Zhao Dao exerted nearly double the strength of an average adult. However, Chen Fan remained unfazed, his hands as steady as a rock, rendering Zhao Dao's efforts futile. Could this young man also be a practitioner of martial arts? Zhao Dao pondered internally, initially contemplating exerting even greater force, but was interrupted by Zhao Ruoxi, who quickly intervened. Sangu, what are you doing? Chen Fan is just a student, she protested. Hey, little brother, my apologies, but you possess quite a grip yourself, Zhao Dao said, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. As a figure of authority, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out that he had confronted a student. The group took a seat, while Zhao Dao abstained from juice. Chen Fan ordered him a bottle of Louis XIII. They subsequently engaged in a discussion regarding the design and construction of the school gymnasium. Ultimately, through Chen Fan's efforts, they successfully increased the gym's total budget to 50 million. I propose that since Ruoxi understands design, Yuchan is knowledgeable about engineering, and Fatty's family is primarily in the building materials business, we should establish a company together. Also, Sangu, you need not continue as a security guard. I'll offer you a 10 stake and an annual salary of 1 million. Join us. Chen Fan stated seriously, surveying the group. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Wow, Chen Fan, I've had that idea for ages. I want to prove my worth to that wretched father of mine, Li Wei declared, cracking his knuckles. While even Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan appeared eager, only Zhao Dao regarded Chen Fan with a meaningful glance, as though assessing a fool. For students collaborating with a security guard to start a company? You must be joking. They would likely end up losing everything. What Zhao Dao did not realize was that this was precisely what Chen Fan intended. Combining Zhao Ruoxi's navet, Li Wei's inexperience, Jiang Yuchan's modest background, and the muscle of the security guard, Zhao Dao, was akin to orchestrating a catastrophe for a newly established company. It was challenging to conceive the extent of losses they would incur. However, this also meant that Chen Fan could continuously invest in Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, reaping benefits in return. In other words, the greater their losses, the more Chen Fan would gain. I will initially invest 1 billion in the early stages, of course, in the names of Ruoxi and Yuchan. After all, I must maintain the guise of a low-key wealthy heir, Chen Fan declared. The remaining individuals were left speechless. Zhao Dao increasingly regarded Chen Fan with incredulity, perceiving him as the foolish son of a landlord. No, I absolutely cannot allow this kid to associate with Ruashi. He would squander any fortune we possess. Zhao Dao silently vowed. You really don't need to invest so much. The entire gym project costs less than 50 million. Even if you cover all the expenses, you won't require 10 billion. Jiang Yuchan and Li Wei, both from engineering families, interjected promptly. Indeed. Starting a company typically comes with numerous challenges. Your approach lacks any sense of challenge or excitement. Zhao Ruashi added, visibly annoyed. In the end, Chen Fan resigned. Allocated 10 million from the names of Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruashi each for the startup capital, granting them 40 ownership. For Fatty and Zhao Dao. He refrained from requiring any financial contribution, offering them 10 in technical shares instead. After all, this company was destined to be unprofitable. And Chen Fan did not want his brothers or Zhao Dao to suffer losses. Once they concluded their discussions, fearing the dormitory would close, they departed from the bar. Zhao Dao, concerned about their safety in taxis, insisted on driving them back to school. Shortly thereafter, a willing Hongguang pulled up in front of them. Wow, Sengu, impressive. The license plate number is 59s. This is the pinnacle of prestige. Surely, this isn't a counterfeit plate, is it? Li Wei exclaimed, startled by the license plate. Hee. I was fortunate to come across this plate back in the day. It's a lucky find. Now, hurry up and get in. It's cold outside, Zhao Dao urged. Li Wei nodded in agreement, and Zhao Ruashi and Jiang Yuchan remained quiet, entering the vehicle. However, Chen Fan cast a thoughtful glance at Zhao Dao. He recalled seeing this license plate on an imported Range Rover while shopping with Chu Yuhan, who had expressed envy, insisting that a man should drive such a vehicle. Now, it appeared on Zhao Dao's willing Hongguang, suggesting that Zhao Dao was indeed an exceptional individual. Perhaps he was not merely playing the fool. Zhao Dao drove the Wuling Hongguang with the 59's license plate, first dropping Li Wei off at home, then delivering Chen Fan, Zhao Ruashi, and Jiang Yuchan back to school. Ruashi, you and your female classmates should head back to the dormitory. I need to speak with Chen Fan, Zhao Dao instructed. Sangu. You mustn't bully Chen Fan. He is just an ordinary student. As Zhao Ruashi was about to leave, she earnestly warned Zhao Dao. I understand. Let us go. Zhao Dao waved his hand and then lit a cigarette, offering one to Chen Fan as well. Care for a smoke? No, thank you, Chen Fan replied, sitting upright. Feeling a twinge of anxiety akin to a young man caught in the act of deceit while wooing a lady. Is this your first visit to a nightclub? Yes. Third brother. Zhao Dao scrutinized Chen Fan, noting his serious demeanor, and nodded in satisfaction. Chen Fan, I'm quite familiar with the bar owner. Shall I have him refund the 300 million you charged tonight? Zhao Dao had completely mistaken Chen Fan for an inexperienced young heir, prone to reckless spending for the sake of a girl, and thought to assist him in avoiding familial repercussions. However, upon hearing Zhao Dao's offer to refund, Chen Fan turned pale with fright. Third brother, no, dear brother, that 300 million must not be refunded, Chen Fan exclaimed, nearly in tears. Zhao Dao was taken aback by Chen Fan's reaction. You, my boy, are overly concerned with appearances. You will inevitably suffer for it. Come on, let us go. Zhao Dao shook his head, adopting the tone of someone who had been through similar experiences. However, since Chen Fan had expressed such a sentiment, he decided not to proceed with the refund. After all, 300 million was a considerable sum, and the bar itself earned only a few million a year. So a refund would indeed be painful for him. In Jiang'an City, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Hongyuan sat in a lavishly decorated villa, his expression grim. As a middle-aged man resembling a butler stood before him. An orphan from an orphanage? How can an orphan have 300 million? What are the family's intelligence personnel doing? Zhou Hongyuan slammed the table in anger. Young master, all we can ascertain is his experience at the orphanage, and subsequently, it suffered a devastating fire, with only him and the director surviving. That director is now deceased. We can glean nothing further about his identity from official records. The butler replied, his expression somber. It seems Chen Fan's identity is indeed complex, but opposing me in Jiang'an City is tantamount to seeking death. And I must possess those two women. Zhou Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with lust at the thought of Zhao Ruashi and Jiang Yuchan, igniting a fervent desire within him. Young master. These two women are manageable. They lack significant background. A little pressure on their families, and I doubt they will hesitate to climb into your bed. However, this is the time you are beginning to take over the family business, and many eyes are watching. I suggest we wait a bit, the butler advised. Indeed. You make a valid point. Once I am the new head of the Zhou family, I shall make those two women beg on their knees, and as for Chen Fan, I will ensure he finds himself in a position of despair, Zhou Hongyuan declared, his gaze filled with malice. Chapter 21. Mysterious ancient characters the following morning. Zhao Dao took Zhao Ruashi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei to handle the registration of their company. Chen Fan had no interest in this matter and, feigning discomfort, relinquished responsibility. As soon as they left, he rose. Starting a company? That endeavor is exhausting and troublesome. It's hardly worth the effort. Chen Fan shook his head and descended from the dormitory building. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure. Chu Yuhan. At that moment, Chu Yuhan also turned to see Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I arrived at 5 o'clock, and I've finally caught up with you. Chu Yuhan exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards him. What do you want from me? Chen Fan frowned. I'm sorry, I realize my actions were wrong. I merely made a mistake that any woman might make. Please, grant me another chance to be your girlfriend. I promise to make it up to you, Chu Yuhan implored, her eyes reddening with emotion. Huh, I cannot afford your compensation. Chen Fan scoffed, pushing past her as he moved forward. You might think I'm deceiving you, but I truly have fallen for you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Whether you are wealthy or poor, healthy or ill, I will remain by your side, unwavering. Chu Yuhan cried out, tears streaming down her face as she knelt in the middle of the road. The onlooking boys cast envious glances at Chen Fan. Hearing her words made Chen Fan feel nauseous, and he hurriedly fled. The crowd could no longer bear to watch. A bespectacled young man stepped forward angrily. Miss, there are plenty of good men in the world. There is no need to waste your feelings on such a scoundrel. Let me help you up. Get lost. You filthy loser, how dare you insult my brother Chen Fan? Chu Yuhan shouted angrily, pushing away the boy who attempted to assist her. Chen Fan loves me dearly. To win my true love, he concealed his wealthy lineage, working 2 jobs, spending his earnings on me while he subsisted on mere buns and pickles. And yet I failed to cherish him. I regret it so much. Chu Yuhan wept uncontrollably. At that moment, a group of burly men dressed as laborers approached, led by a middle-aged woman. The woman, with a grim expression, slapped Chu Yuhan across the face. You wretched girl. Enticing my son and causing him to be expelled from school, and now you seek to run off with some man. The woman was Zhang Yao's mother, Zhang Tsua, who, accustomed to hard labor, delivered a powerful slap that left Chu Yuhan's face swollen. Take this harlot back home. If she doesn't bear me a son, I'll beat her to death. Zhang Tsuelon ordered, and several laborers surged forward to seize Chu Yuhan. No, I don't want to go with you. Help, help. Chu Yuhan screamed in terror, struggling, but the crowd merely observed. Stop your whining, you caused my expulsion. Now you'll come home with me and marry my son to atone for your sins. Zhang Yao shouted viciously. The onlookers were unable to intervene as Zhang Yao barked. We are no longer students of Jiang University. Mind your own business. Simultaneously, noticing Chu Yuhan's incessant cries, Zhang Tsuelon yanked off her yellowed socks and stuffed them into Chu Yuhan's mouth, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, the laborers and Zhang Yao, along with Zhang Tsuelon, shoved Chu Yuhan into a van and drove off to the impoverished mountains. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained oblivious to the recent events. Fearing that Chu Yuhan might confront him at class, he dared not attend, and instead sought refuge in the library. The library at Jiang University is renowned for its vast collection of books in Jiangnan City, housing numerous rare, vintage volumes dating back decades or even centuries. Many of these out-of-print books are written in classical Chinese, available only for reading on-site and not for loan. Chen Fan had visited once before but found the archaic texts incomprehensible. However, after binding with Jiang Yuchan, he awakened a skill in language proficiency and was curious to experiment with this newfound ability. Upon entering the top floor, Chen Fan inhaled the musty aroma of ancient tomes. Inside, he discovered several handwritten ancient books on the final shelf and proceeded to a nearby desk. The upper level of the library was typically deserted, with only a few elderly professors from the School of Literature occasionally visiting to peruse materials. Today, being the weekend, there was not a soul in sight. Upon taking a seat, Chen Fan immediately opened an ancient tome. The book, worn and weathered, had its cover's inscriptions obscured by past mishandling and dampness. As he leafed through its pages, Chen Fan discovered numerous archaic grammatical constructs he had never encountered before, yet upon a mere glance, the corresponding modern vernacular meanings effortlessly surfaced in his mind. To his astonishment, he realized he held a rare early Qing dynasty edition of Jin Ping Mei, an unexpected find. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This was a pure classical text, even more provocative than contemporary versions, opening up a new realm of understanding for him. Goodness! These so-called ancient literary talents were indeed a collection of debauched scholars, engaging in increasingly bizarre pursuits, he scoffed, before immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge, studying word by word. Afterward, he delved into a few hand-copied historical accounts, which left him utterly astounded. While these accounts might not adhere strictly to truth, they were certainly audacious. He mused over the events surrounding the death of Emperor Kangxi, who, before passing, left a will designating his successor as his pen pal, Louis XIV of Europe. He pondered the reasons behind Hua Chu's constant military campaigns, concluding it was due to Lu Si's peculiar predilections. Moreover, the tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage was revealed as a promise of allegiance to Zhuge Liang, who only agreed to assist him under such conditions. And Liu Bei's deception to Sun Shangxiang, claiming his second brother was unparalleled in the world, only for her to later discover that the second brother referred to as Guan Yu. After consuming these extraordinary narratives, Chen Fan felt as though his eyes might fail him. It was utterly ridiculous, truly absurd. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a blank sheet of paper across the table. Upon closer inspection, he noted the strange, irregular characters inscribed upon it, reminiscent of oracle bone script yet also bearing resemblance to the small seal script from the Qin dynasty, instantly piquing his interest. He set aside the classical text and historical accounts, picking up the enigmatic paper. Some of the mysterious characters had been annotated with their meanings in modern Chinese, yet much remained unfilled. Chen Fan chuckled, shaking his head as he swiftly comprehended the meanings of the strange characters, realizing that half of the annotations were erroneous. With a compulsive urge, he took out a pen and corrected the mistakes, replacing them with the accurate meanings in Chinese. After a moment's thought, he decided to fill in all the remaining blank annotations as well. Task accomplished. Time for a meal. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan stretched his neck and casually tossed the annotated paper back on the table before heading to the cafeteria. Not long after he departed, a woman, her hair neatly tied back, adorned with a pair of rimless glasses, exuding an intellectual beauty, rushed to the desk Chen Fan had just vacated. Phew. Thankfully, such confidential material was not lost. The intelligent beauty breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting the paper on the table. However, as she examined it, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 22. Academician Su Nanxiang. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chen Fan ordered a lavish serving of egg fried rice for 15 yuan. Money was no object for him now. This egg fried rice came with an extra sausage and 2 eggs. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Ruoxi calling. Chen Fan, where are you? I'm at the school cafeteria. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ruoxi abruptly hung up. Within 10 minutes, a Wuling Hongguang, bearing the license plate number 59s, parked at the entrance of the cafeteria. Following this, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, Li Wei, and Zhao Dao exited the vehicle and made their way toward the second floor of the dining hall, where Chen Fan was seated. Chen Fan, is this all you're eating, egg fried rice? Jiang Yuchan, having witnessed Chen Fan's extravagant spending, expressed surprise at his choice of meal. This is no ordinary egg fried rice. It's a lavish serving with an extra sausage and 2 eggs, Chen Fan replied. The others looked on, noting that several had yet to eat, prompting Chen Fan to order a few of the most expensive dishes, reasoning that a little extra spent on aesthetics was worthwhile. At this moment, Zhao Ruoxi proudly produced a business license. Chen Fan glanced at it. Extraordinary Group Limited? What a ridiculous name. It screams of a failing company. I came up with it. ISNT it quite exceptional? Zhao Ruoxi beamed. Excellent work, Ruoxi. That name certainly sounds remarkable. Chen Fan replied enthusiastically. The construction team has already been arranged, and I've prepared the materials according to the design. We just need to coordinate with the school in the next few days to commence work, Li Wei declared, cracking his knuckles, followed by Jiang Yuchan. Chen Fan yawned, feeling drowsy. You all can proceed as you wish. The more you lose, the better. However, Zhao Dao, who had previously underestimated the group, now nodded appreciatively. Initially thinking they were merely frivolous students, he was taken aback by their orderly arrangements and strong execution. Even Zhao Ruoxi, whom he had viewed as merely a pretty face, impressed him with her imaginative yet practical designs. At that moment, he sensed a flicker of hope that this extraordinary group could indeed rise within Jiangnan City. As they dined and fervently discussed the future of their newly established extraordinary group, Zhao Ruoxi's phone rang. Hello, counselor. What? We need to gather in front of the School of Literature? She frowned before hanging up. To the School of Literature? I'll give you a ride, Zhao Dao offered. No need. You all have worked hard this morning, and the dishes have just arrived. I'm already full. I'll take Ruoxi, Chen Fan interjected, finishing the last bite of his egg fried rice, grabbing the keys to the Wuling Hongguang, and handing Zhao Ruoxi a handheld pancake before ushering her into the car. Upon arriving at the School of Literature, all students majoring in Chinese studies had already congregated in a large lecture hall. Chen Fan followed Zhao Ruoxi inside. At the front of the hall stood 2 individuals, the dean of the School of Literature, Zhuge, and an exquisitely beautiful woman in a simple yet elegant suit. Wearing rimless glasses, her pale complexion breathtaking enough to steal one's breath away. All the male students below cast ardent gazes toward the woman, who was even more stunning than Zhao Ruoxi. Impressive ISNT. Chen Fan was momentarily entranced, but Zhao Ruoxi, arms crossed and a displeased expression, huffed. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan quickly lowered his head, adopting a posture of modesty. That is more like it. Zhao Ruoxi wrinkled her delicate nose, feeling a strange sense of unease at Chen Fan's distracted gaze toward the woman on stage. This feeling did not sit well with Zhao, the campus beauty. At that moment, Dean Zhuge cleared his throat and began to address the audience. Dear students, the reason for gathering you all here in such haste is to inquire about something. Has anyone from the School of Literature visited the upper level of the library today? Please raise your hand. As he spoke, the intellectual beauty beside him scanned the crowd eagerly. After a moment, only one hand was raised. Upon seeing the raised hand, Dean Zhuge's face lit up. Oh Chen, just as I suspected. He gestured for Oh Chen to come to the stage. Academician Su, allow me to introduce Yu Chen, one of the 4 prodigies from our Jiang University School of Literature, who topped the field of Oracle Bone Script studies and was admitted with exceptional merit after achieving a perfect score on an essay about Oracle Bone Script during the entrance examination. Dean Zhuge reverently introduced the intelligent beauty beside him. The crowd was collectively astonished by Dean Zhuge's respectful demeanor and the honorific title he bestowed upon her. This remarkable beauty turned out to be an academician. She appeared to be no older than 30. How unfair fate can be. The students below gasped in surprise. At that moment, standing before Su Nanxiang and admiring her beauty up close, Yu Chen was nearly breathless with excitement. She was stunning, exceeding even Zhao Ruoxi in allure. Although Yu Chun was hailed as one of the four literary talents, he hardly made an impression, primarily due to his unremarkable appearance, a balding head, crossed eyes, and dark skin. Indeed, the decision to admit you with exceptional merit was not in vain, Yu Chun. Who would have thought you could decipher ancient characters that even academicians who could not? Dean Zhuge said proudly, patting Yu Chun on the shoulder. Classmate, these characters are ancient. Linked to prehistoric civilizations, even predating Oracle bone script. How did you manage to decode them? Su Nanxiang asked, her beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. However, Yu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Decode ancient characters? Who? Me? He was dumbfounded. He had merely been reading novels about harem politics in the library, excitedly losing track of time before retreating to the seldom-used restroom on the top floor. When he saw Dean Zhuge's expectant expression and the astonished gazes of countless classmates, especially the admiring look from the beautiful academician Su, Yu Chun gritted his teeth. Yes, those characters were indeed deciphered by me. The entire lecture hall erupted into a clamor, with hundreds of literature students casting reverent glances at Yu Chun. Yu Chun, you are a pride of our literature department. No, a pride of Jiang University, Dean Zhuge exclaimed, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Yu Chun, you are exceptional. I wish to grant you direct admission to my master's and doctoral program, allowing you to become my sole disciple, Su Nanxiang added, visibly moved. Hearing her words, Yu Chun was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Direct admission to graduate school was akin to a miraculous windfall. He felt as if he were dreaming. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi looked at Yu Chun with admiration and envy. Truly, he is one of our literature department's four prodigies. Admitted to Jiang University based on a single Oracle bone script essay, and now he has captured the attention of the esteemed academician Su, becoming her cherished disciple. Is this what genius looks like? Zhao Ruoxi murmured. Such nonsense about genius. All four prodigies of the literature department are the same. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, muttering. He was not particularly upset about Yu Chun's pretense. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. If a mere business administration student like him were to be discovered capable of deciphering such advanced ancient scripts, it would be impossible to explain. If he were to be taken by academician Su as her disciple for graduate studies, when would he find time for romance? Cut it out. You are just jealous of Yu Chun's talent, Zhao Ruoxi retorted, rolling her eyes at him, while several girls from the literature department shot him disdainful looks. At that moment, a bespectacled staff member rushed in, excitedly holding a tray. Dean Zhuge, the hard drive for the top-floor library surveillance has been repaired. Ah, thank you, Directorly. But it is no longer necessary. We have already identified the individual. Dean Zhuge replied with a smile. Identified already? Directorly was taken aback. The school placed great importance on academician Su, and the principal had personally overseen the matter. Directorly had hurried between several repair points. And although he had repaired the surveillance at the top entrance, only two other individuals had entered the library besides academician Su that morning. He had thought this would earn him recognition from the principal, only to find out that Dean Zhuge had already solved the case. Indeed, the one who deciphered academician Su's ancient characters is one of our literature department's four prodigies, Yu Chun. Dean Zhuge's gaze towards Yu Chun was filled with pride. Directorly followed Dean Zhuge's gaze and nodded, having indeed seen the balding, cross-eyed young man in the footage. Directorly, since the video surveillance has been restored, let us view it. Dean Zhuge took the hard drive from Directorly and connected it to the classroom computer. Yu Chun's face turned pale, instinctively wanting to stop it. But then he reassured himself that it was merely the top-floor entrance's surveillance. Who would know he had been in the library restroom? The projector in the lecture hall promptly displayed a window. At precisely 9:10 a.m., Yu Chun's figure appeared at the entrance of the top-floor library, holding a pack of unopened tissues. Haha, academician Su, see. It is indeed our literature department's Yu Chun. Dean Zhuge nodded appreciatively towards Su Nanxiang. She nodded slightly but felt that something was amiss, and why would Yu Chun need tissues in the library? The video played at an accelerated speed. Soon. At 9:20 a.m., Yu Chun exited the top-floor library, although he was now leaning against the wall, trembling. With only a third of the tissue pack remaining in his hand, it appeared that deciphering those ancient characters had taken a toll on him, leaving his legs weak. Yu Chun, be sure to eat a couple of extra eggs and a sausage at the cafeteria to replenish your strength, Dean Zhuge said with a look of concern. However, Chen Fan, seeing through it all, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Fan, what nonsense are you up to? Look at Yu Chun. Not only is he talented, but he also dedicates himself to his studies without regard for his health. What about you? Merely indulging in pleasures and chasing after girls. When will you be like him? Zhao Ruoxi chastised, pinching his side. Like him? In the library? No thanks. Chen Fan replied with a laugh. You infuriate me. Zhao Ruoxi's face flushed red as she spat. Meanwhile, the girls from the literature department, filled with admiration for Yu Chun, turned to glare menacingly at Chen Fan. Academician Su, how about it? I did not mistake the person, did I? From the moment Yu Chun entered the library to when he exited, only 10 minutes elapsed, meaning he decoded those ancient characters within that time frame. At the podium, Dean Zhuge's face was filled with pride, growing more satisfied with Yu Chun by the second. However, Su Nanxiang's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened. Ignoring the overly proud Dean Zhuge and Yu Chun, she turned to Directorly. Directorly, apart from myself, Was there anyone else who entered the top floor library this morning? Academician Su. There was one other student, Director Lee replied, somewhat puzzled. Not understanding why she was still inquiring after they had already identified Yu Chun as the one who deciphered the characters. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes lit up. Quickly, continue the playback for me. Although Director Lee felt somewhat perplexed, he continued to fast-forward the video. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was seated beside Zhao Ruoxi, suddenly widened his eyes as a realization struck him. Oh no, the truth is about to come out. I must escape. Just as Chen Fan expressed his intent to flee, he was abruptly restrained by Zhao Ruoxi. Where do you think you're going? Sit still and focus on learning from the talented Chen. Zhao Ruoxi firmly grasped Chen Fan and pressed his head onto her smooth, slender thigh. With no choice, Chen Fan complied and rested obediently. In the classroom, aside from Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang, everyone gazed in confusion at Su Nanxiang, who was incessantly fast-forwarding the video. At precisely 9:40, Su Nanxiang's graceful silhouette appeared at the entrance of the top-tier library. Soon after, at 10 o'clock, a young, handsome boy with his hands in his pockets whistling came into view, only to emerge again at 10:20. Found him. It's him. A spark of excitement ignited in Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes as she hit the pause button and magnified the boy's face. Is this Chen Fan? Dean Zhuge recognized him instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Academician, are you mistaken? This student entered the top-tier library, but he is from the School of Business Administration. He cannot possibly decipher ancient texts. Oh Chun, speak up. You were the one who decoded Academician Su's ancient texts. In a moment of panic, Dean Zhuge clutched the flustered Oh Chun. It truly was me, Oh Chun said, mustering his courage. Humph, Dean Zhuge. It seems your School of Literature needs to address the issue of academic dishonesty. As for this so-called four great talents, their character warrants expulsion. Su Nanxiang, with her scholarly background, spoke bluntly. Dean Zhuge flushed with indignation, disregarding status to defend his prized pupil. Su Academician, I admit my knowledge in academia may pale in comparison to yours, but when it comes to discerning character, I have experienced much more than you. I know better than anyone who my student is. Dean Zhuge scoffed. Oh Chen is lying. Before Su Nanxiang could respond, Director Lee quickly interjected, pointing an accusing finger at Oh Chen. Oh Chen left the library at 9:20, while Academician Su did not arrive until 9:40. He could not possibly have deciphered the ancient text left by Academician Su. The only person capable of this is the one on the video. Upon hearing this, everyone in the lecture hall suddenly understood, and a cacophony erupted. Oh Chen, you deceitful scoundrel, do you have no shame? Shameless. Dean Zhuge felt his vision darken, staggering backward, nearly spitting blood. First, it was Zhang Yao, this hypocrite, who brought him disgrace before the entire school, and now, the shameless impostor Oh Chen had utterly tarnished Dean Zhuge's reputation. Shameless. You disgrace the School of Literature. Get out. Students from the School of Literature rose in unison, pointing and cursing at Oh Chen. His complexion paled, trembling all over. Oh Chen covered his face and dashed out. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi was stunned. The face on the projector was none other than the one resting on her thigh, Chen Fan. The girls who had glared at Chen Fan because of Oh Chen also stood wide-eyed in shock. The person on the surveillance is right here. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Fan, who was indeed resting on Zhao Ruoxi's leg. Chapter 24, Binding with Su Nanxiang. Seeing Chen Fan bury his face into her long, slender leg, Zhao Ruoxi let out a startled scream. Her delicate features flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, and she promptly pushed Chen Fan away. Huh? What's wrong? Still lost in the warmth and fragrance, Chen Fan, upon being pulled up by Zhao Ruoxi, caught sight of the envious gazes of the boys around him. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed as Su Nanxiang, with her long, elegant legs, approached Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi, her fiery gaze fixed on Chen Fan. It was a look akin to that of a man who had been single for 30 years, beholding a breathtaking beauty. Hello, I am Su Nanxiang, an academician at the Huaxia Research Institute. I wish to have you as my personal disciple. What? Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and their classmates were all taken aback, staring incredulously at the stunning Su. Wait, is there even such a thing as a personal disciple? No, I mean an apprentice. Su Nanxiang wiped a bead of glistening saliva from the corner of her mouth. At this sight, Chen Fan's heart raced. Could this enchanting academician Su be a femme fatale? He certainly did not wish to become a rebellious disciple. Ding. Detected a 91-point beauty, Su Nanxiang. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every 1-point increase in affection from Su Nanxiang, the host's life value increases by 50 points. Current affection level, 0. Ding. Bestowed upon the host a beauty refund feature. Name Su Nanxiang. Beauty score, 91. Refund ratio, 150. Ding. Bestowed upon the host a skill. Golden Eye can instantly analyze and identify relevant information about objects, see through their interiors, possess the ability to repair and control items, as well as decipher formations and dispel evil spirits. A series of electronic synthesized voices resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Oh wow, I've been bound. And it's a 150 ratio. Indeed, I am a naturally rebellious disciple. But why does she look at me with such fervor while my affection level is at 0? Chen Fan pondered, suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening. Could it be that Su Nanxiang views me merely as a tool? He was aware that some researchers could be quite obsessive, consumed solely by their pursuit of knowledge, devoid of any emotions. Su Nanxiang gazed at Chen Fan, her eyes nearly ablaze with intensity. Seeing him frozen without response, she assumed he was reluctant. Remembering his earlier position with his head nestled in the lap of the lovely girl beside him, Su Nanxiang suddenly had an idea. She sat beside Chen Fan and executed a move that left Dean Zhuge directly astonished, while all the boys were driven to madness with jealousy. You like legs, right? I have long legs too. Let us see if it's comfortable. If you become my disciple, you can rest your face on my legs every day. As she spoke, Su Nanxiang pulled Chen Fan closer, pressing his head onto her long, straight, beautiful legs. Chen Fan felt enveloped in warmth, the fragrance of a mature woman wafting into his nostrils, intoxicating him like a fine wine. Chen Fan, you wolf, what are you doing? Zhao Ruoxi shrieked, shoving Su Nanxiang aside and pulling Chen Fan behind her, glaring at Su Nanxiang with suspicion. Zhao Ruoxi, you must show respect to Academician Su. Dean Zhuge bellowed. It's all right. It's all right. You must be Chen Fan's girlfriend, and you are truly beautiful. I have no intention of taking your boyfriend. I merely wish for him to be my student. Su Nanxiang addressed Zhao Ruoxi. I am not his girlfriend. Zhao Ruoxi felt that her reaction was a bit excessive. Chen Fan treated her well, yet their relationship had not reached that level. Furthermore, Academician Su was merely eager to take Chen Fan as his disciple, which explained his urgency. Chen Fan, you should agree to Academician Su. This opportunity is incredibly rare, Zhao Ruoxi urged. As long as you are willing to follow me, you can skip your master's degree and go straight for your doctorate. Pack your things and return to Xiangjing with me. Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with intensity. She wished she could instantly knock Chen Fan out and take him away. Chen Fan shivered inexplicably, feeling overwhelmed by the thought of facing such a stunning beauty as Su Nanxiang. It made him feel vulnerable, like a timid little rabbit. Academician Su, I believe we should take things step by step. I would like to finish my undergraduate studies before pursuing my doctorate with you, Chen Fan quickly replied. After all, Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan had just launched their company, and leaving before it even started would be a significant loss. Well, finishing your undergraduate studies before moving on is also a good idea, Su Nanxiang said, slightly furrowing her brow before nodding. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, as did Zhao Ruoxi. Countless envious male students from the literature department also felt a sense of relief. Then I will stay at Jiang University, this way. You can both complete your undergraduate studies and become my disciple. I have some matters to attend to in Jiangnan City as well, Su Nanxiang continued. After the students dispersed, only Dean Zhuge and Su Nanxiang remained in the lecture hall. Academician Su, although Oh Chun has committed the shameless act of impersonation, he is indeed a rare talent in our literature department. I will resign as dean and hope you can give him another chance, so the principal won't punish him. Dean Zhuge pleaded, looking as if he had aged 10 years. He was well aware of Su Nanxiang's formidable abilities. She was not only a renowned archaeologist but also possessed terrifying influence. Since you have found someone capable of deciphering my ancient script, you may handle the rest as you see fit. I wish to be alone for a while, Su Nanxiang said, waving her hand like an icy beauty. Dean Zhuge, relieved, promptly exited. A student from the business school deciphering ancient texts was an extraordinary feat, a genius among geniuses in archaeology. Why was such talent not mine? Su Nanxiang clenched her fists, her heart ablaze. Having showcased exceptional talent in classical literature from a young age, she now felt an intense possessiveness awaken within her. I desire to possess Chen Fan's unique gift. Su Nanxiang murmured softly, excitement bubbling within her. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan's talent was stirring something deep within her character. As Chen Fan walked down the road, a synthesized electronic voice resonated in his mind. Huh, what is going on? He turned to Zhao Ruoxi, wondering if she was taken aback by his talent. What are you staring at? Zhao Ruoxi blushed slightly. By the way, how did you decipher Academician Su's ancient script? She shifted the topic while voicing her curiosity. Well, it's a coincidence. When I was at the orphanage as a child, I happened to read an ancient book that contained annotations for those characters. Chen Fan fabricated a casual excuse. I knew it. How could a guy with no academic skills, only thinking about flirting, possibly have such talent? Zhao Ruoxi inexplicably felt relieved, as if the seemingly unskilled Chen Fan belonged to her once again. Chen Fan didn't argue but instead escorted Zhao Ruoxi back to her dormitory before returning to his own. At 9 o'clock that evening, just as Chen Fan lay down, his phone buzzed with a message. Upon checking, he found a friend request. Chen Fan, I am your master, Su Nanxiang. The profile picture was of a woman's silhouette by the sea. Upon opening the profile, Chen Fan was instantly captivated. On the azure sea stood a slender woman in a sea blue dress, her delicate ankles and feet visible. Even from her back, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Fan quickly accepted the request. Su Nanxiang was a stunning beauty with a score of 91, and the thought of being a rebellious disciple was both unethical and thrilling. As he pondered this, a wicked smile crept onto his face. Little did he know, the anticipation of being a rebellious disciple would lead him into a realm of fear in the future. After accepting the request, a message immediately followed, as if Su Nanxiang had been waiting. Chen Fan, you are my first disciple. I wish to gift you something. I'll send you some options. and you can choose which design you prefer. With that, Su Nanxiang sent over a dozen images. Chen Fan opened them. Bewildered, the necklaces appeared rather peculiar. Have you chosen? Once you do, I will have one custom made for you in 24-karat gold, Su Nanxiang stated. 24-karat. Chen Fan, initially skeptical about the odd designs, suddenly brightened. Who would complain about having too much money? Regardless of the design, it was gold. He selected the largest one and sent it back. On the other end, Su Nanxiang was anxiously awaiting his response, her heart racing. The reason for sending such necklaces was derived from a forum she had explored. It signified the first stage of suggestion. She worried about Chen Fan's potential reaction and whether he would be difficult to tame. To her delight, within a minute, Chen Fan sent back a picture. Wonderful. I didn't expect this to go so smoothly. Su Nanxiang was overjoyed, nearly jumping with excitement. Her research on the forum had paid off. She was eager to possess Chen Fan. Please send me a selfie as well, Su Nanxiang commanded in a slightly domineering tone through a voice message. Chen Fan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Why do you want my photo? Your voice is pleasant, but your tone is a bit strange. He shook his head and sent a selfie before promptly going to bed. Meanwhile, Su Nanxiang gazed at Chen Fan's picture, a smile spreading across her face as she edited the image, placing his head onto a corgi's body as her new avatar. Early the next morning, Zhao Ruoshi called. Chen Fan, wake up. The gymnasium is starting construction today, and we're all here. All right, I know. Chen Fan sluggishly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, had breakfast, and then meandered toward the site of the former Zhang Chui battle. At that moment, in the office of a vice president at the school, smoke filled the air. The young lady named Zhao Ruoshi and those few students dare to disrespect you, believing they can hand over the engineering project to someone else simply because Principal Li Weigong is in charge? I shall deal with them. A bald, rotund man adorned with a golden chain and tattooed with dragons and tigers declared. Humph, Principal Li Weigong holds no real power now. My nephew Zhou Honyuan has taken over as the head of the Zhou family. He has already smoothed things over with the higher-ups. Soon, Li Weigong will be forced into early retirement, and I shall assume his position. From now on, Jiang University will be under my command, Wu Ping. The vice president in charge of school logistics boasted with an air of arrogance. The bald man, known as Long Air, was equally delighted. He had been following Wu Peng and understood that with his rise, they would prosper together. The future projects at this school would be his to control, and he could pursue any female student he desired. However, it must be noted that the gymnasium was donated by Zhao Ruoshi, and if they incapacitated her, who would fund their endeavors? Wu Peng, reclining with legs crossed and a cigarette in hand, pondered aloud. Let me intimidate them, rendering them unable to commence work. Yes, we must secure this project. You will construct it while I oversee its acceptance. From this 50 million project, we shall earn at least 40 million. Wu Ping asserted. 40 million. Long Air licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice, before pulling out his phone to call his underlings. Hello, bring me 50 brothers, armed, and wait in front of Jiang University. Smash all those construction vehicles. After finishing his command, Long Air hung up and prepared to leave. By the way, that Zhao Ruoshi is quite appealing. Book a hotel room and send her to mine. I want her money and her person. Wu Ping leered, emboldened by the impending official announcement of his new position. At that moment, outside the school, several excavators and dump trucks were stationed. While Zhao Ruoshi and Li Wei were busy registering vehicles with the security personnel, Jiang Yuchan was organizing the layout inside the school, while Zhao Dao was outside escorting construction materials and had yet to return. Just then, a convoy of unlicensed vans arrived, and dozens of men clad in black, wielding machetes and clubs, leapt out, charging towards the excavators and Zhao Ruoshi. Chapter 26. Trouble Destroy Everything. With a commanding shout from the bald Long Air, over 50 armed thugs surged forward, wreaking havoc on the excavators and dump trucks, dragging drivers from their vehicles and mercilessly beating them. The school security, witnessing the chaos outside, was filled with panic and hurriedly attempted to call for backup. However, at that moment, Wu Ping stepped forward. This is an external matter. You are not permitted to interfere. Upon recognizing their supervising vice president, the security guards obediently set down their radios. Stop. What are you doing? Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed, her fury igniting as she witnessed the rampant destruction. In a flash, she incapacitated several of the attackers. Li Wei also charged in, relying solely on his bulk to knock a few down, but was soon surrounded by more of Long Air's thugs. Ah, this girl must be Zhao Ruoshi. Her skills are commendable. Do not use weapons. If you harm her face, I will not forgive you, Long Air observed, noting Zhao Ruoshi's resilience against the onslaught of attackers. Boss, this girl is too fierce. My brothers have already been injured by her. One of his thugs, clutching his groin in pain, reported. After a moment, Long Air's gaze shifted toward Li Wei. Bring that fatso over here. Li Wei, overwhelmed by 7 or 8 assailants, lay on the ground, battered and bloodied. Following orders, several thugs dragged the injured Li Wei before Long Air. Young lady, if you do not cease your resistance, your friend may not survive. Long Air brandished a dagger near Li Wei. Ruoshi, don't worry about me. Run. Li Wei shouted, his face smeared with blood. You foolish fatso, this is what you get for being mouthy. Long Air's eyes glinted with malice as he plunged the knife into Li Wei's thigh. Li Wei's eyes widened in agony, his bloodied face contorting with pain, yet he bit down hard on his lip to suppress any outcry, determined not to distract Zhao Ruoshi. Yet, Zhao Ruoshi witnessed the scene unfold before her. No. Stop. Her eyes reddened at the sight of Li Wei's suffering, and she immediately ceased her struggle. Though Li Wei appeared to be a lecherous rich heir, through their interactions, Zhao Ruoshi had discovered his deep appreciation for friendship, and they had become both business partners and close friends. Two burly men swiftly restrained Zhao Ruoshi's hands, bringing her before Long Air and Wu Huaxing. Hee. This girl has quite the spirit. Once Principal Wu is done with you, I shall teach you how to be an obedient woman. Long Air leered as he waved his hand, signaling for them to seal Zhao Ruoshi's mouth with tape and escort her into a Mercedes, driving away. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Chen Fan was leisurely enjoying breakfast when his phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan, trouble has arisen. Hurry to the west gate of the school. A weak voice belonging to Li Wei came through, followed by silence. Chen Fan's heart jolted, a dreadful premonition surging within him. The west gate was near the restaurant, and he quickly arrived at the entrance. Not far from the gate lay several mangled excavators and dump trucks, alongside a number of drivers sprawled in pools of blood. Yet, the school gate was firmly shut, with several security personnel, armed with rubber batons, shields, and forks, blocking anyone from leaving. Open the gate now. Do you not understand human language? Can't you see those people outside are injured? Principal Li Weigong, accompanied by the school doctor, pointed at the security guards and the burly security captain at the front. Principal Li, please do not make it difficult for me. Principal Wu just called to inform me of a brawl involving organized crime outside, and instructed us to secure the gate and protect the students inside. The logistics director, Li, replied with a forced smile, knowing that he had just received word of the new appointment. Li Weigong was no longer the principal. Wu Peng had now assumed that role. Li Weigong's expression darkened, his anger rendering him speechless. What do you mean? Li Weigong thought you were still the principal? If you don't leave now, I will have you beaten as well. The security captain, a loyal henchman of Wu Peng, knew the situation well and directly scolded Li Weigong. Fine. But there is a student outside who is severely injured. If he does not receive treatment soon, he will bleed out. I'm begging you. Let the school doctor go and bandage him. Li Weigong pleaded, his gaze fixed on the bloody Li Wei, anxiety flooding his heart as he struggled to suppress his fury. Begging me? Principal Li, is this how you plead? The logistics director watched him with a bemused expression. To beg, one must kneel. The security captain laughed heartily. Li Weigong's complexion fluctuated, his body trembling. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to save Li Wei outside, he found himself on the verge of bending his knee. However, a pair of strong hands supported him. Li Weigong turned around and was instantly met by a face as gloomy as water. Chen Fan? Principal Chen said. It is futile to speak with these rabid dogs. The head of security cursed, damn it, who left their zipper undone to expose such a thing. Upon seeing that Chen Fan was merely dressed as a student, he advanced to seize Chen Fan by the neck. He is our Jiang University student. Do not lay a hand on him, Li Weigong exclaimed in shock. The head of security towered nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds. His body a mass of muscle, and it was rumored that he was a skilled fighter. Normally, 3 to 5 men could not approach him. If he caught Chen Fan, it would be no less than a severe beating. Yet, Chen Fan merely sneered, reaching out to grasp the head of security's massive fist. And with a slight exertion of his right hand, snap, a crisp sound resonated in the ears of Li Weigong, Director Li of Logistics, and the surrounding security personnel. The head of security's face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground, shrieking. His right hand had been brutally broken by Chen Fan. Li Weigong was stunned. Director Li was taken aback. The security guards were in disbelief. They had never imagined that a student could so easily shatter the wrist of a titan-like head of security. What are you all doing? Get him. Director Li was the first to recover, immediately commanding the security to charge at Chen Fan. As Chen Fan observed the dozen or so guards rushing towards him, he fully activated his combat prowess, perceiving their movements as if they were in slow motion, tenfold slower. He weaved through them with the ease of a leisurely stroll. In mere moments, all the guards were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, clutching their dislocated hands and howling in agony. Li Weigong, along with the school doctors and Director Li, stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. Was this speed attainable by a mere human? Li Weigong's eyes widened in disbelief at the terrifying scene he had just witnessed. Chen Fan's speed had been so swift that he appeared as mere afterimages. In less than 5 seconds, all had been thrown aside. In truth, this was Chen Fan showing restraint. Otherwise, with his speed and strength equivalent to that of 10 men combined, he could have easily dispatched all the guards in the blink of an eye. Open the door. Chen Fan shot a glance at Director Li, who nearly knelt in fright. Promptly opening the door, the school doctor rushed out to check on Li Wei and the drivers, tending to their wounds. At that moment, a Wuling Hongguang with the license plate 99999, accompanied by several trucks transporting construction materials, arrived at the school gate. Chapter 27. Wu Ping transforms into Wu Yeye. What is happening? Where is my sister? Zhao Dao jumped from the vehicle, frowning at the bloody Li Wei. Chen Fan approached as well. Fatty, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? I'm fine, don't worry about me. You all hurry and save Zhao Ruoshi. She has been taken by those thugs and that Wu Peng. Li Wei exclaimed, his face smeared with blood, recounting the recent events to Chen Fan and Zhao Dao. Damn it! How dare they touch my sister? I'll chop him up. Zhao Dao exuded a chilling aura, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees. Just as he was about to leap back into the vehicle, Chen Fan seized him. Third brother, calm down. We still don't know their location. After speaking, Chen Fan turned to Director Li, Wu Peng's lackey. Where are they now? I don't know. Director Li stammered, feigning ignorance. However, Zhao Dao was not as forgiving as Chen Fan. Drawing a dagger, he grabbed Director Li and slashed across his face. Ah, blood. I'm bleeding. Help me. Director Li howled in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig. For God's sake, speak. If you don't, the next cut will be to your throat. Feeling Zhao Dao's icy demeanor and his emotionless gaze, Director Li had no doubt that Zhao Dao would indeed kill him in the blink of an eye. I'll tell you, Principal Wu must have taken Zhao Ruoshi to the Grand Hotel, opened by Long Air. Director Li collapsed to the ground, confessing. Chen Fan, let's go. Zhao Dao commanded. Go. Chen Fan, quickly save that girl. I'll handle things here. Though the dismissal documents had been issued, the work had not been handed over. I am still the principal of this school. Li Weigong nodded solemnly. Yes, Principal Chen, you can rest assured. Wu Ping will find it no easy task to take my position. After declaring this, Chen Fan turned and departed. Kid, why aren't you getting in the car? Are you planning to run? Zhao Dao shouted. Third brother, there is no time. I truly need to run. With that, Chen Fan left behind a blur, vanishing from Zhao Dao's sight. What the hell? This speed? Could this kid be a grandmaster? Zhao Dao's eyes widened, his mind reeling. In all of Jiangnan City, the only true grandmaster was his reclusive godfather. How could this young man have reached such heights? However, there was no time for Zhao Dao to ponder further. Chen Fan's matters could wait. The priority was to rescue Zhao Ruoshi. The Wuling Hongguang surged forward, speeding towards the direction Chen Fan had vanished. Grand Hotel. Luxury suite on the top floor. Wu Ping and Long Air leered at Zhao Ruoshi, bound hand and foot. Brother Wu, this girl is quite a beauty. She is probably still a virgin. Long Air licked his lips. Haha, after I'm done having my fun, I'll let you play with her for a couple of days. Wu Peng chuckled lewdly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoshi's eyes flared with fury, her body twisting and struggling as she emitted muffled sounds from her gagged mouth. Heh, all right, Brother Wu, you trained this little wild mare well. I'll keep watch down below. Elated at his own involvement, Long Air closed the door behind him. As soon as Long Air left, Wu Peng could hardly contain himself, beginning to strip off his clothes. Listen closely, little beauty. I am now the principal of Jiang University. If you serve me well and become one of my concubines, your future will be bright. But if you disobey, Wu Peng was down to just his underwear when he lunged towards the terrified Zhao Ruoshi. However, at that moment, bang, the door was kicked open, and Chen Fan entered with a face as cold as ice. Zhao Ruoshi seized the opportunity while Wu Ping was momentarily stunned, quickly breaking free from his grasp and leaping behind Chen Fan. With a slight exertion, Chen Fan severed the ropes binding Zhao Ruoshi. Chen Fan. Tears welled in Zhao Ruoshi's beautiful eyes, resembling a wrong child as she embraced him. Zhao Ruoshi's affection level, 10, current affection level, 90, reward, 100 points of life value. Current life value, 1494. Ding. Congratulations, host. Zhao Ruoshi's affection level has reached 90 points, granting an additional reward of 20 billion funds. Current balance, 21.9 billion. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Astonishing. An additional reward of 20 billion. Quite remarkable. All right, Ruoshi, everything is fine now. Chen Fan patted Zhao Ruoshi on the back. What on earth is this Long Air doing, allowing someone to intrude so casually? Wu Ping, disturbed in his endeavor, was instantly enraged, cursing inwardly as he scrutinized Chen Fan. So, you are that affluent second generation, Chen Fan? Having made quite a name for himself at Jiang University over the past month, Wu Peng recognized him. Chen Fan looked Wu Peng up and down, noticing the lewd man clad only in a pair of briefs, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, it is I. Haha, if that is the case, it's easy. I am Wu Ping, the president of Jiang University, and I hereby command you to leave. Wu Ping, adopting an air of superiority, pointed at Chen Fan and berated him. Haha, a beast like you dares to be a president? Chen Fan retorted with a cold laugh as he stepped forward. What do you intend to do? I warn you, take another step forward, and I will expel you immediately, revoking your student status. Wu Peng retreated a couple of steps, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Chen Fan's earlier kick that had sent the door flying indicated he was undoubtedly a martial artist. Haha, let us see if you can truly become president first. Chen Fan advanced and delivered a flying kick, shattering more than 10 of Wu Peng's ribs. This was merely Chen Fan showing restraint, for the strength behind that kick could have rendered him utterly incapacitated. Wu Peng screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness. How dare you treat me this way? I am the president. Unable to move, Wu Peng could only wail while casting a venomous glare at Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoshi. If I hadn't been reminded, I would have forgotten. A person like him becoming president could spell disaster for countless innocent students and teachers. A glimmer of righteous fury flashed in Zhao Ruoshi's eyes as she suddenly delivered a kick to Wu Peng's groin. A wail emerged from Wu Peng, far more piercing than the previous one. Chen Fan looked down and remarked, well, Ruashi, that kick was truly powerful. You've transformed Wuping into Wu Yeye. He has lost his manhood. Ah, my harem dream. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Wu Yeye promptly fainted. At that moment, Zhao Dao had just arrived at the Howding Grand Hotel with his men, only to find the floor littered with people groaning in pain. Among them, Long Air had been beaten to a pulp, barely recognizable. Brother Dao, this is their gang leader, Long Air. One of Zhao Dao's subordinates pointed at a man who resembled a pig's head. So, you are the one who kidnapped my sister? Zhao Dao glared coldly at Long Air, knowing that Chen Fan had already gone upstairs and that Zhao Ruashi should be safe, thus he was not overly anxious. Brother Dao. Zhao Dao did not know Long Air, but Long Air recognized Zhao Dao, the power figure in the northern district, and immediately knelt down. Brother Dao, I had no idea that girl was your sister. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Long Air trembled all over. Bury him, and the rest. Investigate their backgrounds, then send them to the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Dao commanded coldly before ascending the stairs. He never held back when dealing with societal scum. But the current Wu Peng was not only the president of Jiang University, but also the maternal uncle of Zhou Hanyuan, the new head of the Zhou family, which posed a dilemma for him. Chapter 28. Chen Fan's terrifying power and background. As Zhao Dao pondered how to handle Wu Peng, a sudden scream rang out from upstairs. When he rushed in, he found Wu Peng unconscious, bleeding from below, alongside an enraged Zhao Ruashi and Chen Fan. Zhao Dao thought, damn it. This decision has been made for me. It seems Wu Peng's manhood has been completely obliterated. Ahem, Ruashi, are you all right? Zhao Dao cleared his throat. Third brother, why did you arrive so late? If it weren't for Chen Fan's timely intervention, I would have, Zhao Ruashi said, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears and a sense of grievance. Zhao Dao nodded solemnly and turned to Chen Fan. Little brother, consider this a favor owed by me. Zhao Dao. Chen Fan shook his head. Third brother, there is no need for such formalities among us. You two should leave. I will handle the situation here. Zhao Dao took a deep breath. Third brother, will this cause you trouble? Wu Peng is no ordinary person. He is not only the president, but also a relative of the Zhou family. Zhao Ruashi, feeling somewhat impulsive earlier, expressed her concerns. It's no trouble. I am close friends with the bar owner, who is the underground boss of the northern district. He will assist me in resolving this matter. Zhao Dao replied. Ruashi, you go out first. I need to speak with third brother for a moment. Noticing Zhao Dao's troubled expression, Chen Fan urged Zhao Ruashi to exit. Chen Fan, why aren't you leaving? This matter is beyond what you youngsters can interfere with. Zhao Dao said, his mood somewhat irritable. Third brother, you are worried about the Zhou family, aren't you? Rest assured, if it's a financial issue, just name your figure, and I will take care of it. Chen Fan casually sat down and picked up a nearby stainless steel thermos. Sigh, you don't understand. The Zhou family is not so simple, and in this world, money isn't everything. Zhao Dao sighed. The northern district of Jiangnan City has recently been designated as a new district, and the 4 prominent families have begun to take notice of him. With this incident, the Zhou family and others may seize the opportunity to strike against him. Zhao Dao dismissed the ordinary thugs from the 4 families, but each family had a junior master-level warrior combat power of 0.5. If they banded together against him, he would face certain doom. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Fan was effortlessly peeling the stainless steel thermos like it was an orange peel. That was 0.5 centimeters of stainless steel. Yet Chen Fan was removing it layer by layer. Chen Fan, Zhao Dao stared at Chen Fan in astonishment, his mouth agape. When I was at the orphanage, my caretaker was actually a hidden master, and I learned a great deal of martial arts from him. Chen Fan spoke with ease. Knowing that the tragic fire had left only him and the old caretaker alive, and now the caretaker had passed away, leaving no witnesses. So that's how it is. Zhao Dao nodded, his heart filled with awe. This Chen Fan undoubtedly has an extraordinary background. Just a few days prior, he had specifically researched Chen Fan's background, discovering he had grown up in an orphanage, which had mysteriously burned down, leaving only him and the old caretaker alive. With Chen Fan's explanation, everything made sense. He understood that some prominent families concealed their underage heirs to protect them from adversaries. The orphanage must have been established to hide Chen Fan's identity, while the caretaker was his guardian, imparting martial arts to him. The more Zhao Dao contemplated, the more astonished he became, his gaze towards Chen Fan filled with reverence, even worrying that Zhao Ruashi might not be worthy of him. However, if Chen Fan were to learn how much Zhao Dao was speculating, he would surely be at a loss for words. Chen Fan, what level have you attained now? Have you reached the advanced master level? Zhao Dao cautiously inquired. Advanced master level? Chen Fan was somewhat perplexed. Haha, you see, we martial artists are classified according to our speed and strength. When an individual's strength and speed are equivalent to 5 times that of an average person, it signifies the attainment of the initial master realm. Achieving 6 times elevates one to the intermediate master realm, while 7 times corresponds to the advanced master realm. Beyond that lies the grand master realm, which remains beyond our current reach. Hence there is no need to delve into it just yet, Zhao Dao remarked with a smile. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. According to Zhao Dao's description, he believed his combat prowess of 10 should classify him as an advanced grandmaster. However, He felt it prudent to remain low-key and retain some cards close to his chest. Then I shall reluctantly consider myself an advanced master, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. What? An advanced master? Zhao Dao instantly rose, gazing at Chen Fan with disbelief. Yet, recalling Chen Fan's terrifying speed at the school gate, he quickly came to terms with it. If anything arises, whether financial or in terms of combat, I hope you will include me. You are Ruashi's elder brother, and thus my brother too. If you consider me an outsider, then let my words be forgotten, Chen Fan said earnestly, before rising to leave. Once Chen Fan departed, Zhao Dao was struck by a wave of profound emotion. Chen Fan must have discerned his true identity, although he was the boss of the northern district of Jiangnan City. Before someone like Chen Fan, who possessed an alarming background, he felt as insignificant as an ant. After all, Chen Fan had reached the master realm at such a young age. His guardian must at least be a grand master-level powerhouse. Perhaps even a more formidable advanced master than his own godfather. Who would have thought that this misfortune would turn into a blessing? I may have just climbed a great tree. Zhao Dao chuckled to himself. Hey, show family, with my advanced master brother-in-law Chen Fan now in the picture. What do you amount to? Zhao Dao felt the clouds of despair that had loomed over him dissipate, erupting into hearty laughter. Bring this worthless Wu Ping into the car. To the Zhou family. Chapter 29. What does the Zhou family amount to? Zhao Dao drove his Wuling Hongguang with the license plate of 5 nines, directly transporting Wu Peng to the entrance of the Zhou family's estate. With a loud clang, the van's doors swung open, and Wu Peng was discarded onto the ground like a dead dog. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the security personnel, who promptly surrounded Zhao Dao. Unfazed, Zhao Dao tilted his head and lit a cigar. I suggest you hasten to take this fellow to the hospital, or he might lose not only his manhood but his life as well. The noise at the entrance soon caught the attention of the Zhou family members. Among them Zhou Hongyuan, who stepped outside. Uncle, Zhou Hongyuan exclaimed upon seeing Wu Peng, who was gasping for breath on the ground. Hey, young Zhou, you no longer need to call him uncle. You should call him An instead. This scoundrel attempted to kidnap and humiliate a female student, and he has been rendered incapable below. I figured such a scumbag must be connected to your Zhou family, so I thought I'd deliver him to you. Only to find out he is your uncle. Zhao Dao grinned widely. Zhou Hongyuan and the steward, who had followed him, were momentarily stunned before noticing the pool of blood beneath Wu Peng. Immediately, they both gasped in shock and instinctively protected their own lower regions. Dao Dao, do you understand the consequences of provoking the Zhou family? Even if you possess some strength in the northern district, to us, you are merely a larger ant. Zhou Hongyuan said coldly. Indeed, I have provoked your Zhou family. What does the Zhou family amount to? Bah. Zhao Dao spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhou Hongyuan's Versace suit, then drove off without a second thought. Ah, Zhao Dao, I will kill you. Zhou Hongyuan bellowed. Master, do not act rashly. Your father and the family ancestor are in seclusion. Your most pressing task now is to secure the development rights for the 2 financial commercial centers in the northern district at the auction in a week's time. Steward's son urged quietly. I know, but I cannot swallow this indignation. Being humiliated by a student named Chen Fan was one thing, but now this Zhao Dao has come to provoke me. Zhou Hongyuan slammed his fist heavily against the gate. Just endure for another month. Once your father and the ancestor have processed those treasures, your father will ascend to the level of advanced master, and the ancestor will elevate to initial grand master. By then, crushing Zhao Dao and that Chen Fan will be as easy as squashing an ant. Furthermore, we will be able to unify Jiangnan City and make the other 3 prominent families bow before us. Steward's son adopted a gentler tone in his counsel. I understand. Steward Sunday. I, Zhou Hongyuan, am not one to disregard the bigger picture. Let them prance about for now. I will personally ensure Zhao Dao and Chen Fan pay for their insolence. Zhou Hongyuan declared with venomous resolve. And what of your uncle? Steward's son inquired. Glancing at Wu Ping, who lay on the ground with barely a breath left. Quickly take him to the hospital, even if he has only a breath remaining. He must go on to be the principal. After all, if the new Jiang University campus in the northern district is completed as a high-end villa area, the profits will be at least several hundred billion. Chen Fan accompanied Zhao Ruashi to the hospital to visit the rotundly Wei, who was already there. Fatty, is everything all right? Chen Fan entered with several boxes of supplements in hand. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's as if an ant pinched me. You should have seen my valor when I single-handedly took on 20. Li Wei boasted, attempting to sit up to show off, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain, his face quivering with discomfort. Sit down, don't move. Chen Fan quickly pressed him back down and recounted the events surrounding Zhao Ruashi's rescue. Well done. Such a scoundrel as Wu Ping deserves to be made a eunuch, otherwise, who knows how many teachers and female students he would torment. Yet, how could Principal Li, who performed so admirably, be replaced by that scum? Li Wei responded indignantly after hearing the tale. This matter is likely connected to the Zhou family. The northern district is being developed into the new area of Jiangnan City, with significant investments planned, including the new Jiang University campus. The Zhou family must have recognized the commercial value of the new campus and, through connections, elevated Wu Peng to principal. This way, they can gradually encroach upon it using his authority. I estimate the profits could reach over 100 billion. Jiang Yuchan adjusted her exquisite glasses, analyzing the situation with conviction. All present nodded in agreement. The designation of the Northern District as the new area of Jiangnan City was no longer a secret. Almost every businessman and capital tycoon in Jiangnan City was positioning themselves to claim a stake in this billion-dollar project, although they aspired to venture into the Northern District. Their fledgling extraordinary group was merely a nascent company. If they attempted to enter, they would undoubtedly be devoured by the capital giants. However, their hesitance did not deter others from considering the opportunity. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. The new area is rife with capital titans. Wouldn't that lead to significant losses? Such a lucrative opportunity to incur losses would be challenging to find. I have made my decision. Our extraordinary group shall venture into the Northern District, Chen Fan proclaimed. Venture into the Northern District? Both Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan were taken aback, while Zhao Ruoxi beamed with excitement. Chen Fan, don't act impulsively. The Northern District is not a place where newly established companies like ours can mingle. There, 100 billion in assets is merely the entry ticket, Jiang Yuchan quickly advised. Chen Fan, if you truly wish to enter the Northern District, I could speak to my father and see if he can help us secure some minor projects, she offered. Li Wei, fearing that Chen Fan might be disappointed, quickly added that his father, Li Dexiong, had amassed a fortune of over 10 billion and recently ventured into the Northern District. Yet, even so, they were merely trailing behind those illustrious families, sipping on the remnants of their success. No need. Have you all forgotten that I am, in fact, a super wealthy second-generation heir? Chen Fan replied with a smile. Chen Fan, this isn't just a matter of 1 or 2 billion. This is a business involving hundreds of billions. Even if your family is substantial, they cannot afford to let you dip your toes in such waters. My father can only enter the arena through partnerships. Li Wei offered his words of caution. Although he typically lacked reliability, he was nonetheless very prudent when it came to such monumental ventures. Chen Fan remained silent, merely lowering his head to transfer funds. Ding dong. Ding dong. The text message notifications on Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan's phones chimed almost simultaneously. Both looked at their devices in confusion. 2 seconds later, Jiang Yuchan let out a shriek, leaping up in terror as she gazed at Chen Fan. On the other hand, Zhao Ruoxi, slower to react, was busy counting the multitude of zeros on her screen. 100 billion. Chen Fan, you actually transferred me 100 billion. Jiang Yuchan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Upon hearing the figure, Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards Chen Fan, realizing the immense power of the family backing him, which was beyond his wildest expectations. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi finally counted the zeros and jumped up in excitement. Chen Fan has also transferred me 100 billion. Suddenly, a synthetic electronic voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Ding. Jiang Yuchan's affection level, 30, current affection level, 80, reward, 300 health points. Current health balance, 1793. Chen Fan looked up at Jiang Yuchan, who was also gazing at him, her beautiful eyes filled with warmth and admiration. Based on his previous experience with Su Yuanyuan, he understood that reaching an affection level of 80 indicated that he was now able to take things further with Jiang Yuchan. As he admired her long, graceful legs, fair skin, alluring curves, and the striking beauty of her face, a wave of passion surged within him. Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Jiang Yuchan blushed and lowered her head. Zhao Ruoxi, observing Jiang Yuchan's expression, sensed the underlying tension and immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's, pressing her body tightly against him before casting a challenging glance at Jiang Yuchan. In turn, Jiang Yuchan, disregarding the bond of sisterhood with Zhao Ruoxi, leaned against Chen Fan's other arm. Ahem, I have transferred the money. You two should discuss how to advance into the Northern District. Money is not an issue. Be bold in your endeavors. Chen Fan felt a surge of desire as both Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan clung to him. Realizing he could not remain there any longer without losing his composure amidst their soft embrace. Thus, he discreetly made his exit, leaving behind a stunned and envious Li Wei and the palpable tension between Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan. Once downstairs, Chen Fan promptly called Su Yuanyuan. 10 minutes later, a white Porsche 718 pulled up in front of the hospital. Su Yuanyuan, clad in a purple bodycon dress and gray stockings, leaped out of the car and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Brother Chen Fan, you finally remembered me. Feeling the allure of her physique, which rivaled that of Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, Chen Fan's gaze turned somewhat peculiar. Sensing the shift, Su Yuanyuan paused, then, realizing it, her lips curled upwards as she pulled Chen Fan into the vehicle. Chen Fan took the driver's seat, and Su Yuanyuan was lively throughout the ride. Upon arriving at Su Yuanyuan's apartment, she dazzled Chen Fan with her newly acquired skills, showcasing various yoga techniques that left him spellbound. Chen Fan took a moment to smoke a cigarette before transferring 1 billion to Su Yuanyuan. For such an obedient and eager-to-learn girl, a reward was certainly warranted. After the transfer, Chen Fan's account dwindled to 18 billion. Although he had sent 100 billion to both Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, they had yet to spend it. Hence no refunds occurred at that moment. Ding dong. Su Yuanyuan's phone chimed with a message notification. Perhaps fatigued from her earlier performance, she collapsed onto the bed, barely mustering the strength to pick up her phone. Upon seeing the transfer notification, she exclaimed, Brother Chen Fan, the last time you sent me money, I hadn't spent it all. Why did you send me another million? But as she continued, confusion set in as she noticed an overwhelming number of zeros following the one. What is going on? Did I overexert myself and become dizzy? Su Yuanyuan shook her head and began counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion, 1 billion. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, you actually transferred me 1 billion. Is this money truly for me? Am I dreaming? Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Yuanyuan covered her mouth and began to cry, then promptly slapped herself. Of course, it's for you. Spend freely, and if it's not enough, I'll transfer more. Enroll in more classes. Don't hesitate to spend. You must excel in yoga and keep up with your foreign language studies, like Japanese and English. Chen Fan gently advised as he ruffled Su Yuanyuan's hair. Yes, Brother Chen Fan, rest assured, I will study diligently. When you see me next, I will surely present a new and improved version of myself. Su Yuanyuan nodded eagerly. A child worth teaching. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone rang. Hello, Chen Fan. I have inquired about your request. It was the Zhou family from Jiangnan City that leveraged connections within the provincial government to appoint that scoundrel Wu Peng as the president of Jiang University. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Nanxiang, exuding confidence. Is there a way to resolve this? If Wu Peng becomes president, the entire Jiang University will be in disarray. If money is needed to smooth over connections, I can provide it. Chen Fan frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. There is no need to spend money. I can have Xia Jing make a call. However, I do have one condition. You must come to me and assist me in deciphering the ancient script from last time, Su Nanxiang stated. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was intrigued, as deciphering such script would pose no challenge for someone fluent in all languages like him. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed and drove off in Su Yuanyuan's car following the location provided by Su Nanxiang, inside a luxurious villa in Jiangnan City. Specifically prepared as accommodation for Su Nanxiang at Jiang University, she hung up the phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. After about 15 minutes, the doorbell rang. Su Nanxiang hurriedly went to open the door. Teacher Su? Upon seeing Su Nanxiang's attire, Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. She wore a white shirt, an exceedingly short skirt, black stockings, and red high heels, her hair elegantly styled. Chen Fan, come in quickly. Su Nanxiang peeked outside to ensure no one was watching, then promptly locked the door. Come, put on this necklace. It is the one you chose for yourself, isn't it? Before Chen Fan could respond, Su Nanxiang produced a necklace crafted entirely of pure gold, the very one Chen Fan had selected online. What on earth? What is happening? Chen Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Oh, splendid. Truly beautiful, my precious disciple. From now on, you are mine. Su Nanxiang exclaimed excitedly, patting Chen Fan's head. Oh, and change into the outfit over there, she instructed, pointing at the clothes on the sofa. Chen Fan was completely taken aback. Such flamboyant behavior from a highly educated beauty like Su Nanxiang was beyond his comprehension. Yet, he was just an ordinary person. Chen Fan, you wouldn't want Wu Ping to become the principal, would you? Just think of your little girlfriend. Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, Su Nanxiang's lips curled into a slight smirk as she threatened him. With a graceful stride, Su Nanxiang approached Chen Fan. Yes, that's much better, she said. Looking at the transformed Chen Fan with stars in her eyes, imagine the outfit. She embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ding. Su Nanxiang's affection level, 30. Current affection level, 30. Reward, 1,500 life points. Current life points balance, 3293. A synthetic electronic voice suddenly resonated in Chen Fan's mind. To think that just changing clothes would increase my affection level by 30. Is Su Nanxiang's charm truly this formidable? After the shock, Chen Fan was ecstatic. Gaining 1,500 days of life from such a simple act felt like an incredible bargain, even if it meant becoming her loyal admirer. Moreover, with a beauty like Su Nanxiang, countless men would envy a situation. Just a loyal admirer. I have experience in this, Chen Fan thought, eagerly leaping towards Su Nanxiang to massage her legs. Master, from now on, I shall be your cherished disciple. You must take good care of me. Su Nanxiang's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate body trembling slightly as every word Chen Fan spoke sent exhilarating jolts through her nervous system. In that moment, her heart raced, and her brain flooded with dopamine. Ding. Su Nanxiang's affection level, 30. Current affection level, 60. Reward, 1,500 life points. Current life points balance, 4793. Another surge of 1,500 life points. Chen Fan was elated. One Su Nanxiang was worth more than all his other bindings combined. He was eager to stoke the flames further. If her affection skyrocketed to 80, he could truly become her treasured disciple. After a while, Chen Fan noticed Su Nanxiang blushing as she hurried to the restroom. When she emerged, she wore a new pair of black stockings. My dear disciple, there is one more task for you. The ancient script you deciphered previously was only half completed. I need you to tackle the other half as well. With that, Su Nanxiang stood up and retrieved 2 pieces of fabric from the room. Remnants of a material that was barely recognizable, with ancient characters only partially legible. These 2 pieces of fabric had cost a fortune, unearthed from an imperial tomb. With less than half the text decipherable, barely 100 words. Despite my years of research, I could only decode a few characters, while you managed to decipher half in under 10 minutes. Efforts pale in comparison to talent, Su Nanxiang remarked with a bittersweet smile. Her gaze toward Chen Fan filled with admiration. However, a moment later, her expression shifted to one of delight. But now, I am your master, and your talents, including your entire being, belong to me. Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she gazed at Chen Fan. It's just 2 tattered pieces of fabric. What is so worthwhile about studying them? Chen Fan mused as he examined the fragments, puzzled. But at that moment, as his hands touched the damaged fabric, his pupils suddenly transformed into a golden hue. Instantly, an arcane golden script emanated from his eyes, merging into the tattered fabric, gradually restoring its damaged sections. Why you? How do you possess the legendary golden eye ability? Su Nanxiang exclaimed, astonished, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Chen Fan. Oh, you know of the golden eye? Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected Su Nanxiang to be familiar with such a power. Yes. I once encountered references to it in the archaeological records of a senior. It was documented in the tomb of an ancient emperor. The golden eye is said to be an extraordinarily rare trait, perhaps born once every millennium, capable of seeing through illusions, perceiving objects, and even restoring damaged treasures. Su Nanxiang's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Fan's expression turned peculiar. He wasn't endowed with a natural golden eye. It was merely a bonus from the binding system. However, he kept this revelation to himself. Chen Fan, you must never showcase your golden eye ability in front of others. Otherwise, you will be treated as a mere tool for life, locked away from the world, Su Nanxiang warned in a tone laced with intimidation. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Understanding the adage that a man without guilt could still bear the burden of envy, he had accidentally activated the golden eye before Su Nanxiang. But he would be more cautious in the future. Seeing Chen Fan take her words to heart, Su Nanxiang felt a surge of joy. She had just told a little white lie. If anyone learned of Chen Fan's golden eye trait, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Huaxia. Countless families would vie for his favor, offering him a place of honor, with their women lining up to inherit the legendary golden eye bloodline. Thus, to keep Chen Fan to herself, Su Nanxiang employed a clever ruse. Setting that aside, now that I have completed the ancient text in the photo, let us decipher these characters, Chen Fan declared, diving into the task at hand. 5 minutes later, he translated the completed ancient texts. Caves of the Qi refiners in the Green Mountains? Upon finishing the first line, Chen Fan paused, a strange expression crossing his face. Qi refiners? Is this about cultivating immortality? Su Nanxiang's demeanor shifted, her excitement palpable. This is indeed a cave of an ancient Qi refiner. It could very well contain his legacy. Seriously, master? It's the 21st century. How can you, an esteemed scholar, still be superstitious? Do you think this is a cultivation novel? Chen Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. My dear disciple, you don't understand. In time, you will come to realize that this world is far different from what you imagine. While the existence of immortals remains to be proven, Qi refiners are indeed real. The strongest Qi refiner in legend could soar through the skies and move mountains. And the elite families in Huaxia owe their power to the legacies of ancient Qi refiners. Su Nanxiang spoke solemnly. Chen Fan turned away, remaining silent. He was a staunch materialist, and Su Nanxiang's words felt like ancient myths to him. Yet, Su Nanxiang continued to grow more excited, pulling out a map of Jiangnan City. Chen Fan, you are a local of Jiangnan City, aren't you? I have discovered the cave of the Qingshan alchemist, and to my astonishment, it is located right here in Jiangnan City. Can you show me where this place is? After calculating the coordinates marked in the ancient text, Su Nanxiang drew a circle on the map of the northern district of Jiangnan City. This is. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the marked location on the map. Are you certain this is the so-called cave of the alchemist? Chen Fan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yes, I am certain. The coordinates were determined using the Ziwei Doshu, and there is no room for error, Su Nanxiang asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression grew even more strange, not for any other reason than his deep familiarity with this place. This was none other than the Qingshan orphanage where he had grown up. Chapter 32, The Night Exploration of Qingshan Orphanage. What's the matter? Are you very familiar with this place? Su Nanxiang looked at Chen Fan with a hint of confusion. Haha, I couldn't be more familiar. This is where I grew up. The Qingshan orphanage. Chen Fan replied, both amused and exasperated. You grew up here? Su Nanxiang nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That makes everything even more logical. It further indicates that this place is indeed a land of extraordinary talent and auspicious energy, which has produced someone of your exceptional endowment, possessing golden eyes. Land of extraordinary talent and auspicious energy? Were it not for Chen Fan's system, he might have almost believed it. This was merely an abandoned hill. Yet the buildings within were quite ancient, though they had been nearly consumed by a great fire. Shaking his head, he replied, all right, think as you will. However, after Su Nanxiang's comments, Chen Fan felt a sudden jolt within. He couldn't help but recall the bizarre night 10 years ago when the orphanage had caught fire. It was a night shrouded in clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Chen Fan had never witnessed such ferocious thunder, as if it sought to obliterate the entire Qingshan. Yet, even amidst this terrifying tempest, all the children in the orphanage slept soundly, utterly unperturbed. When Chen Fan awoke, he found himself on the mountainside. And when he ran back to the orphanage, all that remained was a sea of flames. All the children had perished, and the director had gone missing. It was only a week later that the director returned, bloodied and disheveled. According to his account, he had encountered wild beasts on the mountain, and since that day, his health had declined until he passed away last year, leaving Chen Fan a legacy of 2 million and instructing him never to return to the Qingshan orphanage. Beloved disciple. Shall we visit the Qingshan orphanage now? Su Nanxiang said excitedly. Today, she was overwhelmed with joy. Not only having taken on a disciple with golden eyes, but also uncovering the ancient alchemist ruins on the ancient brocade, which coincidentally was the very orphanage where Chen Fan had grown up. The coincidences were almost eerie. The Xiang family of Jiangsu, if I, Su Nanxiang, were to obtain the alchemical methods of those alchemists, the day I achieve success in my cultivation will also be the day of your family's demise. Reflecting on her mother's tragic fate, Su Nanxiang's fist clenched, and a chilling glint ignited in her intelligent eyes. Well, there's no harm in visiting the Qingshan orphanage, after all. It's not far. Chen Fan nodded, remembering that the director had asked him to visit the orphanage when he had the time, as there were some items left for him in his room. However, since he had become enamored with chasing after Chu Yuhan, he had pushed this matter aside. Su Nanxiang nodded, and then went to her bedroom to change into a set of climbing gear. Su Nanxiang's figure was already remarkable, and the snug outdoor attire accentuated her perfect curves, leaving Chen Fan quite captivated and lost in thought. Thus, Chen Fan drove Su Nanxiang towards the direction of Qingshan orphanage. As it was nighttime, and given the remote location of Qingshan, there were scarcely any people along the way, and within half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chen Fan opened the roof of the car, saying, "Let me take a look at the terrain here." Su Nanxiang, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, donned a pair of light yellow goggles over her straight nose, her fair jawline and elongated neck forming a breathtaking profile that made Chen Fan gulp. After opening the car roof, Su Nanxiang used the compass in her hand to continuously calculate and observe the direction, but the more she calculated, the more astonished she became. The entire Qingshan was not particularly high, merely a foothill of Fulong Mountain according to its geographical features, yet upon closer inspection, she discovered that this place subtly aligned with celestial coordinates, exuding a faint aura of ascension. Indeed, it is a cave of heaven and earth, a land of extraordinary fortune. Su Nanxiang exclaimed in awe. Chen Fan parked the car beside the orphanage, which had been reduced to ruins with only the main gate remaining, and took out an ancient key from his pocket to unlock the heavy iron door. "You actually have a key to this place?" Su Nanxiang inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes. Before the director passed away, in addition to leaving me a legacy, he also bequeathed the Qingshan orphanage to me as a keepsake," Chen Fan said with a sense of nostalgia, his expression tinged with melancholy as he suddenly longed for the director, who had treated him like a beloved grandson. Just now on the road, Chen Fan had already shared his experiences at the Qingshan orphanage, and upon seeing him affected by memories, Su Nanxiang felt a pang of compassion and affectionately embraced him, pressing him against her soft, white form. "Beloved disciple, everything has passed. Master, shall we go inside now?" Chen Fan extricated himself, unwilling to act inappropriately in such a solemn setting, as it would be disrespectful to the late director and those lost children. Once they entered the orphanage, they found it littered with charred remnants, with hardly anything left. "Strangely, there is nothing here?" After a thorough search, Su Nanxiang said with a hint of disappointment. Chen Fan grinned, considering the extent of the fire. "What could possibly remain? Let's first visit my grandfather's office. He left some things for me there," Chen Fan suggested. "Isn't the orphanage completely burned down?" Su Nanxiang asked, puzzled. "Indeed, the orphanage was burned, but my grandfather's office is in a cave and was unaffected," Chen Fan explained. Upon mentioning the cave, Su Nanxiang's eyes lit up, and they made their way to the back mountain. The cave had become obscured by creeping vines, and it took Chen Fan considerable effort to clear the entrance. The cave was not large. It was carved into the mountainside, where the director would usually work and rest. He never allowed the other children to approach, with Chen Fan being the sole exception, often playing there. Thus, upon seeing the interior of the cave, which remained as it had been, Chen Fan was filled with nostalgia. However, a thick layer of dust covered the desk and bookshelves. On the desk lay a large red wooden box. Chen Fan opened it to find his childhood clothes and his most beloved wave drum from his youth. In an instant, Chen Fan felt a rush of emotion, regretting his neglect. He had longed to care for those he loved, yet the director, Zhang Chufeng, had been more like family to him than even his own grandfather. And during those years when Zhang Chufeng was ill, he had only pursued Chu Yuhan. "Chen Fan, you truly are a wretched being." He chastised himself with a sharp slap across his face. At that moment, Su Nanxiang, who had been studying the arrangements within the cave, accidentally nudged a bookshelf. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted behind them, akin to the grinding of stone slabs. To their astonishment, the stone wall behind them split apart, revealing a passageway tall enough for a person to enter. What is this?" Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. "My dear apprentice, I suddenly feel that your esteemed grandfather is not an ordinary man. Who would have thought that a small stone chamber could conceal a secret passage? Perhaps it leads to the celestial abode of the Qingshan alchemists," Su Nanxiang exclaimed, her face alight with a mixture of surprise and anticipation. However, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Over the years, even until his death, the esteemed grandfather had never mentioned this secret passage to him. This suggested that it may not hold treasures, but rather potential dangers. Yet, driven by curiosity, as well as the mysteries surrounding the Great Fire and Zhang Chufeng's enigmatic hand injury, he stepped into the passageway alongside Su Nanqiang. The passage was long, shrouded in a chilling darkness. When Su Nanqiang activated the spotlight on her head, the surrounding scenery sent shivers down their spines. The passage was littered with the bones of both animals and humans, some of which even emitted a faint glow, akin to jade, suggesting that their former owners were not ordinary beings. However, the passage continued to widen, with an increasing number of bones, and those at the back appeared even more remarkable, radiating a soft golden light. Eventually, they arrived before a magnificent ancient temple crafted from bronze, enveloped in a web of golden formations, upon which mysterious runes danced. These are formation patterns, Su Nanqiang exclaimed upon seeing the densely packed golden symbols. Formation patterns? What is that? It looks like a spider's web, glittering and all. Chen Fan remarked, his curiosity prompting him to reach out to touch it. Don't touch anything. Su Nanqiang rushed to grab Chen Fan, but it was too late. A tremendous force swept over them, drawing both into the web. Buzz. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by countless identical paths, each leading to the same scene. I can't believe we've stumbled upon the celestial abode of a formidable alchemist capable of setting up a formation, Su Nanqiang said, still shaken. This formation sounds impressive, but it doesn't seem lethal, Chen Fan replied. It's an illusion formation. While it can't kill us directly, it can trap us here indefinitely. Just look at those bones outside. They were likely people who perished while trapped. Su Nanqiang rolled her eyes. Sigh. This time I acted recklessly and brought trouble upon my dear apprentice, Su Nanqiang said, looking at Chen Fan. Do you have any wishes? Even if, is master serious? Chen Fan stood up. Su Nanqiang nodded, her face slightly flushed, not wishing for her beloved apprentice to have regrets before death. 2 days later, Chen Fan donned his clothing. My dear apprentice, you are truly remarkable. Even if master were to die now, I would have no regrets. Su Nanqiang said shyly. Die? How could that happen with me around? I will take you to find this ancient alchemist's legacy. With that, Chen Fan playfully patted Su Nanqiang's waist, and his golden eyes glimmered. 2 beams of golden light shot forth, causing the surrounding illusions to dissipate, leaving only a path leading to the bronze temple. Upon seeing the path before them, Su Nanqiang widened her beautiful eyes. How could I forget that my apprentice possesses the golden eyes that can see through everything? Quickly, they entered the bronze temple, where intricate dragon and phoenix carvings adorned the walls, exuding an ancient and lifelike aura. Inside the grand hall, there stood a single white jade platform, upon which rested a skeleton radiating golden light. We found it. The remains of the ancient alchemist are still here. The legacy must still be intact, Su Nanqiang exclaimed, her excitement causing her to tremble slightly. Chen Fan also used his golden eyes to scan the golden skeleton, and information flooded his mind. Identity: skeleton of the alchemist Qing Shan from 600 years ago. Level: great being. Master: what level is a great being? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. A great being is a realm of ancient alchemy. According to ancient texts, the realms of alchemy are first divided into innate and acquired stages. Innate refers to what can be achieved without practicing alchemical methods, relying solely on natural talent, categorized into martial master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Acquired refers to the realms attainable through ancient alchemical practices, perception of qi, condensation of qi, qi lake, qi sea, and great being, Su Nanqiang explained. So many realms. Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. According to Zhao Dao's earlier words, his combat power should be at the pinnacle of great grandmaster. He had thought himself invincible, only to realize he was merely a novice. I must adopt a more humble demeanor in the future, Chen Fan mused. Chen Fan, it seems there's something on that white jade platform, Su Nanqiang suddenly exclaimed with joy. As they approached the platform, they discovered a scroll and a rectangular piece of golden metal, resembling a slab. Upon nearing the platform, they both felt a soothing sensation, as if a subtle spiritual energy was penetrating their bodies. This white jade platform is a treasure, Chen Fan remarked. Indeed, if I am not mistaken. This is a spiritual stone, formed from condensed spiritual energy. The power of this formation is sustained by it. However, judging by its condition, it is likely running low and will only last a few more months, Su Nanqiang said. Chen Fan nodded, then picked up the ancient scroll, covered in intricate ancient characters and various postures for channeling energy. He translated it into modern text and handed it to Su Nanqiang. This is incredible. I have obtained the great being level alchemical method. All my years of tireless study of ancient characters were for this moment, Su Nanqiang said, her heart racing as she carefully stored the scroll. My dear apprentice, all of this is thanks to you. Su Nanqiang gazed at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with admiration. 2 hours later, Chen Fan donned his clothing again. Chen Fan, are you truly not going to cultivate here? Ancient texts record that dual cultivation between men and women can accelerate progress significantly. Moreover, this spiritual stone is a priceless treasure. Coupled with this great being level alchemical method, we might rapidly attain the acquired stage. Su Nanqiang, her attire barely concealing her figure, blushed, her alluring eyes akin to those of a beguiling serpent. Chen Fan shook his head in refusal, setting aside the reliability of this alchemical method. He possessed a system that allowed him to exchange life force for combat power at any moment. With the time spent on arduous cultivation, it would be far more advantageous to engage with a few more ladies, thus significantly enhancing one's prowess. Ultimately, it was decided that Su Nanxiang would remain behind to cultivate the Qing Shanqi drawing technique using spirit stones, only emerging once the energy from the stones had been fully expended. Meanwhile, Chen Fan took the block of golden unknown metal, resembling a brick, and exited the formation. This exceedingly heavy block, which surpassed gold in weight, was surmised by Su Nanxiang to be a type of extraterrestrial iron. Since it was stored alongside the scroll of the Qing Shanqi drawing technique, its value was undoubtedly substantial. Chen Fan found it convenient to carry and tucked it into his pocket as a makeshift weapon. Upon exiting the illusory formation, Chen Fan promptly returned to the office of the dean, Zhang Chufeng, scouring the premises thoroughly, but to no avail. The severe injury the old man sustained years ago, coupled with the fire at the orphanage, could not have been mere coincidence, although Chen Fan found no tangible evidence. The concealed ancient cultivator's cave behind the office suggested that the events of the past were indeed shrouded in mystery, likely connected to the legacy of this cultivator. Regrettably, Chen Fan had yet to uncover any relevant leads. It seemed prudent to return to school first, perhaps indulge in a couple of sausage and egg dishes. After the recent days, he felt rather famished. Chapter 34. It is your honor to be chosen by me, grandfather. I have already told you. I have a boyfriend. There is no possibility between me and that Lin Xiao. In a villa located in Jiangnan City, Jiang Yuchan proclaimed loudly to an elderly man with a head of white hair sitting in a grand armchair. Slap. A middle-aged man beside the elder stepped forward and struck Jiang Yuchan across the face. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? How dare you hit my daughter Yuchan? Ever since your brother's death, you have bullied us, a mother and daughter left in the lurch. A woman in her 40s, still possessing a certain charm, rushed forward, embracing Jiang Yuchan while fiercely rebuking the middle-aged man. Li Yakin, this is a matter pertaining to the Jiang family. It is not your place to meddle. Jiang Yuchan's uncle had yet to speak when a young man with a nonchalant demeanor beside him pointed at Li Yakin and berated her. Jiangchen, I am your aunt. How can you speak to me this way? Besides, that car dealership was left to us by Yuchan's father. Upon hearing that the dealership, which was their lifeline, might be taken from her, Li Yakin felt a surge of fear. Humph, what belongs to your family? Grandfather hasn't divided the family assets yet. All of Jiang's wealth belongs to him. Jiangchen sneered. And you, Jiang Yuchan, do not overestimate yourself. The Lin family is a billionaire clan. It is your fortune that Lin Xiao has taken an interest in you. Jiangchen turned to Jiang Yuchan once more. Humph. What is $1 billion in assets compared to my boyfriend, who has transferred $100 billion to me? Jiang Yuchan retorted. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. $100 billion transfer? Jiang Yuchan, aside from your looks, what are you even worth? Jiangchen laughed so hard he nearly rolled on the ground, while Jiang Yuchan's uncle merely scoffed. As everyone regarded Jiang Yuchan's claim as a jest, Yuchan, Lin Xiao is young and accomplished, with a powerful family backing him. This time, the Lin family will also participate in the construction of the Jiangnan New District. If you were to be with him, our Jiang family would ride the coattails of the Lin family, and our assets would multiply exponentially. Finally, the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Huayuan, spoke up. Father, you know well what kind of person Lin Xiao is. He indulges in all vices. I implore you, for the sake of your deceased son, to spare Yuchan. Li Yakin cried. Hey, Li Yakin, I forgot to mention, Lin Xiao is not only interested in your daughter Jiang Yuchan, he is quite taken with you as well. He wishes for both of you to serve him. You shameless wretch. Li Yakin's face flushed with embarrassment. Mother, let us leave. We no longer want the dealership. From now on, we sever ties with the Jiang family. Jiang Yuchan, filled with indignation, grabbed Li Yakin and attempted to leave. At that moment, two burly men in black blocked their path. Yuchan, our Jiang family has not mistreated you and your mother. We have cared for you for so long. Now is the time for you to contribute to the Jiang family. With that, Jiang Huayuan clapped his hands, and the two men in black swiftly restrained Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Let us take them to the bar. We mustn't keep Lin Xiao waiting, Jiang Huayuan declared, leading Jiang Feng and Jiang Chen as they escorted the two women into a business-class Mercedes. Initially, Jiang Yuchan struggled fiercely, but upon learning their destination was a bar, she calmed down. After all, Chen Fan had once obtained an emperor membership for her there, and the senior manager Bai Hong was acquainted with her. Grandfather, you have never been to a bar, have you? It is the hottest nightclub in Jiangnan City, Jiang Chen remarked with a hint of envy. As long as the young ones enjoy it. My main intention is to talk to Lin Xiao and see if I can secure an entry ticket for the upcoming land auction in the Northern District, Jiang Huayuan replied. Father, that may not be easy. I hear that only those with assets surpassing $100 billion qualify for entry. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, considering his father's ambitions somewhat unrealistic. That depends on Yuchan and Yakin. If they gain entry to the auction, it could be an opportunity to meet many influential figures. Jiang Huayuan spoke with hopeful anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Jiang Yuchan possessed a ticket to the Northern District auction in her pocket. And he was completely unaware that the decisions made today would lead to profound regret in the future. The vehicle sped along swiftly, arriving at the bar in less than 15 minutes. Lin Zhe, the young master of the Lin family, stood at the entrance, peering anxiously outside until he spotted Jiang's business Mercedes and hurriedly rushed over. Ah, Lin Xiao, greetings. I am Jiang Huayuan, the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Huayuan adjusted his attire, beaming as he extended his hand towards Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe merely nodded and bypassed him, leaving Jiang Huayuan in an awkward position. Though he dared not say anything further. Jiangchen, where are your sister and aunt? Don't tell me you failed to bring them. Lin Zhe asked with a displeased expression directed at Jiangchen. They're here, Lin Xiao. These two ladies are in the car. Jiangchen nodded eagerly. Then pulled Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin from the vehicle. As Lin Zhe laid eyes on Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin, a glimmer of lust ignited within him. Excellent. Truly a captivating mother and daughter duo. Let us go inside and discuss. With that, Lin Zhe led Jiangchen, Jiang Huayuan, and Jiang Feng into the bar. At the entrance, a facial recognition system scanned Jiang Yuchan's face the moment they entered. Instantly, the raucous music ceased, and the lights dimmed, causing a stir among the patrons. With a flash, a spotlight illuminated Lin Zhe, Jiang Yuchan, Li Yakin, and the other members of the Jiang family, capturing the attention of the crowd of over 1,000. Let us welcome our esteemed Emperor member. Tonight, all purchases are at an 80% discount. A booming voice resonated through the speakers, and the lights returned to full brightness. With a resounding pop, countless streamers burst forth from above, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Truly, Lin Xiao is remarkable, an Emperor member at the bar. Jiang Chun exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Liner, what is an Emperor member? Jiang Huayuan, though unfamiliar with the concept, was taken aback by the grand welcome ceremony and felt a deeper respect for Lin Xiao. Grandfather, you are unaware that the Emperor membership signifies a spending threshold of over 100 million at this establishment, exclaimed Jiangchen with palpable excitement. What, 100 million spent at a bar? The combined assets of the entire Jiang family scarcely amount to that. Jiang Huayuan was astonished. Yet a wave of elation surged within him. It appeared he had allied himself with the right person. The Lin family was evidently far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yuchan, Yakin, did you witness this? Such is the prowess of young Master Lin. Do not take it lightly, serve him well. In time, you both shall undoubtedly express your gratitude to us, Jiang Huayuan remarked to Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Jiang Yuchan remained silent, merely casting a cold sneer in their direction. At that moment, Lin Zhe was utterly bewildered. When did he become an Emperor member? Could it be that his father had recharged his card? Indeed, that must be it. His father, Lin Tianmao, had recently entertained numerous friends at this bar to discuss collaborations in the Northern District, likely to showcase their strength by acquiring an Emperor membership. While the Lin family boasted assets worth hundreds of billions, in reality, only 20 to 30 billion were liquid, the remainder being short-term assets incapable of immediate conversion. It was rumored that his father had recently established connections with a company called Extraordinary Group, which afforded him the opportunity to enter the Northern District. With this thought, Lin Zhe's confusion dissipated, replaced by an expression of smug satisfaction. At that juncture, a newly appointed supervisor hurried over, having replaced Bai Hong in her previous position. Unacquainted with Jiang Yuchan, she perceived Lin Zhe, who stood proudly amidst the crowd, to be the Emperor member. Esteemed Emperor member, your exclusive booth has been prepared. And our senior manager, Manager Bai, is personally attending to your beverages. Please hold on. With that, the supervisor escorted a group to the bar's central golden booth. Crafted in gold, Lin Zhe plopped down onto the opulent seat, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority. This was a booth he had longed to occupy, previously reserved for the members of the four great families. He never anticipated that today he would experience such a sensation. Please, take a seat. Lin Zhe casually gestured to the others while reclining with his legs crossed. Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chun cautiously sat down, barely perching on the edge. The booth was not large, and soon it was filled to capacity. Yuchan, Yakin, you two should refrain from sitting, stand, and attend to young Master Lin. Jiang Huayuan commanded. Young Master, I have brought the people you requested. Do you think the Northern District's business can accommodate our Jiang family? And could you perhaps secure a ticket for the auction for this old man? I wish to broaden my horizons. Jiang Huayuan's face was plastered with obsequiousness. A ticket for the auction? Huh. Old Jiang, you truly dare to dream. That requires a verification of 100 billion to obtain just one. My father possesses only one. And I cannot even enter. While I may assist in business endeavors, the extent of my help will depend on your performance tonight. As he spoke, Lin Zhe's lascivious gaze roamed over Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin, pondering the potential delight of spending a night with such exquisite beauties. Young master, I beseech you. Yuchan is still young. Let me serve you instead, and spare her. With that, Li Yakin fell to her knees. Mother, please get up. Do not plead with him. Jiang Yuchan rushed over to pull Li Yakin up, but the latter continued to beg for mercy, inadvertently bringing Jiang Yuchan down with her. What a pair of brazen hussies. Young Master Lin's interest in you is your fortune, and you dare to dampen his spirits. Jiang Chen approached, intent on kicking Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Stop. At that moment, Bai Hong, clad in professional attire and high heels, rushed over. Stop. What are you doing? Bai Hong gazed at Jiang Yuchan on the ground. The kneeling Li Yakin, and the reclining Lin Zhe, her face paling in an instant. Oh, Manager Bai has come to personally deliver the drinks. I recall trying to invite manager Bai for a drink yesterday, but she showed no courtesy, Lindsay remarked with a knowing smile. Bai Hong was also a stunning beauty, and Lindsay had long coveted her. Now that he was an emperor member, he surveyed her with a predatory gaze, contemplating the possibility of leveraging his status for an indulgent evening. Courtesy? Do you think you are worthy? Bai Hong retorted as she helped Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin to their feet. She then turned to the female supervisor beside her, inquiring, "What is happening?" The supervisor approached and quietly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong immediately grasped the situation. "Hey, Bai Hong, I am now an emperor member. Do you think I am unworthy? Come over here and pour me a drink." Lindsay, buoyed by his newfound status, smugly pointed at Bai Hong. "Humph, I see that the service here is rather lacking." Seeing Bai Hong's lack of response, Jiang Huayuan chimed in with a sneer. "You insolent servant, what are you pretending for? Did you not hear young Master Lin's command to pour the drinks?" Jiang Chun, unfamiliar with Bai Hong, mistook her for merely a waitress and insulted her directly. "Fine. You want me to pour drinks? I shall oblige." Bai Hong, furious, seized a bottle of Hennessy and approached Lindsay. "Pour the drinks, manager Bai," Lindsay said, a smirk playing on his lips. With a resounding crash, Bai Hong smashed the bottle over Lindsay's head. He let out a piercing scream as the liquid mingled with his blood and streamed down his face. "Arrest them all!" Before Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chen could react, several bar bouncers rushed over, apprehending the bewildered Jiang family members. "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate misunderstanding. Allowing Lindsay to impersonate your emperor membership." Bai Hong bowed apologetically to Jiang Yuchan. At her words, all eyes turned in shock toward Jiang Yuchan. "Nay, you must be mistaken. How could this shameless hussy possibly be an emperor member with 100 million in expenditures?" Jiang Chen blurted out. Bam, bam, bam. Bai Hong had shown some restraint with Lindsay, a diamond member, but she exhibited no mercy toward Jiang Chen, smashing 3 bottles over his head and then dragging over a crate of beer. "Ah, father, grandfather, young Master Lin, save me." Jiang Chun wailed in despair. To insult Miss Jiang is to court death. Bai Hong disregarded him, smashing another bottle over Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Huayuan, witnessing his only grandson being subjected to such treatment, felt a surge of panic. "Jiang Yuchan, he is your brother. Quickly, make this madwoman cease her actions." "Humph, brother? I am sorry, but I do not possess such a sibling." "Bai, please continue without pause." Jiang Yuchan scoffed. The Jiang family's treatment of her and her mother had extinguished any remnants of affection she once held. Now, she was consumed by boundless resentment. "You unfilial daughter, if you do not cease this, I shall reclaim your and your mother's store and expel you from the Jiang family, leaving you to beg in the streets." Jiang Huayuan threatened, breathless with rage, pointing at Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. "Yuchan, perhaps we should reconsider. Without that store, how shall we survive?" Li Yakin quavered in fear. "Stop, Sister Bai, please don't hit anymore." Upon hearing this, Bai Hong ceased her actions, and Jiang Huayuan and Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief, quickly cradling the unconscious Jiang Chen in their arms. "Jiang Yuchan, as the head of the Jiang family, I hereby declare that you and your mother have been disowned." Jiang Huayuan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yuchan. "But Dad, didn't you just say?" Li Yakin pleaded softly. "Sister Bai, my mother and I did not occupy that imperial VIP seat today. It was these few people who did. What do you propose we do about this?" Jiang Yuchan said. Witnessing Jiang Huayuan's ruthless demeanor, Bai Hong instantly grasped the situation. Jiang Yuchan clearly had no intention of letting these individuals off the hook. Even though Jiang Yuchan was an imperial member, her actions had already been sufficient. However, the relationships that Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and boss Zhao Dao had with Jiang Yuchan were anything but ordinary, and the fault in this matter lay primarily with Jiang Yuchan. "Oh, so it turns out that the imperial VIP seat does not belong to Miss Jiang, but to you several individuals?" Bai Hong remarked with a knowing smile. "Humph. You only occupied our VIP seat. I can cover the cleaning and sanitation fees with 10,000. Is that sufficient?" Jiang Huayuan replied coldly, preparing to leave with Jiang Feng and Jiang Chen. "Hee, 10,000 is hardly enough. Reserving this imperial VIP seat costs at least 100 million. Bai Hong chuckled, as several bodyguards stepped forward to block their path. "Of course, you can share the cost with young Master Lin, 50 million each. It's not too much." "What? 50 million? Are you robbing us?" Jiang Feng shouted angrily, while Jiang Huayuan's expression darkened. "Isn't Jiang Yuchan an imperial member? She is also part of the Jiang family. So this debt falls upon her." Jiang Huayuan insisted, knowing that while the Jiang family had assets exceeding 100 million, they could only muster 2 to 3 million in cash at most. "Hiki, that won't do. Have you forgotten? You have already expelled Miss Jiang from the family," Bai Hong said, her voice dripping with malice. "If you lack the funds, then leave behind an arm and a leg each." After saying this, one of the bodyguards brandished a cleaver. Jiang Huayuan was instantly filled with regret. "Young Master Lin, this situation arose because of you. You must help us," Jiang Huayuan pleaded, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at the weapon in the bodyguard's hand. "Isn't she just an imperial member? My father, Lin Tianmao, has assets worth billions. He'll be here shortly to settle this." Lin Zhe grimaced as he held his injured head. casting a resentful glance at Bai Hong and Jiang Yuchan. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated that Lin Zhe was the son of Lin Tianmao, a man of considerable influence. This situation was becoming troublesome. Before Jiang Yuchan and Bai Hong could ponder further, a middle-aged man accompanied by several bodyguards hurriedly approached them. "Dad!" Lin Zhe cried out, rushing towards his father as if he were a savior. "Every day, you just know how to cause trouble. Do you not realize I am busy working on the collaboration plan with Extraordinary Group?" Lin Tian now glared at his son, who was embroiled in gambling and debauchery. But upon seeing the injury on Lin Zhe's head, his anger surged. "Damn it, who did this to you?" "Dad, it was those two provocative women. Make sure they pay." Lin Zhe pointed at Jiang Yuchan and Bai Hong. "Hige, Jiang Yuchan, let's see how you meet your end." The three generations of the Jiang family glared at Jiang Yuchan with venomous eyes. However, when Lin Tian now stormed over and laid eyes on Jiang Yuchan, he froze. General Jiang. Chapter 36. The General of the Billion-Dollar Group. "General, I didn't expect to see you here." Lin Tianmao exclaimed excitedly as he approached Jiang Yuchan to shake her hand. "Dad, do you know this scandalous woman?" Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Tianmao. "You son of a, how dare you speak to General Jiang that way? She is the general manager of Extraordinary Group." Lin Tianmao's expression changed dramatically as he slapped Lin Zhe hard across the face. "What? The one with a cash flow of 200 billion? Lin Zhe gasped in disbelief. Bai Hong was equally astonished. The three generations of the Jiang family were collectively stunned. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Lin Tianmao quickly sought to understand the situation from Bai Hong. Upon learning the details, Lin Tianmao's fury erupted. "You ungrateful wretch. How dare you bring General Jiang here? Bow down and apologize. If you ruin our collaboration with Extraordinary Group, the shareholders will have your head. And I won't be able to save you." Lin Tianmao kicked Lin Zhe to the ground, genuinely enraged. "I have been tirelessly seeking cooperation with them. And you go and bring the general here." Had Lin Zhe not been his only son, he would have gone to extreme measures. "General, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your importance. I bow before you." Lin Zhe, now aware of Jiang Yuchan's identity, repeatedly bowed in front of her, fear evident in his demeanor. "General, I promise to discipline him when we return. Please, do not let this fool jeopardize our business." Lin Tianmao implored, his tone exceedingly humble. "But, Mr. Lin, could there be a mistake? Jiang Yuchan is merely a student. How could she possibly be the general manager of a billion-dollar group?" Jiang Huayuan interjected. Lin Tianmao sized him up, scoffing dismissively. "So you are the one who has been trying to ingratiate yourself with my Lin family? You truly are short-sighted. Discarding a treasure while chasing after trifles. Your granddaughter has already climbed the ranks, becoming the helm of a billion-dollar group, yet you still act in such a manner." Jiang Huayuan's face turned pale, and he staggered back several steps, as did Jiang Feng and Jiang Qin, their expressions filled with horror. If they had harbored even a glimmer of hope before, hearing Lin Tianmao's confirmation extinguished it completely. "Mr. Jiang, I am not one who lacks foresight. Your collaboration proposal with the Lin family must be expedited. I need to present it to my investors," Jiang Yuchan stated impassively. "Furthermore, regarding the Imperial VIP seed incident, you and Jiang Huayuan must each compensate 50 million to the bar." "Yes, General," Lin Tianmao replied. Though he felt the sting of loss, he dared not refuse. Should Jiang Yuchan take offense, their entry into the northern district would be jeopardized. "Yuchan, I am your grandfather. Do you not realize that 50 million is pushing the Jiang family to its limits?" Jiang Huayuan exclaimed, his blood pressure skyrocketing. While the Jiang family's total assets reached 100 million. Producing 50 million in cash would jeopardize not only their ambitions in the northern district but also threaten their entire business due to a fractured financial chain. "Hige, Jiang Huayuan. You have already expelled my mother and me from the Jiang family. Whether the Jiang family survives is of no concern to me." With that, Jiang Yuchan took Li Yakin's hand and walked out. As they departed, Lin Zhe, who had been simmering with frustration, stood up in fury, grabbing a bottle and marching towards the Jiang family. "Damn it, you fools dared to make me offend General Jiang. I will make you pay." Cries of distress echoed throughout the bar. After leaving, Jiang Yuchan did not return to the Jiang family, but instead called Chen Fan. "What? You and your mother have been expelled from the Jiang family and are now homeless? How delightful." Chen Fan, who had been napping, suddenly perked up. This was a golden opportunity. Delightful? Jiang Yuchan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in confusion at what Chen Fan was articulating. "Wait for me. I will arrive in 15 minutes. With that, Chen Fan hastily ended the call. "Yuchan, are we truly leaving the Jiang family like this? How are we supposed to live from now on?" Although Li Yakin had just vented her frustrations, she now reflected that Jiang Yuchan had acted somewhat impulsively. They were left with nothing. In truth, Jiang Yuchan had not intended to call Chen Fan, as no girl wishes for her beloved man to witness her in a state of distress. However, she found herself utterly devoid of funds. Despite Chen Fan gifting her 100 million, she had invested it all into Extraordinary Group. Li Yakin, while managing 4 stores, had a propensity for extravagance, often indulging in luxury items, and was nearly living paycheck to paycheck. Thus, these women, worth billions, had indeed found themselves on the streets. "Mom, you needn't worry. I am now the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise. Although salaries have yet to be dispersed, I will earn 500,000 monthly moving forward. And I will take care of you. Jiang Yuchan reassured her mother. By the way, who is that Chen Fan you just called? Your classmate? Li Yakin inquired. Mom, Chen Fan is my good friend. He is a genuinely nice person. Jiang Yuchan's cheeks flushed at the mention of Chen Fan. Upon noticing her daughter's expression, Li Yakin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Yuchan, is this Chen Fan your boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me about him? Without me to look out for you. What if you encounter those deceitful men seeking to exploit you? Mom, Chen Fan is not that kind of person. He treats me very well. Jiang Yuchan retorted, somewhat displeased. Child, do not be so easily swayed by a few flattering words and a couple of trivial gifts. I have seen far more of life than you have rice. The very name Chen Fan does not inspire confidence. Mom, he is the one who invested 100 million in my company, Jiang Yuchan asserted. Li Yakin then remarked, Yuchan, do you see how disheveled my hair is? Is my makeup smeared from crying? Also, should I prepare a gift for meeting your fiancé for the first time? At this, Jiang Yuchan was rendered speechless. 15 minutes later, a willing Hongguang pulled up in front of Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan. Chen Fan jumped out of the car, brimming with excitement. Mom, this is Chen Fan. Jiang Yuchan introduced him to her mother. Hello, Auntie. Chen Fan greeted warmly. Yet, Li Yakin's smile froze on her face. Yuchan, is this the same Chen Fan who gifted you 100 million for investment? He arrives in a willing Hongguang? Mom, why do you say that? Chen Fan is merely being low-key. Jiang Yuchan felt displeased at her mother's apparent disdain toward Chen Fan. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained unfazed, warmly ushering Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin into the vehicle. Auntie, actually, this car belongs to a friend of mine, Chen Fan explained, glancing at Li Yakin, who, despite being in her 40s, still exuded a certain elegance. Oh, I see. I thought, as per Yuchan's description, you wouldn't usually drive a willing Hongguang. Li Yakin's expression softened a bit. As the owner of a Porsche dealership, she drove a Porsche 911 herself and had never been in such a modest vehicle. I usually don't drive a willing Hongguang. I don't own a car, so I take taxis, Chen Fan clarified. Yuchan, where are you taking us? Aren't we supposed to rent a place first? The rent here isn't cheap. Jiang Yuchan asked. Rent? What do you mean rent? You are a senior executive at Extraordinary Group. Of course, I will provide you with a house. Chen Fan stated confidently. What? A house? Jiang Yuchan gasped in surprise. Li Yakin rolled her eyes, thinking that Chen Fan was boasting about providing a house while driving a dilapidated van. She became increasingly convinced that he was a fraud. Suspecting he might have colluded with the sales department to deceive them, anticipating that upon arrival, they would be informed that the houses they wanted were all sold out. This was a scheme she often encountered in her store, where young men pretending to be wealthy would charm women, having alerted the sales staff beforehand to earn a commission. Let us see how I expose you and reveal your true nature as a fake rich kid. Li Yakin thought to herself. Chen Fan, isn't this inappropriate? What if Arashi finds out you're buying me a house? Won't she be upset? Jiang Yuchan said with a hint of anxiety. Why would she be upset? If necessary, I can just buy her one too. Chen Fan replied, perplexed. To Jiang Yuchan, this implied that Chen Fan indeed had feelings for her. Willing to risk Ruashi's displeasure for her sake, which made her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing, much to Li Yakin's irritation. Chen Fan drove directly toward the luxurious villa district of Yujing Mountain Manor in Jiangnan City. Wait, is this Yujing Mountain Manor? Why are you bringing us here? Li Yakin was familiar with the area. Yujing Mountain Manor was the most prestigious villa district in Jiangnan City, known for its prime location and exquisite environment. With even the least expensive villas valued at over 100 million. Li Yakin had previously attended a high school reunion there and was astounded by the opulent decor that resembled a palace. Since then, she had dreamt of owning a villa in Yujing Mountain Manor, having visited secretly several times. Auntie, didn't we just say we would provide Yuchan with a house? I think Yujing Mountain Manor looks splendid. Chen Fan remarked. A villa in Yujing Mountain Manor for Yuchan? Li Yakin was initially shocked and thrilled. But upon noticing the shabby van they were in, her excitement quickly diminished. Chen Fan is trying to show off by bringing us to the most luxurious villa district in Jiangnan City, she thought. Just as Chen Fan was about to drive the van into the sales office, a luxury Mercedes suddenly sped past, nearly colliding with Chen Fan's van. Watch where you're going. Do you think you're worthy of hitting my car? The driver of the Mercedes shouted, rolling down the window. You're the one who suddenly sped over. How is that my fault? Jiang Yuchan, seated in the passenger seat, retorted angrily. Don't waste time with such people. Our priority today is to buy a house, Chen Fan advised. What a coward. Li Yakin assumed Chen Fan was intimidated by the Mercedes driver, rolling her eyes dismissively. Both vehicles parked almost simultaneously in the sales office lot. Chen Fan exited first, opening the doors for Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Well, if it isn't Li Yakin, how did you end up in a van? As soon as Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan stepped out, a glamorous woman wearing sunglasses and a luxurious black dress approached them. Entwined with a middle-aged man. Is that you, Zhang Huilan? Li Yakin stared in disbelief. What Zhang Huilan? What a dreadful name. After graduating high school, I studied abroad. And now everyone calls me by my English name, Luna. Zhang Huilan's expression changed abruptly. Your mother would certainly recognize this. The two must have had quite a good relationship in high school. Chen Fan remarked to Jiang Yuchan while gazing at the internet celebrity's striking features. What good relationship. I've often heard my mother speak of her. Out of jealousy for my mother's beauty, she frequently schemed against her. And as for studying abroad after graduation, she merely spent 2 years washing dishes in America, Jiang Yuchan replied, her anger palpable. Yakin, are you here to purchase property? The houses in Yujing Mountain Villa do not come cheap. Each unit costs at least 100 million. Zhang Huilan observed Li Yakin, Jiang Yuchan, and Chen Fan with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Li Yakin felt utterly embarrassed, her mind racing to concoct a lie to escape, but at that moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Indeed, we are here to buy a house, he declared. Li Yakin was incensed, stomping her foot and glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. It was bad enough that he had made her lose face by driving a van. Now he was pretending to be someone he wasn't. If Zhang Huilan saw through the ruse, she would be utterly humiliated. Yet, with Chen Fan's words already out, she had no choice but to follow him and Jiang Yuchan. Zhang Huilan whispered something to the driver of her luxury car, and then proudly linked arms with the middle-aged man, striding ahead of them. Welcome. Several female sales representatives rushed forward, eager to serve Zhang Huilan and her companion with refreshments, while no one approached Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, or Li Yakin. The sales staff had just seen them disembark from a Wuling Hongguang van. What's going on? Aren't we getting any service? Chen Fan frowned. Huh. You're so poor you drive a van and expect us to attend to you? Do you really think you deserve it? Several saleswomen scoffed, rolling their eyes. Zhang Huilan and her male companion turned to mock Li Yakin, Jiang Yuchan, and Chen Fan with derisive smiles. Witnessing this scene, Li Yakin wished she could vanish into the ground, her impression of Chen Fan plummeting. Once they left, she would certainly ensure her daughter severed ties with him. Hello, esteemed customers. Are you here to view properties? Did you have an appointment? Just as everyone had left Chen Fan and the others to their own devices, a girl in a floral dress approached them. It was clear she was an intern, lacking even the standard black stockings and high heels. No appointment, Chen Fan replied. That's fine. I am the intern Hulan Lan. If you don't mind my lack of expertise, I can show you around our Yujing Villa. Shall I first take you to view the sand table, so you can better understand the overall layout of our estate? Hulan Lan thought it unlikely that these individuals could afford a villa in Yujing Villa, but felt compelled to shield them from the judgments of the other salespeople and the ridicule from Zhang Huilan and the middle-aged man. Li Yakin was eager to leave and hurriedly attempted to pull Jiang Yuchan toward the sand table, only to be halted by Chen Fan. There's no need for such trouble. Just tell me which unit is the most expensive, Chen Fan declared loudly, seemingly intent on maintaining Li Yakin's dignity. However, his words silenced the sales office momentarily before erupting in laughter. How amusing. A man driving a van dares to ask for the most expensive unit. Has he no idea that even the cheapest villa here costs 100 million? What audacity. The sales representatives pointed and laughed at Chen Fan. Li Yakin's expression darkened visibly. Yuchan, we are leaving. You must cut ties with this fraud when we get home. Li Yakin insisted, pulling Jiang Yuchan away. Mom, Chen Fan is here to buy us a house. How can you say that about him? Jiang Yuchan retorted, angrily shaking off her mother's grip. Chen Fan stood by, speechless. I was merely trying to support you. If you don't appreciate it, that's one thing, but calling me a fraud is uncalled for. At that moment, however, Zhang Huilan, the middle-aged man, and the sales supervisor Huang approached them. Oh, Yakin, your son-in-law is quite exceptional. He openly requests the most expensive villa. What filial piety, Zhang Huilan remarked. The most expensive unit is the centerpiece of Yujing Villa, spanning 2,000 square meters, with a total price of 500 million. Only 500 million? Is there nothing even more extravagant? Chen Fan inquired, raising an eyebrow. This time, not only the sales staff but even Hulanlan found herself at a loss for words. Thinking Chen Fan was rather pretentious, refusing to acknowledge the obvious. Young man, do not let your ignorance serve as your currency. Yujing Villa is the premier villa district in Jiangnan City, and the centerpiece is the epitome of luxury, sales supervisor Huang sneered. Do you even know what 500 million means? In cash, you wouldn't be able to count it in 3 days. The middle-aged man beside Zhang Huilan echoed the mockery. Are you daft? Who uses cash anymore? It's all bank transfers now. Chen Fan retorted, casting a patronizing glance at the middle-aged man. Fine. Then let me see if you can actually come up with 500 million. The man scoffed. This middle-aged man, Wang Cheng, owned a modest company worth millions. He could not afford a property in Yujing Villa, but had colluded with sales supervisor Huang to deceive Zhang Huilan into bed. Huang had just informed Zhang Huilan that the property she had chosen was already sold. Is there truly no more expensive option? Chen Fan pressed Hulanlan, unwilling to concede. None. This unit is indeed the most expensive. She replied, exasperated. All right then, I'll take this one. Let us charge it, Chen Fan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he pulled out a card. What? Charge it? An amount this large can't be charged, Hulanlan exclaimed, hoping to give Chen Fan an out, as it seemed implausible that a college student driving a van could afford a 500 million villa. Who says it can't be charged? We at Yujing Villa have specifically arranged for high-limit machines that can process transactions up to 1 billion. Supervisor Huang sneered, snatching the card from Chen Fan's hand, entering a series of zeros into the machine, and swiping it. At once, except for Li Yakin and Hulanlan, everyone turned away. unwilling to hear the dreaded announcement of insufficient funds. Ding. Transaction successful. An electronic voice announced. Li Yakin turned around sharply. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Chen Fan. Zhang Huilan was stunned. Wang Qing was shocked. Supervisor Huang was astonished. Hu Lanlan was equally taken aback. The entire sales office fell into a stunned silence. Could it be? Did it actually go through? Li Yakin felt as though she were dreaming. No, it's impossible. How could someone driving a dilapidated van have 500 million? Zhang Huilan exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. You must have colluded to deceive me. This must all be a fabrication. Zhang Huilan exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Li Yakin and Chen Fan. Who are you to think we would conspire against you? Old lady? Chen Fan retorted. His words struck a nerve, and Zhang Huilan's composure shattered. Wang Qing, this brat insulted me. Make sure he pays for it, she implored. Grabbing Wang Qing by the arm, Wang Qing looked distressed. After all, this was a person who had effortlessly spent 500 million on a property. Surely, there were formidable forces behind her. He felt that if anyone were to take him out, it would be her. At that moment, a well-dressed, portly gentleman hurriedly entered the room. Whose Wuling Hongguang is parked outside? He inquired. Mine. What's the matter? Chen Fan approached him. What? You are Hao Dao, Brother Dao? You look so young. The man said respectfully. Brother Dao? My name is Chen Fan, but Zhao Dao is my brother, Chen Fan clarified. Oh, so you are Brother Fan. Greetings, I am Shun Xinghua, the sales manager of Yujing Manor, he said, quickly extending his hand. Oh, you are well acquainted with my brother? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. He recalled Zhao Dao's past as a security guard and was surprised by the sales manager's deference upon hearing Zhao Dao's name. Ah, I wouldn't dare to presume. Brother Dao is the underground figure of the entire northern district. I have admired him for quite some time, and upon seeing his license plate, I rushed over. Manager Shen said, rubbing his hands together. The underground figure of the northern district? Chen Fan was taken aback. Although he had suspected Zhao Dao's true identity was not ordinary, he had not anticipated that he was the leader of the northern district's underground. Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan shared the same astonishment. While Li Yakin remained composed, Jiang Yuchan, recalling that she often dined with this underworld figure, was suddenly petrified, covering her mouth in shock. At that moment, Manager Shen noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces and immediately pulled Hu Lanlan aside. After hearing about the recent events, he slapped Supervisor Huang across the face. Damn it, are you blind? How dare you treat Brother Fan like that? Are you seeking death? You are fired, effective immediately. Hu Lanlan will take your position, Manager Shen declared. Supervisor Huang, having already quaked in fear at the revelation of Chen Fan being Zhao Dao's brother, was now overwhelmed with a sense of relief. Just then, Wang Qing seemed to remember something and bolted outside. Stop. Don't damage that Wuling Hongguang. Chapter 39. This house is too large. No man is safe. What? Damage a car? Chen Fan and Manager Shen were taken aback, quickly following him outside. Although the Wuling Hongguang wasn't particularly valuable, it was a borrowed vehicle. If it held special significance for Zhao Dao, it would transcend monetary concerns. However, upon reaching the outside, they were all left dumbfounded. The car's windows were shattered, the tires punctured, and the body was severely dented. Boss, you dare flaunt with a van? As per sister's instructions. I've taken care of it. The driver of the Mercedes boasted, brandishing a wrench. Thud. Wang Qing's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees in terror. It's over. Manager Shen exclaimed in fear. Only Zhang Huilan remained dismissive. It's just a van. If it's damaged, so be it. Wang Qing. You can just buy them a new one. You insolent woman, be quiet. Do you realize the grave mistake you've made? That's Brother Dao's car. We could lose our lives over this. Wang Qing shouted, slapping Zhang Huilan across the face, knocking her fake nose askew. Lose our lives. Zhang Huilan, seeing Wang Qing's serious demeanor, began to fear. Damn it, you dare to smash Brother Dao's car? You truly don't know the danger you're courting. Manager Shen immediately commanded several tall security personnel to restrain Wang Qing, Zhang Huilan, and the driver. Brother Fan, what should we do about this? Manager Shen turned to Chen Fan. What to do? The car is already destroyed. What else can we do? Chen Fan replied, looking at Wang Qing and Zhang Huilan, who were as frightened as quails, feeling no sympathy for them. They were simply reaping what they had sown. Thus, Chen Fan called Zhao Dao and explained the situation. What? They smashed my car? Zhao Dao was left speechless. If word got out that his vehicle was vandalized by a driver, he would lose face in Jiangnan City. You handle it. Just leave the car there and remember to retrieve the license plate, he said before hanging up. Chen Fan turned to Wang Qing. You'll compensate Zhao Dao with 20 million. He believed that since Wang Qing had the means to purchase a $100 million villa for Zhang Huilan, he could afford to pay a bit to learn a lesson. Thud. To everyone's surprise, Wang Qing collapsed to his knees. Brother Fan, please spare me. I don't have 20 million. Wang Qing, weren't you going to buy me a villa worth 100 million? How could you not have 20 million? You need to pay them. Zhang Huilan urged. Yes, Brother Fan. This wretched woman instigated the driver. This has nothing to do with me. Besides, I truly don't have 20 million. Buying a house was all a scheme I concocted with Supervisor Huang to deceive Li Huilan. Wang Qing repeatedly bowed before Chen Fan. What? Wang Qing, you dared to deceive me? Zhang Huilan gasped in shock. Yakin, We've been high school classmates for 3 years. You must help me. Plead with your son-in-law to let me go. Zhang Huilan cried as she knelt before Li Yakin, seeing Zhang Huilan groveling at her feet. Li Yakin felt an immense sense of satisfaction, and her fondness for Chen Fan surged. However, her inherent kindness softened her heart upon witnessing Zhang Huilan's desperate pleas. Even though she had wronged her multiple times in the past. Chen Fan, what do you think? Li Yakin hesitantly asked. Chen Fan disowned her intent. Since Annie has spoken, let us waive the 20 million. However, with the car gone, it's not convenient to get a taxi here. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Cheng immediately snatched the keys from the driver and respectfully handed them to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, since you have spared us, how could we let you take a taxi back? This Mercedes is my compensation to you. Chen Fan nodded, accepting the keys without further comment. Wang Cheng and Zhang Huilan expressed immense gratitude as they departed. At this moment, Li Yakin felt exceptionally elated. Although she had been expelled from the Zhang family, her daughter's friend had effortlessly secured a 500 million villa for her and Jiang Yuchan. Moreover, she had witnessed the very woman who had bullied her in high school kneeling before her in supplication. Now, the more she looked at Chen Fan, the more she found him appealing. Were it not for his relationship with her daughter, she might have even considered pursuing him herself. The villa was exquisitely decorated, furnished entirely with imported luxury items, ready for immediate occupancy. After signing the contract, they headed straight to the Grand Villa. Yuchan, what stage are you and Chen Fan at now? Have you slept together yet? Li Yakin pulled Jiang Yuchan into a room and inquired. Mother, what are you talking about? Chen Fan and I are merely friends. Jiang Yuchan's face flushed instantly. He is willing to spend so much on you. And I just saw that the property title is in your name. Besides, you're so beautiful and have such an amazing figure. How could he possibly resist? Li Yakin exclaimed in astonishment. Mom, Chen Fan is wealthy and handsome. He has no shortage of girlfriends. The girls around him are no less impressive than I am. Jiang Yuchan replied, lowering her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Yuchan, you should understand that it is quite normal for a top-tier wealthy heir like Chen Fan to have multiple partners. Now that we have been cast out by the Jiang family, Chen Fan not only does not despise us, but has also bought us a mansion worth 500 million. Where else can you find such a man? Tonight, you must sleep with Chen Fan. If you don't, I, your mother, will take matters into my own hands. After all, I was once the belle of the school, and I've maintained myself well over the years. Who knows, perhaps Chen Fan would like to try something different. Li Yakin said with a dreamy smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Mom, Chen Fan is mine. You can't take him. Jiang Yuchan exclaimed, suddenly anxious. All right. I want to compete with you. Just make sure to dress up nicely. Put on those black stockings and whatever else you have. I even have a set of unwrapped lingerie for you. Li Yakin chuckled, and upon seeing Jiang Yuchan nodding with a flushed face, she pulled her out. At that moment, Chen Fan was examining the interior decoration of the house. When he saw the two of them emerge, he immediately approached them. It was undeniable that Jiang Yuchan was a stunning beauty, but her mother, Li Yakin, at 40, looked as though she was in her 20s. Her beauty rivaling that of Jiang Yuchan, and she exuded a mature charm akin to a perfectly ripe peach. What a pair of exquisite mother and daughter. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. Auntie, Yuchan, it seems like there's nothing missing here, and it's getting late, so I should head back. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Chen Fan said. What? You're leaving? Jiang Yuchan panicked. Chen Fan, you can't go. This enormous house is frightening for just the two of us. What if a wolfish man comes? Li Yakin interjected. Besides, I just checked, and the sound insulation is excellent. And I usually sleep very soundly at night, so I wouldn't hear a thing. With a mischievous smile, Li Yakin pushed Jiang Yuchan toward Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan. This house is too large. It's unsafe without a man. Jiang Yuchan took the opportunity to snuggle up to him, wrapping her soft arms around one of his. Chapter 40. Don't call me mom. Call me mother-in-law. The next morning, Chen Fan rose early, while Jiang Yuchan lay on the bed like a lazy kitten, exhausted from the previous day. Get up and eat. Annie Yakin has knocked on the door several times. I'm not hungry anymore. Jiang Yuchan replied with a forlorn look at Chen Fan. Then rest well. Chen Fan smiled. How annoying. Jiang Yuchan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon entering the dining room, Chen Fan discovered that Li Yakin had prepared a lavish spread, scrambled eggs with chives, oysters, beef tendons, and lamb kidneys. Annie Yakin, this is quite a feast. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh dear, you young ones lack restraint. The earth shook all night long yesterday. If you don't replenish your strength, you'll regret it when you grow old. Li Yakin said in a lecturing tone, tossing a handful of goji berries into Chen Fan's bowl. Didn't you say the sound insulation was excellent, and that you sleep deeply? Chen Fan felt his cheeks redden, even with his thick skin. Auntie, could you give me your bank account number? Chen Fan asked. What do you need my account for? Li Yakin replied, somewhat puzzled, but she still provided it. Ding. Li Yakin's phone chimed with a notification. You transferred money to me? 100 million. Li Yakin exclaimed, springing to her feet, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at Chen Fan. Annie, don't be too excited. It's just a little pocket money. After all, we just moved in. And there are many things to buy. If you need more, just let me know. Although Li Yakin couldn't return the favor, a hush money was still necessary. After all, We are family, and money is money. Chen Fan, you've touched me deeply. I've been in the Jiang family for over 20 years, raising Yuchan single-handedly. Only to be expelled from the Jiang family and left on the streets. And yet, you bought Yuchan a mansion worth 500 million and gave me 100 million as pocket money. From this day on, you're my son. And Yuchan is my daughter-in-law. Li Yakin said tearfully, just as Jiang Yuchan emerged from the bathroom, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not joking. From now on, Chen Fan is my son, so don't call me mom anymore. Call me mother-in-law. Li Yakin said seriously. Jiang Yuchan looked perplexed. I grew up in an orphanage, so from now on, Annie Yakin, you are my godmother. After saying that, Chen Fan transferred another 100 million to Li Yakin. Li Yakin nearly fainted with excitement upon seeing 200 million in her account. My good son, you are truly a blessing to me. I know you have many girlfriends outside, and I'll keep an eye on Yuchan for you. Feel free to pursue your romantic endeavors. I'll ensure that the home front remains steady. Mom, why are you siding with him? I'm your daughter. Jiang Yuchan protested, feeling disgruntled. Behave yourself. If you don't take good care of Chen Fan, just wait and see what I'll do. Li Yakin said playfully as she served food to Chen Fan while glaring at Jiang Yuchan. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Chen Fan intended to head back to his room for some more sleep, but just then, his phone rang. Hello, master, how is your training going? Chen Fan inquired as soon as he answered. Dear disciple, everything is going smoothly, but I need your assistance with one matter. The sultry voice of Su Nanxiang came through the phone. Your senior sister, Sun Siyuan, is arriving from Xiangjing to Jiangnan today. Please pick her up and settle her into my villa. Just picking someone up? That's a trivial matter. Chen Fan replied. By the way, your senior sister is highly skilled in medicine, and I worry that you have been courting too many girls lately. I want her to help you with your health once she arrives. Su Nanxiang said earnestly. Huh? Healthcare? Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. But the call had already ended. Before long, Su Nanxiang sent him flight information via WeChat, along with a friend request. The profile picture was that of a cute anime girl. After adding her as a friend, Chen Fan drove to the airport. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, one of the four great families of Jiangnan, a convoy of luxury cars, including Bentleys and Maybachs, sped toward Jiangnan Airport. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, inside which sat a handsome young man with a tall stature, accompanied by a girl whose looks and figure were almost on par with Su Nanxiang. Brother, is this person coming today really that important? Not only have all the family elders come, but even you, the new head of the Wang family, are here. When those renowned international doctors came, we only sent a butler to pick them up. The girl asked, puzzled. Yin. You are unaware that the person returning is no ordinary individual. She is Sun Siyuan from the illustrious Sun family of traditional Chinese medicine. Had it not been for the fortuitous bond our ancestors forged with the Sun family, it would have been impossible for our Wang family to engage with her. Furthermore, it is rumored that Sun Siyuan is a stunning beauty. Wang Tung licked his lips and remarked, perfect. While Sun Siyuan is here to treat our grandfather. Why not win her over and make her my sister-in-law? Wang Yuyin said with a mischievous smile. I would love to. If I could marry someone from the medicinal royal family, our Wang family would certainly flourish. Unlike the current decline we face, if grandfather does not pull through this time, our stock prices will plummet, and our projects in the northern district will be jeopardized, potentially relegating us to the status of a second-tier family in Jiangnan City. Wang Ting sighed deeply. However, my greatest concern is your safety. Some of the old-timers in our family are already contemplating betrayal and aligning with the Zhou family, even suggesting that you be offered to Zhou Honyuan. Wang Ting spoke through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. Brother, I would rather die than marry that despicable fiend. Wang Yuyin's exquisite face turned pale at the thought. Rest assured, I would risk my life to prevent you from becoming Zhou Hongyuan's plaything. Wang Ting clenched his fists. As he and Wang Yuyin had grown up together since their parents tragically passed away in a car accident when they were young, she was undoubtedly the most important person in his life. The Wang family's vehicle disregarded the traffic signals and swiftly arrived at the airport. Suddenly, Wang Ting noticed a brand new Wulian Hongguang van parked at the front of their convoy, seemingly diminishing the prestige of their procession. Chapter 41. Senior Sister Sun Siyuan Young Man. Here is 1,000 yuan. Kindly move your van to another location. As soon as Chen Fan exited the car, a chauffeur in a suit and white gloves approached him. Chen Fan turned to see the luxurious convoy behind him and thought, a wealthy individual. Although he had over 6 billion yuan in his account, who could ever have too much money? This van was recently acquired, a practical vehicle for both passengers and cargo. Having just picked it up, he earned a quick 1,000 yuan. Chen Fan promptly parked the van at the back of the convoy and sent a photo of the vehicle and its license plate to Sun Siyuan. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wang Tung seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to Wang Yuyin. Sister, you see, when out in the world, it is often best to resolve matters with money whenever possible. Look at him, dressed modestly and driving a van. He must be struggling financially. If you engage with him on that level, it might be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, leading him to resort to violence against you. This is known as the principle of retreat for the fortunate. Wang Yuyin nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration for her brother. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from the exit. Clad in a beige trench coat and high heels, her long legs accentuating her tall figure. Her cascading curls were elegantly tied back, capturing the attention of numerous men along her path. She has arrived. Wang Tang's eyes lit up as he pulled Wang Yuyan from the car to greet Sun Siyuan. Though Sun Siyuan wore a snug black mask that concealed most of her features, her beautiful eyes and flawless forehead revealed her extraordinary beauty beneath. Dr. Sun. I am Wang Ting, the head of the Jiangnan Wang family, and this is my sister Wang Yuyan. Our grandfather specifically sent us to welcome you. Upon witnessing Sun Siyuan's ethereal aura, Wang Teng's heart raced. This girl was truly exceptional, even surpassing his sister's beauty. Wang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Beauty captivates not only men but also women, after all. Yet, Sun Siyuan merely nodded, her gaze briefly resting on Wang Yuyan before searching around her. Then, she spotted Chen Fan swaying nearby with 2 ice creams, occasionally glancing in their direction. HM? You, my apprentice, hurry over here. Sun Siyuan recognized Chen Fan from his photograph. And upon seeing his foolish expression, she felt both amused and exasperated. Are you calling me? You're my senior sister? Chen Fan pointed at himself, unsure. Having expected a cute, cartoonish girl based on her profile, only to find a strikingly beautiful yet aloof woman, seemingly even more attractive than Su Naqiang. Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 92. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every point of favor gained with Sun Siyuan, the host's life value increases by 100 points. Current favor score, 10. Gifted to the host. Beauty cashback feature. Name, Sun Siyuan. Beauty score, 92. Cashback ratio, 1100. Gifted to the host. Skill, 13 ghostly needles. Capable of reviving the dead and curing all diseases. An array of synthesized electronic voices echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Before he could fully process his excitement, another series of electronic alerts rang out. Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 91. Wang Yuyan. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every point of favor gained with Wang Yuyan, the host's life value increases by 50 points. Current favor score, 0. Gifted to the host. Beauty cashback feature. Name, Wang Yuyan. Beauty score, 91. Cashback ratio, 150. Gifted to the host. Skill, advanced computing skills. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. There was yet another person. He then noticed the girl behind Wang Ting, dressed in a pink dress, tall and sweetly beautiful. He had no idea that this innocent-looking girl was, in fact, a hacker. You little rascal, can't you keep your composure around beautiful women? Sun Siyuan scolded as she gracefully kicked Chen Fan in the rear. Wang Teng and Wang Yuyan's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that the kid driving the van? To their surprise, he was Sun Siyuan's junior. They had just paid him 1,000 yuan to move his vehicle. Oh no, had they inadvertently offended Sun Siyuan's apprentice? Moreover, the contrast was striking. A stunning ice queen was playfully reprimanding Chen Fan, mixing reprimands with playful antics. Chen Fan stood there, bewildered. As Sun Siyuan tugged at his ear with one hand, while poking his forehead with the other, the imprint of a high heel still visible on his backside. Clutching an ice cream in his hand, he dared not resist. Move it. I assure you, while Master may indulge you, I certainly will not. Sun Siyuan snatched one of the ice creams from Chen Fan's hand, then removed her mask to reveal her breathtaking, snow lotus-like visage. She strode towards Chen Fan's van, not sparing a glance at Wang Teng's luxurious convoy. Hey, can we hitch a ride with you? Wang Teng gulped as he watched Sun Siyuan's retreating figure. His tone exceedingly polite as he addressed Chen Fan. Don't you have a car? After being reprimanded by Sun Siyuan, Chen Fan dared not take the initiative, quickly transforming into a sycophantic follower beside her. Senior sister, what do you think? Well, let's go together, as we need to head to the Wang family anyway. Sun Siyuan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the obsequious Chen Fan, thinking to herself that this rebellious disciple had indeed been spoiled. A bit of guidance from her had rendered him much more obedient. Ding. Sun Siyuan's favorability level, 10. Current favorability, 0. Reward, 0 health points. Current health points, 4790. A notification sound echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Instantly, he felt a surge of joy, for it seemed his speculation was correct. Despite being a hot-tempered senior sister, she was, after all, quite malleable. Chen Fan opened the car door, and Sun Siyuan promptly took her seat in the passenger side. The rear door was a sliding type, and Wang Ting and Wang Yuyan, having grown up without ever riding in such a low-end van, found themselves at a loss on how to open it. It was only when Chen Fan rushed over that he successfully opened the door for them. Brother, this car is so advanced. It's got sliding doors. We should buy one for our home. Unlike Wang Teng, Wang Yuyan displayed a sense of novelty. Wang Teng, Chen Fan, junior brother, I'm hungry. Please take me to eat something first. Sun Siyuan slapped Chen Fan on the back of his head as she spoke. Dr. Sun, brother Chen Fan. I've already reserved a table at the newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant in Jiangnan City. Would you like to give it a try? Wang Ting said, rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression. The Michelin 3-star restaurant was indeed a high-end establishment for a small city like Jiangnan, but it held little allure for Sun Siyuan of the esteemed Sun family. After all, the private chefs of the Sun family in Xianjing were masters of various cuisines. Junior brother, aren't you also a local of Jiangnan? Are there any distinctive restaurants around? Sun Si Yuan turned to Chen Fan and inquired. There are. I'm quite adept at this. Let me take you to Aunt Fat's beef tripe in the North District. Chapter 42. The first time eating hot pot. Chen Fan drove the van recklessly through the old city, occasionally swerving through alleys and drifting, poking his head out to engage in spirited discussions with pedestrians on electric bikes and vehicles that cut in line. You're going to kill someone, driving this broken van so fast. Damn it, watch where you're going. The North District of Jiangnan City was indeed an old area, characterized by narrow roads, congested traffic, and a rough local temperament. Throughout the drive, Chen Fan transformed into a verbal cannon, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Wang Ting frowned at the profanities, struggling to comprehend how someone as noble as Sun Si Yuan could have such a junior brother. However, when he looked up, he was taken aback. His sister, Wang Yuyan, was gazing at Chen Fan with admiration, her little face flushed with excitement. And Sun Si Yuan's eyes also sparkled with appreciation for Chen Fan. Sister, you must not learn such foul language, Wang Ting whispered. But brother, don't you think such a man is, well, quite handsome? He's completely different from the people we usually interact with, Wang Yuyan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. It's just a few swear words. How is that handsome? Wang Tung silently roared, but since Chen Fan was Sun Si Yuan's junior brother, he dared not confront him, merely casting an annoyed glance at Wang Yuyan, suppressing his frustration. Sun Si Yuan, however, was quite pleased. Although she appeared as an ice queen, she had a fiery temperament. Unfortunately, due to her upbringing, she lacked the linguistic repertoire of vulgarities. Eventually, Chen Fan's van entered a dilapidated alley, leaving behind the luxurious convoy of the Wang family. Brother Chen Fan, I see that this area is filled with residential homes. It doesn't look like there are any restaurants around, Wang Tung remarked, wrinkling his brow in disdain at the seemingly impoverished surroundings. You don't understand. The real delicacies of Jiangnan City are hidden in the small eateries within that alley. Chen Fan replied. What good food could possibly come from these shabby little places? Besides, this is the North District. It will soon be demolished, Wang Ting scoffed. Finally, Chen Fan parked in front of a 3-story red brick building, which was the place where he had worked for 3 years while pursuing Chu Yuhan and Fat's beef tripe. The couple who owned the place treated him well, often inviting him to dine at their home, treating him like their own younger kin. However, on a day that usually buzzed with patrons, the restaurant today was eerily empty. Chen Fan frowned as he stepped out of the car, followed by Sun Si Yuan, Wang Ting, and Wang Yuyan. Their striking presence immediately attracted many curious glances from the nearby residents. Upon entering, Chen Fan found the restaurant devoid of customers, save for a middle-aged woman in a red apron, slightly plump, sitting idly. Aunt Fat, why are there so few customers today? I've brought some friends to dine. It's Chen Fan. You haven't been here in a long time. Come, sit down. Aunt Fat will pour you some tea. Aunt Fat wiped her eyes, revealing a forced smile, and warmly welcomed them to take their seats. Aunt Fat, is something wrong? Why are there so few people? Chen Fan asked, glancing around as he settled into his seat. Oh, nothing's wrong. It might just be too early for dinner, Aunt Fat stammered. Chen Fan nodded slightly and refrained from pressing further, understanding that every household has its own troubles. Before long, the hot pot was served, along with 3 portions of beef tripe. And Chen Fan ordered all the specialties, including freshly sliced beef and lamb, handmade beef balls, and more. As he watched the bubbling pot filled with chili and peppercorns, Wang Tung frowned and directly picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks, popping it into his mouth. In Chen Fan's astonished gaze, he began to chew. This beef slice is indeed special. It's cut thinly and slightly frozen to lock in the moisture, yielding a tender flavor that reveals no traces of cooking comparable to a Michelin 3-star chef skill. Wang Ting's eyes brightened as he gave Aunt Fat a thumbs up. You child. How can you eat raw meat like that? Aunt Fat exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, as she quickly grabbed Wang Tung by the neck, urging him to spit it out. This is hilarious. You've never had hot pot before, have you? Chen Fan laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, noticing that Wang Yuyan was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Smack. Sun Si Yuan delivered another slap to the back of Chen Fan's head. Quickly explain how to eat this. Chen Fan stared in shock at the group. It was truly astonishing that in the 21st century, he encountered 3 individuals who had never eaten hot pot. Thus, he began instructing them as if teaching elementary school students. First demonstrating how to dip beef rolls and lamb rolls into the pot, followed by a slice of beef tripe. When eating beef tripe, it's crucial to achieve the right timing. Otherwise, it will become tough and unpalatable. After saying this, Chen Fan deftly maneuvered his chopsticks to swish the beef tripe in the hot pot, then paired it with rich sesame sauce before placing it in his mouth. Instantly, a burst of savory, spicy, and aromatic flavors exploded on his taste buds. Ah, delightful. This is the flavor. Chen Fan squinted his eyes in bliss. Is it really that good? Let me try. Wang Yuyan blinked her beautiful eyes, mimicking Chen Fan's method. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never had anything this tasty before, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ah, it's so spicy. Wang Yuyan fanned her mouth while speaking animatedly. Sun Si Yuan, after finishing her portion, also brightened up, her chopsticks moving incessantly. Brother Wang Ting, why don't you give it a try? Chen Fan suggested. I usually only eat my beef medium rare. How could well done be delicious? Wang Ting shook his head disdainfully. 10 minutes later, as he observed the three gluttonously devouring their food, Chen Fan called for several more plates of beef tripe and beef, particularly noting Wang Ting, whose eyes remained fixated on the pot while he stuffed his mouth, nearly rolling his eyes in sheer delight. Oh my, this is absolutely delectable, brother. What kind of life have we been living all these years? Wang Yuyan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the deliciousness, her small belly visibly protruding from her dress. Meanwhile, Sun Siyuan remained silent, merely continuing to eat. Ding. Sun Siyuan's favorability level, 20, current favorability, 20, reward, 2,000 health points. Current health points, 6790. Ding. Wang Yuyan's favorability level, 20, current favorability, 20, reward, 1,000 health points. Current health points, 7790. The electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. This was quite a bargain. A single hot pot meal had earned him 3,000 health points from two lovely ladies. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hot pot restaurant. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was violently kicked open. A burly man clad in a black tank top, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, stormed in with a gang of thugs wielding clubs. Auntie, have you made your decision? If you don't sign the contract today, I'll smash your establishment. The black tank top wearing brute and his entourage immediately drew the attention of Chen Fan, Wang Tung, Sun Siyuan, and Wang Yuyan. Brother, these people look terrifying, Wang Yuyan said, her voice tinged with fear. Don't worry, sister. Son, you don't need to be afraid. Our family's bodyguards will be here any moment. Wang Tung reassured them, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Auntie, having heard the ruckus, emerged from the kitchen, wiping her tears. Please don't disturb the guests. I'll sign, I promise, Auntie said, her voice choked with emotion. Stay here and eat. I'll check it out, Chen Fan said, rising to his feet. I'll go with you. Although Wang Ting was a wealthy young master, having just shared a meal with Chen Fan, he found their camaraderie refreshing. And he didn't want to lose face in front of the beautiful Sun Siyuan. Auntie, what is happening? What contract? Let me see, Chen Fan said, reaching for the transfer contract in Annie's hand. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours? The burly man shouted, pointing his baseball bat threateningly at Chen Fan and Wang Tung. Chen Fan remained calm, but Wang Tung, as the head of the Wang family, had never endured such disrespect. How dare you speak like that? He retorted. You little brat, not only will I insult you, but I'll also beat you. Zhang Hu, the thug, swung his bat at Wang Tung's head. Ah! Wang Yuyan screamed, covering her mouth in fright. Wang Tung's eyes widened in terror at the descending bat. However, before it could connect, a strong hand seized it. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Fan held the contract in one hand while gripping the baseball bat in the other. Do you wish to die? Zhang Hu bellowed in rage, pulling out a dagger and lunging at Chen Fan's abdomen. Yet Chen Fan remained unfazed, executing a high kick that sent Zhang Hu hurtling through the air, crashing through the restaurant and landing across the street. This was merely Chen Fan's restraint. Otherwise, he could have easily shattered Zhang Hu's skull. The remaining thugs, seeing their leader dispatched, rushed at Chen Fan, but he didn't even glance up, dispatching them one by one until the floor was strewn with moaning bodies. Wang Tung was astonished. Wang Yuyan was astonished. Annie was astonished. Sun Siyuan's beautiful eyes widened, her expression reflecting surprise akin to that of an ice mountain snow lotus. This young man is surprisingly formidable. When I struck him, he did not resist at all, demonstrating respect for hierarchy. Ding. Sun Siyuan's favorability level, 20, current favorability, 40, reward, 2,000 health points. Current health points, 9790. Ding. Wang Yuyan's favorability level, 10, current favorability, 50, reward, 500 health points. The electronic synthesized voice resounded in Chen Fan's mind. Brother, your skills must be those of a high-level martial artist, Wang Tung remarked, a hint of excitement in his tone. The Wang family was not financially weaker than the other three prominent families, but they had fewer skilled fighters. The strongest in their family was his grandfather, a mid-level master, but he was gravely ill. If he did not survive this ordeal, not only would they be unable to contend for projects in the Northern District, but they might also face annihilation at the hands of the other three families. Martial artist? I am a grandmaster, Chen Fan declared. Wang Ting scoffed. Flattery will get you nowhere. Is there even a grandmaster in Jiangnan City? Besides, you don't seem older than me. Auntie, you're selling this 3-story building for only 200,000? This land must be at least 1,000 square meters. And with the Northern District planning a new area soon, it should fetch at least 5 million. Chen Fan frowned. Ah, I know. But the Zhou Group has hired a gang of thugs to pressure us into signing the transfer contract. Anyone who refuses faces broken limbs. My uncle is still in the hospital, Annie sobbed. The Zhou Group? Chen Fan felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. The Zhou Group is the company of the first family in Jiangnan City, the Zhou family, Wang Ting interjected. The Zhou family? Zhou Hongyuan? Chen Fan finally recalled the young man he had disciplined at the bar. Yes. Zhou Hongyuan has now taken over the family business as the new head of the Zhou family, Wang Tung confirmed. Chen Fan nodded slightly and immediately made a phone call. Before long, Zhao Dao's vehicle arrived. Coincidentally, instead of the Mercedes Wang Chung had given him, he had purchased a van similar to Chen Fan's. Damn. These Zhou brats dare to cause trouble on my turf. Zhao Dao cursed as he directed his men to carry away the Zhou group's thugs. Upon seeing Zhao Dao, Wang Ting's eyes widened. Brother Dao? Oh, how did you end up here? Zhao Dao nodded. Wang Ting was the head of one of the 4 prominent families. A well-known figure in business, and had been an emperor-level member at his bar, so they were somewhat acquainted, with a few connections to Wang Tung's grandfather. Third brother. Wang Tung is my friend. We came here for a meal and stumbled upon these Zhou family goons pressuring her to sell the property. Chen Fan recounted the situation. Yes, the northern district is about to be developed. While several core areas are being auctioned by the Yi family, the surrounding land is open for private transfer. Recently, the major families have been acquiring land in the vicinity. Zhao Dao replied with a serious expression. Since it can be bought and sold, as long as the price is fair, there is nothing more to discuss. However, the Zhou family purchasing something valued at 5 million for 200,000 is nothing short of robbery. Chen Fan nodded and suddenly turned to Wang Tung. Wang Tung, are you and your Wang family interested in the fat anti-snack street? Upon hearing this, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was indeed interested. This snack street would eventually be transformed into a pedestrian street, worth at least several billion in the future. Of course, our Wang family is interested in this snack street. But the Zhou family, although Wang Tung was intrigued, their aging patriarch was gravely ill, leaving them unable to confront the Zhou family. Are you afraid of the Zhou family? That's easily resolved. I shall purchase it and then gift it to Sister Yu-Yan, Chen Fan said casually. But his mind was racing with calculations. A snack street for my sister? Wang Tung widened his eyes in disbelief, unsure of Chen Fan's intentions. This street would cost at least 5 billion. Could a mere bread truck driver afford such a sum? Moreover, even though they had shared a meal and conversed amiably, Wang Tung grew wary, suspecting Chen Fan might have ulterior motives regarding his sister. Wang Yu-Yan also stared in astonishment. No one had ever gifted her something so extravagant. Did Chen Fan truly possess such wealth? Fat auntie, gather your neighbors and inform them that I intend to purchase at the standard market price. Chen Fan's situation had already attracted a multitude of onlookers, and just then, the Wang family's luxury vehicle convoy arrived, causing nearby merchants to flock over. The standard market price. Is that for real? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Zhou family's thugs? Many were incredulous, having been threatened by the Zhou group's henchmen before, with offers falling well below market value. Of course it's true. This is my third brother, Zhao Dao. Should I be afraid of them? Chen Fan gestured towards Zhao Dao. Numerous merchants recognized this figure from the North District and began to trust Chen Fan's words. However, I only have 5 billion. The slots are limited, first come, first served. After saying this, Chen Fan approached Wang Yu-Yan. Please give me your card number. Ding dong. Wang Yu-Yan's phone chimed with a message. 5 billion. Why did you transfer me such a large sum? She exclaimed, taken aback. Even as a scion of one of the 4 great families, she had never received such a hefty amount in one go. I mentioned gifting you a snack street. Didn't I? You'll wait here to sign the contract and transfer the property into your name, Chen Fan responded. At this moment, Wang Tung was astonished. He had casually transferred 5 billion. Even he wouldn't dare to spend money in such a manner. Indeed. Being a disciple of Sun Si-Yuan indicated he was no ordinary person. But why was he solely gifting it to his sister? Did he truly harbor intentions towards her? Wang Ting's gaze towards Chen Fan grew cautious. No amount of money was worth more than his sister's safety. Sun Si-Yuan was relatively composed, merely surprised, to her family. Money was just a number, and if the descendants of the Medicine King needed funds, the world's aristocrats would rush to their aid. Rest assured, Master Wang. Chen Fan's actions stem from necessity. His family prefers to remain low profile, preventing him from making his presence known, hence this investment approach. Furthermore, 5 billion is negligible. Not long ago, he sent out 200 billion. Zhao Dao asserted. 200 billion. Wang Tung was initially shocked, then enlightened. Chen Fan's backing was likely formidable. His so-called gift was merely an investment on their behalf. He had heard of prominent families that preferred to operate in the shadows this way. Then, thank you. Brother Chen Fan and Brother Dao. We can discuss the profits later. Wang Ting felt elated. The snack street could earn at least several billion in the future. And with Zhao Dao's protection, it felt akin to picking up money. All right, Yin, since Chen Fan has said so. You can stay here and sign contracts with these merchants. We will return to the Wang family. Wang Tung declared. Yes, brother, you can trust me. I'll handle everything here. And Brother Chen Fan, if you're worried about the transfer, I can draft an IOU for you. Wang Yin was thrilled to assist her family in business, feeling immense gratitude towards Chen Fan for his trust. Especially after he had just transferred 5 billion following their hot pot meal. No need. I said this snack street is a gift for you. If the funds are insufficient, just ask for more. We just added each other on WeChat, didn't we? Chen Fan replied, startled. The recent transfer of 250 billion made him wary of an IOU potentially jeopardizing his funds. The group exited the Fat Annie Beef Hot Pot restaurant and climbed into the bread truck. Wang Ting soon noticed another pristine Wuling van beside them. Do the big shots nowadays prefer to remain low-key? Bread vans seem to be in vogue. I might have to swap my Rolls-Royce Phantom for one of these. He silently resolved. Chen Fan drove the Wuling van swiftly to the Wang family estate. Initially, the security at the estate gate refused entry. But when Wang Ting rolled down the window, the guard nearly lost his composure, astonished to see the head of the illustrious Wang family returning in a bread van. Upon arriving at the villa in the estate center, they were greeted by a tall, gaunt old man with white hair, supported by others, waiting for them. "Grandfather, why are you out here?" Wang Ting hurriedly approached to assist Wang Zhenhai. "Is Dr. Sun here?" Wang Zhenhai asked, coughing as he approached. "Lord Wang, you don't need to be so formal. I've often heard my grandfather speak of you." Sun Si Yuan responded with a few pleasantries. Once they helped Wang Zhenhai into the house, Sun Si Yuan felt his pulse and immediately frowned. The irregular pulse resembled a sudden storm. It fluctuated erratically, akin to withered vines ensnared, difficult to navigate. Sun Si Yuan grimaced, recognizing this as a sign of poison infiltrating the heart. Meanwhile, Chen Fan wandered around the room, occasionally inspecting the murals and potted plants. "Cian, if there's an issue, please speak openly. I've managed to endure this hidden injury for several years." "I am grateful," Wang Zhenhai sighed, observing Sun Si Yuan's troubled expression. "Lord Wang, in this family, if you were to pass, who would benefit the most?" Sun Si Yuan refrained from being direct. Are you implying?" Wang Zhenhai's eyes glimmered with realization. "Based on my previous diagnosis and treatment, you could live for at least 5 more years, but now, just a year later, your condition has deteriorated to an irreparable state due to an unknown toxin." Sun Si Yuan stated plainly. "What? You mean someone has poisoned grandfather?" At this, Wang Ting finally grasped the situation, standing abruptly with a furious expression. "It must be fourth uncle. He has recently been in close contact with the Zhou family." Wang Tung slammed his palm on the table. "Tunger, do not be disrespectful in front of Cian," Wang Zhenhai admonished sternly. "Cian, how much longer can I live?" Wang Zhenhai, accustomed to the storms of life, momentarily revealed a flicker of sorrow in his gaze, which quickly transformed into an overwhelming calmness. 2 days. This is under the condition that I administer the 3rd needle of the Ghost Gate." Sun Si Yuan sighed. "Haha, 2 days. After 2 days, the Yi family's auction will commence. The Zhou family truly plays their cards well," Wang Zhenhai sneered. The Wang and Zhou families have a long-standing feud. The injuries Wang Zhenhai suffered were inflicted by Zhou Hongyuan's grandfather in their youth. Alas, if only I could master the 4th needle of the Ghost Gate. I could expel the poison from grandfather Wang's body. If I reached the 5th needle, he could be restored to his prime. Sun Si Yuan lamented. Upon hearing this, everyone except Chen Fan wore solemn expressions. "The Ghost Gate 13 needles? I know how to perform that," Chen Fan exclaimed, his spirits lifted, for he had been yearning for someone to test the new skill. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Si Yuan scolded, smacking the back of Chen Fan's head. "No, senior sister, I truly can. My family is also acquainted with the Ghost Gate 13 needles." Chen Fan fibbed effortlessly. Sun Si Yuan was both angry and amused. Who in Huaxia, or even the world, did not know that the Ghost Gate 13 needles were the exclusive technique of the Sun family, the apothecary kings? The notion that Chen Fan's family could also wield it was nothing short of absurd. Wang Ting and Wang Zhenhai shook their heads as well. While they might have believed Chen Fan's claims about other matters, the esoteric medical skill of the Ghost Gate 13 needles was well known as a secret technique exclusive to the apothecary family. Noticing their disbelief, Chen Fan said no more. Without waiting for anyone to react, he seized the silver needle box that Sun Si Yuan had opened. With a swift motion, he conjured ethereal images with both hands, deftly inserting the silver needles into Wang Zhenhai's acupoints at various angles and sequences. "Chen Fan Yu." Sun Si Yuan attempted to intervene, but upon witnessing his technique, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. "This is truly the Ghost Gate 13 needles. 1st needle, 2nd needle, 3rd needle, 4th needle, 5th needle." Chapter 45, Let the Bullets Fly for a While finished. After executing the 5th needle, Chen Fan ceased his actions. As Sun Si Yuan had mentioned earlier, reaching the 5th needle would restore Wang Zhenhai to his peak state. An overwhelming silence enveloped the room as everyone regarded Chen Fan as though he were a monster. Particularly, Sun Si Yuan looked at him in utter disbelief. "Why do you look at me like that? Old man, I have restored your body to its peak state. Care to take a few steps?" Chen Fan said casually, having used the Ghost Gate 13 needles without much effort due to the system's reward. Even Wang Zhenhai, who had witnessed countless storms, was profoundly shocked at this moment. During the procedure, he felt the long-lost strength within him rapidly returning. The chronic injuries that had tormented him day and night vanished entirely. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his 40s. Simultaneously, years of accumulation burst forth, shattering the bottleneck that had confined him at the master level, and his aura surged dramatically. I have broken through to the advanced master level," Wang Zhenhai exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. He then looked at Chen Fan with immense excitement. "Little divine doctor, please allow me to pay my respects for the grace of your revival." Wang Zhenhai knelt before Chen Fan, and Wang Ting, equally ecstatic, followed suit. Chen Fan's Ghost Gate 13 needles not only cured Wang Zhenhai of the venom and old injuries but also propelled him to the advanced master level, revitalizing the Wang family, which had been on the brink of annihilation by the Zhou family, and elevating them to new heights. The entire power structure of Jiangnan City would inevitably be rewritten as a result. Chen Fan deftly sidestepped their kneeling, assisting both men to their feet. After all, He still had to court Sun Si-Yuan and her sister. As a junior, he could not accept the bowing of elders. What is this? Wang Teng, Si-Yen. And I are all friends. My senior sister is also your junior. Besides, this is no trouble for me. It was merely a matter of lifting my hand. Chen Fan said dismissively. Great kindness cannot be understated. Henceforth, should the little benefactor require anything, the Wang family will be at your service. Wang Zhenhai declared, trembling with excitement as he made a solemn promise, and Wang Teng looked at Chen Fan with profound gratitude. Old Master Wang, Wang Teng. Please keep Chen Fan's use of the Ghost Gate 13 needles confidential. Otherwise, he will face relentless pursuit from the apothecary Sun family. Sun Si-Yuan warned with a grave expression. If this matter is leaked by me or Teng, may the heavens strike us down. Wang Zhenhai and Wang Teng vowed solemnly, fully understanding that the Ghost Gate 13 needles, as a secret technique of the apothecary family, would lead to their death should it be discovered that an outsider had mastered it. Chen Fan. While it is inconvenient for you to disclose your family's background, I suspect it is connected to a certain individual. However, please do not reveal anything about that person. Not even to your senior sister, Sun Si-Yuan said earnestly, gazing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was left speechless. The connection was tenuous at best. Yet he could not reveal that it was a reward from the binding system. He could only nod in resignation. Sun Si-Yuan acknowledged with a nod, considering the matter settled. Grandfather, let us go capture that traitor, fourth uncle. Wang Teng stood, eager to act. Not so fast. Let the bullets fly for a while. You go spread the word that I am gravely ill, and a family meeting will be convened tonight. I want to see just how many have pledged allegiance to the Zhou family. Wang Zhenhai's expression turned icy. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hongyuan sat in the main seat with a middle-aged man in Tang attire beside him. Opposite them stood an elderly man, who bore a resemblance to Wang Zhenhai. It was Wang Zhenhai's fourth brother, Wang Zhentao. Master Zhou, second Master Zhou, I just received word from the family that Wang Zhenhai is on his last legs. Tonight is the perfect opportunity to seize the Wang family. Wang Zhentao stated with excitement. Haha, then allow me to congratulate you in advance, fourth Master Wang. On becoming the new head of the Wang family, Zhou Hongyuan said with a sly grin, crossing his legs. I am unworthy of such praise. Once I become the head of the Wang family, they shall become a subsidiary force of the Zhou family, and I, Wang Zhentao, will be the most loyal dog of the Zhou family. Wang Zhentao quickly bowed, pledging his loyalty. However, there are still many in the family who stand by the current head, such as third brother Wang Zhenjiang and his supporters, Wang Zhentao added. Humph. A group of blind fools. Even if Wang Zhenhai were still an advanced master, once my father and brother emerged from seclusion, he would still be doomed. The middle-aged man in Tang attire, Zhou Hongyuan's second uncle, scoffed disdainfully. He is Zhou Jiazhong, the strongest force among Zhou Hongyuan's father and grandfather, a mid-level master, who remains at the Zhou family to oversee matters while they are in seclusion. As far as I know, Wang Zhenjiang is a high-level martial artist, while you, Wang Sire, are merely a novice martial artist at this moment, correct? Zhou Hongyuan remarked, gazing at Wang Zhen. Well, to be honest with you, Zhou family master, that is indeed the case. Moreover, the influence on the third brother's side should not be underestimated. Additionally, with 2 high-level martial artists, 5 mid-level martial artists, and 10 novice martial artists from the Master S lineage, my side is only half as strong as theirs, Wang Zhentao admitted, his face displaying embarrassment. Humph. They are merely a bunch of useless martial artists. Zhou Qingjie scoffed disdainfully. Second uncle, why not take some people and pay a visit? Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The Wang family still possesses a fortune of 100 billion, if it can be utilized by our Zhou family. Once father and grandfather emerge from their seclusion, with financial resources and martial prowess combined, our Zhou family will dominate the entire northern district, leaving other families in the dust. Zhou Hongyuan declared, filled with ambition. Very well, I shall take a trip. Zhou Qingjie agreed. Wang Zhentao's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. He could almost envision himself seated on the throne of the Wang family. Thank you, Zhou family master and Zhou second master. Once this is accomplished, I, Wang Zhentao, will undoubtedly pledge allegiance to the Zhou family. Furthermore, as soon as I ascend to the position of family head, I shall immediately send Wang Weiying to serve you. You shall enjoy yourself thoroughly tonight, Wang Zhentao said, a sycophantic smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with lewdness. Wang Weiying was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Just hearing her name made his younger brother stand up. Ha ha ha, then we shall trouble the Wang family master. Come, summon all martial artists above the novice level to gather, and prepare a grand bell for Wang Zhenhai as farewell. Chapter 46, Sending You a Bell Grandfather. I have just received news that shortly after Wang Zhentao arrived at the Zhou family, they have begun to gather their forces. Moreover, Wang Zhentao's faction has also started making moves, already clashing with the third uncle on our side. Wang Teng rushed in to report. Sigh. It truly is the fourth one. They say an elder brother is like a father. How much effort I expended back then to nurture and educate him. Yet he has turned out to be utterly useless and wicked, and now he dares to betray the Wang family. Wang Zhenhai lamented, filled with sorrow for his misfortune and anger at his lack of ambition. I apologize for the misfortune of our family. And I fear that something significant may occur within the Wang family tonight. Perhaps you two should take cover for a while. Wang Zhenhai expressed concern for Sun Si-Yuan and Chen Fan. although he had restored his high-level master combat power, even with the two from the Zhou family in seclusion. The remaining strength was still formidable, especially since nearly half of the Wang family's forces had defected to the Zhou family. Thus, the situation of this battle was truly uncertain. Even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one, and he feared that a moment's negligence could lead to harm for the two. No worries. It's just an opportunity to enjoy the spectacle. Also, Wang old man, please refrain from calling me benefactor. Otherwise, how could I continue to play happily with Wang Teng and Yue Ying? Chen Fan chuckled. Rest assured, Grandpa Wang, Chen Fan is quite capable. You need not concern yourself with us, Sun Si Yuan added. At that moment, the sound of a car suddenly echoed from outside. The young lady has returned. Someone shouted. The group immediately stepped outside to see a van parked outside. Wang Duiying excitedly jumped out of the car, followed by Zhao Dao from the driver's seat. Chen Fan. Miss Wang has come to escort you back. Today, not only did we conquer the nearby snack street, but we also secured the two old neighborhoods next to it. Zhao Dao informed Chen Fan. Thanks, third brother, Chen Fan replied. No need for thanks between us. Zhao Dao waved his hand. But then he spotted Wang Zhenhai and widened his eyes in surprise. Grandpa Wang, I thought you were on the brink of death. Why do you look so vigorous now? Zhao Dao boldly approached and slapped Wang Zhenhai on the shoulder, instantly feeling the robust strength within him. Zhao Dao's actions were casual. But as the actual leader of the Wang family, Wang Zhenhai was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. Zhao Dao was the underground overlord of the entire northern district, with combat power equivalent to a high-level master. His status not much inferior to that of the four prominent families of Jiangnan, especially since he and Chen Fan referred to each other as brothers. He dared not act presumptuously. Brother Dao, it's good to see you. Thanks to the divine physician's son and Chen Fan, my health has fully recovered. However, with your esteemed status, it is unnecessary for you to personally escort my granddaughter back, Wang Zhenhai said, cupping his fists. Wang Teng hurriedly stepped forward to share the day's events with Wang Zhenhai. Upon hearing this, a glint of sharp insight flashed in Wang Zhenhai's eyes, and he glanced at the flushed, excited face of Wang Yueying, then at Chen Fan, a knowing expression dawning upon him. It seems that Chen Fan harbors some affection for my little granddaughter. Although Ting mentioned that Chen Fan has many girlfriends, a family scion of his caliber, not weaker than the Yao family, would be a high catch even for Wang Weiying as a concubine. Moreover, he saved my life, which is tantamount to restoring the Wang family's fortunes. Wang Zhenhai mused, a hint of delight on his face. Third brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. There will be a splendid show soon, Chen Fan remarked. A splendid show? What kind of show? Zhao Dao asked, puzzled. We are all family here, so I do not fear your laughter. But my fourth uncle is leading the experts from the Zhou family to attack the Wang family and seize the position of family head. Wang Ting spoke with resentment. Oh, the Zhou family is coming too? Damn it, these rascals have been causing trouble in my territory lately, and I have been looking for an opportunity to deal with them. Grandpa Wang, would it be permissible to kill some Zhou family members in your house? Zhao Dao's expression darkened at the mention of the Zhou family. Brother Dao, if you can lend a hand, the entire Wang family would owe you a great favor. Wang Zhenhai excitedly grasped Zhao Dao's hand. If Zhao Dao could intervene today, they could eliminate as many Zhou family members as dared to come. No need to say more, in terms of developing the northern district. I find a kindred spirit in your Wang family more than with the other prominent families. Zhao Dao firmly shook Wang Zhenhai's hand. Joy spread across the faces of the Wang family members nearby. This was tantamount to an alliance between the Wang family and the underground forces of the northern district, significantly enhancing their leverage in dividing the lucrative northern district. However, just then, a sudden loud crash reverberated from outside. Following that, a bloodied elder burst in. Tung Yueying, you must flee quickly. Wang Zhentao has led the Zhou family in an assault. Third uncle, are you all right? Wang Ting and Wang Weiying rushed over to support the bloodied elder. Do not concern yourselves with us. Hurry and escape. I and your uncles and brothers will hold them off. If you can rise again in the future, you must avenge us. With that, the gravely injured Zhang Zhenjiang attempted to rush out again, but a pair of strong hands firmly held him back. Big brother, I thought you were gravely ill. Zhang Zhenjiang's eyes widened in disbelief, taking in the robust, healthy visage of Zhang Zhenhai. Third brother, this time I owe my gratitude to Dr. Sun and Brother Chun. They have healed my wounds, and now not only have I regained my health, but my strength has ascended to a higher level, reaching the status of a high master. Zhang Zhenhai gazed at his injured third brother, moved by the moment. Wonderful. The Wang family is saved. The Wang family is saved. Zhang Zhenjiang exclaimed passionately, looking to the heavens. Ha ha ha, the Wang family is saved? Even if the king of heaven were here today, he couldn't save the Wang family. A sudden, arrogant laughter echoed from outside, accompanied by intense sounds of fighting and anguished cries. Then, Wang Jintao and Zhou Qingjie strode in, laughing heartily. Behind them, several experts from the Zhou family carried a large black iron bell, towering over a person. Where's that old fool, Wang Zhenhai? Why doesn't he come out and kneel to welcome Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou has brought you a bell. Wang Jintao chuckled. His spirits soared to new heights. For just moments ago, Zhou Qingjie, accompanied by 2 lower-level masters from the Zhou family and over 30 advanced martial artists, had stormed into the Wang family. slaughtering nearly all the experts from Wang Zhenhai and Wang Zhenjiang's faction, controlling the remaining ones effortlessly. It could be said that he had now seized control of the entire Wang family. Wang Zhentao, you beast. How can you betray your own family like this after all the kindness my brother has shown you? Wang Zhenjiang pointed at Wang Zhentao, furious. Third brother, times have changed. Only those who are adaptable are wise. From the moment our elder brother was injured by the Zhou family's ancestor, our Wang family was doomed. My allegiance to the Zhou family is merely to secure our survival. Wang Zhentao replied. Pa, you treacherous scoundrel. I, Wang Zhenjiang, would rather die than collude with you. Wang Zhenjiang shouted vehemently. Third brother, do not cling to your delusions. Otherwise, do not blame me. Wang Zhentao sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he regarded Wang Zhenjiang. Do not blame you for what? At that moment, Wang Zhenhai, who had been facing away from them, slowly turned around, exuding an icy aura of killing intent. Chapter 47. Total Annihilation. Ah, big brother. No, it's impossible. I used the most potent poison available. How can you still stand? Wang Zhentao's face turned pale with terror as he stumbled back several steps, unable to believe his eyes. Wang Zhentao, what is happening? Did you not say that old Wang would not survive the night? Zhou Qingjie questioned Wang Zhentao in a hushed tone, his expression turning grave. Wang Zhenhai's strength was on par with his own, and his experience in battle was even more formidable. It must be a momentary resurgence, yes. It has to be a final flicker of life before death. Wang Zhentao exclaimed, pointing at Wang Zhenhai. For he had witnessed Wang Zhenhai consume the poison and could not believe anyone could survive it. A momentary resurgence? Wang Zhentao, it seems you are truly oblivious to the reality. With that, Wang Zhenhai stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the floor to shatter, leaving only a blur in his wake. Crack. With a series of bone-cracking sounds, Wang Zhentao's limbs were shattered, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, howling in agony. Boom. Wang Zhenhai met Zhou Qingjie's palm with his own, producing a thunderous explosion. Wang Zhenhai remained steadfast, while Zhou Qingjie staggered backward, blood oozing from his mouth. You've actually broken through to the high master level. Zhou Qingjie gasped in shock. He had only recently entered the intermediate master realm, even against the unbroken Wang Zhenhai. He was no match, and now that Wang Zhenhai had ascended, he stood no chance at all. Zhou Qingjie realized that the plan to seize the Wang family had utterly failed. However, with 2 lower-level masters and over 30 advanced martial artists by his side, he could certainly escape unharmed, even if he couldn't kill Wang Zhenhai. Old Wang, consider this your stroke of luck. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Qingjie began to turn away. Lord Zhou, save me. Wang Zhentao, lying on the ground with broken limbs, pleaded in agony. You worthless fool. You almost brought about my demise. Zhou Qingjie, already boiling with rage from Wang Zhenhai's earlier blow, kicked Wang Zhentao in the chest. Wang Zhentao was sent flying several meters, a gaping bloody hole puncturing his heart, and he fell dead. Zhentao. Wang Zhenhai roared, his hair standing on end. Even though Wang Zhentao had attempted to betray his family, Wang Zhenhai had only intended to cripple him and had never contemplated killing his own blood brother. What? Old Wang, I have rid you of your treacherous kin. And you do not thank me? Moreover, I advise you to remain calm. I still have 2 lower-level masters and over 30 advanced martial artists outside. Zhou Qingjie sneered. Apologies. But your Zhou family's experts are no more. Just as Zhou Qingjie finished speaking, Zhao Dao, drenched in blood, entered with a sinister grin. Zhao Dao, how did you get here? Zhou Qingjie's expression changed drastically, for he had been perplexed as to why the Zhou family's experts hadn't rushed in amidst the chaos. Now, he understood that they had all fallen prey to Zhao Dao. Zhao Dao, do you truly wish to wade through the murky waters of the Wang family and oppose my Zhou family? What does it matter? Your Zhou family has been wreaking havoc on my territory, killing so many of my brothers. It is time to settle the score. Without further ado, Zhao Dao struck toward Zhou Qingjie. Zhou Qingjie attempted to block with both hands, but he was no match for Zhao Dao, who sent him crashing backward, coughing blood. With Wang Zhenhai in front and Zhao Dao behind, Zhou Qingjie found himself in a dire predicament. Damn it, I'm truly caught in a trap. And it's all because of this Wang Zhentao. Zhou Qingjie's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he lunged at a stunning woman, whose beauty resembled that of an ice-cold goddess. Do not move. If you do, I will kill her. Zhou Qingjie scanned the crowd with a tense gaze. Zhou Qingjie, do not act rashly. She is from the Medicine King family. If anything happens to her, the Zhou family will not be able to bear the consequences. Wang Zhenhai shouted in alarm. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, for he had just been chatting with Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Su Yuan on WeChat, his fingers flying across the screen. When he realized that Sun Si Yuan had been captured by Zhou Qingjie. What? Someone from the Medicine King Sun family. Zhou Qingjie was taken aback, piecing together the situation. No wonder the gravely injured Wang Zhenhai had not only recovered overnight but had also broken through his limits. If it was indeed the Medicine King Sun family at work. It all made sense. Old Wang, clear everyone out immediately and prepare a vehicle for me. Otherwise, if this girl from the Medicine King family dies in your Wang family, your family will also face annihilation. Zhou Qingjie gritted his teeth as he spoke. He certainly did not dare to kill Sun Si Yuan. He was merely gambling. As Zhou Qingjie's words fell, Wang Qingjie and Zhao Dao found themselves in a dilemma. Zhou Qingjie stands as the third most formidable expert of the Zhou family. If he were to be eliminated tonight, alongside the deceased masters of the Zhou clan, it would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to their vitality, a rare opportunity to severely wound the Zhou family. However, they cannot afford to disregard Sun Siyuan's safety. Wang Junhai squinted, summoning all his combat power as his right foot shifted slightly. Heh, old man Wan, I advise you not to act rashly. At this distance, unless you are a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, you won't be able to rescue her from my grasp. Zhou Qingjie sneered. Wang Junhai's heart sank immediately. He knew Zhou Qingjie spoke the truth. To save Sun Siyuan within the reaction time of a Grandmaster-level expert, he himself would need to be one. Just as the situation reached a stalemate and both Wang Junhai and Zhao Dao contemplated surrender, Chen Fan understood the urgency of the moment. His fingers moved with remarkable speed, sending parting messages of good night and love you to the three women before concluding the conversation. Phew, I'm exhausted. Chen Fan sighed, putting down his phone. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, he reappeared behind Zhou Qingjie, retrieving a golden brick obtained from an ancient alchemist, and struck Zhou Qingjie on the back of the head. Bang! The mid-level Grandmaster was instantly rendered unconscious, his eyes wide with shock and legs kicking out. Damn. I hope I didn't tee at him too hard and kill him. I'm still a student. Chen Fan exclaimed, startled. If he is not dead, he might as well be in a vegetative state. Sun Siyuan remarked indignantly, clearly remembering that while she was captured by Zhou Qingjie, this fellow was engrossed in his phone. Yet, apart from Sun Siyuan, all the members of the Wang family gazed at Chen Fan with astonishment. A Grandmaster. Chapter 48. Sister, you must learn computer science. Why the surprise? Haven't I told you all along that I am a Grandmaster? Chen Fan looked at the Wang family members with a puzzled expression. Brother, how old are you to already be a Grandmaster? The old-timers in Jiangnan City have spent countless resources, consuming all sorts of precious medicines like Millennium Ginseng and century-old Mountain Ginseng, yet they haven't reached the Grandmaster level. How are we to believe you? Wang Ting looked at Chen Fan, envy radiating from him. At this moment, not only Wang Ting but even Wang Junhai was left with a complex expression after his initial shock. The heights they, the so-called pinnacle of power in Jiangnan City, had failed to attain throughout their lives had been effortlessly reached by a young man barely in his 20s. Is this the foundation of those noble families? How powerful must the true rulers within those families be? Perhaps the influence of the Jiangnan four great families is merely a joke in comparison. No. I must seize the opportunity to connect with the powerful family behind Chen Fan. Even if I cannot marry him, securing a legacy would suffice. Wang Junhai's gaze burned with desire as he looked at Chen Fan and Wang Yuyan, already plotting in his heart. Achieving the Grandmaster realm at this age is quite commendable. Almost equivalent to the standard of the direct descendants of the Medicine King's Sun family. Sun Siyuan nodded, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. Now that the matter with the Wang family is settled, how about letting Siyuan and my little brother Chen Fan stay at my Wang family residence for a couple of days? It would be a chance for me to extend my hospitality and discuss the auction scheduled for the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Wang Junhai spoke with a smile, casually nudging Wang Yuyan with his elbow. Wang Junhai had already mentioned to Wang Yuyan that this opportunity was rare and should not be missed. Wang Yuyan, who already had a fondness for the tall and handsome Chen Fan, felt immense gratitude for him, having healed her grandfather and saved the entire Wang family. Thus, she was more than willing to offer herself to him. Yes, Sister Siyuan, why don't you stay with us for a few days? And Chen Fan, during lunch, you mentioned you would soon be taking the Computer Level 2 certification exam, right? I happen to major in computer science at university. I can help you study tonight. Wang Yuyan said, blushing as she lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes brightened, his gaze sweeping over Wang Yuyan's long, beautiful legs, her slim waist, and her curves that he could only imagine through her dress. However, before he could respond, the perceptive Sun Siyuan interjected, thank you for your kindness. But our accommodations have already been arranged, Haven Tive, Chen Fan? After saying this, Sun Siyuan shot Chen Fan a sidelong glance. Absolutely, as sister says. But I do need to study computer science as well, and I must study overnight, Chen Fan replied with a fawning expression, transforming into a sycophant for the goddess, kneading Sun Siyuan's shoulders and massaging her legs while subtly taking advantage. All right then, first take me to the teacher's villa, and then you can come back for computer tutoring. Sun Siyuan said with a cold smile. Of course, sister, please get in. Chen Fan personally opened the car door for Sun Siyuan. She tilted her elegant neck and stepped into the passenger seat of the van with her long legs. Subsequently, Zhao Dao also bid farewell to Wang Junhai and got into his own van, identical to Chen Fan's. Wang Ting gazed at the two vans with newfound respect. So, the Wuling van is indeed the true standard for the big shots, with its understated yet stylish exterior, impressive presence, and abundant space. I have finally realized the gap between myself and those influential figures. Listen up, sell off all those Rolls Royces and Bentleys. From now on, every vehicle in the Wang family will be replaced with Wuling vans. Wang Ting commanded the family steward with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, within the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hongyuan leisurely puffed on a cigar while swirling a glass of red wine, sitting across from an provocatively dressed young woman, a minor celebrity. I'm quite popular now, she exclaimed. Then let me help extinguish your fire. The woman then became dumbfounded. Just this? How great could her popularity be? However, at that moment, a bloody black-clad Zhou family thug stumbled in. Master, it's bad. They're all dead, all of them. What do you mean, all dead? What kind of nonsense is this? Zhou Hongyuan snapped, irritated at being interrupted. Master, everyone we sent to the Wang family has perished, even second master. The black-clad thug knelt down and reported. What? How is this possible? Second uncle is a mid-level grandmaster, accompanied by 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 advanced warriors. Who in Jiangnan could kill him? Zhou Hongyuan stood up in shock. It was Zhao Dao and Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai not only fully recovered, but also broke through to become a high-level grandmaster. The black-clad thug trembled as he recalled the terrifying power of Zhao Dao and Wang Zhenhai. It's over, my Wang family is finished. Second uncle, along with those 2 grandmasters and the 30 advanced warriors, represents the entirety of our Zhou family's combat strength. Zhou Hongyuan slumped into a chair, his gaze vacant. Do not panic, my son. Just then, a man dressed in black martial arts attire, radiating a powerful aura, stepped forward. Father, you and grandfather have emerged from seclusion. Zhou Hongyuan exclaimed joyfully. How could I sit idly by with such a significant incident occurring at home? I broke my seclusion early. But your grandfather is still in meditation, Shou Qingde replied. Father, second uncle has been killed by the Wang family and Zhao Dao. I'm aware that there are merely 2 minor advanced masters. Once I conclude the tasks assigned by that significant figure, I shall personally eliminate them to avenge your second uncle. Shou Qingde declared, his expression dark. Father, what is your current strength? Are you also an advanced master? Zhou Hongyuan felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in response to Shou Qingde's terrifying aura. Ha ha ha, what is an advanced master? After utilizing the spiritual stones provided by that esteemed figure, I am now at the early stage of a grandmaster. Moreover, your grandfather is striving for the mid-stage of a grandmaster. Shou Qingde exclaimed with laughter. What? Then does that mean you and grandfather are the strongest in Jiangnan City? Zhou Hongyuan was initially stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. His heart raced with excitement. With a grandmaster father and grandfather, he could dominate Jiangnan City. Indulging in the women he desired, even those from the 4 major families would have to submit to him. So, how did you arrange for me to consolidate the smaller families and enterprises before entering seclusion? That significant figure requires us to take control of the Qinglong mountain range in the northern district, and this task cannot afford any mistakes. However, your grandfather and I have discussed it. And our Zhou family intends not only to seize Qilong Mountain but also to leverage that esteemed figure's reputation to encompass the entire northern district. In the future, our Zhou family will become a trillion-level family. Shou Qingde said excitedly. What? Encompass the entire northern district? Zhou Hongyuan was greatly astonished. I have devised a perfect plan. As long as Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming cooperate, our Zhou family will be able to devour the entire northern district at the auction. It seems I must personally pay a visit to the 2 major families. I believe with my current grandmaster strength, along with that esteemed figure's name, Feng and Zhao's elders will have no choice but to submit. Chapter 49. Are you hungry, senior sister? Senior sister, we have arrived. Chen Fan parked the car at Su Nanxiang's villa and walked in alongside Sun Siyuan. The decor is quite elegant. Sun Siyuan assessed the villa and nodded in approval. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of some equipment on the sofa, as well as a conspicuously used pair of stockings, causing her brows to furrow. I never would have imagined that the usually aloof and intellectual teacher Su indulges in such frivolities. A vision of Su Nanxiang dressed in gray stockings, appearing as a docile little cat, flashed through Sun Siyuan's mind. No wonder Chen Fan became a rebellious apprentice. Even she, as a woman, felt a flutter in her heart at the thought. However, she was unaware that she had mistakenly reversed the roles of Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang. Suddenly, Sun Siyuan's expression grew peculiar. Chen Fan, wait for me here. I need to use the restroom. Sun Siyuan's face flushed slightly as she entered the bathroom. Chen Fan nodded, feeling a sense of déjà vu wash over him, reminiscent of teacher Su's demeanor and posture from their last encounter. Once in the restroom, Sun Siyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Siyuan, I can't believe you fantasized about the teacher and Chen Fan. How is that any different from Chen Fan's rebellious apprentice? Sun Siyuan slapped her stunningly beautiful face. That Chen Fan, I must teach him a lesson later. She directed her anger toward Chen Fan. As Sun Siyuan glanced around the bathroom, she noticed a purple silk robe belonging to Su Nanxiang hanging nearby. Without hesitation, she changed into it and emerged. Senior sister, why are you wearing the teacher's clothes? You look stunning. Chen Fan instinctively opened his mouth to utter a classic line from Temptation of Going Home, but quickly caught himself. Nevertheless, Sun Siyuan, clad in the purple silk robe, was indeed breathtaking beyond words. If Sun Siyuan, dressed in a trench coat, resembled a snow lotus goddess untouched by the mortal world, then in her silk nightgown, she transformed into a captivating enchantress. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like the spring waters along the Seine, her luscious red lips bloomed like roses, and her long, slender legs could elevate any man's pulse, while her unattainable beauty drove all men to madness. What are you staring at? Is being a rebellious apprentice not enough? Do you wish to be a rebellious brother? Sun Siyuan shot a cold smile at Chen Fan. No. I would never dare to harbor any improper thoughts about my senior sister, Chen Fan said, a bit embarrassed. He was a person who respected his teacher and acted out of concern for not leaving any regrets in the ancient craftsman's temple. Oh, you truly have no inappropriate thoughts about me? Sun Si-Yuan leaned down, placing one of her elegant legs on the sofa beside Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes glinting with mischief as she produced a silver needle. Following Sun Si-Yuan's gaze, Chen Fan glanced at his bulging right pocket and was momentarily taken aback. Senior sister, are you hungry? I have some ham sausage. Sun Si-Yuan was also taken aback, impressed that this young man dared to tease her. Hee, I am indeed hungry. Sun Si-Yuan chuckled coldly, swiftly and accurately stabbing the silver needle into Chen Fan's bulging right pocket. However, the expected scream from Chen Fan did not occur. Did I miss the acupoint? Or is his endurance surprisingly strong, able to withstand such pain? A hint of confusion flashed in Sun Si-Yuan's beautiful eyes, and she swiftly jabbed a few more times. Senior sister, don't bother. This is a Shuanghui brand ham sausage, produced under national standards, and is absolutely safe for consumption. Chen Fan pulled out a ham sausage covered in needle holes from his right pocket. Senior sister, you truly deserve to come from a family of herbalists. Your food safety awareness is impeccable. You even have to test a ham sausage with a silver needle. This time, it was Sun Si-Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. It really is a ham sausage. At that moment, Sun Si-Yuan's eyes caught sight of the bulge in Chen Fan's left pocket, prompting another cold smile. Humph. I've caught you now. A triumphant smile crept onto Sun Si-Yuan's lips as she directed the silver needle toward the left side. Puff, puff, puff. Chen Fan remained expressionless. Sun Si-Yuan's face instantly showed a look of bewilderment. This can't be possible. It shouldn't be. She felt as if she had encountered the greatest mystery of her decade-long career. The pain from stabbing that acupoint should reach a level 10, akin to childbirth. How could Chen Fan possibly endure it without uttering a word? Senior sister, is the Shuanghui brand ham sausage not to your taste? No worries. The one in my left pocket is from Jinluo, also a reputable brand. Chen Fan smiled as he pulled out a Jinluo ham sausage from his left pocket. Ah, Sun Si-Yuan instantly broke down. Where on earth is it? Sun Si-Yuan exclaimed. Senior sister, this isn't appropriate. I am your junior. Chen Fan widened his eyes. I will count to 3. Swish. Sun Si-Yuan was taken aback, quickly covering her mouth to stifle her voice. This is 2. Junior brother, the master was indeed correct. Your issues are quite serious. External methods like silver needles cannot resolve them. Sun Si-Yuan swallowed hard, speaking earnestly. Ah, what should I do, senior sister? I have so many girlfriends to take care of. Chen Fan feigned a look of panic. I never would have imagined that Sun Si-Yuan would also have a day of being a rebellious sister. Sun Si-Yuan's eyes sparkled playfully. Sun Si-Yuan's affection level is 30, current affection level is 70. Reward for the host, 3,000 points of life value. Current life value balance of the host. 2 hours later, Chen Fan appeared in the Wang family manor, in Wang Yuyan's boudoir. Brother Chen Fan, you look quite tired. Will you still be able to study computer science tonight? Wang Yuyan said, her cheeks flushed. She had specially taken a rose milk bath that evening. Adorned in a cool and alluring camisole nightgown, her hair styled in twin ponytails, her exposed skin as smooth as freshly shelled eggs, exuding a sweet fragrance. Of course we must study. Computer science is of utmost importance. Even without sleep, we must learn. Chen Fan declared resolutely, then opened his laptop, utilizing his bound divine-level computer system to effortlessly access various websites. Yuyan, should we start our studies from the Western regions or the Japanese and Korean sectors? Chen Fan inquired. Wang Yuyan's face turned crimson upon seeing the learning videos on the webpage. Then it shall depend on you, brother Chen Fan. She replied shyly in a soft voice. Let's begin with the domestic sector. It suits our constitution better. Indeed. Ding. Wang Yuyan's affection level is 30. Current affection level is 80. Reward for the host, 1,500 points of life value. Current life value balance of the host. Chapter 50. The Yu family auction in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. Today was a day of great significance for the entire Jiangnan city, as the most esteemed Yu family auction house in all of Huaxia was set to hold an auction in Jiangnan city. The Yi family auction house has direct connections to the high echelons of the Huaxia War Department. In this parallel world, the War Department is akin to the military. Their auction business spans antiques, jewelry, vast tracts of land, and more. To ensure fairness regarding the land transfer in the northern district, the Jiangnan city officials entrusted the auction to the Yi family auction house. For the local officials, this was a reluctant decision. They could hardly contend with foreign capital magnates, let alone the 4 prominent families that control the local economy and livelihoods. Thus, they entrusted this task to the Yi family auction house, as no local forces would dare to provoke such a colossal entity. The entire Jiangnan city was abuzz with activity, as aristocrats and wealthy merchants whose assets exceeded hundreds of billions flocked towards the auction venue. Simultaneously, many affluent individuals from surrounding cities also made their way there. For while the northern district's land was exclusively for local enterprises, the Yi family auction was rumored to feature many other treasures beyond just the land. All the significant figures of the Wang family were also preparing for the event. Grandfather, brother Chen Fan, the vehicles are all ready. The auction starts at 10 o'clock. We can set off now, Wang Ting announced, gesturing towards the fleet of brand new Wuling vans before Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai responded, Tunger. While it is commendable to learn from Chen Fan, remember to absorb his essence rather than merely imitate his surface. We are not the only family attending the Yi family auction. There will be notable figures and wealthy merchants from surrounding cities, including some of my friends. This display. Wang Zhenhai sighed, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Despite living modestly and disliking ostentation, the Wang family was, after all, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City. Arriving in a convoy of vans felt akin to a public spectacle. However, Wang Ting remained defiant, refusing to concede. Brother Chen Fan, if the arrangements are inadequate, shall we wait a moment? I can have them change a few vehicles, Wang Zhenhai said awkwardly. No need. The vans are quite good. I have one myself. They are practical for transporting people and goods, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, jumping into a van. Seeing Chen Fan already on board, Wang Zhenhai refrained from further protest, glaring at Wang Tung before leading the family into the van. Brother Chen Fan, come back soon. I am eagerly waiting for you, as we still have much to learn from the Western and Japanese-Korean sectors. Wang Yuyin called out, dressed in a red dress. Rest assured, I will return and we will study to our heart's content. Chen Fan replied. Wang Ting overheard their exchange, his curiosity piqued. The Western sector? The Japanese-Korean sector? Even Chen Fan, a master practitioner of the Ghost Gate's 13 needles, felt the need to study. A flicker of respect blossomed within Wang Tung. Indeed, success is not a matter of chance. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. He resolved to delve into the Western and Japanese-Korean sectors upon his return. Sun Si-Yuan did not accompany them, as she was engrossed in studying the techniques of the 4th and 5th needles of the Ghost Gate's 13 needles, leaving her no time to attend the auction. On the way to the auction, Chen Fan received a call from his friend, Li Wei. With enthusiasm, Li Wei announced that he, along with Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi, had already set off, declaring that they would shine at the auction and prove to his father that fortune is fickle. By the way, Grandpa Wang, I just realized I don't have a ticket. Chen Fan suddenly remembered. No worries, the main participants in this auction are our Jiangnan 4 prominent families. So the Yi family auction house has provided us with a special green channel, Wang Zhenhai chuckled. Shortly thereafter, the convoy of Wang family vehicles arrived at the plaza in front of the auction house. The square was filled with luxury cars resembling a grand auto show, with even the Mercedes models relegated to the background, while the majority were Bentleys and Rolls-Royces. Consequently, the sight of the Wang family's fleet of fresh-wheeling vans instantly attracted the attention of nearly everyone present. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Which pumpkin thought it wise to bring a convoy of vans to the Yi family auction? It's simply laughable. Indeed. With so many wealthy merchants from out of town today, what a disgrace to us Jiangnan residents. How did the security allow them in? Several billionaires erupted in laughter, while others in the parking lot cast disdainful glances at the Wang family's convoy. Not far from the van convoy, a group of individuals appeared to be arguing, including Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi. You wretched child, it's bad enough you skip school to hang out at clubs, but now you dare to cause trouble here. Do you even know what kind of place this is? If anything goes wrong, I want to be able to save you. Li Wei's father, Li Maohua, a stout man similar in build to Li Wei, scolded him sternly. Uft, you wretched father. Who says I'm here to cause trouble? My friends and I are here to bid on land for development. Li Wei retorted, clad in a colorful striped shirt and sunglasses, hands in pockets, exuding arrogance. With your capability? And these 2 young ladies, do you have any idea how much capital is required to attend this auction? The starting bid is 100 billion. Even if I pooled all the funds from you and your cousins, we wouldn't scrape together 100 billion. Li Mao was shouted in anger. Damn it, father. I warn you, while you can scold me, if you insult my friends, I will not hesitate to take action. Li Wei rolled up his sleeves defiantly. Oh dear brother, look at how your son has turned out, so spoiled and unaware of the world. At this moment, a slender woman adorned in dazzling attire, who was Li Wei's second cousin, Li Yin, remarked, unlike our Su Lei, who took over our family business at just 20 and has been thriving. I foresee that the family legacy will ultimately be entrusted to Su Lei. If handed over to Li Wei, it will inevitably be squandered. With a self-satisfied expression, Li Yin spoke while her tall and handsome nephew, Su Lei, coldly sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Li Wei. Damn you, Li Yin. Don't think I'm oblivious to your long-standing desire for our family's business. Li Wei retorted vehemently. You wretched child. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to your aunt? Li Mao's blood pressure surged, nearly overwhelming him. He despondently shook his head. He had considered nurturing his son, but Li Wei's daily indulgence in leisure clubs rendered him a hopeless case. In contrast, his nephew Su Lei was a promising young man, managing the family business adeptly at just 20. Li Maohua found his sister's words increasingly reasonable. Rather than watch his life's work be squandered by Li Wei, it would be wiser to entrust it to Su Lei. Wretched father, prejudice is a formidable mountain. I wish to tell you that your son has changed. My friends and I will undoubtedly shine in this upcoming Northern District development. Noticing Li Maohua's despondent demeanor, Li Wei felt a twinge of sympathy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ah, cousin, spare the pretense. Everyone knows your true character. Moreover, these 2 lovely ladies would fare better accompanying me than following you. Su Lei scoffed, his eyes lecherously fixed on Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, whom he had just noticed as stunning beauties. Damn it, Su Lei, are you seeking death? Those two are my brother's women. He is about to arrive. And he is with the Wang family. Li Wei retorted with a cold smile. Hearing this, Li Maoguo's fleeting glimmer of hope was once again extinguished. You've changed. Indeed, now a braggart. What makes you think you can associate with the Wang family? Su Lei, Li Yin, and several other cousins erupted into laughter. Li Wei, look over there. A convoy of vans has just arrived. That must be your friend. Su Lei pointed and laughed, directing attention toward the Wang family's vehicles. Following Su Lei's gesture, Li Wei spotted Chen Fan stepping out of the van. Oh, you clever lad. That indeed is my brother. Chapter 51. Insults are permissible. But insults toward my brother are not. From a distance, Chen Fan recognized Li Wei's ostentatious appearance and instructed the Wang family as convoy to halt. Chen Fan, over here. Li Wei waved, while Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan eagerly dashed over, each embracing an arm of Chen Fan. Su Lei's countenance darkened upon witnessing the two beauties he coveted flocking to a seemingly impoverished young man alighting from the van. Wretched father. Allow me to introduce my good friend Chen Fan, a super invisible second-generation rich kid and a distinguished guest of the Wang family. Li Wei proudly draped an arm around Chen Fan's shoulder while introducing him to Li Maoguo. Hello, Uncle Li. I've often heard about you from Li Wei. Chen Fan extended his hand. Li Maoguo furrowed his brow. He had frequently heard Li Wei mention Chen Fan, who supposedly grew up in an orphanage and worked 2 jobs to support himself. Now, to hear him labeled as an invisible rich kid and a guest of the Wang family seemed utterly ludicrous. However, as he was his son's friend, Li Maoguo managed a strained smile as he shook Chen Fan's hand. Who are these individuals? Chen Fan, unaware of the preceding events, presumed they were Li Wei's family. Unfamiliar and irrelevant. Li Wei waved dismissively, wearing an impatient expression. Yet, Su Lei was determined not to let Chen Fan off easily. Ah, so you are my worthless cousin's friend. It appears that only the useless associate with impoverished van drivers. What, are you here with the Wang family? Su Lei contemptuously glanced at the nearby convoy. Su Lei, are you looking for trouble? Li Wei retorted, displeased, and slapped Su Lei across the face. How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay. Su Lei, enraged by being struck by someone he had always looked down upon, lunged at Li Wei. Li Wei, you dare strike your cousin? I'll claw you to pieces. Li Yin, witnessing her son being attacked, shrieked and rushed forward, attempting to slap Li Wei. Su Lei, being tall and robust, found Li Wei, though heavy-set, to be no match for him. Enough, Chen Fan bellowed, delivering a swift slap that sent Su Lei spinning like a top, his cheek swelling like a dumpling. Ah, you scoundrel. How dare you hit my precious son? Security! Security! Li Yan's eyes reddened as she screamed for help, prompting several venue security personnel to rush over. Quick! Apprehend this impoverished scoundrel. He must be an intruder. Li Yan pointed at Chen Fan, shouting. The security personnel assessed Chen Fan's casual attire, deeming him unworthy of being a wealthy heir. Sir, please present your admission ticket. I was invited by the Wang family. I do not possess an admission ticket, Chen Fan replied honestly. Pa, invited by the Wang family? Don't believe him. I saw him disembark from that van convoy. Li Yan accused, while Su Lei glared at Chen Fan, still intimidated by the earlier blow, hiding behind Li Yan. Li Yan, let this matter rest. They are merely children. Though Li Maoguo was dissatisfied with Chen Fan, he acknowledged him as his son's friend and spoke firmly. Brother, do not intervene. He dared to strike my son. I will not only have him thrown out, but also imprisoned. Li Yan raged. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of the Wang family convoy. Wang Zhenhai, accompanied by Wang Teng and several key members of the Wang family, disembarked from the vans. Chen Fan, my little brother, what is going on? Wang Zhenhai inquired, frowning. Who is this old man? Mind your own business, or I'll send you to your grave. Li Yan shouted, believing Wang Zhenhai was Chen Fan's accomplice. However, she soon realized the atmosphere had shifted. The surroundings felt eerily silent. Turning, she saw Li Maoguo's terrified expression, while her son Su Lei trembled, and the security personnel stood at attention, exuding respect. Slap. Li Maoguo delivered a sharp slap to Li Yan's face. Brother, you actually hit me. Li Yan gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief, for this cousin had always been the most affectionate toward her. And now he had struck her before everyone. I implore you to reconsider your words, for this venerable elder, Wang Zhenhai, is the esteemed ancestor of the Wang family from Jiangnan. Should you not hasten to kneel and offer your sincerest apologies? Li Maoguo was in a state of desperate anxiety. He truly cherished his cousin, yet her reckless actions had embroiled them in a significant calamity involving Wang Zhenhai. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to sever their familial ties. The members of the Wang family, Li Yin and Su Lei, suddenly felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground. They had never imagined that the individual sharing a vehicle with this impoverished young man was indeed a person of great significance within the Wang family. It appeared that Li Wei's words held truth. With this realization, both Li Yin and Su Lei trembled uncontrollably. Chen Fan, what do you propose we do about these two? Wang Zhenhai was berated by a shrew, her finger jabbing at his nose. Should this incident come to light, it would be a source of great embarrassment for him. However, it was evident that these individuals were closely associated with Chen Fan, thus he felt compelled to heed Chen Fan's directives. Li Wei, these two are your relatives. What do you propose we do? Chen Fan turned his gaze towards Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei, the center of everyone's attention, felt utterly astonished, as if he were standing at the pinnacle of his life, observing the anxious Li Maobo and the terrified figures of Li Yin and Su Lei kneeling on the ground. A smirk appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. "Dear father, do you now believe my words? My brother Chen Fan shares an extraordinary bond with the Wang family." Li Wei gazed triumphantly at Li Maobo and remarked, "Indeed, this time it is my father's heir. Please, I implore you, intercede on behalf of brother Chen Fan and elder Wang, and spare your cousin and nephew this once." Li Maobo hastily responded, "Humph. I have always maintained that while you may scold me without consequence, to insult Chen Fan and elder Wang is tantamount to courting disaster." Upon concluding his statement, Li Wei turned his attention to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, perhaps it would be best to expel them, considering their family." Chen Fan nodded, and then directed his gaze toward Wang Zhenhai. "Very well. Ensure that they are escorted from the venue. They are prohibited from attending the auction." Consequently, Li Yin and Su Lei were escorted out by several security personnel. "Uncle Li, the auction is about to commence. Why not join us?" Chen Fan inquired. "Is this truly possible?" Li Maobo, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and respectfully inquired. "Well, let us join forces. We are all on the same side." Chen Fan replied casually, "Father of Sin, you have certainly benefited from my influence this time. To be more courteous to me in the future." Li Wei placed his hands on his hips and spoke. However, at that moment, suddenly, 2 or 3 dozen luxury cars approached and came to a halt before the Wang family and Chen Fan. The doors swung open, and 3 imposing figures emerged from the vehicles. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, flanked on either side by 2 individuals of similar age to Wang Zhenhai. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Zoming. Wang Zhenhai's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 52, The 3 Conditions of Zhou Qingde. "Wang Zhenhai, you old rascal, you possess a remarkable resilience." Zhou Qingde cast a dark and brooding gaze upon Wang Zhenhai. "Ha ha ha, whether my life is resilient or not is irrelevant. In any case, I have outlived your second brother and those ephemeral souls of the Zhou family. Zhou Qingde, you have yet to truly perceive me. Summon your father." Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily, proclaiming that his strength had now ascended to the rank of a senior master, believing that Zhou Qingde remained merely a middle master, thus looking down upon him. "Hee. Old man Wang, you may have spoken too soon." Zhou Qingde's lips curled into a chilling smile, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from him, radiating outward like a formidable tempest. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Zhenhai was pushed back several steps by this overwhelming force, his face instantly reflecting a look of terror. The true energy was unleashed. "You have remarkably attained the realm of the Grand Master." "What? The realm of the Grand Master?" The members of the Wang family behind Wang Zhenhai, along with the other affluent spectators, were instantly struck with astonishment and horror. The Wang family refrained from further comments. Even those minor entrepreneurs with fortunes merely in the billions, upon entering this circle, had garnered some insight into the ranks of these martial artists. In the entire Jiangnan city, no Grand Masters had emerged for over a decade. As they understood, martial arts were categorized into 3 principal realms: Master, Grandmaster, and Grandmaster. Each of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan city that managed to produce a Grandmaster had invested hundreds of billions in acquiring various rare treasures and elixirs, coupled with decades of relentless training to attain the Grandmaster level. The absence of Grandmasters was primarily attributed to the lack of access to the legendary Qi cultivation techniques among the Grandmasters in Jiangnan city. The potential of an individual's physical form is inherently limited. When a person's speed and strength reach a certain threshold, they surpass what an ordinary individual can endure. The utmost limit of speed and strength that the body can withstand corresponds to the advanced master realm, with a combat power rating of 0.7, equating to the cumulative force of 7 individuals. Therefore, to transcend the master realm and ascend to the Grandmaster realm, one must cultivate the art of refining Qi, absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen one's foundation and enhance bodily resilience to achieve this breakthrough. It is said that at the Grandmaster level, the density of the bones becomes akin to that of steel, and the skin and muscles possess a toughness comparable to that of wild boar hide, rendering them impervious to ordinary handguns. Moreover, after cultivating the Qi refining technique, his meridians have imperceptibly accumulated a certain amount of true energy, enabling him to harm others with a mere flick of a leaf or a petal. The ability to project true energy outward is a hallmark of a Grandmaster. At present, Zhou Qingde has unmistakably reached the Grandmaster realm. Even a novice Grandmaster could effortlessly overpower 5 or 6 advanced masters. A shadow of gloom enveloped Wang Zhenhai's heart. The Zhou family must have secured the backing of a prominent family possessing extraordinary refining techniques. Now that Zhou Qingde had ascended to the rank of Grandmaster, it stood to reason that his father, Zhou Tianong, would be even more formidable. However, upon seeing Chen Fan's nonchalant expression, he felt a sense of reassurance. Fortunately, he had the foresight to leverage his granddaughter Wang Yuyan to connect with the enigmatic and formidable master, Chen Fan. It seems that upon returning, he must urge the experienced women of the family to diligently instruct Yuyan, ensuring she employs every means to win Chen Fan's favor, for securing this golden son-in-law is imperative. Otherwise, the entire Wang family would be doomed. At this moment, Wang Jinhai's gaze towards Chen Fan grew even more fervent. It was then that Zhou Qingde spoke again. Old Wang, do not accuse me of denying the Wang family an opportunity. If you wish to survive, I shall present you with 3 conditions. What conditions? Wang Jinhai immediately frowned. Firstly, today at the Yi family auction, the land in the northern district has been entirely secured by the Zhou family. Secondly, the Wang family is to relinquish 90% of its industries and assets to the Zhou family. Thirdly, tomorrow, your Wang family shall send all the women to my Zhou family to serve as companions for the night, while the men of the Wang family shall kneel there and attend to us. Zhou Qingde's smile was dark and foreboding. Upon hearing this third condition, Zhou Hongyuan, standing behind him, was instantly filled with excitement, his face turning a shade of purple, for this stipulation was one he had suggested to his father. However, once Zhou Qingde presented these 3 demands, the entire Wang family erupted in outrage, their anger palpable. Zhou Qingde, I curse you. Before Wang Jinhai could utter a word, Wang Ting lunged at Zhou Qingde like an enraged leopard, roaring with fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Tenger, no. Wang Jinhai bellowed, yet it was too late to intervene. Bang. Before Zhou Qingde could take action, Feng Yuxiu beside him had already made his move, striking Wang Ting's heart with a single palm. In an instant, Wang Ting flew back like a projectile, his shirt torn to shreds, and his rear garment bearing the imprint of a hand-shaped hole. Tenga. Wang Jinhai rushed forward to support Wang Ting, his hand instinctively moving to his heart, only to be met with a grave expression. The Wen family's heart-shattering palm. His heart has been shattered into pieces. Feng Yuxiu, my Wang family has never interfered with your Wen family. Why have you inflicted such cruelty upon my grandson? Wang Jinhai roared, noticing Wang Teng's labored breaths, realizing time was running out. Heh, Wang Jinhai, you remain unaware. Zhao and I have already allied with the Zhou family, becoming their subordinate force. Your grandson dared to ambush our master. He is bound for death. Feng Yuxiu replied with a cold smirk. What? You have allied with the Zhou family? Wang Jinhai's shock was palpable. He never imagined that the Wen and Zhao families would bow to Zhou. Wang Jinhai, I advise you to comply with the 3 demands of our master, or the fate of your entire family will mirror that of Wang Ting. Zhao Kongming sneered. You have no idea what kind of power lies behind our master. Heh, just an old dog waiting for slaughter. Why waste words on him? We must go. The auction is about to begin. Zhou Qingde glanced disdainfully at the pallid Wang Jinhai before leading Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hongyuan into the venue. Tinger, it is my failure as your grandfather. I couldn't protect you. Wang Jinhai lamented as he gazed upon Wang Ting, whose pulse was nearly gone, tears streaming down his face. Feeling as though he had aged a decade. Wang Ting was his only grandson. The thought of burying him was unbearable. Stop crying for a moment, or he may truly perish. Suddenly, amidst his despair, Wang Jinhai heard Chen Fan's calm voice. Young brother Chen Fan, what do you mean? Wang Jinhai's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Chen Fan. What do you mean? Have you forgotten how I healed you? Quickly, get him to the van. If his last breath escapes, even the ghost gate 13 needles won't save him. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. In the van, as Chen Fan administered the 4th needle, Wang Tung gradually regained consciousness. Chen Fan, grandfather, he called, his voice pale. Do not speak. You need to rest. In a month, you shall be restored to health. Chen Fan instructed. Wang Jinhai approached, placing his hand over Wang Tung's heart, incredulity dawning on his face. His shattered heart is healed. The Ghost Gate 13 needles are indeed miraculous. This is only the 4th needle. Tears of joy welled in Wang Jinhai's eyes as he grasped Chen Fan's hand, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Master Chen, you have saved my Wang family once again. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Wang Jinhai exclaimed. Old third, did you not recently marry a young starlet? Ensure you send her to Chen Fan, and bring back all the beautiful women from our family, regardless of their marital status, for him to choose. Wang Jinhai could hardly fathom how to express his gratitude, even changing his mode of address. Wait. That is unnecessary. Chen Fan quickly waved his hands in refusal. He was no lecher, and his interest in women was purely a matter of survival. Alas, I think we should refrain from attending. The Zhou family is determined to seize the northern district's land, and with the Wind and Zhao families now aligned with them, their available funds approach 500 billion. Our chances are slim, Wang Jinhai remarked, his apprehension regarding Feng Yuxiu's mention of the Zhou family's backing evident. One must recognize that this was a formidable power possessing the means of refining qi, a force capable of commanding the winds and rains in Huaxia, easily extinguishing the Wang family, as one would an ant. 500 billion. Chen Fan expressed surprise, though it was fleeting, to him. 500 billion was merely a matter of spending on his contractual obligations. Initially, he had little interest in the northern district's auction, but it included the Qinglong mountain range, an area tied to his childhood and where his master, Su Nanxiang, still practiced. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to purchase the entire Qinglong mountain range as his private property. Since we are here, let us take a look. I hear there are other treasures up for auction, Chen Fan stated. Seeing Chen Fan's enthusiasm, Wang Jinhai nodded in agreement, eager to witness the renowned Yi family's auction. He first sent someone to return Wang Tung to the Wang family, and then, accompanied by Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, Zhang Yuchan, and others, entered the auction venue through the green channel reserved for the 4 great families. The auction hall was elegantly decorated in a classical style, with slightly over 100 seats, yet even those were not filled, as admission required a capital verification of at least 100 billion. The front row was reserved for the 4 great families and other esteemed guests, while the remaining seats were arranged according to the verified capital. Wang Jinhai and his companions settled in the left side of the first row, while the Zhou, Wind, and Zhao families occupied the right side. Dressed in exquisite qipao, a group of charming women approached to serve tea as the distinguished guests settled into their seats. The tea was of the finest quality, priced at hundreds of thousands per pound, filling the auction hall with a fragrant aroma. Now you see your son's prowess, don't you? Without my brother, would you even have a seat in the front row of the auction? This is reserved for billion-dollar magnates, Li Wei smugly remarked to Li Maohua, who sat nervously, only half on his chair, intimidated by the powerful figures behind him. Yes, it was my folly. I shall never underestimate you again. I will entrust the family business entirely to you, Li Maohua stammered, overwhelmed as the once unattainable tycoons now smiled favorably upon him, leaving him astonished. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed the center of the front row was entirely vacant. Curiously, he turned to Wang Jinhai. Grandfather Wang, why is the center seat in the front row empty? Even the 4 great families can only occupy the sides. Is there someone of even greater status coming? Wang Jinhai nodded, then shook his head. In the Yi family's auction, regardless of your wealth or political status, you may only sit at the sides of the front row. The central seat is reserved solely for those from families possessing qi refinement techniques and powerful giants. Oh, then today, we shall see what those giant families are like. Chen Fan said with keen interest. Alas, Chen Fan, you may find yourself disappointed. An auction held in a small place like Jiangnan City may indeed feature some fine items. Yet they fail to attract the attention of the prominent families, hence their absence, Wang Jinhai explained with a smile. Oh, I see, Chen Fan nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement. In the grand tapestry of China, Jiangnan City was but an inconspicuous. Although Jiangnan boasted a decent location, it was overshadowed by Tianhai City, the economic powerhouse of China, situated hundreds of kilometers away. Thus, Jiangnan lacked the resources for development, rendering it a mere remote town in the eyes of Tianhai. Before long, the venue filled with attendees, and the auction was poised to commence. Suddenly, a stir erupted at the entrance, and an elderly man with a white beard and hair, clad in training attire and exuding an ethereal presence, led a striking woman, adorned in an elegant long dress of white with a veil, gracefully into the room. Despite the veil obscuring her visage, her tall stature, poised demeanor, and the glimpses of her enchanting eyes hinted at the unparalleled beauty concealed beneath. The faint fragrance of rare herbs emanating from her further ignited the desires of the billionaires present. These affluent men, accustomed to the company of glamorous models and campus beauties, found themselves dwarfed in comparison to the veiled woman, whose allure rendered their past experiences trivial. Yet, as the attendees rose in unison, none dared to show anything but respect. For leading the woman was none other than Yunnan Tian, the head of this auction. Chapter 54. Ancient Elixirs. Yunnan Tian acknowledged the standing businessman with a nod, then proceeded to escort the veiled woman to the central seat in the front row. Chen Fan, seated at the far left of the front row, was close enough to catch the enchanting aroma wafting from the woman. Miss Zhang's presence is a great honor. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. Would you be amenable to sitting here? Yunnan Tian respectfully ushered Jiang Qingyi to the central seat. Ah, Uncle Yi, you are far too gracious. Xingyao and I share a bond akin to sisters. It is only fitting that I support her on her inaugural hosting of the auction. Jiang Qingyi responded with a smile, her voice as melodious as pearls cascading onto jade. The host of today's auction was none other than Yunanchen's granddaughter, Yi Xingyao, a close friend of Jiang Qingyi. Miss Jiang, is she from the Jiang family of Tianhai? Wang Jinhai, who had been listening intently, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Yunnan Tian address her with such reverence. Old Wang knows her? Chen Fan pondered, sensing that the veiled woman possessed a grace comparable to that of Sun Si Yuan, a true embodiment of allure. I am not worthy to be acquainted with someone from the Jiang family, and to receive such respect from the Yi family. She must indeed belong to the Jiang family of Tianhai, Wang Jinhai remarked. Oh, is the Jiang family that formidable? Chen Fan inquired further. Certainly. Tianhai City, the second largest metropolis in China, houses 2 influential families, one of which is the Jiang family. The other major family shares deep ties with the Jiang, Wang Jinhai elaborated. Though the Jiang family does not practice martial arts, their status surpasses even those of the most prominent families. And why is that? Before Chen Fan could voice his curiosity, Zhao Ruoxi, whose father also practiced martial arts, interjected, having grown up familiar with the powerful families. The Jiang family is renowned for their alchemical prowess, standing alongside the Sun family as the 2 great families of the South and North in medicine. It is said that the elixirs crafted by the Jiang family significantly enhance the success rate of martial artists in breaking through their limits. For instance, if I could obtain a P1 pill from the Jiang family, my physical strength would immediately transcend to another level. Even without a cultivation technique, I could reach the Grandmaster realm with sufficient accumulation. Wang Jinhai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. Such potency. When I have the means, I shall certainly procure one for my father. Zhao Ruoxi gasped in awe. Haha, little girl, if such elixirs could be bought with money, Jiangnan City would be overflowing with grandmasters. For ordinary people, these elixirs generally require rare and precious materials or equally valuable treasures for exchange, Wang Zhenhai chuckled. Glancing at the innocent Zhao Ruoxi. Seated in the central front row, Jiang Qingyi overheard Wang Zhenhai's words and nodded thoughtfully. These individuals exhibited some knowledge. Yet that young man nearby was rather bothersome, handsome, indeed, yet flanked by two beautiful women, his gaze frequently wandering towards her, revealing his nature as a rogue. Jiang Qingyi cast a disapproving glance at Chen Fan. Unlike my brother Yuba, whose exceptional talents and integrity rank him among the top 5 youth in China, this man pales in comparison, not even worthy of a single hair for my brother Yuba, Jiang Qingyi mused. A sweet smile gracing her lips as she envisioned the imposing figure in her heart. At that moment, the lights on the auction stage illuminated. And a breathtaking woman clad in a moon-white chi-pao, her hair elegantly styled, stepped gracefully onto the stage, exuding an aura of refined sophistication. The crowd of wealthy attendees erupted in gasps of awe at her stunning, classically beautiful visage. Almost everyone felt that attending today's event had been worthwhile. Even if they did not acquire any items, the appearances of the ethereal veiled woman and the elegantly classical hostess alone made the journey worthwhile. Indeed, she is truly beautiful. Nearly on par with my senior sister, Chen Fan nodded, appreciating the exquisite appearance of the woman on stage. For which Chinese person does not harbor dreams of a graceful partner? Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I am Yi Xingyao, the host of today's auction, and I warmly welcome you to the Yi family auction. Yi Xingyao announced with a smile, her eyes playfully darting towards the central figure, Jiang Qingyi, as she winked. The Yi family auction house, renowned as the largest in China, undoubtedly employed a host of remarkable beauty, surpassing many so-called celebrities. Ah, a woman descended from the heavens. Surely not to be compared with the mundane masses. You may not know, but this Yi Xingyao is the beloved granddaughter of Yi Nantian. Whispers of intrigue began to ripple through the crowd. Esteemed guests, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. With Yi Xingyao's declaration, an air of silence enveloped the venue. Our first item for auction is now presented. Yi Xingyao continued, as two equally exquisite women clad in kipeos brought forth a glass display case. Inside lay a piece of leather parchment, partially damaged and marked with the passage of time. Ladies and gentlemen, what now unfolds before your eyes is a scroll unearthed from the tomb of an ancient chi cultivator. Yi Xingyao elaborated, simultaneously pressing her electronic pen, causing each individual present to have the three-dimensional image of this scroll appear on their tablet screens. What? From the tomb of an ancient chi cultivator. Could the inscriptions on this scroll pertain to the methods of chi cultivation? The assembly of billionaires below could hardly contain their excitement, beginning to stir restlessly. The methods of chi cultivation are the very foundation upon which every eminent family in China has built its legacy for centuries, if not millennia. To possess a complete set of chi cultivation methods means that one's family would be endowed with an unceasing flow of powerful individuals and wealth, ultimately rising to become a top-tier force in China. How could they remain composed? Even figures such as Wang Zhenhai, Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming instinctively rose to their feet, their breaths quickening, gazing fervently at the ancient scroll displayed in the showcase. I offer 50 billion. This scroll shall belong to the Zhou family of Jiangnan City, Zhou Qingde exclaimed, momentarily forgetting all else. Since he had begun practicing the minuscule segment of chi cultivation methods imparted to him by a prominent figure, he understood how precious and vital such methods were for those pursuing martial arts. I bid 60 billion. I bid 70 billion. A multitude of affluent businessmen from nearby provinces clamored to outbid one another. Even Wang Zhenhai was tempted to raise his bid, but he was halted by Chen Fan. What chi cultivation methods? Merely an ancient medicinal formula. What? Not the chi cultivation methods. Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Fan had not intentionally concealed his voice. Those seated at the central table, including Jiang Qingyi, Yi Nantian, and Yi Xingyao on stage, all turned their gaze toward him in surprise. This young man displayed an unexpected depth of understanding. Jiang Qingyi couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan a couple of times, but that was the extent of her interest. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed guest just mentioned is indeed correct. This is not the chi cultivation method of ancient practitioners, but rather an ancient medicinal formula. What? Not a chi cultivation technique? Disappointment washed over the assembly of wealthy patrons, causing them to settle back down. As their initial fervor waned, they gradually regained their composure. Indeed, a chi cultivation method could forge an eminent family. Such a treasure could hardly be presented at an auction, let alone be within their reach for bidding. Although this unearthed scroll may not be a chi cultivation method, our Yi auction house has previously had it examined by the masters of the Jiang family, known as the Pill Kings, and it is considered an exceedingly valuable medicinal formula. Unfortunately, the ancient characters inscribed upon it remain undeciphered to this day, which is why we have decided to auction it, starting at 5 billion. After Yi Xingyu concluded her statement, she surveyed the crowd below. 50 billion? The affluent businessmen below shook their heads in unison. An undecipherable medicinal formula held no value for individuals such as themselves. It could neither be liquidated nor provide the means to cultivate strong individuals for their families, rendering it utterly useless in their eyes. Chen Fan, however, gazed at the formula with intrigue, for he possessed the skill of fluency in all languages on Earth, enabling him to decipher its contents. I bid 50 billion. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, the previously silent Jiang Qingyi suddenly interjected. Immediately, all eyes turned toward her. Very well, Miss Jiang bids 50 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? Yi Xingyao said, her smile radiant. The reason the Yi auction house chose to showcase this ancient medicinal formula first was primarily for Jiang Qingyi. As Yi Xingyu was aware that she had been collecting ancient medicinal formulas recently in hopes of concocting elixirs to assist Jin Yuba in his breakthrough. 100 billion. Chen Fan raised his paddle and declared. What? Someone bid 100 billion? Is he mad? Gasps echoed through the crowd. Who bids in such increments? Many turned their gazes toward Chen Fan's position. Truly reckless. To compete with the Jiang family for an ancient medicinal formula is courting disaster. They need not intervene. This brat will meet his end alongside the Wang family. Zhou Chengda sneered as he observed Chen Fan seated with the Wang family. Yu Xingyu on stage paused. Her expression shifting, as did Yu Nanshan's countenance. Sir, this ancient medicinal formula is of great importance to me. Might you consider relinquishing it? I could offer you an additional 1 billion. Jiang Qingyi's tone was frigid. Her noble status and stunning beauty drew adoration wherever she went, even from the younger generations of influential families. Yet now, a mere country bumpkin dared to intercept her, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, would you reconsider your bid? Seeing her dear friend in distress, Yi Xingyao disregarded the auction's decorum, her tone laced with subtle menace. Chen Fan, perhaps this is not worth pursuing. After all, she is from the Jiang family, and Miss Yu has offered a gracious exit. Wang Zhenhai implored Chen Fan anxiously. Both the Jiang and Yi families could obliterate the Wang family with the ease of crushing an ant. Indeed, Chen Fan. While it is true that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, they are true dragons we cannot provoke. Moreover, our primary objective today is the land auction in the northern district, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all urged. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. His life force could be transformed into combat prowess at any time, thus he bore no fear of the Jiang or Yi families. However, his companions might suffer retaliation or harm because of him. Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 92, Jiang Qingyi, initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every point of increased affinity with the bound target Jiang Qingyi, the host life force increases by 100 points, current affinity 100. Granting host beauty refund feature, name Jiang Qingyi, beauty score 92, beauty refund ratio 1100. Granting host skill, True Destiny Purple Fire, requires igniting the True Destiny Flame for alchemy. The flame's level is determined by color, ranked from low to high. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 92. Yu Xingyao. Initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every point of increased affinity with the bound target Yu Xingyao, the host's life force increases by 100 points. Current affinity 0. Granting host beauty refund feature. Name Yu Xingyao. Beauty score 92. Beauty refund ratio 1100. Granting host skill. Mind reading. Can read the inner thoughts of those whose strength is inferior to the host. A series of electronic synthesized voices resounded in Chen Fan's mind. He was taken aback. Through his recent binding experiences, he deduced that any girl with a beauty score exceeding 90 would automatically bind to him upon verbal or physical contact. This peculiar system had its merits. Since the binding had occurred, matters would be more manageable. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Jiang Qingyi. My apologies, Miss Jiang. But I truly must have this ancient medicinal formula. I shall bid 100 billion. Chen Fan said with a smile. Jiang Qingyi regarded Chen Fan coldly for a long moment before finally turning away. For her, even 200 billion was a trivial matter. However, being a person of extreme pride, she had always been accustomed to having others vie to present her with what she desired. Now, she found herself in a position where she must compete for something. And with a man, no less. This is something that Jiang Qingyi's pride simply cannot accept. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion thrice. Bang. The wooden hammer fell heavily. Mr. Chen, congratulations on acquiring the ancient elixir formula. Yu Xingyao's words were laced with an icy undertone, despite her outward congratulations. Yi Nantian also let out a cold snort. Ha ha ha. Those who are arrogant will face divine retribution. This Wang Zhenhai must be a fool to offend both the Jiang and Yi families simultaneously. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Zhou Qingda laughed heartily. While the other wealthy merchants nearby shook their heads, those who had been ingratiating themselves with the Wang family instinctively distanced themselves, fearing any association with them. At this moment, Wang Zhenhai was sweating profusely, but with Chen Fan having already secured the ancient formula, he dared not voice his concerns. He could only pray that the family backing Chen Fan could contend with the formidable Jiang and Yi families. Yet, as everyone mocked Chen Fan and the Wang family, Chen Fan perused the ancient scroll he had just obtained, translating it almost instantaneously and committing its contents to memory. Suddenly, he stood up, drawing the attention of the crowd as he approached Jiang Qingyi. Hello, Miss Jiang. This ancient elixir formula was specifically auctioned for you, as a token of our first meeting. A woman as ethereal as you should not be tainted by mundane matters such as wealth. Thus I, Chen Fan, have taken the liberty to present it to you. Ding. Jiang Qingyi's favorability 100, current favorability 0, host's current life value balance. Ding. Yu Xingyao's favorability 20, current favorability 20, reward for host, 2,000 life points. Host's current life value balance. Chapter 56, cashback of 10 trillion. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Chen Fan's audacious maneuver. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Li Maoguo, Zhang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all exhaled deeply. You wish to attract my attention in this manner? I have encountered many like you. Self-righteous and employing petty tricks, which only serves to increase my disdain. Jiang Qingyi slightly raised her alabaster chin, addressing Chen Fan with a cold demeanor. How unexpected that this ethereal Jiang Qingyi is also a master of pretentiousness. Had I not unlocked the ability to read minds, I might have believed her. Chen Fan silently scoffed. Miss Jiang, please do not take offense. I was merely captivated by your celestial grace and beauty, which led me to resort to such measures. Chen Fan proclaimed with exaggerated praise. Humph, insincere flattery. While Jiang Qingyi feigned disdain, her heart was secretly delighted. She relished the sensation of being admired. And Chen Fan's unique approach instantly endeared him to her, rendering him much more agreeable in her eyes. She nodded and accepted the ancient elixir formula from Chen Fan. Ding. Jiang Qingyi's favorability 30, current favorability 30, reward for host, 3,000 life points. Host's current life value balance. Ding. Host detected spending 10 billion for Jiang Qingyi. Cashback of 10 trillion. Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement. He had just received a staggering reward of 10 trillion. At that moment, his wealth surpassed that of all the affluent attendees combined. You are Chen Fan, correct? With your status, you are unworthy of presenting me gifts that would incur a debt of gratitude. Here are 2 Peiyuan pills. Consider them in exchange. Jiang Qingyi handed him 2 jade vials. Her beautiful eyes gazing at Chen Fan with a hint of anticipation. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Chen Fan accepted the vials without further ado. A flicker of disappointment passed through Jiang Qingyi's eyes. The scene she had envisioned, Chen Fan, elated and kneeling in gratitude, had not materialized. Perhaps he did not comprehend the significance of the Peiyuan pills, which could create a master-level warrior. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed. Alas, the people from such small places lack discernment. I had overestimated him. He is merely a slightly affluent local landlord, not even worthy to be compared to my esteemed brother. Yuba. Jiang Qingyi shook her head in disappointment. Fortunately, many discerning individuals in the audience recognized the value of the Peiyuan pills Jiang Qingyi had given Chen Fan, causing an uproar. Even Zhou Qingda, Zhao Kongming, and Feng Yuxiu stood up, greedily eyeing the jade vials in Chen Fan's possession. Some even offered 500 billion to purchase the Peiyuan pill from him. Why didn't he, I think, to auction that formula and present it to Miss Jiang? Many attendees lamented, slapping their thighs in regret. Are the Peiyuan pills truly that remarkable? Chen Fan pondered, observing the crowd's reaction. Chen Fan, take good care of that. Such elixirs cannot simply be bought with money. Wang Zhenhai swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the jade vial. Oh, it merely assists martial artists in becoming grandmasters, right? If you desire one, I can give you a pill, Chen Fan said, tossing one to Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in shock, trembling as he clutched the vial in his hands. At that moment, he wished to kneel and exclaim, Foster father. Chen Fan then handed another vial to Zhao Ruoxi. Since your father is also a martial artist, please deliver this to him. Zhao Ruoxi accepted it with excitement, pecking Chen Fan's cheek joyfully like a little bird. The subsequent auction featured several treasures, with many attendees keeping a close watch on Jiang Qingyi, ready to replicate Chen Fan's approach at any moment. However, Jiang Qingyi was solely focused on the ancient elixir formula, not even lifting her gaze. As the auction proceeded to its final item, entrusted by Jiangnan City. It was the land in the northern district. We will divide the land into 50 lots. The highest bidder wins, Yu Xingyo announced. And a map of Jiangnan City's northern district appeared on the tablets before the attendees, divided into 50 sections, each marked with different colors. Chen Fan fixed his attention on the plot where Qinglong Mountain resided. It was not in the core area of the northern district, so the price would likely remain reasonable. After all, he now possessed 10 trillion and intended to secure it for himself. Miss He, please hold on. Just then, Zhou Qingda, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. Oh, Mr. Zhou, do you have a question? Yu Xingyu looked at Zhou Qingda, puzzled. Hee, Miss He, auctioning the northern district land in 50 lots is far too cumbersome. The bidding could stretch into the night. I have a splendid idea, Zhou Qingda said, smiling. Oh, please, share your thoughts, Mr. Zhou. Yi Xingyao seemed intrigued, as dividing the northern district into 50 segments would indeed be exhausting. Zhou Qingda surveyed the audience, particularly sneering at the Wang and Chen families. I propose we sell the entire plot as a whole instead of dividing it into 50 sections. As soon as Zhou Qingda finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in commotion once more. The entire land for sale. The entire northern district of Jiangnan City would require over 400 billion to acquire, not to mention the subsequent development and construction costs. Who could possibly bear such a burden? Even the Zhou family would find it challenging. The crowd immediately began to murmur. Yu Xingyo had never encountered a situation like this and felt somewhat at a loss, casting a questioning glance toward Yinan Tian. Upon receiving a nod from him, she regained her composure. Mr. Zhou, according to the regulations of the Yi auction house, it is permissible to sell the parcels collectively without infringing on the original owner's interests, provided that the consent of over 80% of those present is obtained, Yi Xingyao stated. I agree to the bundled sale of the Northern District lands. Feng Yuxiu was the first to step forward. I concur. Zhao Kongming also stood up. The room erupted in astonishment, as it was evident that the three prominent families, Zhou, Feng, and Zhao, had formed an alliance. Consequently, the followers of these families and wealthy merchants who had business dealings with them promptly expressed their agreement. Ultimately, only Wang Zhenhai and Chen Fan remained dissenting. Damn it, these three families are playing dirty. With over 1,000 billion in funds, we want to be able to secure a single piece of land. Li Wei fumed. Li Maoduo, on the other hand, stood in shock, mouth agape. He had initially believed that aligning with the Wang family would lead to a significant increase in his fortunes. However, he never anticipated that the Wang family would be outmaneuvered by the coalition of the three families. All the hard work he had put in over the past several days had seemingly gone to waste, and he might end up as collateral damage between the Wang family and the three prominent families. Everyone soon realized that the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families were targeting the Wang family, aiming to completely dislodge them from the banquet of opportunities in the Northern District. All eyes turned toward the Wang family, including Jiang Qingyi, who had been engrossed in studying a pill formula, now looking up at Wang Zhenhai and Chen Fan. Wang Zhenhai. Over 90% of the attendees have already consented. Does the Wang family agree? Zhou Qingda sneered at Wang Zhenhai. Such an excellent opportunity, the Wang family naturally agrees. A calm voice interjected. To everyone's surprise, it was not Wang Zhenhai who spoke, but rather Chen Fan, who had initially won a pill formula and gifted it to Jiang Qingyi. Chen Fan, you are quite perceptive. Acknowledging your limitations, you readily accept your fate. But can you truly represent the Wang family? Zhou Hongyuan, having recognized Chen Fan, seized the opportunity to belittle him. Haha. It seems the Wang family is on a downward spiral, resorting to self-sabotage, allowing a mere outsider to take the helm. Zhao Kongming and Feng Yuxiu laughed heartily. Chen Fan, do not act impulsively. If the entire Northern District is sold, the starting price will be 400 billion, and we might end up with nothing. Li Wei Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi exclaimed in alarm. Wang Zhenhai opened his mouth to speak but ultimately shook his head in silence. At this moment, nearly everyone present had chosen to agree. Even those affiliated with the Wang family, who, upon witnessing the alliance of the three families, realized that the Wang family was on the brink of collapse. Thus, regardless of whether the Wang family agreed or disagreed, the situation had become irreversible. Chen Fan's straightforward acknowledgement of the inevitable was indeed commendable. My sentiments reflect those of the Wang family. We consent to the complete auction of the Northern District, Wang Zhenhai reluctantly stated. With his declaration, the entire auction venue understood that the Wang family was irrevocably out of the running for the Northern District, potentially facing removal from the ranks of Jiangnan's four prominent families. The former affiliates of the Wang family sighed in relief, grateful for their timely defection, for they would have perished alongside the Wang family, initially anticipating interesting developments. They were taken aback by this swift capitulation. Truly, he was a figure of little consequence, hardly worthy of comparison to my brother Jin Yuba. Jiang Qingyi cast a disapproving glance at Chen Fan and shook her head, choosing to disregard him. Very well, since all esteemed guests at the auction have consented. We shall proceed with the overall auction of the Northern District land, Yi Xingyao affirmed, acknowledging Wang Zhenhai's input. Brother Chen Fan, let us depart. There is nothing further to witness, Wang Zhenhai declared as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Chen Fan interjected. Wang Zhenhai wore a bitter smile. What are we waiting for? For others to jubilantly secure the bid? That would be sheer humiliation. Yet, given Chen Fan's insistence, he dared not oppose him and reluctantly sat back down with the Wang family members. I hereby announce the official commencement of the auction for the Northern District of Jiangnan City. The starting price is 450 billion. As Yi Xingyao's voice resonated, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. Even with their mental preparations, the exorbitant figure left them parched and their hearts racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northern District of Jiangnan City is coastal and holds the potential to develop into a comprehensive port city with immense future prospects. It may even rival Tianhai in a few decades. Seize this opportunity and bid actively. Yu Xingyu concluded, prompting nods of agreement from the attendees. Though the Northern District consisted largely of old urban areas, the challenges of redevelopment would be significantly lower due to its coastal location, making it a viable candidate for future growth. However, the starting price of 450 billion rendered it unattainable for the wealthy merchants present, leading all eyes, including those of Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and the Wang family, to shift toward the Zhou family. Father, let me make the bid, Zhou Hongyuan exclaimed. Feeling exhilarated under the gaze of the two beautiful women, Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi, and promptly sought his father's approval. Very well, I shall grant you this historic opportunity. Zhou Qingda thought to himself, brimming with satisfaction, as he had successfully completed the task for the influential figure and effectively dismantled the Wang family. From now on, the Wang family would be compelled to kneel before the Zhou family. Simultaneously, Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming regarded this scheme as nothing short of perfection, leaving the Wang family with no escape. Their gazes toward Zhou Qingda were filled with reverence. The Zhou family bids 450 billion. Zhou Hongyuan raised his placard, surveying the room with an air of superiority. With Zhou Hongyuan's handsome appearance and tailored suit, even Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao cast him a second glance. He was indeed a promising young talent, a standout among Jiangnan's younger generation, far surpassing Chen Fan. The two women nodded subtly. Mr. Zhou has bid 450 billion. Such an opportunity is rare. Do we have any higher bids? Yi Xingyao smiled as she surveyed the room. However, she realized that this was merely a formality, as it was evident to all that no one aside from the Zhou family could afford such a price. 450 billion once. 450 billion twice. At this moment, many individuals began to rise, approaching Shou Qingde to congratulate him on successfully acquiring the entire northern district. That is quite agreeable. Aside from the Wang family, everyone will be able to participate in the development of the northern district, Shou Qingde proclaimed, brimming with pride. The faces of everyone present instantly brightened with joy, celebrating together. Except for the Wang family and others such as Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, whose expressions darkened like a stormy sea. I bid 500 billion. Yet, just as all believed the matter settled and Yi Xingyu was about to bring down the gavel for the third time, Chen Fan's voice echoed through the auction hall. Suddenly, the entire venue felt as if it had been paused, with everyone frozen in place. The vast hall fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Mr. Chen, you are bidding 500 billion? Yi Xingyu turned, incredulity written on her face as she gazed at Chen Fan. Zhou Qingde, Zhou Hongyuan. And the two winds turned to fix their eyes intently on him. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Fan, bid 500 billion. Chen Fan declared, extending 5 fingers and articulating each word deliberately. The hall erupted once more into a frenzy. Haha. The young man is so reckless, daring to speak frivolously at the Yi auction. Little do you know, this statement will bring catastrophic disaster to your Wang family. Zhou Qingde realized what was happening and laughed heartily, thinking Chen Fan was merely an impetuous youth throwing out a false bid in a fit of bravado. Chen Fan, you're foolish. This is the Yi auction. How dare you throw out a baseless bid? Wang Zhenhai bellowed, his leg pounding the table in frustration. He knew that the entirety of the Wang family's assets barely amounted to 100 billion. Where could they possibly come up with 500 billion? However, he was also aware that at the Yi auction, any false bidding would result in a reckoning from the Huaxia War Department, where not only would all assets be seized, but the entire family would face imprisonment. Miss Yi, Old Master Yi, this person is maliciously bidding against the Wang family with a false price. I request that Miss Yi handle the Wang family according to auction rules. Zhou Qingde bowed to Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian. Chapter 58. He cannot possibly have such wealth. Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian furrowed their brows. Prior to hosting the auction in Jiangnan City, they had already familiarized themselves with the financial standings of various factions, including the 4 prominent families in the area. It was evident that the 4 families controlled nearly 80% of Jiangnan City's wealth. Now, the Zhou family had allied with the Feng and Zhao families, along with nearly all smaller clans. The Wang family, now left with no support, could not possibly produce 500 billion. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that this young man named Chen Fan was engaging in malicious bidding. Just as Yunantian prepared to stand, Jiang Qingyi spoke up. Whether this is malicious bidding or false auctioning can only be determined after payment at the conclusion of the auction. Mr. Chen has bid 500 billion. Does that mean Mr. Zhou will not raise his bid? A cool voice cut through the murmurs. Jiang Qingyi lifted her alabaster chin, revealing a graceful neck reminiscent of a swan. Hee, I just saved you a life. I wonder if you will express your gratitude and show me some admiration? Jiang Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan, feeling that her earlier gesture of gifting him 2 bottles of medicinal pills had not yielded the desired effect, leaving her somewhat discontent. Yunantian and Yi Xingyu were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the auction was not over. With Chen Fan's bid of 500 billion, the Zhou family, intent on acquiring the land, might just raise the stakes even higher. Miss Jiang makes an excellent point. Let the auction continue. Yunantian declared promptly. In an instant, the sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Zhou Hongyuan was struck speechless, while Shou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kaming's expressions fluctuated between dark and light. The Zhou family was now caught in a dilemma. If they refrained from bidding, the Wang family would suffer ruin for failing to meet the payment. But they also knew that the task assigned by the influential figure could not be left unfinished, leaving the Zhou family in peril. If they chose to bid, they would need to offer an amount exceeding 500 billion, which would nearly deplete the 3 major families' resources and potentially lead to a financial crisis. Witnessing the Zhou family's dismay, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. Ha, Chen Fan. It turns out you've executed a brilliant strategy. I truly admire your ingenuity. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Bro, you're incredible. Let those Zhou family members flaunt themselves. Let them pay an extra 500 billion. Li Wei chimed in, equally elated. Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. Could you all refrain from overthinking? I merely possess 1 trillion and wish to acquire the northern district. However, seeing the excitement radiating from the crowd, he held his tongue, especially as Jiang Qingyi, not far away, occasionally cast glances in his direction, as if anticipating something. This Chen Fan, I've just rescued him from trouble, and he sits there nonchalantly, not even uttering a word of thanks. Jiang Qingyi lightly stamped her delicate foot, feeling frustrated, as her failed attempts to showcase her superiority gnawed at her insides. At this moment, after a brief discussion among the Zhou family members, Zhou Qingde stepped forward. I bid 501 billion, he declared, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan and Wang Zhenhai. Let you dance for a couple of days. Once this matter concludes, I shall have you all kneeling before the Zhou family. Less than dogs. With an additional 500 billion, Zhou Qingde's eyes reddened with rage. 600 billion. Yet, before Zhou Qingde could finish his statement, Chen Fan dropped another bombshell into the crowd, igniting the atmosphere. You brat. You're courting death. Zhou Qingde could no longer contain himself, shouting at Chen Fan. Old Master Yi. I, Zhou Qingde, dare to stake my life on the fact that this brat and the Wang family cannot possibly have such wealth. Zhou Qingde directed his words at Yi Nantian. Youth, the auction is not a place for jest. Once a price is bid, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Even Yu Nantian's expression shifted. The first increase by 500 billion, followed by a direct 1 billion increase, was no longer bidding. It was sheer absurdity. If word got out, others might think Chen Fan was merely a pawn of the Yi family, orchestrated to inflate the auction price. Isn't the auction simply a matter of the highest bidder winning? I believe this land is worth 600 billion in my eyes, so I bid 600 billion. What is wrong with that? Chen Fan reclined casually, his tone unperturbed. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi exchanged tense glances, all feeling that Chen Fan had crossed a line. He, truly ignorant of the stakes, you're nothing compared to my brother Yuba. No one can save you now. Jiang Qingyi shook her head, having aided Chen Fan once already. Should he continue to dig his own grave, she could offer no further assistance. Kid, you're simply asking for trouble. Old Master Yi, Miss Yi, please adjudicate for my Zhou family. Zhou Qingde called out to Yi Nantian and Yi Xingyao. Our Yi auction has always upheld fairness and justice, with the highest bidder winning. However, if anyone is found to be maliciously inflating prices or engaging in false bidding, they shall face the wrath of the Yi family. Pause the auction. Someone, investigate the assets of Mr. Chen and the Wang family. With a wave of his hand, Yi Nantian signaled several individuals from the Yi family auction house to promptly open their encrypted laptops and establish a connection with their internal intelligence agency. The Yi family maintains a close relationship with the War Department, and their internal information system seamlessly shares data with various departments across Huaxia. Aside from a few exceptional cases, retrieving an individual's banking information and asset registration details is relatively straightforward. Old Yi, the information has been extracted, a bespectacled technician reported. Yi Nantian immediately approached to inspect the data. Wang family of Jiangnan City, bank deposits amounting to 50 billion, liquid assets including real estate and stocks totaling 60 billion. With a total asset valuation of 110 billion, Yi Nantian nodded, noting that this aligned with his pre-arrival investigation in Jiangnan City. Chen Fan, an orphan, a junior student at Jiangnan University's School of Business Administration, no property, no vehicle, bank deposits. Yi Nantian's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized Chen Fan's information. Was he merely a destitute student? How did he manage to infiltrate the auction? Yet, upon glancing at the bank deposits, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1 trillion. Cash. Yi Nantian abruptly lifted his gaze towards Chen Fan, astonishment etched across his features. Old Yi, what do you say? I told you this kid was merely engaging in fraudulent bidding. Shouldn't his initial offer be rendered void? Zhou Qingde and the others remarked, casting glances at Yi Nantian. However, Yi Nantian slowly rose and directly approached Chen Fan. Congratulations, young brother. It seems I misjudged you. The Northern District belongs to you. Chapter 59. What lies within Qilong Mountain? What? Old Yi, what does this mean? Zhou Qingde gasped, grasping Yu Nantian's wrist. A chill flickered in Yu Nantian's eyes. Boom. A powerful force emanated from Yu Nantian, sending Zhou Qingde staggering back several steps. Mid-level Grandmaster. Zhou Qingde's expression turned ashen. Mr. Zhou, do you intend to take action against me? Yu Nantian inquired, and at that moment, 2 soldiers clad in camouflage emerged behind Zhou Qingde, each exuding an aura of Grandmaster strength, rivaling Zhou Qingde himself. A surge of panic gripped Zhou Qingde. Was this the depth of the Yi family's resources? Even their bodyguards were Grandmasters, and Yi Nantian's cultivation level was unfathomable. He hastily stepped forward to apologize. Old Yi, I was mistaken. I simply do not comprehend why you claim this land in the Northern District belongs to this young man. Could it be that he indeed possesses 600 billion? You are correct. Mr. Chen indeed possesses 600 billion. Yi Nantian's declaration sent shockwaves throughout the venue, plunging the entire assembly into chaos. How is that possible? Isn't he associated with the Wang family? Their total assets can't exceed 120 billion. He appears to be a university dropout. How could he possibly have such wealth? Questions erupted among the attendees, all struggling to accept that this young man could hold nearly the entirety of Jiangnan City's familial fortunes. The primary concern was that if this young man successfully acquired the Northern District, their recent dealings with the Wang family would leave them entirely bereft of that lucrative asset. At that moment, Wang Zhenhai's eyes bulged, mouth agape, caught in a state of incredulity. Li Wei, in a fit of excitement, leapt onto the table. Chen Fan is my brother. Isn't that impressive? The entire northern district will be ours. Li Maoguo was nearly overwhelmed with elation. Realizing that his son's close friend had single-handedly acquired the northern district, the value of his own estate would multiply exponentially, not merely by several times, but by dozens. Who exactly is Chen Fan? He truly possesses 600 billion? Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan exchanged glances, each recognizing the self-doubt and despondency reflected in the other's eyes. Humph. I never expected this kid to genuinely have 600 billion in cash. Perhaps he is merely a representative of a colossal power. Yet, compared to my brother Yuba, he is still but a mere footnote. Jiang Qingyi scoffed, observing Chen Fan basking in the limelight. Finally, Yin-Yang raised his hand, silencing the fervent discussions and skepticism, and stepped onto the auction stage. If no one bids higher, I shall finalize the deal, Yin-Yang declared, directing his gaze towards Zhou Qingda, who was biting his teeth so hard they bled, fists clenched, as Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hongyuan bore expressions of deep resentment. However, 500 billion was their absolute limit. Even if they liquidated all their assets at that moment, they could not muster 600 billion. Curse it, where did this kid come from? They were frustrated, not only losing the northern district but also the coveted Qinglong mountain that the esteemed individual desired. Zhou Qingda's eyes blazed with fury. He longed to strike Chen Fan dead, yet within the confines of the Yi family auction, he dared not act rashly, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Bang! The hammer fell, and the northern district was successfully claimed by Chen Fan. That night, at the Zhou family manor in Jiangnan, Zhou Qingda had shattered everything within reach. Father, let us not hesitate. Let us storm the Wang family tonight and eliminate Wang Zhenhai and that Chen Fan, Zhou Hongyuan suggested, making a slashing motion across his throat. No. If they face a calamity right after the auction, the Yi family will undoubtedly retaliate against us, Zhao Kongming interjected. Zhou Qingda's eyes reddened as he downed a large gulp of liquor. Yin-Yang is insignificant. He is merely a distant branch of the Yi family. Or else he wouldn't have been dispatched to this impoverished corner of Jiangnan City. The real threat lies with the Wang family and that Chen Fan. Although he is just a student, possessing 600 billion in cash indicates that his backing must be formidable. Zhou Qingda's expression darkened. We dispatched individuals to investigate. And according to the reports, Chen Fan indeed grew up in an orphanage. However, 5 years ago, a devastating fire destroyed the entire facility, claiming the lives of everyone except Chen Fan and the elderly director, who also passed away not long ago. Feng Yuxiu explained. Humph, raised in an orphanage. How can an orphan possess 600 billion in cash? The fact that we cannot uncover his background only indicates that his backing is far more powerful than ours. He could very well be a representative of a colossal force. This matter has exceeded our scope of influence. We shall await the Patriarch's return to make a decision. Zhou Qingda spoke gravely. Indeed, I share your suspicions. During today's auction, the daughter of the formidable Dan Wang Jiang family was flirting with Chen Fan and supported him throughout the bidding process, indicating a possible collusion between them. Zhao Kongming deduced confidently. Curse be it. What should have been a straightforward matter has been complicated by this unexpected variable. Zhou Qingda slammed his cup onto the ground. We should never have suggested the overall auction of the northern district. At least we could have secured Qinglong Mountain to appease Lord Jin. Feng Yuxiu lamented with a sigh. Wait a moment, they said. Lord Jin demands that we must capture Qinglong Mountain, and the forces behind Chen Fan are also aiming for the North District. Zhao Kongming squinted his eyes, his tone turning mysterious. Zhou Qingda, Zhou Hongyuan, and Feng Yuxiu exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Chen Fan was undoubtedly after Qinglong Mountain as well. The group shared a silent understanding of this conclusion. What secrets lay within Qinglong Mountain? Questions arose in their minds. Just as they pondered the mysteries of Qinglong Mountain, a sudden loud crash resonated from the Zhou family's backyard. Ha ha ha. I never expected that I, Zhou Zhixiong, would directly break through to the pinnacle of the Grand Master Realm. The heavens are favoring my Zhou family. In an instant, a figure moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind afterimages in the air, arriving before Zhou Qingda and the others in the blink of an eye. Qingda, what is happening? Zhou Zhixiong's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the nearly destroyed house. An aura more powerful than Yi Nanshan's emanated from him, pressing down on those inside like a heavy stone, making it difficult for them to breathe. Father, you truly succeeded. You've broken through to the pinnacle of the Grand Master Realm. Zhou Qingda and Zhou Hongyuan stood up excitedly, their breaths quickening. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming also rose, hands clasped respectfully before them. Years of accumulation, combined with the breathing techniques taught to me by young Master Jin, allowed me to break through 3 major bottlenecks. Zhou Zhixin said proudly, stroking his beard. The Qinglong Mountain in the North District of Jiangnan City has been acquired, hasn't it? Remember, from now on, barricade all entrances to Qinglong Mountain and deploy trusted family members to stand guard, awaiting young Master Jin's arrival. However, upon finishing, he sensed an unusual atmosphere among those present. Has something happened at Qinglong Mountain? Noticing their hesitant expressions, a sense of foreboding crossed Zhou Zhixiong's mind. Father, a young man invited by the Wang family has acquired the North District for 600 billion, Zhou Qingda said with a bitter smile. Zhou Hongyuan quickly stepped forward to explain the situation to his grandfather. Humph, what a Wang family, what a Chen Fan, regardless of who stands behind you. To covet young Master Jin's fortune is akin to seeking death. Zhou Zhixiang's fury erupted, and he struck the massive marble pillar beside him with a palm. Boom. Dust flew as the sturdy pillar shattered into pieces. Is this even human? The force is comparable to that of a cannon. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kaoming's eyes widened in astonishment. Let us head to the Wang family and demand they relinquish Qinglong Mountain, Zhou Zhixiang declared. Father. But they just acquired the land from the Yi family auction. Will this provoke Yin-Yang? Humph. The Wang family has killed my son and dozens of Zhou family experts. What does it matter to me if they compensate for a district? What can Yin-Yang say? Zhou Zhixiang dismissed the concern. With his newfound power, his ambitions grew. He believed that if he handled the Qinglong Mountain affair well, young Master Jin would impart the next level of breathing techniques to him, potentially allowing him to break beyond the Grandmaster realm. At that point, even in the stronghold of Tian'ai City, Zhou Zhixiang and the Zhou family would secure their place. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, cups were raised in celebration as Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, Li Maoguo, and others toasted to Yin-Yang, who sat at the head of the table. Ah, Master Wang and esteemed guests, you are all too gracious. The future of the North District of Jiangnan City is promising. The Yi family has stationed me here, and I shall rely on your support, Yin-Yang said with a smile. Despite being sent to Jiangnan City due to a mistake, he did not consider himself a mere small family like the Wang family could ever be his equal. His presence at the banquet was primarily due to Chen Fan. The 1 trillion in Chen Fan's bank account did not astonish him, but the fact that even with his authority, he could not uncover Chen Fan's true identity, only that he was an orphan from Jiangnan City, was truly remarkable. Only the significant figures of those prominent families were beyond his reach, which spoke volumes. Where is that young brother Chen Fan? Yin-Yang suddenly inquired. Oh, Elder Yi, Chen Fan is about to take his level 2 computer examination. He should be studying computer programming with my granddaughter. I hear it's something from the European and American regions, Wang Zhenhai said, a hint of pride in his tone. European and American technology is indeed advanced, Yin-Yang replied, though internally he found it absurd that someone worth billions would still pursue a level 2 certificate. However, being astute, he quickly realized the underlying meaning. Wang Zhenhai was leveraging his granddaughter to forge a connection with Chen Fan and his backing. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the estate, followed by a resounding crash. Boom. A 100-kilogram door was sent flying by a single punch. Ha, Wang Zhenhai, why was I not invited to this celebration? Zhou Zhixiang strutted in, followed by Shou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and a host of powerful figures from the 3 great families. Oh, Elder Yi is here as well. Perfect. Elder Yi, please act as a witness for me today. Zhou Zhixiang showed no respect for Yin-Yang, pulling out a chair and sitting down casually. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming crossed their arms, disdain evident on their faces as they regarded the Wang family. Zhou Zhixiang, with Elder Yi present. Do you dare to act recklessly? Are you seeking death? Wang Zhenhai exclaimed, rising in anger at Zhou Zhixiang's blatant disrespect. Humph, Wang Zhenhai. Do you think you can use Elder Yi to bolster your standing? Let me tell you, against absolute strength, it is useless. Zhou Zhixiang sneered, raising his right index finger and tapping on a pair of chopsticks before him. Swish. The seemingly ordinary chopsticks emitted a sound like arrows shooting through the air, aimed directly at Wang Zhenhai's eyes. Watch out. Yin-Yang and Zhao Dao shouted simultaneously, rushing forward. Bang. Yin-Yang grasped one of the chopsticks, immediately being forced back several steps by the powerful force. Zhao Dao roared, muscles bulging, exerting all his strength to catch the other chopstick, only to have it pierce his palm, sending him crashing against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. The pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Yin-Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Wang family, along with Li Wei and Li Maoguo, stood in shock. Their expressions filled with horror as they gazed at Zhou Zhixiang, who appeared utterly nonchalant. Well, Wang Zhenhai, shall we discuss matters now? Zhou Zhixiang gazed at Wang Zhenhai with a playful expression. Speak, what do you truly desire? Wang Zhenhai replied, his face as somber as the depths of water. At this juncture, the Wang family had no path of retreat. He could only hope to delay matters long enough for Chen Fan to escape with Wang Yuyan and Wang Tong. In his view, Chen Fan was at best in the early stages of a grandmaster, and since even Yin-Yang in the mid-stages had been defeated, Chen Fan's arrival would only lead to his demise. I have come to discuss the unjust killing of my son, Zhou Qingjie, and the compensation for the 36 direct descendants of the Zhou family. I am not one for bloodshed or exterminating entire clans. Consider the land in the northern district of Jiangnan City as recompense, Zhou Zhixiang stated with an air of indifference. Furthermore, let all the women of the Wang family come to the Zhou family tonight for companionship, while the men kneel and serve. Zhou Hongyuan interjected urgently. Yet, before he could finish, a golden brick flew toward him like a cannonball. Chapter 61. The brick strikes. Boom. Before anyone could react, the golden brick whizzed through Zhou Hongyuan's legs at a speed reminiscent of a bullet. A sudden chill swept over him, as if something had passed by. Zhou Hongyuan froze, then slowly glanced down. Upon seeing the source of his pain, he was overwhelmed by a wave of agony. Ah! Zhou Hongyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground and clutching his groin. Hongyuan, Seeing the bloodied state of Zhou Hongyuan, Zhou Chengde, and Zhou Zhixiong were instantly struck with shock. He was the sole direct descendant of their line. The crowd was stunned by the sudden turn of events, especially the pitiful sight of Zhou Hongyuan, causing the Wang family members to involuntarily gasp and protect their own vulnerable areas. At that moment, Chen Fan strode in, his expression sour. He had been passionately discussing computer knowledge with Wang Yuyan when the commotion interrupted him. Upon entering and witnessing Zhou Hongyuan's injury, he too was taken aback. Wait, how did my blind throw hit so accurately? You dare to harm my son? I will kill you. Zhou Chengde roared as he recognized the culprit. Chen Fan. Zhou Chengde is in the early stages of a grandmaster, while his father, Zhou Zhixiong, is a peak grandmaster. You are no match for them. Run. Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao shouted in desperation. Why did this Chen Fan return? I specifically sent word for him, Yuyan, and Teng to escape. Wang Zhenhai's heart raced with dread, fearing that they might all perish. Get lost. Zhou Chengde bellowed, sending both men flying with two powerful punches, causing them to cough blood. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. The brick comes. In that instant, a golden light, akin to a hammer of thunder, soared from behind Zhou Chengde. Zhou Chengde felt an ominous chill and instinctively abandoned his attack on Chen Fan, hastily dodging to the side. Whoosh! The golden brick returned to Chen Fan's hand. Its surface pockmarked and cracked, resembling an improperly fired red brick. Yet, through his and Wang Yuyan's study, a drop of his nosebleed had fallen upon it. And the system had indicated that the brick recognized its master and could move at Chen Fan's will. However, while it moved according to his intent, its trajectory was beyond his control. Just moments ago, it had autonomously targeted Zhou Chende's groin. Reflecting on Zhou Hongyuan's blind shot, Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully. You possess a magical artifact. You are from a prestigious family. Zhou Zhixiong exclaimed, rising to fixate on the golden brick in Chen Fan's grasp. Dad, what is a magical artifact? How is it related to prestigious families? Zhou Chengde inquired. A magical artifact is a treasure that can be controlled by human thought. Only those of the Grand Master rank and above can cultivate such treasures through their internal energies. Zhou Zhixiong explained. At this moment, not just Zhou Chengde, but Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, and others were all ears, listening intently. Indeed, Zhou Zhixiong, you are quite knowledgeable. Magical artifacts can only be refined by those above the Grand Master level, and those who possess them are always direct descendants of their families. You show family may dare to act against a branch member of my prestigious family, but if you lay a hand on Chen Fan, do you know what your Zhou family will face? Yin-Yang stepped forward, coldly laughing, having recognized Chen Fan's esteemed background upon seeing the golden brick. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Zhao Dao, and the others trembled at his words, their hearts racing with excitement. They had not anticipated that Chen Fan held such a noble status, especially Wang Zhenhai, who rubbed his hands together in eagerness. However, just as everyone expected the Zhou family to be intimidated by Chen Fan's identity, Zhou Zhixiong suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. What of a member of a prestigious family? My Zhou family's backing is far more illustrious than your status. If you are wise, relinquish the Qingshan mountain in the northern district. Otherwise, while I may not dare to kill you or Yin-Yang, everyone else present will perish. Zhou Zhixiong declared with a bloodthirsty smirk. Father, we cannot let this wretch go. He has crippled Hongyuan. Zhou Chengde shouted angrily. The bigger picture matters. You are still young and can still bear children. Zhou Zhixiong rebuked. At this moment, he harbored even greater resentment toward Chen Fan, wishing nothing more than to dismember him. Yet, he knew that killing a core member of a grand family and escalating the situation could lead to dire consequences, even with the support of the young Master Jin. Zhou Zhixiong, who is your benefactor? And with so many prime locations in the northern district, why do you desire the undevelopable wasteland of Qingshan Mountain? Chen Fan remarked. Unperturbed by their vengeful glares, yet the mention of Qingshan Mountain stirred something within him. I am the one who now wields the power of life and death here. You have no right to question my commands. Zhou Zhixiong commanded darkly, handing Chen Fan the transfer agreement for Qingshan Mountain. Chen Fan was incensed by Zhou Zhixiong's attitude. Ever since the auction, he had made a point to consult with Su Nanqiang regarding the nature of prestigious families in the Grand Master realm. He learned that beyond the innate realm of a Grand Master lay the acquired realms, Qi Perception, Qi Condensation, Qi Lake, and Qi Sea. Achieving the Qi Condensation stage marked one as a Grand Master level powerhouse, with combat prowess reaching 10. Capable of soaring through the skies or plunging into the depths of the sea, and even forging magical artifacts as if they were divine beings. With the life force he had accumulated, he could exchange it at a ratio of 100, 1 for combat power. Meaning that expending 10,000 points of life force could elevate him to the Grand Master level. However, Zhou Zhixiong was utterly unworthy of having Chen Fan exchange his combat prowess. For the moment he appeared, Chen Fan's mind was flooded with information regarding him. Name, Zhou Zhixiong. Combat power, 098. The reason Zhou Zhixiong's combat power fell short of Chen Fan's 10 was that he had only just attained the Grand Master realm and had yet to fully consolidate his position. Chen Fan, do not act impulsively. Wise men do not suffer immediate losses. It would be best to concede this Qinglong Mountain to him. After all, it holds little developmental value. Wang Zhenhai, Yin-Yang, and Zhao Dao urged as they sensed Chen Fan's intent to strike. He is not worthy of making me suffer. With that, Chen Fan launched a palm strike towards Zhou Zhixiang. What an arrogant brat, daring to strike at a peak grandmaster. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Zhou Zhixiang sneered, relying on a magical artifact to confront him. Such a tactic might suffice against an early grandmaster like Zhou Qingde, but against a peak grandmaster like himself, it was utterly insufficient. Chapter 62. Come here. The naive youth would soon learn what it meant to shatter all techniques with sheer force. Zhou Zhixiang unleashed his inner energy, causing his garments to flutter without wind. Resembling a legendary martial artist from a wuxia novel, exuding an intimidating aura. Initially startled by Chen Fan's possession of a magical artifact, Zhou Zhixiang quickly regained his composure. Noticing that Chen Fan emitted no fluctuation of energy. In truth, even if Chen Fan were merely an ordinary early grandmaster, with the enhancement of the artifact, Zhou Zhixiang would still be compelled to flee. However, an individual lacking substantial cultivation, even with a magical artifact, was certainly no match for him. Chen Fan quickly utilized the artifact. Wang Zhenhai, Yunetian, Zhao Dao, and others called out in unison. Yet, Chen Fan showed no intention of retrieving the golden brick, instead beckoning Zhou Zhixiang with a finger. Come here, in Shen Teng's voice, as the elder of the Zhou family, renowned in Jiangnan City for many years. And now having cultivated the Qi induction technique to the peak grandmaster level, Zhou Zhixiang looked down upon all, including Yunetian. First, Chen Fan had incapacitated his grandson. And now he provoked him, igniting a fury akin to adding fuel to the flames. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Zhixiang's feet shattered the marble floor beneath him as he propelled himself like a human cannonball, aiming a punch towards Chen Fan's dantian. He unleashed nearly all the power he could muster. Though he had only recently reached the peak grandmaster level, and his realm was not entirely stable, he was confident that this strike could break through the artifact's defenses. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan did not summon the golden brick artifact. Rather, he half-squatted, as if adopting a horse stance, and slowly extended a palm to meet Zhou Zhixiang's tremendous punch. Chen Fan, do not meet it head-on. That is the full-force strike of a peak grandmaster. Wang Zhenhai, Yunetian, Zhao Dao, and Li Wei all changed countenance dramatically. They envisioned the next moment filled with the gruesome sight of Chen Fan's mangled body. Chen Fan quickly dodged. Wang Zhenhai's eyes reddened. In his heart, although Chen Fan was a formidable early grandmaster, facing Zhou Zhixiang's full-force strike head-on would only lead to certain death. Had they just allied with Chen Fan for him to perish? Was fate conspiring against the Wang family? Yet, at that moment, it was Zhou Zhixiang who felt the greatest trepidation. For in his eyes, Chen Fan was a scion of a prominent family. Under his full-force strike, even an early grandmaster would be obliterated, let alone Chen Fan. If he merely taught Chen Fan a lesson, the young master Jin could shield him. But should he kill Chen Fan, the terrifying figures of the major families might very well emerge. However, he found himself unable to withdraw, helplessly watching his formidable fist hurtle towards Chen Fan. Yes, grandfather. Kill him. Avenge me. I have lost my Jir. At that moment, Zhou Hanyuan, having staunched his bleeding, regained consciousness, his gaze filled with venomous resentment as he screeched, though his voice had turned shrill. Boom. The clash between Chen Fan and Zhou Zhixiang emitted a deafening sound. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, uprooting nearby tables and chairs. As if the room had endured a cataclysmic storm, the sheer force of the shockwave rendered even advanced grandmasters like Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao unsteady, akin to drifting reeds in the wind, while Li Wei, despite his considerable weight, was flung across the room. Only Zhou Qingde and Yi Nantian remained composed, standing firm amidst the chaos. As the white dust and energy gradually dissipated, thud, 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 Zhou Zhixiang staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Fan stood resolute, merely slightly winded. A profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Yinan Tian, and Zhou Qingde all gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in the world. Especially Zhou Zhixiang, staring at the bloodied gash on his palm and his disordered energy, his face etched with incredulity. You are also a peak grandmaster. Zhou Zhixiang gasped, prompting all to once again turn their astonished gazes towards Chen Fan. No, it cannot be. He is merely an ungraduated student. How could he possibly be a peak grandmaster? Zhou Hanyuan screeched in a high-pitched voice. How could it be? He clearly exhibits no signs of energy fluctuation. How can he be a peak grandmaster? Zhou Qingde was equally taken aback, recalling his repeated provocations against Chen Fan at the auction and the attack he had just launched. Cold sweat breaking out as if he had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, all of Chen Fan's combat prowess was a gift from the system, perfectly integrated within his very being, thus lacking the uncontrolled energy fluctuations they expected. Zhou Zhixiang's previous strike was immensely powerful, although Chen Fan had repelled Zhou Zhixiang. He too felt a surge of blood and energy within him. He understood that while his combat power surpassed that of Zhou Zhixiang, whose realm was not fully consolidated, his combat skills and experience were significantly inferior. In a life and death struggle, should Zhou Zhixiang employ his combat techniques, the outcome would remain uncertain, instilling within Chen Fan a subtle sense of foreboding. Qingde, take Han Yuan. We must leave. Zhou Zhixiang's expression gradually calmed, casting a deep glance at Chen Fan. Although Shou Qingda's eyes brimmed with unwillingness, facing a peak grandmaster with a magical artifact was perilous. A single misstep could spell disaster for all. Even Zhou Hongyuan, having lost Jie, stared at Chen Fan in terror, rendered speechless. Leave? Do you think I will allow your departure? Chen Fan suddenly spoke. Chen Fan, do not be too arrogant. While you are indeed powerful and possess a magical artifact, with so many of us, it would be difficult for you to eliminate us all at once. Moreover, should a conflict arise, we will swiftly eliminate the others present. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Zhixiang's eyes. However, despite his outward calm, he was inwardly in a state of panic. If Chen Fan disregarded caution and unleashed his fury, they might all meet their end here. Fear not, as long as you answer my 2 questions, I shall allow your departure, Chen Fan declared. Instantly, everyone present, whether from the Zhou family or Wang Zhenhai's group, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhou Zhixiang nodded. I can reveal to you the identity of my benefactor, while Qilong Mountain is the dojo favored by him. I believe both you and Yin-Yang are familiar with his name. Zhou Zhixiang smirked, then immediately stood upright, his eyes brimming with reverence. He is none other than the foremost prodigy of Southern Daxia, the so-called overlord, Jin Yuba, the young master. Chapter 63, the renown of Jin Yuba what? The foremost prodigy of Southern Huaxia, Jin Yuba. Upon hearing this name, Yin-Yang, Wang Zhenhai, and Zhao Dao were instantly taken aback, their faces displaying a profound respect. However, others were somewhat baffled, as their status and wealth had yet to reach such heights, leaving them ignorant of such illustrious figures. Who is Jin Yuba? His name sounds impressive. But is he truly more formidable than my brother? Li Wei, just rising from the ground, dusted himself off and expressed his dissatisfaction. Haha, compared to young master Jin Yuba, your brother Chen Fan is not even worthy of being his toenail. Zhou Zhixiang retorted with a cold laugh. Hey, you old codger, your mouth is quite audacious. Li Wei shot back, visibly displeased. I merely state the truth. If you doubt it, you may inquire among them. Zhou Zhixiang sneered at Li Wei. Jin Yuba was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, reaching the master realm at the age of 10, attaining the pinnacle of grandmaster by 15, and at 20. He broke through to the legendary realm of qi perception, causing a sensation among the prominent families of Southern Huaxia. Now, at 25, he was on the verge of breaking into the initial stage of qi condensation, poised to become a true powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Yin-Yan's expression turned grave. To be 25 and on the brink of becoming a powerhouse, Wang Zhenhai was overwhelmed with shock, a wave of fear washing over him. Others also displayed astonishment. They had thought that reaching the pinnacle of grandmaster in their 20s, like Chen Fan, was already remarkable, yet here was someone even more extraordinary. In light of this comparison, Zhou Zhixiang's earlier comments held validity. Indeed, Chen Fan could not even measure up to a mere toenail of Jin Yuba. Zhou Zhixiang observed the reactions of the crowd, feeling quite satisfied with their response. Haha, you see, your information is incomplete. Young Master Jin is already half a step into the powerhouse level. With sufficient spiritual energy, he will immediately become a true qi condensation expert. Zhou Zhixiang proclaimed proudly, as if basking in shared glory. At this, Wang Zhenhai, Yin-Yang, Zhao Dao, and Li Wei fell into silence. A half-step powerhouse at 25. The foremost prodigy of Southern Huaxia, this exceptional talent was destined to soar to great heights, illuminating even the bustling metropolis of Xiangjing filled with powerful figures. Should they provoke such a significant individual, everyone present, including Yin-Yang and Chen Fan, would surely face dire consequences. Seeing their reactions, Zhou Zhixiang's mind stirred, and he once again contemplated Qilong Mountain. Haha, since I've disclosed young Master Jin's identity to you, I shall not hesitate to share further. Qilong Mountain in the northern district of Jiangnan City has caught young Master Jin's eye as a dojo. 5 days hence, he will personally visit Jiangnan City. Should he discover that Qilong Mountain has been occupied by you? Zhou Zhixiang chuckled coldly, then swaggered away with Zhou Qingda, Zhou Hongyuan, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming. Chen Fan, this Jin Yuba is so formidable that we cannot afford to challenge him. Perhaps we should concede Qilong Mountain to them? After Zhou's departure, Wang Zhenhai remarked. The commercial value of Qilong Mountain is not high, and the return on investment for future tourism will be slow. It would be better to offer it to Jin Yuba, who is certain to become a dragon among men, thus establishing a good rapport, Yin-Yang suggested. Chen Fan, a wise man does not court immediate losses. Jin Yuba's reputation is well known. What harm is there in relinquishing Qilong Mountain to him? It would save us trouble, Zhao Dao added with gentle persuasion. Haha. Do you truly believe matters are so simple? Why would a young powerhouse renowned across Southern Huaxia fixate on a desolate mountain? Chen Fan smiled, his tone laced with intrigue. Yin-Yang was the first to catch on, his eyes narrowing. This Qilong Mountain, favored by such a prodigy as Jin Yuba, must harbor some undisclosed secrets. Perhaps even remarkable treasures. For instance, many of the qi refining techniques of these influential families in Huaxia have been unearthed from ancient mountains and tombs over the past century. The others quickly grasped the implication, their eyes gleaming with insight. Compared to that Jin Yuba, I trust you, Yi Lao. If the Yi family can intervene, we shall split any treasures discovered within Qilong Mountain evenly, Chen Fan asserted to Yin-Yang. His reasoning stemmed from a sense of helplessness. Anyone familiar with the tales would recognize that Jin Yuba's journey reeked of the protagonist's fortune. Who could say whether he had a mentor or some powerful benefactor behind him? While Chen Fan could enhance his strength through life essence to reach the chi condensation realm, should a formidable opponent emerge, he would be left vulnerable. Thus, he opted for a strategy of diverting disaster. Yin-Yang, wise and experienced, quickly discerned Chen Fan's intentions. Yet, even so, he felt an irresistible allure. For any treasure that could attract someone like Jin Yuba was undoubtedly extraordinary. If reported to the Yi family headquarters and treasure was found, it would surely be a significant achievement. However, should they offend Jin Yuba without any treasure to show, it would spell disaster. As Yin-Yang grappled with his thoughts, a robust voice resounded. Yi Lao, I concur with my brother Chen Fan. There must be invaluable treasures hidden within Qinglong Mountain. Wang Teng's figure emerged from behind. Tengo, why are you out here? Your body is still so frail. Wang Zhenhai's words abruptly halted, replaced by astonishment. Turning to face him, everyone was taken aback. Wang Teng seemed transformed, exuding a vigor akin to a dragon, his every movement radiating an invisible, regal aura. Tung are you? Wang Zhenhai's face reflected shock and disbelief. Grandfather, thanks to Chen Fan's healing, I feel not only fully restored but brimming with boundless energy. Wang Teng said with a smile. Chen Fan was equally astonished. For upon witnessing Wang Teng's formidable presence, a thought flashed through his mind. My son, Wang Teng, possesses the bearing of an emperor. At that moment, Yin-Yang felt a sudden warmth coursing through his veins, as if sensing something extraordinary. He abruptly looked up, a mix of suspicion and curiosity on his face. Grasping Wang Teng's arm, he examined him closely, and after a moment, his expression transformed into one of profound shock and elation. An emperor's body. You possess the same emperor's body as our founding ancestor, appearing only once in a century. Yin-Yan's voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 64, Li Jiaying from Hong Kong Island, an emperor's body? The crowd was filled with astonishment and confusion as they turned to Yin-Yang. The imperial dominance body. One of the 10 most exceptional cultivation physiques of Huaxia cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. To put it plainly, given sufficient resources and time, Wang Teng's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of Jin Yuba. The imperial dominance body is a rare occurrence, exceptionally elusive, often concealed within one's bloodline, making its awakening a formidable challenge. It is apparent that Wang Teng must have triggered this physique through some fortuitous circumstance. Yin-Yang tightly grasped Wang Teng's hand. As if fearful he might flee, Wang Zhenhai and Wang Teng initially exhibited overwhelming joy at this revelation, followed by profound gratitude directed towards Chen Fan. They understood that it was undoubtedly Chen Fan's Ghost Gate 13 needles that had awakened Wang Teng's imperial dominance body. Old Master Wang, permit me to take Wang Teng back to the Yi family. The family head will certainly spare no effort in nurturing him and will even select a direct descendant of the family to wed him. Yin-Yang declared to Wang Zhenhai and Wang Teng, momentarily disregarding any treasures from Qinglong Mountain, Chen Fan, and Jin Yuba. His greatest contribution would be returning Wang Teng, a future leader capable of elevating the Yi family to new heights. He firmly believed that neither Wang Zhenhai nor Wang Teng had any reason to refuse. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Teng did not immediately acquiesce, but instead shook his head. I can accompany you to the Yi family, but you must dispatch a formidable warrior to assist my brother Chen Fan in fending off Jin Yuba. Otherwise, we cannot proceed. The crowd was momentarily stunned. All eyes fixed on Wang Teng. Even Chen Fan widened his eyes in astonishment. The Yi family, a powerhouse that virtually controlled the entire war department of Huaxia, was a titan among giants, a premier presence in Xiangjing. To receive an olive branch from such an influential force, and yet to dare to propose conditions? My grandson Wang Teng exemplifies gratitude and integrity, untainted by self-interest. Grandfather wholeheartedly supports you. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily, feeling not only joy at his grandson awakening the imperial dominance body, but also immense pride in his rare character. A once-in-a-century imperial dominance physique, coupled with such admirable qualities. I have no doubt that the Yi family will find it no trouble to send a Titan-level expert your way. Yin-Yang, taken aback, also silently acknowledged Wang Teng's character before adding his agreement. Chen Fan patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, at that moment truly regarding him as a brother akin to Li Wei, fearing that procrastination might lead to complications. Yin-Yang arranged for a helicopter that evening to escort him and Wang Teng to the Yi family headquarters in Xiangjing, having resolved the matter. And after spending several hours studying in the European and American sections, Chen Fan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after battling Zhou Zhixiong. After exchanging farewells with Wang Zhenhai and the others, he opted not to visit Jiang Yuchan or Su Yuanyuan, instead driving straight back to the dormitory in his Wuling van. The following day, at Jiangnan City Airport, a luxurious private jet landed. As the cabin door opened, several tall and beautiful flight attendants emerged, adorned with exquisite makeup. Their skin radiant and figures striking. Each one radiated a goddess-like presence as they stood respectfully along the staircase. Then, a woman in her early 20s, dressed casually yet exuding an alluring charm that could overshadow even the top stars of Hong Kong and Taiwan, descended the steps. Following her was an elderly man with silver hair, thin as a twig, and with a face resembling dried tree bark. This old man walked with only the tips of his toes touching the ground, never allowing his heels to make contact, and an invisible barrier seemed to surround him, preventing even the air's insects from approaching. Miss Jiaying, the records indicate that Chen Fan, who made a marriage pact with your grandfather 20 years ago, is currently a junior at Jiangnan University. We should depart immediately. The old man informed the young woman. Please, just call me Jiaying. As a Titan-level expert in the Qi condensation realm who has been specially invited to protect me by my uncle, there's no need for such formality. Li Jiaying replied to Kai Tongmin. Kai Tongmin nodded in acknowledgement. I truly do not understand what my grandfather is thinking, regardless of how well he knows Zhang Chifeng. He shouldn't jeopardize my lifelong happiness. Moreover, he intends to grant that Chen Fan half of the Li family's fortune, which amounts to trillions. Li Jiaying expressed her dissatisfaction. At the mention of Zhang Chufeng's name, Kai Tongmin's body involuntarily trembled. At that moment, he vividly recalled a man from 20 years prior, amidst a torrential storm, cradling an infant while standing atop a mountain of corpses, instilling fear in the hearts of even the strongest from the island and the foreign devils. After Zhang Chufeng vanished that night, no one knew where he had gone. It was only recently, when the wealthiest man from the island, Li Chaoran, fell gravely ill and produced a marriage contract, that Kai learned from Li Jiaying's uncle that Zhang Chifeng had been living in seclusion in a small city in southern Huaxia. Although he had passed away several years earlier, his mission, apart from acting on behalf of Li Jiaying's uncle to ensure that the potentially inheriting Chen Fan and Li Jiaying vanish without a trace, was to ascertain if Zhang Chufeng had left anything behind. A Rolls-Royce Phantom approached and halted before them. The two entered the vehicle and headed directly to Jiangnan University. At Jiangnan University, Chen Fan had just awoken, completing his morning routine in 5 minutes. In the meantime, he sent good morning messages to Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, Su Yuanyuan, Wang Yuyan, Sun Siyuan, and even his mentor Su Nanqiang. He then prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. However, as soon as he stepped down, 7 or 8 girls aggressively surrounded him. The leader of this group was none other than Li Lanlan, the best friend of Chu Yuan. Chen Fan, you spend every day reveling with Su Yuanyuan, yet you remain oblivious to the kind of life Yuan is leading. Li Lanlan confronted him directly with the other girls, all roommates of Chu Yuan, casting furious glances at Chen Fan. What do you mean? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had stumbled into a strange situation. The news of Chu Yuhan's predicament had spread throughout the school, even prompting the institution to expel her. How had this group of fools managed to associate him with it? Haha, you're still unaware? Chu Yuhan has been taken away by Zhang Yao and his mother. She's currently imprisoned in a dilapidated cave, only allowed 1 meal a day, forced to work 12 hours in the fields, and at night, she must serve Zhang Yao and his 2 lecherous brothers. You had no idea, did you? She has been secretly messaging you for help, but when Zhang Yao's mother discovered it, she beat her half to death. And you've blacklisted her. Li Lanlan declared loudly, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan, waiting for a glimpse of remorse and heartbreak on his face. Chen Fan, you can deceive others. But can you deceive me? Can you deceive yourself? Your profound love for Chu Yuhan over the past 3 years, hearing of her suffering, you must feel regret. You must feel pain. You can hardly breathe, can you? You want to kneel in repentance, begging the heavens for another chance at redemption. In that moment, Li Lanlan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, envisioning Chen Fan kneeling in despair, weeping openly, pleading with the heavens to return Chu Yuhan to him in exchange for his very life. At this moment, based on the information about Chen Fan, Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming, who happened to be passing by his dormitory, overheard his name. Chapter 65. I reject this marriage proposal. However, contrary to the expectations of Li Lanlan and her roommates, Chen Fan actually smiled. Thank you, Li Lanlan, Chen Fan said with a grin. Thank me? For what? Li Lanlan and her companions were momentarily taken aback. This was unexpected. Shouldn't Chen Fan be weeping and pleading for their friend Chu Yuhan's address? Thank you for sharing this wonderful news. Knowing she is living such a life fills me with joy. Chen Fan exclaimed with laughter. You. Li Lanlan's face turned an array of colors from anger. You scoundrel, you will pay for this. She retorted, and with her roommates, she stormed away. Be sure to tell Chu Yuhan that I wish her and Zhang Yao a lifetime of happiness together. Never depart. Chen Fan called after them. And Li Lanlan's figure disappeared even more swiftly. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, a tall girl wearing sunglasses approached. Her stunning beauty still evident despite the shades. Are you Chen Fan? Ding. Detected a girl with an attractiveness score of 92. Initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. With every point of affection gained from Li Jiaying, the host's life value increases by 100 points. Current affection level, 50. The host is granted a beauty cashback feature. Name, Li Jiaying. Attractiveness, 92. Cashback ratio, 1100. The host receives the skill, Advanced Feng Shui Master, ability to discern energy, manipulate fate, rectify disasters, and treasure hunting. An electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. A girl with such stunning looks and a captivating figure is actually a Feng Shui master? He pondered, noting her accent reminiscent of Hong Kong cinema. How does she know me? Chen Fan was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Jiaying from head to toe. Indeed a frivolous scoundrel, Li Jiaying thought disdainfully, her dislike for Chen Fan intensifying. Though she had only overheard part of the earlier conversation, it was clear from a woman's perspective that Chen Fan must have wronged someone, prompting the entourage to confront him and label him a scoundrel. "Hey, do you know who I am?" Chen Fan asked in a clumsy Cantonese he had picked up from movies. "I speak standard Mandarin." Li Jiaying removed her sunglasses and rolled her eyes dramatically. "I am Li Jiaying, the granddaughter of Li Chaoren from Hong Kong. This is Elder Kai Tongming. We wish to discuss some matters with you," Li Jiaying stated, omitting any introduction of Elder Kai's power and status, as she viewed Chen Fan merely as an ordinary student who wouldn't comprehend the significance of a Qi-level powerhouse. It was as if she were speaking to a mere insect about the vastness of the universe. Kai Tongming, however, glanced at Chen Fan with mild surprise, though he quickly narrowed his eyes as if in deep contemplation. The granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. Such a family, typically seen only on television. "Seeks me out?" Chen Fan squinted, glancing at Li Jiaying before his gaze settled on Elder Kai, a mid-tier powerhouse with a combat strength of 16. Chen Fan fell to shock. This was the first time he encountered someone of such caliber. The old man's entire presence seemed to blend with the air, enveloped by an invisible energy shield. Chen Fan was certain that even a bullet could not penetrate this barrier, and it was evident that the old man recognized his peak Grandmaster-level martial arts prowess. To have a Qi-level powerhouse as a bodyguard, the wealthiest family truly is extraordinary. "Chen Fan, I have come primarily to invite you back to Hong Kong to become the Li family son-in-law. This is the marriage contract signed 20 years ago by Old Master Zhang Chifeng and my grandfather." Li Jiaying presented an aged marriage certificate. "Old Master? A marriage certificate?" Chen Fan's eyes widened as he took it and confirmed that it indeed recorded the birth details of both him and Li Jiaying, with the familiar signature unmistakably belonging to Zhang Chifeng. He hadn't anticipated that the old dean had spent time in Hong Kong and signed a marriage contract with the wealthiest man there. This storyline felt oddly familiar. Could it be that I am akin to a dragon descending from the mountains in a novel? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating how the old dean's identity was far from simple, especially after discovering the powerful Qi practitioner's dojo in the old dean's office. And now this marriage contract with the granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. Li Jiaying mistook Chen Fan's dazed expression as one of shock from the unexpected news. "Chen Fan, I hope you do not overthink this matter, as our status difference is quite significant. Of course, our Li family will honor this marriage contract, and I will marry you, providing you with unimaginable wealth, but you must not touch me. After my grandfather passes, we will divorce immediately." Li Jiaying crossed her arms, looking down at the ordinary third-year student before her with an air of superiority. "No, I refuse." Chen Fan shook his head resolutely. What do you mean? Do you aspire to be a frog leaping to reach a swan?" Li Jiaying was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Fan, not only a lowly scoundrel, would be so covetous. "No, I refuse to marry you," Chen Fan clarified, aware of Li Jiaying's misunderstanding. Why?" Li Jiaying was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking. Then she pondered, her suspicion growing. Could it be that this fellow was employing a strategy of feigned disinterest to capture her attention? "Because I am a principled person. Once married, I cannot pursue other relationships." Chen Fan replied seriously. Even if Li Jiaying was stunningly beautiful, he could not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. After all, the cursed system of Huan required him to have multiple girlfriends to survive. "What?" Li Jiaying's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite face radiating incredulity. How could someone be so shameless, expressing such blatant selfishness? "Rest assured, once I finish my business in a few days, I will accompany you to Hong Kong to discuss matters with the wealthy Li family regarding my grandfather, and we can terminate the marriage contract," Chen Fan stated earnestly. This declaration not only shocked Li Jiaying, but even Kai Tongming, who had seemed deep in thought, opened his eyes and regarded Chen Fan curiously for a considerable moment. "Do you comprehend what you are saying? To relinquish your marriage contract with me means you will lose everything, wealth beyond your imagination and a status that elevates you in society. Not to mention a woman like me, who is among the top in Hong Kong." Li Jiaying protested, her pride wounded. Though she was reluctant to marry an ordinary third-year student, the idea of him dismissing their engagement stung her self-esteem. "Money is of little use if it is too abundant, and I already possess more than enough to last several lifetimes. Besides, I have several girlfriends of your caliber," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaying nearly erupted with anger. She had never encountered someone as shameless as Chen Fan. A financially struggling junior college student audaciously claimed to possess billions, asserting that he had several stunning beauties from Hong Kong by his side. How shameless. Just as Li Jiaying was about to lose her temper, Kai Tongming cleared his throat. "Miss Jiaying, do not forget that the Li family patriarch instructed us to pay respects to Elder Zhang upon our arrival in Jiangnan City to meet Chen Fan." Chapter 66. The Dragon's Lair in Qingshan. Throughout the journey, Chen Fan inquired multiple times about Zhang Chufeng, but Li Jiaying, still young at that time, could only vaguely recall Zhang Chufeng visiting her family. Subsequently, her relatives spoke of his name in hushed tones, until recently when Li Chaoren fell gravely ill and presented a marriage certificate. Kai Tongming, on the other hand, remained silent and seemed indifferent to Chen Fan's inquiries, stating only that they had met Zhang Chufeng from a distance. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that extracting useful information from these two would prove challenging. Once business concerning Qingshan was concluded, he would indeed need to visit Hong Kong. The dean, Zhang Chufeng, lay buried in the hills behind the Qingshan orphanage. As they approached the vicinity, Li Jiaying's eyes widened in astonishment as she took out a miniature compass. The area was surrounded by flowing water, with a dragon vein coiling beneath, exuding an aura that signified a dragon's lair. Residing here would be greatly beneficial, Li Jiaying exclaimed. Is it possible that this unremarkable hill is a legendary dragon's lair? Kai Tongming's eyes suddenly opened wide, glinting with greed. A dragon's lair is a place where spiritual energy converges, a coveted sanctuary sought by countless qi refiners. However, such sacred sites typically conceal their presence. Unless one is physically present, even the most skilled geomancer from Hong Kong cannot deduce the location of a dragon's lair. Hong Kong has seen one such dragon's lair, from which the most powerful family originated. Now, an inland, impoverished region reveals a dragon's lair. Yet, recalling that stormy night and Zhang Chufeng's terrifying prowess, Kai Tongming figured it was not surprising he could locate such a hidden sanctuary. He was merely tasked by Li Jihui to eliminate his niece, who might inherit a significant portion of the family fortune, along with Chen Fan, while also hoping for a stroke of luck at Zhang Chufeng's former residence. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a dragon's lair upon his arrival, which would undoubtedly accelerate his own cultivation. However, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. But if this is a dragon's lair, why do I feel no spiritual energy? Kai Tongming queried, puzzled. Li Jiaying was equally taken aback, although not a qi refiner. She understood that a place of spiritual energy accumulation would elicit a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring for even an ordinary person, yet here there was nothing. Though this is a dragon's lair, it was depleted of its dragon veins and slaughtered long ago. It is merely an empty shell now. Chen Fan interjected. Ah? You understand feng shui? Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. Just a bit. I often watch films and read novels about feng shui masters battling their crafts, Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying rolled her eyes at this. While feng shui masters indeed discern yin and yang, establish auspicious sites, gather spiritual energy, and bring fortune, it is certainly not as exaggerated as portrayed in films. No wonder you utter such absurdities as depleting dragon veins. Hong Kong people place great importance on feng shui, and Li Jiaying has been intrigued by it since childhood, studying the I Ching and related knowledge. Though not formally trained, she had one foot in the door of feng shui mastery and looked down upon Chen Fan's assertions. Chen Fan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, for after binding with Li Jiaying, he unlocked the skill of feng shui master, flooding his mind with vast knowledge of the craft. Coupled with his golden eyes, when he next gazed upon the Qingshan orphanage, everything appeared transformed. Countless mountain veins manifested in his mind, and he quickly discerned the issue regarding the dragon's lair's spiritual energy. As he cast his gaze towards the nearby Qingshan, he comprehended everything. He finally understood why Jin Yuba, proclaimed as the foremost prodigy in southern China, valued the treasures within Qingshan so highly, even going so far as to pay a personal visit. Naturally, he refrained from explaining any of this, for he was merely a student raised in an orphanage. He certainly could not disclose to Li Jiaying that this skill was bestowed upon him by the system. Chen Fan's wooling van was swift, utilizing the drainage system to drift around corners, and within 10 minutes, they reached the summit of Qingshan Orphanage. This is where my grandfather, Dean Zhang Chufeng, rests. Chen Fan approached the stone tablet marking the grave, lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing 3 times. Although Li Jiaying did not know Zhang Chufeng personally, her grandfather had earnestly instructed her to pay great respects to him. She felt that Zhang Chufeng must have been very kind to the Li family, and thus also lit incense and bowed. Chen Fan observed this scene with approval, feeling a newfound fondness for both Li Jiaying and the wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong whom he had never met. Well, the tributes have been made. Now, let us visit Zhang Chufeng's former residence, Kai Tongming suddenly suggested from behind Chen Fan. A frown settled on Chen Fan's brow as he felt as though he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, goosebumps rising on his skin. He realized that he was being watched by Kai Tongming, a formidable figure at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Aren't we here to pay respects to my grandfather? Why go to his former residence? Do you have ulterior motives? Is this also your grandfather's wish? Chen Fan did not meet Kai Tongming's gaze, but turned to Li Jiaying, his tone frigid. Li Jiaying sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly explained, Chen Fan, please do not misunderstand. We truly only came to pay respects to Elder Zhang. He has been very kind to our family, and that is why the two of us signed a marriage contract. Kai Lao, Chen Fan is merely a student. You are a mid-stage qi condensation master, and he cannot withstand your pressure. Li Jiaying implored Kai Tongming, though she held no affection for Chen Fan. She did not wish for any harm to come to him. However, Kai Tongming seemed to disregard her plea, as if he had not heard her at all. Chen Fan realized the gravity of the situation. He had initially found it strange that a mid-stage qi condensation master, capable of building a powerful family, would personally escort a young girl to Jiangnan City. Now, everything made sense. Kid, I will say it once more. If you do not wish to die, lead the way. Kai Tongming finally revealed his true nature. Kai Lao, how can you act this way? Zhang Chufeng has done great deeds for our Li family, and Chen Fan is his only descendant. Li Jiaying exclaimed loudly, stepping in front of Chen Fan with her delicate frame. Humph, Little hussy, already protecting him before marriage. Very well, I am merely fulfilling Li Jiahui's commission to eliminate you, so go to your death. Kai Tongming sneered, pointing a finger at the incredulous Li Jiaying. In an instant, a beam of condensed true energy erupted from his fingertip, shooting towards the terrified Li Jiaying like a sword. Clang. 15 points of combat power have been exchanged for the host, with a total life value used. Current life value balance, 1787. Host current combat power, 16. Chapter 67. Mid-stage Qi condensation. A night back to square one. No. Li Jiaying's eyes widened in disbelief, a whirlwind of terror, confusion, and fury swirling within her, causing her to faint on the spot. At that moment, a figure appeared beside her with astonishing swiftness. One hand encircled her delicate waist, while the other struck the incoming energy beam. With a resounding boom, reminiscent of a grenade exploding in midair, the energy beam was shattered, leaving a charred expanse devoid of life within a 5 to 6 meter radius. Kai Tongming's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulously gazing at Chen Fan. How is this possible? You are merely a grandmaster. How could you withstand a Qi condensation level energy wave? Even a formidable figure like Kai Tongming, who had lived for nearly 70 years, was taken aback, recalling the last time he had been so stunned, during that rainy night when he witnessed Zhang Chufeng's extraordinary prowess. Qi wave. I possess the 6 Meridian's divine sword. Chen Fan moved with such velocity that he left only an afterimage behind, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Kai Tongming, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his head. Kai Tongming reacted swiftly, turning to counter Chen Fan's blow. Another earth-shattering crash erupted, sending dust and stones flying as the ground split open, forming a chasm half a meter wide between them. Blast it! You're at the mid-Qi condensation stage. Kai Tongming could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock. How can someone in their 20s reach the mid-Qi condensation stage? In the past century, aside from a few legendary geniuses hidden away in the secluded sects of Xiangjing, who could achieve such a feat at this age? Suddenly, a realization struck Kai Tongming, and his gaze towards Chen Fan shifted to one of greater shock and fear. No wonder Zhang Chufeng, despite his immense strength, had been so protective of this child. Could it be that they were? Kai Tongming dared not ponder further. He knew all too well the dire consequences of provoking such a formidable force. As the two exchanged several blows, Kai Tongming's astonishment gradually morphed into a fierce determination. Though this young man matched him in realm and combat prowess, his lack of martial techniques rendered him no different from an ordinary person. He could not allow him to leave alive. Kai Tongming's attacks became increasingly ruthless. In that moment, Chen Fan was drenched in sweat, struggling to defend against several heavy strikes. However, with the aid of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, he could recover from the injuries almost instantaneously. Damn it, only a little over 1,000 life points left. It's as if I've returned to square one after a night's rest. If only I could exchange for a powerful killing move from the system to finish him off. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, acknowledging that while the Ghost Gate 13 needles prevented him from dying, the pain was still excruciating. Yet, he had a trump card that he had yet to reveal, the golden brick. Meanwhile, Kai Tongming grew increasingly apprehensive. He had unleashed his full capabilities, and despite inflicting severe injuries on Chen Fan multiple times, the boy would recover in just a few breaths. No, since I've made an enemy of such a prodigy, I cannot allow him to survive. In 5 years, no, in 3 years, he will surely come for me like a butcher. Gritting his teeth, Kai Tongming's internal energy surged, propelling him into the air like an immortal. Though this move would cost him his essence and set back his cultivation, he felt compelled to employ it to eliminate this demon. Blood Moon Slaughtering Slash. With a furious shout, a thick mist of blood erupted around Kai Tongming. His expression twisted like a malevolent spirit as a terrifying blood moon formed above him. Now is the moment. Golden Terminator, arise. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, channeling all his energy into the golden brick, propelling it like a meteor toward the charging Kai Tongming. With a pained cry, Kai Tongming's lower body was obliterated, and the blood moon of energy locked onto Chen Fan, descending with lethal intent. Die, boy. Despite his grievous injury, Kai Tongming's vitality as a Qi condensation level expert kept him from succumbing. Seeing the menacing blood moon descending, Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He would likely not have time to utilize the Ghost Gate 13 needles. In that critical moment, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and he looked up to see Su Nanxiang standing before him, slicing through the blood moon with a graceful motion, with a sound akin to tearing paper. The blood moon was cleaved in two, soaring past Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang, shattering 2 substantial hilltops. Subsequently, Su Nanxiang unleashed a palm strike at Kai Tongming from a distance, the overwhelming energy causing his body to explode into a mist of blood. Anyone who dares to harm my disciple shall meet their end, Su Nanxiang declared coldly. Master, you've emerged from seclusion. You're incredible. Defeating this mid-Qi condensation old fool with a single strike, Chen Fan exclaimed, joyfully embracing Su Nanxiang's slender waist, burying his face against her. Master, what is your current realm? He inquired while donning his clothes. I am now at the pinnacle of Qi condensation, and I am on the verge of entering the Qi Lake realm, Su Nanxiang replied, as she tidied her hair, her demeanor ethereal under the moonlight, uncertain if it was due to her cultivation. Chen Fan perceived that Su Nanxiang appeared even more enchanting than before, surpassing both Jiang Qingyi and Li Jiaying, who boasted a beauty score of 92. Particularly striking was a red mole that adorned her brow. At a critical moment, it nearly stunned him. Master, you are truly a prodigy. In less than a month, you've reached the level of a top-tier expert. Chen Fan expressed his astonishment. That is because after that day, I noticed a transformation in my physique. Furthermore, while practicing that qi refining technique, I realized it is far beyond a mere high-level method. It likely exceeds 2 levels. Su Nanxiang explained. Chen Fan nodded, recalling how he had scanned Su Nanxiang with his golden eye, only to find it unable to recognize her. This indicated that her awakened physique was exceptionally extraordinary. As for you, Chen Fan, achieving mid-qi condensation under such circumstances makes you the true prodigy, with an unlimited future. If those old-timers in Xiangjing discovered you, they would surely compete to take you as their disciple. Su Nanxiang remarked with a smile, her gaze filled with affection. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, then silently resolved to be cautious about revealing his abilities in front of others. After all, he could not risk being taken as a disciple by some ancient being, jeopardizing his chance to pursue romantic interests. As Su Nanxiang prepared to enter seclusion once more, Chen Fan stood up again. 2 hours later, having dressed once more, he found Su Nanxiang with her back turned, grooming her hair by the nearby stream, with a delicate veil cascading down to reveal her snow-white back, exuding an ethereal charm. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed Li Jiaying on the ground stirring slightly. With a resounding slap, he playfully struck her pert backside, still pretending to sleep. The sound echoed crisply, a playful note in the air. Li Jiaying tightly closed her eyes, her delicate face flushed crimson. After being slapped by Chen Fan, she immediately sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You, how dare you assault me? She exclaimed, her cheeks aflame with indignation. When did you wake up? Did you witness everything that just occurred? Before Chen Fan could respond, Su Nanxiang, who had been grooming herself by the stream, dressed only in a light garment with her hair cascading down like a celestial maiden, swiftly approached Li Jiaying. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a frosty gaze directed at Li Jiaying. No, I didn't see everything. I just woke up less than an hour ago and only caught part of it, Li Jiaying quickly clarified, waving her hands. Remembering the earlier scene, her face turned tomato red, especially recalling Chen Fan's actions. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability 50, current favorability 0. A sudden electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He was taken aback. Had his inexplicable favorability actually increased? However, as Su Nanxiang stood before Li Jiaying, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment. How beautiful! Gazing at Su Nanxiang, who bore a red mole on her forehead and resembled a fairy, she was momentarily entranced. Although Li Jiaying was renowned as one of Hong Kong Island's most stunning beauties, she felt a pang of inadequacy before the breathtaking figure of Su Nanxiang, adorned in a light garment with flowing hair and long, graceful legs. At that moment, Su Nanxiang raised her delicate hand to grasp Li Jiaying's chin, inspecting her closely. She gently patted her cheek with the back of her hand, placing her slender thumb between Li Jiaying's luscious lips, prying open her pearly white teeth to glimpse her fragrant tongue. A scent as pure as a snow lotus instantly wafted between Li Jiaying's lips and teeth. Indeed, she possesses a commendable appearance. She would make a suitable girlfriend for my beloved disciple, Su Nanxiang remarked nonchalantly, as though appraising an item. Yet, while Li Jiaying could snarl at Chen Fan, before Su Nanxiang, who radiated the pressure of a peak qi condensation expert, she resembled a well-behaved child, allowing Su Nanxiang to toy with her without a hint of resistance. If she misbehaves in the future, I shall bring her to me, Su Nanxiang declared. Additionally, a familiar from Xiangjing has requested my assistance in translating an ancient text for his friend in Jiangnan City. I need to enter seclusion, so you shall go in my stead. With that, Su Nanxiang vanished in a fragrant breeze. Chen Fan shook his head, initially contemplating inviting Su Nanxiang to his establishment at Qinglong Mountain now that she had reached the peak of qi condensation. But he dismissed the thought considering her critical stage of advancement towards the Qi Lake realm, the rank of a noble warrior. Once Su Nanxiang disappeared, Li Jiaying, who had been holding her breath, finally exhaled in relief and glared at Chen Fan. Hold on. I saved you from Kai Tongming, and instead of thanking me, why are you glaring at me? Chen Fan retorted, bewildered. Pa, save me? You have the audacity to say that. You're just a third-year college student who only knows how to chase girls. How dare you claim to have saved me? I was merely unconscious, not mentally incapacitated. Li Jiaying shouted, her arms crossed defiantly, her alabaster feet planted firmly on the ground, seething with anger. From the moment Chen Fan boasted of having thousands of billions and several girlfriends who matched her beauty, Li Jiaying had concluded he was a braggart. Now, claiming to have rescued her from the hands of the qi condensation expert, Kai Tongming, was utterly preposterous. However, he was indeed fortunate to have a mentor as ethereal as Su Nanxiang. Surely, Kai Tongming had been driven away by this celestial figure. Yet, the thought of such a beautiful fairy being associated with Chen Fan, her rebellious disciple, ignited a fire within Li Jiaying. She couldn't help but long to be a man, to possess Su Nanxiang. Chen Fan was left speechless. Indeed, a person's preconceived notions were like a mountain. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, a cool voice came through. Hello, are you the disciple of academician Su? I have an ancient text that I would like you to help translate. In the Yi family villa in Jiangnan, Jiang Qingyi hung up the phone. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Humph, This academician Su has quite the ego. To request a translation of an ancient text, she only sent a disciple. Jiang Qingyao expressed her discontent. Qingyao, don't say that. After all, we are asking for help. Jiang Qingyi replied, though her tone was also somewhat frosty. As the esteemed daughter of the prominent Jiang family, she was used to being revered, and yet, this minor academic dared to be aloof, sending only a disciple. The thought of this made Jiang Qingyi's expression darken further. However, Brother Yubo would arrive in Jiangnan in a few days, reportedly to visit a place called Qinglong Mountain in the northern district. If she could concoct the ancient pill from the formula and present it to Brother Yuba, aiding him in breaking through to the Qi condensation realm, he would undoubtedly fulfill his promise to propose to her family. With this thought, Jiang Qingyi's heart brimmed with anticipation and joy. Approximately 2 hours later, Chen Fan's wooling van stopped at the entrance of the Yi family villa. The villa was heavily guarded by a uniformed elite force. Upon seeing the imposing gates of the Yi family, Chen Fan smiled. What a coincidence. However, as Yi Nantian had already escorted Wang Teng to the Yi family's headquarters in Shangjing, Chen Fan did not disturb him and dutifully contacted the client. After hanging up, the guards allowed Chen Fan to enter shortly thereafter. To his surprise, the Yi family had interests even in such a small locale. It was likely a branch of their family. You know about the Yi family? Chen Fan asked, surprised. Li Jiaying rolled her eyes. I am, after all, the granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's richest man, one of its most prominent socialites. I often attend gatherings in Shangjing, and I know some members of several major families there, she explained. Chen Fan shrugged and parked the car outside the villa. Just then, Yu Xingyu and Jiang Qingyi happened to emerge from the gates. As Chen Fan and Li Jiaying exited the vehicle, both parties were momentarily stunned. How can it be you? You are academician Su's disciple? And you are Miss Li Jiaying from Hong Kong Island? Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, momentarily lost in confusion. You know my fiancée, Li Jiaying? Chen Fan interjected. Your fiancée? Jiang Qingyi and Yu Xingyu gasped in unison, their eyes widening even further. Chapter 69. You want to harm my brother Yuba. The granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's richest man is your fiancée, Yu Xingyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Li Jiaying, overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, blushed deeply and fiercely stepped on Chen Fan's foot. This was disastrous, with both the Yi and Jiang families knowing. It wouldn't be long before the news spread throughout the social circles of both China and Hong Kong Island. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As the most cherished granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's richest man, coupled with her beauty that overshadowed even the stars, she had no shortage of admirers, certainly not fewer than 1,000, and among them were heirs of powerful families and international conglomerates. Originally, she intended to take Chen Fan to Hong Kong Island and secretly marry him, planning to quietly divorce after her grandfather's passing. To her surprise, this brat openly revealed their relationship in front of Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyu. Now, she had become the fiancée of a boastful, penniless university student, likely to be the laughingstock of the entire elite circle in Huaxia. Jiang Qingyi and Li Jiaying were already acquainted. One was the legitimate daughter of the Dan Wang family, while the other was the granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's wealthiest tycoon. Both were equally beautiful, making them formidable rivals within Huaxia's socialite scene. Upon noticing that Li Jiaying did not refute Chen Fan's words, Jiang Qingyi understood that he was indeed telling the truth. After the initial shock, her gaze towards Li Jiaying turned triumphant and disdainful, realizing that her perceived rival had chosen such an ordinary man as her fiancé. A stark contrast to her own illustrious brother, Yuba. Chen Fan, it seems your backing is the Li family of Hong Kong Island. No wonder you could afford to spend 600 billion to purchase the entire northern region of Jiangnan. That money must have come from Jiaying, Jiang Qingyi teased. Chen Fan, bewildered by her remarks, noticed Li Jiaying's ears perk up as she looked at him in astonishment. You actually possess 600 billion? She inquired. While the Li family was indeed the wealthiest in Hong Kong with assets in the trillions, 600 billion in cash was still a substantial amount. To be precise, I have 1 trillion. After purchasing a piece of land, I still have 400 billion left, Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying nodded. Realizing that Chen Fan was not entirely lying, he was indeed quite wealthy, likely inheriting from the late Zhang Chifeng. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability, 20. Current favorability, 20. Reward, 2,000 life points. Current life points, 3787. An electronic notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly laughed, covering her mouth. Come on, Jiaying, stop being stubborn. I've investigated Chen Fan. He's just an orphan in his 3rd year of university. Who besides your Li family would give him that much money? However, your taste is indeed unique. Unlike my brother Yuba and me, who were childhood sweethearts from comparable backgrounds, Jiang Qingyi remarked. Li Jiaying was too furious to respond. She was well aware of Jin Yuba, known as the #1 prodigy in southern Huaxia, and the object of many socialites' affections. If not for her grandfather Li Charon's disapproval, she would have had feelings for Jin Yuba as well. Jiaying, my brother Yuba will arrive in Jiangnan City in a few days, and I've been preparing medicinal pills for him, handling logistics to help him break through to the Qi condensation stage, Jiang Qingyi said, her face brimming with happiness and pride, making Li Jiaying feel a twinge of envy. Seeing Chen Fan casually standing with his hands in his pockets, She couldn't help but compare him to the tall, handsome, and imposing Jin Yuba. It was a comparison of heaven and earth, leaving Li Jiaying feeling even more bitter and helpless. Perhaps this was fate. Chen Fan felt annoyed hearing Jiang Qingyi continuously mention Jin Yuba. If it weren't for his promise to master Su Nanqiang, he wouldn't linger here for a moment longer. Didn't you say you wanted to translate an ancient text? It wouldn't be that single recipe from the auction, would it? Chen Fan said impatiently. Having just trampled her rival Jiang Qingyi was in high spirits and paid no mind to Chen Fan's tone. Once inside, she produced the damaged recipe. Chen Fan glanced at it, this time opting not to use his golden eye to repair the damaged sections, but instead visualizing the missing parts in his mind. Fortunately, the omissions were minor, consisting only of the effects and names of 2 medicinal recipes. He took 2 sheets of white paper and swiftly wrote down the recipes. Within 5 minutes, he had produced the 2 recipes. Observing Chen Fan's rapid work, Jiang Qingyi narrowed her beautiful eyes, regarding him with suspicion. Chen Fan, you aren't just translating randomly, are you? She asked coldly. Chen Fan found her increasingly irritating. While her appearance was strikingly exquisite, her demeanor was truly off-putting. However, since he was bound to her, he had to extract some benefit from her, and perhaps translating the recipes could even enhance Jiang Qingyi's life points. With that thought in mind, he tossed the translated recipes to Jiang Qingyi. You can see for yourself, believe it or not. Jiang Qingyi took the recipes, her expression growing more excited as she read. Many of the ingredients listed were rare and precious, with a few being known only to the prestigious Dan Wang family. Such knowledge was not something a mere novice like Chen Fan could have fabricated. Yet, when she saw the corresponding effects and names of the recipes, her expression suddenly changed. Ding. Jiang Qingyi's favorability, 50, current favorability, 50, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? I translated the recipes for you, and instead of gratitude, my favorability decreased. Chen Fan, you intend to harm my brother Yuba. Jiang Qingyi suddenly shouted angrily. What do you mean, Jiang Qingyi? Chen Fan worked hard to translate this scrap of paper for you. It's one thing not to thank him, but to insult him as well? Before Chen Fan could speak, Li Jiaying jumped in front of him, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Qingyi, furious. Humph. With such impure motives and low character, do you think your schemes can harm my brother Yuba, who is akin to a true dragon? Jiang Qingyi shot a cold and haughty glare at Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. As the daughter of Hong Kong Island's richest family, Li Jiaying had never been subjected to such treatment and was on the verge of exploding with anger. Jiaying, let's go. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy as he took Li Jiaying's hand and headed for the van, driving away with determination. Watching the taillights of the departing van fade, Yi Xingyao frowned and couldn't help but speak. Qingyi, was the recipe Chen Fan translated fake? Humph. Of course, the translated recipes are genuine. Jiang Qingyi replied with a cold smile. What? The translated recipes are real. Yi Xingyao stared at Jiang Qingyi in disbelief. The 2 translated recipes were indeed authentic, with their dosages and methods of refinement being so profound that they clearly originated from the hands of a top-tier alchemist. This Chen Fan does possess some talent. He translated things that even ancient text experts could not decipher in under 10 minutes, Jiang Qingyi explained. Qingyi, if that's the case, then Chen Fan has indeed done you a great favor. Why did you scold him and send him away? Yi Xingyao was even more perplexed. But knowing Jiang Qingyi was not a capricious person, she waited for an explanation. One recipe is called the transformation pill, which can significantly increase the success rate of a qi refiner's breakthrough. The other is the downfall pill, if taken during a breakthrough. It not only guarantees failure, but also drives the refiner mad, causing their realm to decline even further. Yu Xingyao nodded, somewhat comprehending. However, Xingyao, do you know? That scoundrel Chen Fan has maliciously swapped the formulas for these 2 pills. If I were to concoct the elixir according to the erroneous recipe and administer it to Brother Yuba, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Chen Fan had 100 lives, it would not suffice to compensate for the disaster. Jiang Qingyi spoke in a voice as cold as ice. What? Yi Xingyao was struck with disbelief, but she recalled that despite Chen Fan's rather frivolous demeanor, his eyes were clear, and his appearance was handsome and carefree, not at all resembling someone who would plot schemes behind others' backs. But Qingyi, how can you be certain that it was Chen Fan who exchanged the names of the formulas? Yi Xingyao asked again. Humph. Although this is the first time I've seen this recipe, the properties and effects of the herbs within the formula, as the legitimate daughter of the Pill King family, are beyond what a layman like him could comprehend. For instance, the herbs he listed for the transformation pill, like corpse rot grass and yellow spring flower, are not only extremely cold and sinister, but also highly toxic. Just imagine if poison were to flare up at the moment of a breakthrough, what catastrophic results would ensue. Conversely, the herbs he wrote for the downfall pill are all nourishing and restorative substances that clearly enhance the internal spiritual energy, aiding in the breakthrough. Jiang Qingyi felt a sense of pride in her own cleverness. Even Yu Xingyao, a novice in the realm of alchemy, could understand Jiang Qingyi's explanation, nodding in agreement with her analysis. But why would Chen Fan do such a thing? It offers him no benefits. Yi Xingyao still felt perplexed. How could it be without benefit? He is leveraging the Qinglong Mountain in the North District, acquired through the Li family of Hong Kong, a site coveted by Brother Yuba. Aware that he is no match, he colluded with Li Jiaying to employ such despicable tactics. Jiang Qingyi's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she had unraveled the conspiracy between Chen Fan and the Li family. Yi Xingyao nodded. Though she internally did not believe Chen Fan to be that kind of person, her dear sister's reasoning was sound. In a willing van, Chen Fan had already cast aside the earlier incident, whistling cheerfully. Jiang Qingyi, you kindly offered your help, yet I feel like biting the hand that feeds me. Had you not intervened, I would have torn her apart. Li Jiaying was still simmering with rage. Are the top socialites so violent? Chen Fan found himself speechless. In fact, he had understood why Jiang Qingyi acted in such a manner shortly after getting into the car, when he had bound Jiang Qingyi and acquired the source purple fire. A wealth of knowledge about alchemy had flooded into his mind. The herbs used in the transformation pill were indeed cold and toxic. Yet they could be refined with the source purple fire, rendering their properties gentle. When a Qi refinement master attempted to break through, the convergence of true energy could easily ignite their inner fire, plunging them into madness. If one were to use a pill concocted with such cold and sinister herbs, it would extinguish the inner fire, allowing the practitioner to attain a state of enlightenment, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success in their breakthrough. Conversely, the downfall pill would yield entirely opposite effects. Jiang Qingyi, being an outsider to the world of alchemy, must have assumed she had outsmarted him. At this thought, Chen Fan could not help but feel a moment of silence for the never-before-seen Jin Yuba. I do not kill Bo Rin, yet Bo Rin shall perish because of me. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the Tianhai War Department, a 30-something woman with short black hair and clad in camouflage was diligently handling documents. Suddenly, the red landline phone on her desk rang. A look of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. This red phone was a direct line to the head of the Yi family and had never rung since its installation. Yi Qingyan quickly stood, respectfully picking up the phone. 3 minutes later, she hung up, her brows furrowed. 3 days from now, Jiang'an City, Qilong Mountain, Chen Fan. Yi Qingyan rose. Even her loose camouflage uniform could not conceal her athletic figure, complemented by her stunning yet valiant visage, enough to captivate any man who laid eyes on her. Who exactly is this Chen Fan that the family head would personally call to ensure his safety? However, the location coveted by the so-called #1 prodigy of the South, Jin Yuba, is indeed worth a visit. With this thought, Yi Qingyan nodded slightly, beginning to gather her equipment in preparation for her journey to Jiangnan City. In an unnamed desolate mountain in Tianhai City, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit traversed the treetops, each step propelling him dozens of meters forward. As if he were soaring through the air, reaching the entrance of a cave atop a mountain in no time. Young master, the elder respectfully bowed to a tall, handsome man with flowing long hair and striking features seated cross-legged within the cave. Before him, a golden ancient sword floated, emanating a radiant aura. As wisps of true energy emerged from his dantian and merged into the sword. Ah, Jean Leon, you have arrived. The man opened his eyes, unleashing an intimidating presence that caused the elder in traditional attire to shudder, despite the elder being a peak expert in the true Qi realm. In the presence of the young master Jin Yuba, he was merely a servant attending to his daily needs. Young master, have you completely refined this spiritual sword? Almost. Just give me 2 more days, and I will have it fully refined, Jin Yuba replied with a nod. Congratulations, young master. Once you refine this ancestral fish dragon sword of the Jin family, even a peak expert in the true Qi realm will not stand a chance against you. The elder exclaimed joyfully. Ultimately, magical artifacts are external objects. The most crucial aspect is one's own strength. Once I acquire the treasures within Qinglong Mountain, I will take that step and become a true giant in the true Qi realm, Jin Yuba declared proudly. Indeed, young master, you are the foremost prodigy of southern China. Should you step into the true Qi realm and wield the fish dragon sword, you will undoubtedly shine at the Tianjia conference in Shangjing in a few months. Perhaps even catching the eye of those hidden sects. The elder added. However, one of the most critical conditions for entering those hidden sects is to reach the true Qi realm before the age of 25, making the treasure within Qinglong Mountain exceedingly important to me, Jin Yuba stated. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the elder's expression turning unnatural, raising an eyebrow as a sense of foreboding washed over him. What has happened at Qinglong Mountain? Young master, Zhou Zhixiong has bungled things. Qinglong Mountain has been acquired by a third-year student named Chen Fan, the elder reported. A third-year student? Jin Yuba's eyes narrowed dangerously, a chill of murderous intent flickering within them. Yes, young master, but his background seems to be formidable. We have been unable to uncover the forces behind him. According to Zhou Zhixiong, this Chen Fan is merely 22 years old yet possesses peak grandmaster cultivation, and he is even in possession of a magical artifact. A 22-year-old peak grandmaster. While such a talent may be noteworthy among other great families, to me, he is no more than a stone by the roadside or a weed. Jin Yuba declared with arrogance, a domineering aura emanating from him. Indeed, that Chen Fan is insignificant. Yet it appears that other prodigies in southern China have also received some news, and they are all hastening to Qinglong Mountain in Jiangnan City. Among them are individuals like the White Ape. Should we not set off early as well? Jin Laonu spoke once more. It is of no concern. According to the chronicles of Liu Bowen's dragon-slaying memoir, the precious dragon pearl within Qilong Mountain will not fully manifest until 3 days hence. Furthermore, the individuals accompanying Bai Yuan were mere defeated foes, and now that I have refined the fish dragon sword, they are hardly worth mentioning. In truth, Jin Yuba was aware of the treasures hidden in Qinglong Mountain due to a recent discovery from an ancient tomb, a notebook from the Ming dynasty attributed to Liu Bowen. It was said that Liu Bowen was a master of geomancy who, in aiding the Ming emperor to establish a lasting dynasty, severed the dragon veins of Huaxia and documented his findings in the dragon-slaying memoir. This memoir detailed that the dragon vein at Qinglong Mountain was extraordinarily potent, beyond even his capability to completely sever. Thus, he could only extract the dragon's essence through a method of drawing out the dragon's sinews, concentrating it at the mountain summit. Every 200 years, the spiritual energy at Qinglong Mountain reaches a critical mass, forming a dragon pearl imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, Jin Launa seemed to recollect something, slapping his forehead. Young master, there's also good news. Miss Jiang Qingyi sent word 2 days ago that she has discovered an ancient alchemical formula for a breakthrough elixir, Transcendence Pill, and she has successfully refined it. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuba felt a stir of excitement. He had encountered the Transcendence Pill in an ancient tome, knowing it significantly enhances the success rate for qi refiners attempting to transcend their boundaries. Miss Jiang is truly devoted to you, young master. You two are indeed a match made in heaven, Jin Launa chuckled. However, Jin Yuba's expression darkened at this remark. In his heart, he envisioned himself shining brightly at the Tianjiao conference in Zijing, believing that only the daughters of hidden aristocratic families were worthy of him. As for Jiang Qingyi, she was merely the daughter of a prominent alchemist family, and he had always regarded her as nothing more than a source of elixirs, a mere loyal admirer not deserving of such lofty comparisons. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had not been idle. He had taken Li Jiaying to Qinglong Mountain, where they set up 2 tents for their temporary residence. Initially, Chen Fan intended to use his knowledge of geomancy to establish a spirit-capturing formation to precipitate the formation of the Dragon Pearl before Jin Yuba and his companions arrived. However, the geomantic formations required spirit stones, which he lacked. Thus, he resorted to using ordinary stones from Qinglong Mountain, infused with spiritual energy, to create a summoning formation, aiming to attract the Dragon Pearl upon its emergence. Chen Fan, you've been here pretending for days. Do you think you're a geomancer? When will you return to Hong Kong Island with me? Li Jiaying expressed her dissatisfaction. Soon, Chen Fan replied. At that moment, Li Wei, clad in a colorful shirt and hard hat, approached with a somewhat comical demeanor. I must ask, Chen Fan, with so many splendid locations in the North District, why are you intent on constructing ancient buildings in this desolate place? Who will even buy them? This place gathers spiritual energy. You'll understand soon enough. There will be countless dignitaries clamoring to purchase it. Chen Fan responded, observing Li Wei's sweaty and exhausted state. Right, keep dreaming. Only I, your brother, am willing to indulge your whims, Li Wei retorted. Chen Fan was speaking the truth. He had now mastered the skills of a geomancer. Once the Dragon Pearl emerged the following day, he could establish a gathering formation that would rival the effects of a spirit stone bed for his master, Su Nanqiang. Even those like Wang Yuyan, Sun Xian, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, though not qi refiners, would benefit from extended lifespans and robust health by being in its vicinity. Humph. Do you really think you're a geomancer? I see nothing remarkable about this place, Li Jiaying scoffed. Only then did Li Wei notice Li Jiaying standing behind Chen Fan. Upon seeing her stunning figure and breathtaking features that outshone even the stars of Hong Kong, he was momentarily speechless. Where did you find such extraordinary beauties, my brother? Each one is a rare gem, far surpassing the models I usually see at the business club. Jiaying, allow me to introduce you to my brother, Li Wei. Li Wei, this is Li Jiaying, granddaughter of Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Li Chaoren, Chen Fan announced. Wait, Li Chaoren's granddaughter? He's my idol, Li Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Li Jiaying was pleased with Li Wei's reaction and cast a triumphant glance at Chen Fan. Brother, now I understand how you have so much wealth. You must be living off the riches of Hong Kong's wealthiest family. Chen Fan chose not to clarify, letting the misunderstanding stand as a convenient shield. Just then, an unusual sound of rushing air echoed from below the mountain. The trio looked down to see a short-haired woman in a black combat outfit, soaring towards them atop a slender silver blade. Goodness, is that a celestial being flying on a sword? Li Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The woman, Yu Qingyin, also noticed the 3 of them and flew swiftly to their side, landing almost instantaneously. She produced her phone, opened a document sent by Yinan Tian, and immediately recognized Chen Fan. You are Chen Fan? Ding. Detected the presence of a 92-point beauty, Yu Qingyin. Initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. Each increment of favorability with the bound entity, Yi Qingyan, will enhance the host's life force by 100 points. Current favorability, 0, granting host the appearance cashback function. Name, Yi Qingyan. Appearance score, 92, cashback ratio, 1100. Granting host skill, Void Slash, Advanced Martial Technique. Greetings, I am Yi Qingyan, Captain of the Tianai Combat Division. Assigned by the family head to ensure your safety, she said, smoothing her wind-tousled short hair to reveal an arrestingly beautiful visage. To be able to fly with an object. Are you a master of the Qi realm? You must be under 30. Li Jiaying exclaimed, circling around Yu Qingyan in astonishment. No. I am currently at the peak of the Qi sensation realm, just a half step from the Qi condensation level. My ability to fly is due to my silver moonblade, which is a low-grade magical artifact, Yi Qingyan explained. Li Wei gazed at Yi Qingyan's angelic face and devilish form, nearly drooling in envy and jealousy. What a sight to behold, a stunning beauty of such caliber, and a formidable expert no less, having come to protect his brother. Chen Fan nodded, understanding that this must be someone sent by Wang Tang at Ye's request. With the peak Qi sensation realm coupled with a magical artifact, she could likely exhibit strength equivalent to an early Qi condensation master. However, now that he had bound Yi Qingyan, and with the system granting him the advanced martial technique, Void Slash, he felt confident that he could eliminate Kai Tongming in a single strike, even standing toe-to-toe with peak Qi condensation masters. Yi Qingyan, with her exquisite beauty and cool demeanor, scrutinized both Chen Fan and Li Jiaying in return. As the commander of the Tianhai War Department, she was well acquainted with the prominent figures and details of several influential families. Thus, she immediately recognized Li Jiaying as the beloved granddaughter of the wealthiest man on Hong Kong Island. Turning her gaze toward Chen Fan, she noted that while he possessed a certain charm, he did not embody the privileged scion capable of effortlessly wielding a fortune of 600 billion. Nor did he resemble the illustrious young talents from esteemed families. It was highly probable that Chen Fan was merely an ordinary junior student, likely serving as a shield for the Li family. Yi Qingyan could find no other plausible explanation, and her demeanor toward Chen Fan grew somewhat indifferent. Li Jiaying remained silent. Yet an instinctive wariness arose within her towards Yi Qingyan, a formidable individual whose beauty rivaled her own. Observing the lack of familiarity between Yi Qingyan and Chen Fan, she pondered the possibility of an undisclosed connection between them. Could it be that they were engaged? This thought ignited a vague sense of crisis within her, prompting her to subconsciously draw closer to Chen Fan. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 40. Reward, 2,000 life points. Current life points balance, 5784. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He cast a bemused glance at Li Jiaying. Despite risking his own life to save her, his favorability had not increased, while Yi Qingyan's mere presence had boosted it by 20. Indeed, as the esteemed Mr. Lu Sun once remarked, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Simultaneously, the roar of engines erupted from the winding mountain road below. An intimidatingly modified Hummer barreled toward the summit. Miss Jiang, once I encounter that Chen Fan, I shall teach him a severe lesson, declared the burly man in military attire. A cigar clenched between his teeth. Huge brother, I appreciate your intentions, but Chen Fan is backed by the Li family, the wealthiest clan on Hong Kong Island. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. We shall wait for Brother Yuba to arrive and address the matter, replied Jiang Qingyi from the back seat. Brother, grandfather has gone to the headquarters in Xijing. Do not create chaos. Cautioned Yi Xingyao, seated in the front passenger seat, tugging at her brother Yi Xingdager's sleeve. Yi Xingdager merely scoffed. As the captain of the Tiger Tooth squad within the Tianhai War Department, he had reached the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm before the age of 30 and was a key protege of Commander Yi Qingyan. He harbored a favorable impression of Jiang Qingyi, and although he could not rival the prodigious Jin Yuba, he believed it would not be difficult to elevate Jiang Qingyi's regard for him by teaching a lesson to a mere grandmaster. As for the powerful Li family, he was not intimidated. The vehicle sped along, and with Yi Xingdager eager to showcase his skills in front of Jiang Qingyi, they reached the summit in under 10 minutes. The mountaintop was expansive, comparable to several soccer fields, and the Hummer came to a halt directly in front of Chen Fan. Clad in camouflage, sunglasses perched on his nose, and cigar in mouth, Yi Xingdager leaped from the vehicle, followed by Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao. Humph. Jiang Qingyi let out a cold snort upon seeing Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. You must be Chen Fan. Yi Xingdager approached Chen Fan, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame casting a shadow over him. That's me, and you are? Chen Fan replied, frowning at the imposing figure before him, whose combat strength was merely at the initial stage of Qi gathering. I am a friend of Miss Jiang. I've heard you've offended her, and I present you with 2 choices. First, kneel and apologize to Miss Jiang. Second, we can spar, but be warned, if you end up missing a limb, do not blame me. Yi Xingdager sneered down at Chen Fan, viewing the confrontation with the Grandmaster as child's play. Brother, don't go too far, Yi Xingyao interjected, while Jiang Qingyi watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Big guy, I warn you, Chen Fan is a member of the Li family from Hong Kong Island. Consider the consequences. Li Jiaying stepped forward, despite her fear, confronting the beast like Yi Xingdager. Beautiful lady, one must own their mistakes. I'm not making things difficult. I merely ask him to kneel and apologize to such a lovely girl as Miss Jiang. How many men would envy that opportunity? Yi Xingdager's gaze was drawn to Li Jiaying, whose beauty rivaled Jiang Qingyi's, intensifying his desire to assert dominance over Chen Fan in front of these 2 stunning women. First, I've done nothing wrong, so I will not apologize to Jiang Qingyi. Second, I have a certain acquaintance with your grandfather, so if you wish to live, you should vacate my presence, you insignificant Qi gathering fool. Chen Fan replied coldly, pulling Li Jiaying behind him. He had already given Yi Xingdager an opportunity. Should he persist in his folly, Chen Fan would not hesitate to shatter his limbs and cripple his abilities. You're courting death. Yi Xingtian roared in fury upon hearing Chen Fan's insult. He raised his fist, as solid as a hammer, ready to strike. Stop. A sharp voice rang out. Yi Qingyan, who had been meditating with her back to the group, stood up. With her turning around, Yi Xingtian's fist came to an abrupt halt just before Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained unfazed, his eyelids unflinching. Yet should Yi Xingtian's fist advance even a centimeter further, he would face a fate of broken bones. Facing a qi-gathering expert without fear displayed a commendable courage, which did not escape Yi Qingyan's notice, who silently nodded in approval. Commander! Yi Xingtian's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, standing at attention, his right hand pounding his chest in a salute. Mr. Chen is the individual the family head has tasked me to protect. You must show him respect. Yi Qingyan asserted. What family head has requested your personal protection? Yi Xingtian's face was a picture of shock, but he swallowed his words. Though Yi Xingye was a branch of the Yi family and did not practice martial arts, she frequently heard her brother mention Yi Qingyan's name, and knowing she was a direct descendant of the family head, she hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects. Can we settle this matter for my sake? Yi Qingyan addressed Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xingtian without looking at Chen Fan. Yi Xingtian and Yi Xingyao nodded vigorously. Jiang Qingyi furrowed her brow, glancing at Chen Fan, and after a moment of hesitation, she too nodded. Although Yi Qingyan was the commander of the Tianhai War Department and at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, Jiang Qingyi, as the daughter of the Pil King family, was backed by the illustrious Jin Yuba, the most renowned prodigy in southern China, rendering her not overly intimidated. However, she did not wish to implicate her friends. And since she had seen through Chen Fan's scheme, there had been no adverse consequences. Your name is Yi Xinghu, is it not? Today, I am choosing to spare you for the sake of Yi Qi Tian and Yunnan Tian. However, should you provoke me again, you may find yourself confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Just as Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu were preparing to let Chen Fan off the hook due to Yi Qingtian's influence, Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with everyone wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. What did you say? Spare me? Yi Xinghu exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Yi Xingyu frowned, thinking that Chen Fan was far too eager to show off. After all, he was merely a pinnacle grandmaster. While her brother was a formidable presence in the realm of Qi, it was absurd for him to brazenly demand to be spared. Even Yi Qingtian's delicate features turned cold. At merely 23 years of age, Yi Xinghu had already reached the realm of Qi, a talent she had been nurturing with great care, with the potential to break into the realm of condensation before turning 30. Chen Fan, relying on his borrowed authority, displayed a lack of awareness that provoked a deep-seated disdain in Yi Qi Tian. Jiang Qingyi shook her head with a sneer, as if she had seen through Chen Fan. Not only was he of poor character, but he also enjoyed putting on airs, a stark contrast to her brother Yuba. Chen Fan observed the reactions of those around him, choosing silence, for any explanation would be futile. When they witnessed his true strength, they would understand that he spoke not a word of falsehood. Before long, several off-road vehicles sped up the mountain, halting abruptly at the summit, from which emerged several imposing young men. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Qingyi as she recognized them approaching. Who are they? Yi Xingyao, being from a branch of the Yi family and lacking interest in martial cultivation, was unaware of their identities. They are the top 10 prodigies from prominent families in southern China, all having entered the realm of Qi, Jiang Qingyi replied, her brow furrowing with concern for her brother Yuba. Though these individuals had previously been defeated by him, if they united, Yuba might not stand a chance, especially with the slight figure leading them, clad in a white robe. His name was Bai Yuan, the young master of the Bai family, the foremost expert of his generation. At 30, he had also reached the pinnacle of the realm of Qi, and last year, he had narrowly lost to Jin Yuba in their contest for supremacy among southern China's prodigies. Bai Yuan and the other young experts from prominent families clearly recognized Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, Chen Fan, Yi Qingtian, and Li Jiaying, and approached them with purpose. Miss Jiang, it has been a while. You remain as lovely as ever. Are these beautiful ladies your friends? Bai Yuan remarked, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the equally stunning companions accompanying Jiang Qingyi. Bai Yuan's recognition of Jiang Qingyi stemmed from his connection to Jin Yuba, unlike Jin who resided in the cosmopolitan city of Tianhai and mingled with numerous socialites. The Bai family, however, was ensconced in remote mountains, leaving him unfamiliar with Yi Xingyao, Yi Qi Tian, and Li Jiaying. Bai Yuan, what brings you here? Jiang Qingyi countered, evading his question. We were passing through and found the scenery delightful, so we decided to explore. What a coincidence to encounter Miss Jiang and such beautiful ladies. However, this mountain is rife with wild beasts. It might be safer for us to accompany one another. A tall man with an air of authority, Lu Hao, interjected, grinning. Lu Hao was the strongest among the younger generation of the Lu family from Hang City. No need for that. We have our companions, Yi Xingyu quickly dismissed. Oh? You mean these? Lu Hao scoffed, sizing up Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Yi Xinghu. Two worthless individuals, and one mere ant without any cultivation. Given that Chen Fan had concealed his true strength and adjusted his aura to that of a pinnacle grandmaster, Lu Hao mistakenly believed him to be just that. What did you say? Yixinghu roared, stepping forward to confront Lu Hao. I said you were worthless. Lu Hao retorted, standing with arms crossed. A cold smile gracing his lips. How dare you? Yixinghu could no longer contain his fury, advancing towards Lu Hao. You are seeking death. Lu Hao's mocking demeanor only fueled Yixinghu's rage. In front of Jiang Qingyi and his sister, being insulted as worthless was intolerable. In an instant, a tremendous surge of true energy erupted from him, stirring up dust and debris. Recognizing Lu Hao's formidable presence, Yixinghu unleashed his full power. Boom. However, Lu Hao effortlessly grasped Yixinghu's fist with one hand, lifting it sharply. A distinct crack echoed as Yixinghu stifled a groan, his face contorting in pain. He realized that his right hand was completely shattered, with only the meridians still intact. Brother, Yixingyao cried out, rushing forward, but Jiang Qingyi restrained her. Lu Hao, let him go. We can discuss this calmly, Jiang Qingyi said, her expression icy. Meanwhile, Yu Tian, who stood beside Chen Fan, watched Lu Hao with a cold gaze, but took no action. As a soldier, she recognized Yixinghu's potential, but his temperament was lacking. This was an opportunity to temper him, and as long as his life was not in danger, she had no intention of intervening. Hee, beautiful lady, your brother initiated the provocation. It is not impossible for me to release him, provided you convince Jiang Qingyi to accompany Bai Yuan for a day. And you accompany me for a day as compensation, Lu Hao leered. You shameless fiend, Yixingyao exclaimed, her face flushed with shame and anger. Your brother's life hangs in your hands, Lu Hao pressed, tightening his grip once more, eliciting another pained cry from Yixinghu. Brother. Tears streamed down Yixingyao's beautiful face. Lu Hao reveled in the sight of her helplessness, relishing the power he held over her. Yao, don't worry about me. Yixinghu gritted his teeth in defiance. Bai Yuan observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, as Lu Hao's actions aligned perfectly with his own ambitions. He had long harbored designs on Jiang Qingyi, and if he could seize her today, it would greatly humiliate Jin Yuba, avenging the slight of last year's narrow defeat. Qingyi, what should we do? Perhaps we should acquiesce. It is just a day, Yixingyao pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped Jiang Qingyi's hand. Jiang Qingyi frowned slightly, gently extricating her hand from Yixingyao's grip. Yao, I belong to Yuba. How could I ever accompany them? Besides, this situation arose because of your brother's need to show off. If he had not been so eager to flaunt himself, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yixingyao gazed at Jiang Qingyi in disbelief, as if she no longer recognized her, her heart sinking into despair. Yi Qingtian shook her head, finally unable to contain herself, rising to take action. At that moment, a voice rang out. Release him, and then all of you leave. Chen Fan stepped forward, striding towards Lu Hao. Chen Fan, what are you trying to prove? Did you not see that the man who looks like a giant bear has been defeated? Li Jiaying said anxiously. Brother, although there are several stunning beauties here, those individuals are clearly not ordinary people. Acting tough will cost you your life. Li Wei also advised. It's of no consequence. These individuals are nothing more than stones and weeds by the roadside to me, Chen Fan replied. Li Wei, feeling helpless yet fearful, picked up a stone. Preparing to join Chen Fan in confronting Lu Hao, Yi Qingyan shook her head, realizing that Chen Fan was aware of the peril and would undoubtedly take action for his own safety. However, this reckless desire to impress girls at the risk of his own safety was exceedingly foolish. This time, he had her protection, but next time, he might not be so fortunate. Yi Qingyan followed him. Yixingyao gazed at Chen Fan, who approached with his hands in his pockets and an expression of calm indifference. And she felt a profound surge of emotion and an inexplicable sense of security. In her darkest and most fearful moments, it was only Chen Fan who selflessly chose to help her. Ding. Yixingyao's affinity level 60, current affinity level 80, reward, 6,000 life points for the host. Current life points balance. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. An instant increase of 60 in affinity? What a kind and innocent girl. Chen Fan silently nodded, having long perceived that Yixingyao was entirely different from Jiang Qingyi. Her nature was exceptionally pure and benevolent. Most importantly, Yixingyi was the girl he was bound to. What was Lu Hao compared to that? Haha, today has truly opened my eyes. I can overlook a waste at the initial stage of qi condensation daring to provoke me. But now even a great master dares to take action against me. This is simply seeking death. One finger could kill you. Lu Hao sneered, discarding Yixinghu and addressing Chen Fan. However, just as Chen Fan was about to strike Lu Hao down, a sound of piercing air suddenly resonated from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the sky, a tall man with flowing hair emanating an invincible aura stood with his hands clasped behind him atop a flying sword radiating golden light, resembling a cinematic celestial being soaring through the air. It's my brother Yuba. Yuba, I am here. Jiang Qingyi exclaimed with joy, leaping up to wave at the golden figure in the sky. To be able to wield a magical artifact and fly, has he reached the qi condensation stage? Lu Hao and the young masters from prominent families were suddenly struck with astonishment, leaving them no time to concern themselves with Chen Fan and Yixinghu. Yixingyao rushed forward to help Yixinghu. As they passed Chen Fan, Yixingyao paused, looking gratefully at him. Yixinghu wore a complex and awkward expression. He had not anticipated that the one to stand up for him would be the very Chen Fan he had targeted and troubled from the beginning. Thank you. Yixinghu murmured, lowering his head to squeeze out those 3 words. Yixingyao also cast a grateful glance at Chen Fan before assisting Yixinghu to a nearby spot to sit and rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyi remained oblivious to this exchange, completely absorbed in the overwhelming, sovereign presence of Jin Yuba, as if she were a starstruck fan. Particularly witnessing Lu Hao and others' reactions filled her with an inexplicable sense of pride. She raised her chin defiantly, glancing at Chen Fan and then at Li Jiaying, as if to say, "See, this is the difference between us. My brother Yuba descends like a deity, while your Chen Fan is but a waste." Li Jiaying, catching Jiang Qingyi's gaze and then looking at the imposing Jin Yuba, could only shake her head and smile ruefully, conceding defeat to Jiang Qingyi, utterly overwhelmed. Humph. What chi condensation? He has merely stepped half a foot into it, having refined a superior magical artifact to fly. Bai Yuan snorted coldly, his mind shifting as a black gold long staff soared from his back. He leaped onto the black gold flying staff, heading towards Jin Yuba. What? Bai Guo has also reached the half-step chi condensation stage. Lu Hao and the young powerhouses from prominent families exclaimed in surprise. It truly is the case that the younger generation surpasses the older. Unexpectedly, not only has Jin Yuba reached this stage, but Bai Yuan has also stepped into it. Moreover, that black gold staff should be a medium-grade magical artifact. If I were to battle them, the outcome remains uncertain. Yi Qingyin's expression grew serious. She initially thought this mission would be effortless, but unexpectedly, not only has Jin Yuba stepped into the half-step chi condensation level, but now Bai Yuan has also joined him. The only good news is that the two groups are in opposition. She could only hope that Chen Fan does not offend both sides simultaneously. Jin, it has been a year since we last met, and your strength has advanced to the half-step chi condensation stage. Bai Yuan, faced with the overwhelming Jin Yuba, demonstrated a stance of equal footing. Jin Yuba's eyelids flickered. He had believed that having stepped into the half-step chi condensation stage and refined the magical artifact, the fish dragon sword, it would be effortless to deal with Bai Yuan and the others. He did not expect Bai Yuan to have reached this level as well. And judging by the black gold staff beneath him, its grade was undoubtedly not lower than his fish dragon sword. Bai, we will discuss our matters later, since you have arrived. You must have guessed that a significant treasure is about to emerge in this mountain. Let us first eliminate these irrelevant individuals below, Jin Yuba said, looking down at Chen Fan, Li Wei, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu. Chapter 75, The Emergence of the Dragon Pearl. Moments later, Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan seemed to reach a consensus, and both descended almost simultaneously. Brother Yuba, you have finally arrived. Jiang Qingyi eagerly welcomed him, simultaneously presenting him with a small jade box. Is this the transformation elixir you mentioned? Jin Yuba opened the jade box and immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy contained within the pill, causing even his typically composed face to show a flicker of emotion. Qingyi, you are thoughtful, Jin Yuba nodded. Jiang Qingyi's heart soared with joy. Then, Brother Yuba, I wish you success in breaking through to the chi condensation stage. When the time comes, Jiang Qingyi shyly lowered her head, awaiting Jin Yuba's promise. However, Jin Yuba did not respond. Jiang Qingyi felt a wave of disappointment, but then thought that Brother Yuba had significant matters to attend to today. He would not have time for romantic sentiments now. After achieving great success, he would undoubtedly come to propose to the Jiang family. After securing the jade box, Jin Yuba no longer paid attention to Jiang Qingyi, but directly approached Yi Qingyin and Chen Fan alongside Bai Yuan and other young experts. Captain Yi of the Heavenly Sea Battle Department, I did not expect you to be here as well. Jin Yuba directly ignored Chen Fan and the others, nodding at Yi Qingyin. Bai Yuan did not recognize Yi Qingyin, but had heard of her reputation as a strong half-step chi condensation expert. Bai Yuan's pupils contracted. The young man Lu Hao had injured was wearing military attire from the battle department and shared the same surname, Yi. Could she be the ally Jin Yuba brought? Yes, I was entrusted to ensure Chen Fan's safety. Even facing Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan, Yi Qingyin did not dare to be presumptuous, rising to nod. Are you the one who seized Qinglong Mountain from the Zhou family, Chen Fan? You should leave now. I shall spare your life for the sake of Captain Yi. Jin Yuba scrutinized Chen Fan, his gaze emanating a chilling murderous intent. What audacity! Is there no law in Huaxia? The very ground you stand on is my private territory, purchased for 600 billion, and you dare to command me to leave? Chen Fan scoffed, pointing at Jin Yuba, Bai Yuan, and the young elites from the powerful families. You all, get out. As soon as Chen Fan's words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the scene. What did he just say? Asking Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan to leave? It was catastrophic. Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu gasped in shock, regarding Chen Fan as if he were a monster. Did you not see that even Captain Yi Qingyin treated these two with respect? How dare a mere grandmaster like you issue such a command? Even the usually unflappable Yi Qingyin was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Facing two such formidable opponents at once was difficult, and offending them both would surely lead to dire consequences. Chen Fan, cease your insolence. Yi Qingyin glared at him, her voice low. She never anticipated that Chen Fan would exhibit such ignorance and audacity. You just told us to leave? Jin Yuba, the foremost prodigy of southern Huaxia, was met with reverence wherever he went. When had anyone dared to order him away? His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his energy locking onto Chen Fan. Bai Yuan wore a sinister grin. In southern Huaxia, Chen Fan was the first to dare speak to him in such a manner. To command Brother Yuba to leave is sheer folly, Jiang Qingyi remarked with a cold laugh. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Xingyu and Yi Xinghu stepped forward, resolutely standing behind Chen Fan. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you siding with that scoundrel? Jiang Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief at Yi Xingyu. Scoundrel? But he is the only one willing to risk everything for my brother and me, Yi Xingyu replied, shaking her head. She may have been innocent, but she was not foolish. She could discern who was genuinely good. Fine, Yao Yao, if you choose to stand against Brother Yuba, then our sisterly bond ends here. Jiang Qingyi stated coldly. Yi Xingyu trembled but maintained her clenched fist in silence. Damn it, how tiresome it is to show off. Li Jiaying raked her fingers through her hair, finally summoning the courage to position herself behind Chen Fan. Young Master Jin, young Master Bai. If you wish to harm Chen Fan, you must first contend with me, Yi Qingyan. With that, she drew her silver blade. An aura of terror radiating from her as she shielded Chen Fan, Yi Xingyao, and Li Jiaying, standing defiantly against Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What on earth? Every time I wish to showcase my strength, you all intervene. He felt both touched and exasperated. They were truly denying him the chance to demonstrate his prowess. Just as tensions escalated, the entire Qinglong mountain began to tremble. Oh no! The dragon pearl is about to emerge. Jin Yuba reacted first, his fish dragon sword soaring into the sky. Bai Yuan's pupils constricted, ignoring Yu Qingyan and Chen Fan as he wielded his black gold staff to pursue Jin Yuba. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yu Xingyu, and the others exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the previously clear skies over Qinglong Mountain were engulfed by a massive shadow. The mountain quaked violently as white mist seeped from its body, ultimately coalescing into a towering phantom of a divine dragon. Roar. The enormous dragon, composed of white spiritual energy, let out a deafening roar. As bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, striking the ethereal dragon, the spiritual dragon bellowed defiantly, battling the thunder. It is true what the books say. Spiritual energy can indeed give birth to a true dragon. But why is it not emerging from the dragon's lair but from Qinglong Mountain? Li Jiaying gazed at the magnificent spiritual dragon, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. I already told you, the dragon's lair has been drained of its essence, and the spiritual energy has leaked into Qinglong Mountain. Without the dragon's essence, there can only be dragon energy and form. It cannot withstand the tribulation. This spiritual dragon is doomed to fail in its transformation, Chen Fan remarked, observing the spiritual white dragon as it seemed to grapple with the lightning. While the others were in awe of the spiritual dragon's spectacle, they turned their gaze to Chen Fan in astonishment. How do you understand feng shui? I read novels about feng shui and combat, and this is what they say, Chen Fan replied with a smile. However, Li Jiaying cast a deep glance at Chen Fan. Realizing that things were far from simple, both the location and the timing of the spiritual dragon's emergence aligned with Chen Fan's predictions. Only a seasoned feng shui master could achieve such accuracy. After about half an hour, the struggle between the spiritual dragon and the lightning came to a close. Though Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan hovered in the sky, they dared not approach the spiritual dragon, one bolt of lightning, and no matter how powerful they were, they would be reduced to ashes. This time, Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan were the closest to victory. Yi Qingyan spoke, and everyone cast envious glances at the two suspended in the air. But that is not guaranteed, Chen Fan replied with a smile. As his words fell, with the final thunderclap, the spiritual dragon began to disintegrate, ultimately condensing into 7 golden dragon pearls, each the size of an infant's fist. Haha, the dragon pearls are mine. Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan, closest to the pearls, rushed to seize them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan had already seated himself within a stone formation. Whoosh. The 7 dragon pearls, as if alive, evaded Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan, soaring towards Chen Fan. Chapter 76, The Lowly and the Insignificant. The 7 golden dragon pearls, each resembling the size of an infant's fist, floated before Chen Fan. Like plucking apples, he secured the pearls with ease. How could these pearls have voluntarily approached him? Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Even the young elites from the powerful families, including Lu Hao, wore expressions of incredulity. Could it be that Chen Fan had truly set up a formation with those stones over the past few days? Li Jiaying pondered in shock. To be able to utilize formations to bind spirits and attract energy is an ability not typically possessed by an ordinary feng shui master. Only the masters from the Liang family of the feng shui lineage in Hong Kong might achieve such feats. Li Jiaying no longer doubted Chen Fan's identity as a feng shui master. In the sky, Jin Yuba, wielding the fish dragon sword, and Bai Yuan, with his black gold staff, froze, slowly turning to glare at Chen Fan below. They had been on the verge of grasping those dragon pearls, but the pearls, as if summoned, bypassed them and flew directly to Chen Fan. Kid, are you up to something? Jin Yuba bellowed, diving towards Chen Fan. Yet, a black gold staff instantaneously blocked his path. Bai Yuan, are you insane? Jin Yuba shouted. Hee, Jin Yuba, last time I narrowly lost to you. Today, the opportunity is rare, let us spar again. Bai Yuan said with a smile. Jin Yuba frowned, his gaze sweeping downwards, instantly comprehending Bai Yuan's intentions. Below, The formidable families led by Lu Hao had already encircled Chen Fan and his companions in a fan-shaped formation. By Yuan, this dragon pearl was originally my discovery. If you wish to monopolize it, you should first inquire about the fish dragon sword in my possession. My sky-piercing staff is not to be underestimated. Here comes my flying stick. Jin Yuba immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Yuan. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyan swiftly drew her silver long knife, positioning herself in front of the others. Captain Yi, although your strength is formidable, we, the young prodigies, are numerous. While you may not fear, you cannot protect them all. However, if you hand over the dragon pearl to Chen Fan, my brother Bai Yuan, and I can guarantee your safe departure, Lu Hao threatened Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Hao was correct. If the opponents charged together, although she was unafraid, Chen Fan and the remaining members, Yi Xingyou and Li Jiaying, would be in peril. Observing Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan, who were gradually closing in on her and Chen Fan despite their fierce battle, she immediately abandoned the thought of fleeing with Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan, hand over the dragon pearl to them. Otherwise, even if I can protect you, your friends will perish. Yi Qingyan said sternly. Heh, with you mere clowns, they are unworthy. Chen Fan secured the dragon pearl and stood up, directly approaching Lu Hao. Haha, kid, you seek death. Don't blame me for this. Lu Hao exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chen Fan step out from behind Yi Qingyan, reaching out to grab him. Chen Fan, retreat. Yi Qingyan shouted, realizing she was too late to rescue him. Lu Hao's palm, imbued with true energy, was already reaching for Chen Fan's head. Lu Hao's attack was ruthless. Even those at a distance, such as Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyou, Yi Xingtiger, and Li Wei, could sense the terrifying power of Lu Hao's strike. If that claw landed, not only Chen Fan, but even Yi Xingtiger would only face a dead end. Get lost. Yet Chen Fan, with his hands behind his back, shouted at Lu Hao. Instantly, a wave of true energy erupted from Chen Fan's mouth, crashing towards Lu Hao's outstretched hand. Boom. The wave of true energy unleashed from Chen Fan struck Lu Hao's right hand like a heavy hammer, causing it to explode, then further slamming into his chest, sending Lu Hao flying backward. The entire scene fell into silence again. Shock, confusion, fear, an array of emotions bombarded the minds of the onlookers. Even the battle between Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan in the air came to a halt, condensing energy to kill from a distance. This was the authentic technique of a condensed energy level expert. A young master from one of the prominent families gazed at Lu Hao, who lay lifeless with a shattered arm and a concave chest, in terror. How could he be so young and possess such strength? I had misunderstood him all along. He must have always had this power. Such a genius is undoubtedly among the very best in southern Huaxia, a coveted target for all the families. No wonder even the family head values him so highly and gave direct orders. Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes brimmed with shock. This Chen Fan appeared to be even 2 years younger than Jin Yuba. If that were the case, wouldn't the title of the first prodigy in southern Huaxia need to be bestowed upon Chen Fan? Li Jiaying covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing that Chen Fan was indeed a condensed energy level expert. It was true that he had driven away Kai Tongming that day. Reflecting on that day's events, Li Jiaying recalled the various injuries Chen Fan had sustained. If it were indeed his master who had saved her, how could Chen Fan have been injured? At that time, her prejudice had led her to regard Chen Fan as merely a third-year underachiever. She never imagined he was also a condensed energy-level powerhouse. Yu Xingyou's eyes sparkled with a unique light. Once, she had envied her good sister for finding a prodigy like Jin Yuba. But now she was confronted with an even younger and more powerful peerless genius. Furthermore, when she was at her most helpless, Chen Fan had put aside past grievances and stood up for her. Did he have feelings for her? Yi Xingtiger looked at Chen Fan with a mixture of shock and self-reproach. He realized that he had merely been a clown in Chen Fan's presence. Even after provoking him, Chen Fan had still come to his aid at a critical moment. With this in mind, Yi Xingtiger was filled with admiration for Chen Fan, clenching his fists tightly. From now on, he would temper his arrogance and work tenfold harder to match Chen Fan's accomplishments. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi's face turned pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back. How could this be? How is it possible? He is a mere puppet supported by the Li family of Hong Kong, just a third-year underachiever. How could he surpass my Yuba brother? How could he be a condensed energy-level powerhouse? I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. Ding. Yi Qingyan's affection level, 60. Current affection level, 60. Reward, 6,000 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Li Jiaying's affection level, 40. Current affection level, 80. Reward, 4,000 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Yi Xingyou's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 90. Reward, 1,000 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Jiang Qingyi's affection level, 100. Current affection level, 50. Reward, 5,000 life points. Current life points balance. Chapter 77. 2 week. A series of electronic synthesized sounds echoed in Chen Fan's mind, causing his previously dwindling life points to surge dramatically. What surprised Chen Fan the most was Yi Xingyou, whose affection level had soared to 90, reaching the level of a devoted admirer. As for Jiang Qingyi, realizing her acceptance had increased by 100 points, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. She was a gold digger. She was a powerful woman. With Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan ceasing their conflict, they descended to the ground. Bai Yuan glanced at the lifeless Lu Hao, his eyelids twitching. Lu Hao was a mid-stage condensed energy powerhouse, and at only 20-something years old, he had immense future potential. To think he had been killed by Chen Fan in such a manner. Who exactly are you? At your age. To possess such strength at the initial stage of condensed energy, you are certainly no ordinary person. Jin Yuba fixed his gaze on Chen Fan, who had not unleashed his full power, maintaining only the initial stage of condensed energy. Humph, regardless of who you are. The Lu family of Hangsheng will not let you go for killing their young master. Bai Yuan glared at Chen Fan. Heh, and what of the Lu family of Hangsheng? If they cannot discern the situation, I shall simply annihilate them, Chen Fan replied with a cold smile. With over 20,000 life points remaining, he could easily elevate himself to the king level of the Qi Lake realm. The mighty forces were nothing in his eyes. This was the foundation of Chen Fan's confidence. What grandiose words. You are merely at the initial stage of condensed energy. Do not think that just because the ancestors of the Lu family are at mid-stage condensed energy, I cannot kill you even with my magical artifacts. Bai Yuan scoffed. In truth, the descendants of these prominent families rarely resort to lethal confrontations. However, Bai Yuan did not foresee that this reckless youth would directly take Lu Hao's life. What weighed heavily on Bai Yuan was that he had summoned this individual. Failing to act would leave him with much to explain upon returning. Moreover, the dragon pearls still resided with Chen Fan. Coincidentally, my fish dragon sword also requires the blood of a condensation realm expert for its sacrificial rites. I shall take your dragon pearls, and your life as well. Jin Yuba flicked his finger, igniting the sword with a fierce battle intent, causing the fish dragon's sword to emit a blinding radiance, while his eyes burned with fervor. He had never fought against a condensation realm powerhouse before, and the fact that this Chen Fan, younger than him, had stepped into the condensation realm before him was a blow to his pride. Only by defeating Chen Fan could his martial heart be illuminated. My brother Yuba indeed possesses an invincible demeanor, Jiang Qingyi admired, gazing at Jin Yuba. Faced with an opponent of a full realm above him, he remains so powerful and unfaltering. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. Heh. Do you all think I am inconsequential? Yi Qingyan stepped forward, preparing to fight alongside Chen Fan. No need for you to intervene. They are merely two half-step condensation realm weaklings, Chen Fan remarked. In an instant, Yi Qingyan felt a gentle force pushing her backward. Arrogant, Jin Yuba shouted angrily, taking the first strike. The fish dragon sword surged with murderous intent, unleashing a flurry of terrifying sword shadows towards Chen Fan. Each shadow akin to a strike from a preliminary condensation realm expert. Brick, come, Chen Fan whispered. Immediately, a golden brick soared forth, shattering the numerous terrifying sword lights and hurtling towards Jin Yuba. The exploded sword lights resembled cluster bombs, causing a series of immense explosions upon impact with the ground. You too possess a magical artifact. Jin Yuba exclaimed in shock, frightened by the power wielded by a condensation realm expert. He hastily dodged. Yet the golden brick seemed to possess a homing capability, relentlessly targeting his groin. Jin Yuba cried out in a mix of shame and fury, nearly struck directly by the golden brick. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, thrusting the fish dragon sword between himself and the brick just in time to avert disaster. Though he was still blasted away, his lower body trembling violently. What a sinister tactic. Bai Yuan gulped, instinctively bending his body. Rogue, despicable scoundrel. Jiang Qingyi spat, her face flushed with embarrassment. The onlookers, including Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyou, Yi Xinghu, and Li Wei, cheered, brother, splendid work, even with a thick skin. Chen Fan felt somewhat embarrassed under the peculiar gazes of the women, suddenly regretting his use of the brick. This magical artifact has left me utterly humiliated. Kid, watch my stick. Here comes the flying stick. Bai Yuan seized the opportunity. As Chen Fan's artifact was engaged with Jin Yuba, his black gold staff appeared behind Chen Fan, attacking his rear. Just then, Chen Fan decided to test the powerful technique, Void Slash, gifted to him by Yi Qingyan. With a thought, he raised his hand to unleash 2 void slashes. Swish. Without any forewarning, the void behind Bai Yuan and before his black gold staff suddenly tore open, revealing 2 incredibly sharp blades of light. Puff. Ding. The black gold staff shattered into 2 pieces, while Bai Yuan, despite his quick reflexes, nearly fell victim to the void slash, sustaining a massive wound in his abdomen that robbed him of his combat prowess, causing him to kneel on the ground. Please, do not kill me, Bai Yuan gasped, blood frothing at his mouth as he knelt, fearfully gazing at Chen Fan. So weak, Chen Fan looked down at Bai Yuan, shaking his head. He had only utilized half-step condensation realm strength to test the technique, and even then, he nearly killed Bai Yuan, leaving him disappointed that he could not assess the true power of the void slash. Ignoring Bai Yuan, Chen Fan turned his attention to Jin Yuba, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the golden brick above. The southern regions of Huaxiao were about to undergo a transformation at this age. Possessing a power far beyond that of a preliminary condensation realm expert, he would undoubtedly hold a place even in Xijing. Bai Yuan, relieved that Chen Fan spared him, revealed a bitter smile. Here he was, compared to Jin Yuba, a so-called genius. One could hardly withstand a single blow, reduced to begging for mercy. while the other was forced into a corner by a mere artifact. The disparity in strength was simply monumental. At that moment, observing Jin Yuba, who was being driven back by Chen Fan's golden brick, disheveled and stripped of his earlier imposing presence, Jiang Qingyi suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. Compared to the Chen Fan who had effortlessly defeated Bai Yuan, he appeared so understated yet undeniably powerful. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the sky. Jin Yuba, with every ounce of strength, managed to deflect the brick that had been relentlessly targeting his groin. An intense surge of true energy erupted around him. This is not good. Jin Yuba is about to break through in combat. Yi Qingyan's expression changed drastically. What? Brother Yuba is about to break through. Jiang Qingyi exclaimed joyfully. Her admiration for Jin Yuba soaring once more. Once Brother Yuba reaches the preliminary condensation realm, he may not be unable to defeat Chen Fan. Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, eagerly awaiting Jin Yuba's breakthrough to properly evaluate the power of the Void Slash. Brother Yuba, quickly take the transformation pill I gave you. Jiang Qingyi shouted excitedly. At the critical moment of Jin Yuba's breakthrough, hearing her words filled him with joy. He took out the jade box Jiang Qingyi had given him, grasped the pill within, and swallowed it. With this transformation pill, he would surely break through to the condensation realm. It was settled. Chapter 78. Understanding applause as the golden pill entered his stomach, he proclaimed, "My fate is in my hands, not dictated by the heavens. Today Jin Yuba, shall step into the condensation realm. From now on, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar." Jin Yuba's true energy surged violently, and as the golden pill settled within him, an overwhelming and tumultuous spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, instantly flooding his organs. Chen Fan could only shake his head in disbelief. He had intended to wait for Jin Yuba's breakthrough to assess the effectiveness of the Void Slash against an opponent. But Jiang Qingyi's sudden maneuver left him speechless. Observing the sudden eruption of spiritual energy from Jin Yuba, Chen Fan could confidently conclude that Jiang Qingyi had not concocted a transformation pill, but rather a descent pill. Chen Fan, what are you trying to do? I want to allow you to interrupt Brother Yuba's breakthrough. Jiang Qingyi shouted desperately, positioning herself protectively in front of Jin Yuba. Chen Fan halted his advance. He has consumed the descent pill you crafted. There is no need for me to intervene. He will not die, but he will be left with barely half his life. Shaking his head, Chen Fan continued, Chen Fan, I admit your strength is formidable, but in the realm of pills, I have traversed more bridges than you have traveled roads. You are clearly afraid that my brother Yuba will surpass you after his breakthrough. And thus you resort to such despicable tactics. How shameless. Jiang Qingyi's voice grew frantic, her fair visage twisting in distress as she herself could not comprehend the intensity of her emotions. Perhaps it was the fear of her invincible brother Yuba being eclipsed by Chen Fan, or perhaps the regret of missing out on such an extraordinary talent as Chen Fan. Surpassing me, he thinks he is worthy? After consuming the infernal pill you concocted, his fate is sealed. Not only will he fail to break through, but even surviving will be a challenge. Chen Fan shook his head, unwilling to entangle himself with Jiang Qingyi, and turned to leave. The conversation between Chen Fan and Jiang Qingyi was fully overheard by Jin Yuba. These two are acquainted. Moreover, this pill seems to be connected to Chen Fan. A sense of foreboding surged within Jin Yuba. Meanwhile, Chen Fan retrieved 7 dragon pearls, distributing one each to Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Li Wei, even giving one to Li Hu. What does this mean, Chen Fan? Yi Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Fan, while the others also stared in astonishment at the ethereal dragon pearls in their hands, radiating golden light. What do you mean? It is a gift for you all. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and replied. A gift for me? Yi Qingyan gasped, her breath quickening as she gazed at the dragon pearl in her hand. She had been stuck at the half-step chi condensation stage for a year. Her actual accumulation was sufficient, and she had recently sensed a loosening of the bottleneck. With normal cultivation, she could break through to the chi condensation stage within 5 years. However, with this dragon pearl, formed from over 200 years of condensed spiritual energy, she could almost instantly achieve her breakthrough. Attaining chi condensation at 30 would significantly elevate her status within the Yi family. Thank you, Chen Fan, Yi Qingyan said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Achieving chi condensation before 25, and gifting her such a priceless dragon pearl, stirred unusual emotions within her. Chen Fan, at least you have some conscience. You haven't forgotten your fiancé. Li Jiaying's tone remained cold, accompanied by an eye roll, but internally, she was overwhelmingly excited, deliberately emphasizing the word fiancé. Brother Chen Fan, you were giving me something so precious? Yu Xingyao also stared, disbelief written across her features. I once treated you like that with Jiang Qingyi. And yet you not only stood up for my brother, but also presented me with such a valuable gift. The more Yu Xingyu thought about it, the more guilt she felt, realizing how much she owed Chen Fan. He was a master of chi condensation with immense wealth. What could she possibly offer him in return? Perhaps her decent physique alone. Yi Xingyao resolved that she would willingly devote herself to Chen Fan whenever he needed her. Li Wei accepted the gift without hesitation. Yet Li Xingdager regarded Chen Fan with a complex expression. Chen Fan, despite my antagonism towards you, you saved me and bestowed such a precious item. Why? Of course, it is for your sister. Chen Fan mused internally, maintaining an earnest facade. Those who betray and harm me receive a dragon pearl. Thus, It is evident what will be bestowed upon those who remain loyal. The audience understood the implications. In an instant, Chen Fan's stature and image elevated significantly. Ding. Yi Qingyan's favorability 10, current favorability 70, reward, 1,000 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability 5. Current favorability 85, reward, 500 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Yu Xingyao's favorability 5. Current favorability 95, reward, 500 life points. Current life points balance. A series of electronic synthesized tones resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Indeed, as Mr. Lu Sun astutely observed, gifting women is the fastest way to enhance favorability. Chen Fan chuckled inwardly, but do you think this is the end? With a mischievous smile, Chen Fan immersed his consciousness into a ring that suddenly appeared on his finger, revealing a vast space the size of a basketball court filled with an abundance of dragon pearls. A total of 300 dragon pearls. Indeed, the Hecate system is remarkably overpowered, even allowing the return of treasures like dragon pearls formed from the essence of heaven and earth. With such an abundance of dragon pearls, I could likely ascend to the pinnacle of the Qi Lake King realm in a single leap. Chen Fan contemplated. Ding. The host can only gain combat power from the system. Dragon pearls cannot be used for cultivation. The system's voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Wait. If I can't use them, what is the purpose of having these dragon pearls? Chen Fan's expression soured immediately. It was akin to a eunuch gazing upon a multitude of unclothed beauties. Ding. The host can use dragon pearls to enhance life points or upgrade weapons. 100 dragon pearls can be exchanged for 1 point of combat power or upgrade a weapon by 1 level. Current combat power 16. Weapon. Top-tier artifact. Chen Fan's face darkened further. 1 point of combat power requires 100 dragon pearls, which are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. He seriously suspected that this wretched system was receiving kickbacks, and at least a 99 cut. Just as Chen Fan fumed silently at the greedy system, a piercing scream erupted from afar. Jin Yuba's furious roar echoed. Jiang Qingyan, you vile woman, collaborating with Chen Fan to harm me. Chapter 79. I beg you, grant me a dragon pearl. Prostitute, wretched woman. Jin Yuba's furious tirade persisted. The onlookers turned towards Jin Yuba, witnessing him in a state of chaotic energy, his eyes glowing red, hair rising as if possessed. His dantian was visibly overflowing with chaotic energy, threatening to rupture his meridians. Yuba brother, how could this happen? Jiang Qingyi covering her mouth. What does she observe Jin Yuba on the brink of explosion from his own energy? The crucial aspect of breaking through from the Qi condensation stage lies in maintaining clarity during the tumultuous reactions of energy condensation. Yet your pill, forceful and overpowering, is akin to a powder keg filled with energy. Although rich in essence, it yields the opposite effect, leading only to his catastrophic failure and potential madness. Chen Fan shook his head and spoke. What? If that is the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Why let Yuba brother fall into madness? Jiang Qingyi accused Chen Fan. Jiang Qingyi, when at my home, Chen Fan already informed you of the correct formula. It was your own arrogance that led you to alter it. How can you blame my Chen Fan? Yu Xingyao, incensed by Jiang Qingyi's unfounded accusations, charged forward and retorted. I. Jiang Qingyi's face shifted between shades of green and white. She was taken aback to find her good friend defending Chen Fan. One reaps what one sows. Now, I shall witness who becomes the laughingstock of the elite circles of Huaxia. Li Jiaying seized this opportunity to strike at her rival, casting a cold smile at Jiang Qingyi, relishing in her revenge. Jiang Qingyi's face turned ashen, her body trembling incessantly, yet she found no words to retort. She knew she was wrong. Everything was wrong. In his current state, perhaps only the gentle energy of a dragon pearl could save him. Nearby, the white ape remarked, dragon pearls. Yes, dragon pearls. Yao, didn't Chen Fan give you a dragon pearl? Quickly, save my Yuba brother. Jiang Qingyi, upon hearing this, was instantly stirred and grasped Yi Xingyao's hand tightly. Yao, we are the best of sisters. You cannot stand idly by. You have Chen Fan now. But if brother Yuba dies, I will have nothing left. For the sake of our years of sisterhood, I beg you. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyi knelt before Yi Xingyao. Qingyi. Yu Xingyi was taken aback, eager to assist her friend, but Jiang Qingyi resolutely refused to rise. A look of conflict appeared on Yu Xingyao's face. Her kind heart ached for Jiang Qingyi, her close friend of many years. Yet, the Dragon Ball was so precious. A gift from Chen Fan. How could she use it to aid his adversary? As Yu Xingyao grappled with her anguish, a powerful hand seized her, pulling her behind. With a loud thud, a Dragon Ball landed before the kneeling Jiang Qingyi. She lifted her tear-streaked face in astonishment, gazing at the indifferent Chen Fan. Take the Dragon Ball and leave with Jin Yuba. No one here owes you anything. Chen Fan spoke coldly. This Dragon Ball represented not only the severing of Yi Xingyao's bond with Jiang Qingyi, but also marked the end of his connection with her, restoring the life essence she had once given him. From this moment forth, he and this binding partner would have no further ties. Jiang Qingyi's face turned pale as she picked up the Dragon Ball, helping Jin Yuba into the vehicle. As they departed, Jin Yuba cast a deep glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you have no idea who stands behind me. By letting me go, you will forever dwell in darkness and fear. Jin Yuba crushed the Dragon Ball, enveloped in a gentle aura that mended his wounds and quelled the violent energy within him. Jiang Qingyi, now stripped of her former pride, managed a bitter smile, realizing she had irrevocably lost Yi Xingyao's friendship and any chance of reconciling with Chen Fan. In the future, she would be left with only Jin Yuba, who insulted her as a harlot and a lowly maid. The hummer roared to life, and Jiang Qingyi vanished from sight with Jin Yuba. Meanwhile, the White Ape and the members of the prominent family nearby regarded Chen Fan with fear and respect, a 25-year-old chi gathering expert, who could defeat the White Ape armed with magical artifacts in a single move. Such strength could only be matched by the ancestral powers within their own family. You all may leave. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan dismissed them, and the White Ape and others felt a weight lift from their chests. Mr. Chen, upon our return, our families will unite to clarify the situation to the Liu family in Hang City. Liu Hao is the one who provoked you, a formidable powerhouse. Surely the Liu family would not dare to trouble you. The injured White Ape was assisted to his feet and bowed respectfully to Chen Fan. Humph. If they dare to seek trouble with me, let them come. Chen Fan scoffed. The White Ape realized he had misspoken and began to sweat profusely, hastily apologizing and instructing his men to remove Liu Hao's body and depart. This battle would ensure that Chen Fan's name would shine throughout southern China. A chi gathering expert at 25, he would undoubtedly secure his place in the competitive realm of Xiangjing. After all the bystanders had left, Yu Qingyin completed her task, bidding farewell to Chen Fan as she returned to the Tianhai War Department to prepare for a full breakthrough into chi gathering. Yu Xingtianzhi followed her, inviting Chen Fan to visit Tianhai City and promising to treat him well upon his arrival. Yi Xingyao did not accompany them, nor did she return to the Yi family in Jiangnan. Instead, she set up a small tent beside Chen Fan's. Meanwhile, Li Jiaying squeezed into Chen Fan's tent. Thus, Chen Fan busied himself during the day, setting up formations on Qinglong Mountain to gather more spiritual energy, while at night, he was occupied with the ladies. Within a couple of days, Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Wang Yuyan, upon learning of Chen Fan's imminent journey to Hong Kong Island, arrived, while Sun Si Yuan remained engrossed in the art of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. That evening, finding it inconvenient to move between tents, everyone decided to crowd into one tent, details omitted for brevity. 10 days later, the spirit gathering Feng Shui formation was finally completed. Under the nurturing of heavenly spiritual energy, Chen Fan not only did not suffer any depletion, but, through the practice of Yin-Yang balance, found his physique and endurance enhanced. Oh, I never expected the concentration of spiritual energy here to reach such a level, rivaling the ancient alchemist's spirit stone bed. Su Nanxiang had emerged from her retreat, her powerful aura radiating from her. A small red mark graced her forehead, reminiscent of the celestial maiden Ling Chen. She raised her hand, directing her formidable true energy towards a mountain peak, unleashing powerful strikes against the stone wall. In no time, a small cave appeared in the rock. Master, let us cultivate here for the time being. I have arranged for construction to begin on the mountain. Once completed, you can move there, Chen Fan stated. Su Nanxiang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Jiaying's phone vibrated unexpectedly. She pulled it out and her expression changed dramatically. Chen Fan leaned in to read it. Ingo, leave with Chen Fan immediately and never return to Hong Kong Island. From Grandfather. Chapter 80. A shocking change in the Li family. Miss Li, Mr. Chen. We are about to land at the airport. A beautiful flight attendant with long legs and black stockings gently tapped on the door, silencing the commotion that had persisted for hours. The flight attendant swallowed, envying the situation, her stockings having been changed several times. Initially perplexed by Chen Fan's seemingly ordinary attire, she now grasped the extraordinary prowess of the young man, as several intense tremors had led the pilot to believe the plane was experiencing turbulence. Chen Fan, you were remarkable. For an entire week, even during the hours on the plane, Li Jiaying gasped. Chen Fan clapped a few times, the sound resonating pleasantly as he finished dressing. Indeed, he had not rested much during the week on Qinglong Mountain, yet his body showed no signs of fatigue. To maintain his combat strength, Chen Fan had exchanged 500 Dragon Balls for 5 points of combat power, elevating his total to 21, achieving the initial phase of the Qi Lake King realm. Upon reaching the Qi Lake realm, Chen Fan gathered true energy in his dantian, forming a small golden lake that provided a continuous source of vitality. Even as the ladies employed a relentless strategy against him, all were ultimately defeated, begging for mercy. Only Su Nanxiang, being at the same Qi Lake King level, could still endure. For that week, a golden spear stood resolutely atop Qinglong Mountain, unleashing a storm of chaos and bloodshed, causing the mountain to tremble throughout the night. Hurry and get dressed. If Elder Li has sent such a message, it likely means the Li family is in serious trouble. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion atop Anping Mountain in Hong Kong, the area had been entirely purchased by the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong 2 decades ago, offering a panoramic view of Victoria Harbor. Presently, Anping Mountain was heavily guarded, with hundreds of security personnel in white shirts and earpieces stationed every few steps along the mountain path, cutting off all entrances and exits. Each of them bore a muscular physique, exuding explosive power, all being masters in the realm. Within the opulent confines of the Li family estate, a gruesome scene unfolded. Blood flowed like a river, with lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, most of which belonged to heavily armed security personnel, each marked by a crimson hole in their foreheads. At the entrance of the room lay several deceased warriors clad in dark robes, predominantly at the half-step qi condensation stage. The most harrowing sight was that of an elderly man with white hair, a qi condensation practitioner of the Li family, who bore a gaping wound through his chest and was left with only half a head. His demise was utterly tragic. In this world, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Cultivating to the qi condensation stage is no simple feat. Why remain so foolishly loyal? A robust man in black attire, adorned with long hair and wielding a mysterious iron fan, stood proudly at the doorway, addressing the half-headed Li family practitioner with disdain. Inside the innermost chamber of the villa, the nearly immobile Li Chaoren lay in bed, his gaze filled with fury as he stared at his grandson, who was clad in a suit and donned with gold-rimmed glasses, watching helplessly as he disconnected the high-energy nutrient solution that sustained his life. Without it, Li Chaoren could endure no more than half an hour. Grandfather, please feel at ease and depart. In the future, the Li family will flourish with my father and me at the helm, proclaimed Li Jiahui, dressed in formal attire. Li Yangjie was Li Jiaying's uncle, while Li Jiahui was the son of Li Yangjie and the cousin of Li Jiaying. Look at the present situation. Just as my father seizes power, he prepares to abandon cooperation with the governor and those minor sects to align with the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Foshui clan, and the Royal British Envoy Wilson. With the support of these three giants of Hong Kong Island, our Li family's enterprises will span the globe, rather than remaining confined to this corner of Hong Kong Island, Li Jiahui boasted. As if envisioning himself atop the pinnacle of global power, his eyes alight with excitement. You fools! The Zheng family, the Liang family, and the Royal British Envoy are nothing but voracious demons. When they wreaked havoc on Hong Kong Island, it became their private domain. Had it not been for my collaboration with the governor, leveraging the spiritual stones from our company's mines and uniting various minor sects, our Li family would have long been divided among those three giants. Now, your alliance with them is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Li Chaoren's face was a mask of fury, and without the support of the high-energy nutrient solution, he could barely speak, succumbing to fits of violent coughing and gasping for breath. Grandfather, the times have changed. Our Li family is now filled with formidable warriors, with 9 out of 10 qi condensation practitioners in our family supporting my father. We fear no confrontation with the three giants. As for that devoted practitioner of yours, he has just been slain by the Zheng family's second master from the Iron Fan sect, Li Jiahui retorted. You are destroying the very foundation of your legacy. Li Chaoren could hardly articulate his outrage. Indeed, when it comes to self-destruction, we cannot compete with you. Had you not insisted on bequeathing half of our family fortune to that Chen Fan, jeopardizing our century-long legacy, my father and I would not have taken action against you. I know that Zhang Chifeng is formidable, but he has long since perished. Chen Fan lacks both strength and background. He is merely a penniless college student. What gives him the right to marry Jiaying and claim half of the Li family's wealth as her dowry? Li Jiahui's voice was cold and scornful. Why Li Chaoren struggled to catch his breath, his face growing increasingly pallid. Alas, you do not comprehend. If Jiaying were to become Chen Fan's woman, continuing his lineage, I would gladly relinquish not just half of our fortune but the entirety of the Li family to him. You have no idea of his significance. He is the one whom the most powerful family in China would rather see perish than allow to be harmed. Li Chaoren lamented inwardly. At that moment, a crackle emanated from the intercom at Li Jiahui's chest. Young master, an unregistered Wuling Hongguang wishes to ascend the mountain. Did I not make myself clear? No one is permitted to ascend Omping Mountain today. But young master, Miss Li Jiaying is in the car, along with a man named Chen Fan, claiming to be her fiancé. Let them come up. I would gladly relinquish all of the Li family's assets to you. Li Chaoren gasped, summoning his last ounce of strength. Old man, even now you continue to defend that Chen Fan. Who is your true grandson? Very well, before you draw your last breath, I shall relish the opportunity to torment Chen Fan. Li Jiahui's composure shattered, his eyes betraying a feral jealousy and murderous intent. Bring them up. Li Jiahui commanded through the intercom, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Down the mountain, Chen Fan and Li Jiaying's Wuling van were granted passage. Chen Fan, I sense something is amiss, Li Jiaying remarked, a furrow of concern marring her brow. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. Typically, the Li family maintains guards, but they are concentrated around the villa at the summit, not at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, I recognize most of my grandfather's guards. These individuals are not among them, she said, anxiously gripping Chen Fan's arm. Indeed, these men appear to be almost entirely masters, and they carry the scent of blood, suggesting they have recently taken lives. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. What? Is my grandfather in danger? Li Jiaying's face paled, recalling her grandfather's last text message, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Fan's expression grew grave as they sped along the winding road, the Wuling van reaching speeds of 150 km/h. In 3 minutes, the unregistered Wuling van came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Li family villa. Unlike the foot of the mountain, no guards were present, yet even before entering, Chen Fan detected an overwhelming stench of blood, so potent that even Li Jiaying, an ordinary person, could sense it. It was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. With a decisive kick, Chen Fan shattered the two 5-meter-high iron doors, revealing a scene of carnage that greeted them. Ugh. Li Jiaying was overwhelmed by the sight of blood and corpses, retching violently. "Ah, Sister Jiaying, you have finally returned. And this must be your pathetic fiancé, Chen Fan." At that moment, Li Jiahui, impeccably dressed and handsome yet with a malevolent glint in his eyes, rolled into view in a wheelchair, which bore the frail form of the already weakened Li Chaoren. Beside Li Jiahui stood the robust man wielding the black iron fan. "Brother, did you kill all these people? Have you lost your mind?" Li Jiaying wept as she gazed upon the lifeless bodies, many of which bore familiar faces the family's long-time maid. The plump chef renowned for his delectable pastries, several bodyguards who had often accompanied her, and the stern yet affectionate qi condensation practitioner who had served the family. Nearly a bunch of servants. They were too oblivious to the circumstances and were slain without a second thought. Li Jiahui scoffed coldly. "And what of grandfather? Bring him out. Without the high-energy nutrient solution, he cannot last much longer." Li Jiaying demanded angrily, her eyes fixed on Li Jiahui. Grandfather's time is short, yet before he departs, witnessing my torment of Chen Fan, the one he cherishes so dearly, will suffice." Li Jiahui sneered as he approached Chen Fan, treading through a pool of blood. Seated in a wheelchair, Li Chaoren gasped faintly, despair flickering in his eyes, yet he lacked the strength to utter a sound. "It is over. With Chen Fan's death, the Li family's aspirations to ascend to the pinnacle of Huaxia will perish." Li Chaoren's heart turned to ashes. "Sometimes I truly wonder, is Chen Fan truly your grandson? Or am I the one? Is he not just a useless third-year student?" Li Jiahui scoffed as he stood before Chen Fan, radiating the powerful energy of a grandmaster. "Kneel before me," he commanded. According to his intelligence, Chen Fan was merely a third-year student at Jiangnan University, obscure and unremarkable, not even warranting intervention from Zhang Eryi of the Iron Fan sect, who was in the mid-stage of qi gathering. With his grandmaster's strength, a mere finger could eliminate Chen Fan. Yet, moments later, his expression shifted as he realized his grandmaster pressure had no effect on Chen Fan whatsoever. "What? You are the first family in Hong Kong, yet your intelligence is outdated?" Chen Fan retorted, bemused. Over the past month, he had accomplished numerous significant feats in Jiangnan City. Yet this fool still believed him to be the Chen Fan from a month prior. You, a third-year student, a useless brat, earning your living by working part-time and serving others at school, you think you deserve my attention?" Li Jiahui scoffed. "If you were aware of my recent exploits, I doubt you would speak so brazenly." Chen Fan replied coldly, snapping his fingers as two streams of golden energy shot forth. Crack! Li Jiahui's leg shattered, and he fell to his knees before Chen Fan. The excruciating pain elicited a scream, simultaneously flooding him with shock and humiliation. The humiliation stemmed from his earlier desire to see Chen Fan kneel before him. Now he found himself in that very position. The shock was due to his certainty that it was Chen Fan's external energy that had shattered his legs. You are a qi gathering expert. How is this possible?" Li Jiahui roared in disbelief, recalling that just a month ago, Chen Fan was a mere impoverished student, a pathetic sycophant. At this moment, not only Li Jiahui but even Li Chaoren and the composed Zhang Eryi displayed astonishment. No wonder old Zhang risked everything to save this child. In his early 20s, he has already reached the qi gathering stage. Li Chaoren thought, both surprised and delighted. A qi gathering expert of this age would rank among the top 20 in Xiangjing. However, your energy is golden, while a normal qi gathering expert's energy is white. You must have utilized special means to forcibly elevate your realm, resulting in this anomaly. Many sects possess secret methods for forcibly enhancing cultivation levels, yet few dare to employ them. By doing so, you have severed your own path. You shall be forever stuck at the initial stage of qi gathering, far weaker than a true qi gathering expert. Zhang Eryi, originally named Zheng Zhigang, ranked second in the Zheng family of Iron Fan sect, possessing mid-stage qi gathering strength and extensive knowledge. Within the Zheng family, there are methods to forcibly enhance cultivation, but such hastily attained qi gathering experts often possess tainted energy, leading to various colors of energy. While he had never encountered golden energy, it was widely acknowledged that pure white energy was the most powerful. Thus, upon seeing Chen Fan's golden energy, he was able to make such a confident judgment. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at the first part of the statement, recognizing Zheng Zhigang's keen insight, yet he felt speechless at the latter. "I have already reached the initial stage of qi lake. How can you claim I am stuck at qi gathering?" Moreover, his energy had been white at the initial stage of qi gathering, but had transformed into golden energy upon stepping into qi lake. Although Chen Fan did not fully understand the concept of mutated energy, he was certain that golden energy was significantly more potent than white energy. So it was a secret method to forcibly elevate your realm. I thought you were truly impressive." Li Jiahui laughed, finding balance once more. Hearing this, Li Jiaying looked at Chen Fan with concern, having also wondered how he could achieve the qi gathering stage at his age, particularly after defeating Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan at Qinglong Mountain. If it were through secret methods, that would explain it. Whether it is through secret methods or not, you can ascertain by trying. Chen Fan responded with a cold smile. "For someone like you, a mere sham qi gathering expert, a single finger from me is sufficient," Zheng Zhigang arrogantly declared, then pointed a finger at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, move aside. Zheng Zhigang is a mid-stage qi gathering expert. You are no match for him." Chen Jiang shouted anxiously. Chen Fan, what does it matter that you are at the initial stage of qi gathering? Today, with Zhang Eryi here, even a single finger can crush you. Li Jiahui, unable to move due to his broken legs, shouted resentfully at Chen Fan. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, when faced with Zhang Zhigang's finger, Chen Fan displayed no signs of trepidation, casually raising his hand to point back. Instantly, a beam of golden energy shot from his fingertip. Arrogant. A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. Today, let me show you just how feeble mutated energy is against pure energy. Zhang Zhigang snorted coldly, releasing a stream of white energy towards Chen Fan's golden energy. You are doomed, kid. Li Jiahui laughed heartily, envisioning Chen Fan being obliterated by the white energy. Boom. As the golden and white energies collided, the anticipated scene of Chen Fan's golden energy dispersing and his demise did not occur. Instead, at the moment of impact, the white energy melted like snow meeting a scorching iron, surging towards Zhang Zhigang's heart. Not good. Zhang Zhigang's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, barely managing to block his chest with the black iron fan. Boom. A resounding crash echoed. Zhang Zhigang felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, sending him flying. Even with the iron fan as a moderate defense, he still broke several ribs. The scene fell into an eerie silence. In the vast courtyard, only the sound of hurried breaths remained. Li Jiaying's mouth hung agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Li Jiahui's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. Li Chaorin's despair transformed into a spark of intense brightness. Zhang Eryi was a mid-stage qi-gathering expert. How could he be defeated by a third-year student with a mere finger? This must be a trick. It cannot be real. Li Jiahui bellowed. What realm are you in? Zhang Zhigang, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, stood up, his gaze towards Chen Fan shifting entirely, now filled with wariness. You ask me? I am at the Qi Lake King realm, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Humph. Such arrogance. There is not a single Qi Lake King in all of Hong Kong, yet you, a mere boy in your 20s, dare to boast of being one. Your prowess is indeed formidable, perhaps even rivaling my own. Individuals of your caliber rank among the top 10 of the younger generation in Xiaojing, marking you as an exceptional genius. Zhang Jicheng scoffed, his gaze solemn as he unfurled the black iron fan in his hand, which then hovered in the air before him. But what of genius? You shall meet your demise shortly. With a sudden rustle, the metallic mesh of the fan separated from its iron ribs. 18 iron ribs, crafted from dark iron, shot forth, each akin to a short sword, while the metallic surface of the fan expanded into a formidable net, surging towards Chen Fan to ensnare him. This was the iron fan sect's most potent technique, the universe within the fan. It was said that once caught in its mesh, even those at the mid-stage of qi condensation faced certain death. Li Jiaying's expression shifted dramatically, her voice rising in alarm. Li Jiao's face, however, lit up with delight. Huh. The young girl possesses keen insight. Indeed, this is the renowned technique of my Zheng family, which commands respect across Hong Kong. Before Zheng Jiqiang could finish his words, the iron net that ensnared Chen Fan erupted into a shower of debris. Simultaneously, a golden brick soared through the air, shattering the 18 iron ribs into fragments. Void slash! Chen Fan bellowed, a black hole materializing behind Zheng Jiqiang, a streak of golden energy cleaving through him, severing his head from his body. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye, too swift for any to react. Zhang Jiqiang, at the mid-stage of qi condensation, was annihilated in an instant. You. Zheng Jiqiang's blood splattered across Li Jiao's face as he turned, staring blankly at Chen Fan. Shock, terror, disbelief. This torrent of emotions left Li Jiao's spirit quaking. Li Jiaying was equally astounded, as if in a dream. This was the second in command of the Zheng family, a figure more formidable than Kai Tongming. Felled by Chen Fan in a single strike? Meanwhile, Li Chaorin's nearly extinguished gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. Remarkable. In his early 20s. Capable of effortlessly dispatching a long-established mid-stage qi condensation powerhouse, such a feat could only be achieved by someone at the pinnacle of qi condensation. A 20-year-old at the peak of qi condensation could surely contend with the unrivaled talents of the reclusive sex in Xiaojing. Li Chaorin's heart swelled with excitement. Envisioning his granddaughter with such an extraordinary companion, in that moment, he felt that even death would hold no regrets. Chen Fan refrained from slaying Li Jiaowei, recognizing him as Li Jiaying's cousin and Li Chaorin's only grandson, leaving the matter for them to resolve. Chen Fan, with Li Jiaying in tow, circumnavigated Zheng Jiqiang's lifeless body to reach Li Chaorin. Li Chaorin, gazing at the pair, yearned to speak, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. Grandfather, do not worry. I have already summoned a private doctor. He will arrive momentarily. You must hold on. Li Jiaying grasped Li Chaorin's hand, anxiety lacing her words. Chen Fan then produced an exquisite iron box from his pocket, filled with silver needles. Chen Fan, you are not a doctor. Do not meddle with grandfather. Li Jiaying interjected sharply as she observed Chen Fan brandishing the silver needles. There is no time for hesitation. Immediate action is essential to save the elderly gentleman, for he cannot endure 5 more minutes. Chen Fan declared, disregarding Li Jiaying's protests, his hands moving deftly. The silver needles, guided by Chen Fan's golden energy, levitated in the air before swiftly penetrating various acupoints on Li Chaoren's body as per Chen Fan's command. Chen Fan, cease this nonsense. If you blindly insert needles, you will harm grandfather. Li Jiaying was frantic and incensed, yet powerless to intervene. The 13 ghostly needles. Upon the insertion of the first needle, Li Chaoren's complexion markedly improved, granting him the ability to speak. Grandfather, you can speak. Li Jiaying exclaimed in delight, her gaze towards Chen Fan transformed. Huh, Chen Fan. I had no idea you possessed mastery over the 13 ghostly needles. Li Chaoren regarded Chen Fan with astonished admiration, though his expression soon dimmed. Nevertheless, even so, you cannot save me. Why not, grandfather? The 13 ghostly needles are reputed to revive the dead, are they not? Li Jiaying questioned, puzzled. While the full application of the 13 ghostly needles can indeed bring the dead back to life, even the current head of the Sun family, known as the Apothecary King, can administer no more than the 7th needle. My lifespan is nearly exhausted, sustained only by rare herbs and treasures. Even the 7th needle cannot save me. Li Chaoren remarked with a bitter smile. Then let us not despair. If 7 needles are insufficient, we shall employ 8. Chen Fan replied casually, his hands unceasing in their work. 2nd needle, 3rd needle, 4th needle, 8th needle. Done. Elder, take a few steps. Chapter 83. I am your father. Witnessing Li Chaoren, now with black hair and appearing 2 decades younger, Li Jiaying's expression had turned to stone. Li Chaoren, too, stared in disbelief at his own hands, which he could now easily clench, the wrinkles on his skin having significantly diminished. Overcome with excitement, he attempted to lift his leg. The joints, having long been inactive, creaked. Yet Li Chaoren stood upright, having risen from his wheelchair. Grandfather. Tears of joy streamed down Li Jiaying's face as she rushed to support him. 10 years. I have been bedridden for a decade. I never imagined I would have the chance to stand again, and my body feels at least 20 years younger, Li Chaoren declared, his once frail appearance replaced by the formidable presence of Hong Kong's wealthiest man. Chen Fan, I never anticipated that not only were you extraordinarily powerful, but you could also execute the 8th needle of the 13 ghostly needles. Even the head of the Apothecary King's family pales in comparison to you, Li Chaoren exclaimed excitedly, his gaze towards Chen Fan resembling that of a man beholding the most exquisite treasure in existence. Meanwhile, Li Jiawei, kneeling nearby, stared in shock at the rejuvenated Li Chaoren. Li Chaoren turned coldly to face Li Jiawei, striding towards him. Grandfather. Li Jiawei trembled violently. How could I, Li Chaoren, a commercial prodigy, creator of an empire with assets in the tens of trillions, produce 2 fools like you and your father? Li Chaoren's voice thundered, twisting his cane to reveal a small revolver in his hand. Grandfather, please spare me. I am your only grandson. If you kill me, the Li family will perish. And who will manage the Li group? Li Jiawei pleaded, trembling. Bang. The only response was the sound of a gunshot. Observing this scene, Chen Fan's eyelids flickered. Li Chaoren, a true commercial legend, acted decisively, not sparing even his own grandson for his transgressions. Alas, had you and your father merely sought to usurp the family fortune, I would not have been so ruthless. Yet you chose to ally with those 3 families, endangering millions in Hong Kong. I am left with no choice but to act for the greater good. Li Chaoren sighed deeply, turning away, his once dignified eyes now glistening with unshed tears. Do not worry, elder. This 8th needle has rejuvenated you by over 20 years. You still have time to pursue a new path. Chen Fan stepped forward to offer some comfort. Li Chaoren shook his head in response. I am preparing to hand over the Li family's commercial empire for you to manage. Me? Chen Fan pointed at himself, a look of disbelief on his face. If you are pressed for time, you may have Jiaying manage it on your behalf. Transferring all shares into your name, Li Chaoren added. Grandpa, why are you bending your elbow outward? Li Jiaying playfully shook his arm, her tone joyful. As Chen Fan's fiancée, the fortune of the Li family felt like a gift to her as well. Hiki, silly girl. This Li group is meant to serve as your dowry. I fear Chen Fan might not find it appealing. Li Chaoren gazed fondly at Li Jiaying. I wouldn't want to marry him. He has several girlfriends. Li Jiaying shot a glare at Chen Fan. Haha, what of having many girlfriends? In my youth, I had over 100 girlfriends, not counting one-night stands. And who knows how many illegitimate children I still have. Li Chaoren chuckled. And Chen Fan is far superior to the young man I once was. He only has a few girlfriends. Where else could you find such a good man? If it weren't for my assistance to Zhang Chufeng at a crucial moment with Chen Fan, I wouldn't have secured the marriage contract between you and him, Li Chaoren added. What? It's because we helped Grandpa Zhang and Chen Fan that I can sign the marriage contract? Li Jiaying exclaimed in shock, realizing the stature of Chen Fan. Even as the daughter of a wealthy family. No, to be precise, it's not a marriage contract, but rather a breeding agreement. Permitting you to conceive a child with him once he turns 21, Li Chaoren clarified. What? Allow me to bear his child? Li Jiaying felt as if her world had been turned upside down. It seemed almost celestial to bear a child for someone like Chen Fan. Chen Fan, listening nearby, furrowed his brow, equally astonished and curious about his own identity, which warranted such an agreement from the wealthiest man on the island. Just as Chen Fan was about to inquire about Zhang Chufeng and his own circumstances, a sudden loud crash resonated from outside the villa. Boom. The 2 heavy steel doors, forged from solid metal, were flung open. A man of medium stature, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stood at the entrance, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing the blood-soaked courtyard littered with bodies, the man's expression changed dramatically as he looked up to see Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, and Li Jiaying. Villain! Release my brother Chaoren. The middle-aged man bellowed. Li Chaoren and Li Jiaying had no time to intervene as the man lunged at Chen Fan, striking him with a palm. Bang! Both men staggered back several steps. Peak of chi condensation. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this middle-aged man was a formidable opponent at the peak of chi condensation. From the man's address, Chen Fan deduced that he was a friend, not a foe, and refrained from unleashing his full strength, fearing to injure him. If he had used his full power, this man might not have survived, or at least would have been gravely wounded. Who are you? How can someone of your age possess such terrifying cultivation? The middle-aged man's face paled. Incredulity etched on his features as he regarded Chen Fan. Zheng Chao, stand down. Chen Fan is one of us. At that moment, Li Chaoren rushed forward, positioning himself between the two men. Brother Chaoren, you can stand again. Zheng Chao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Li Chaoren striding forward, looking as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Hiki, it's all thanks to my grandson-in-law. Not only did he help me eliminate traitors within the family and kill Zheng Jiqiang, but he also rejuvenated me. Li Chaoren laughed heartily. Chen Fan, this is Zheng Chao, the governor of the island, and a good brother of mine, Li Chaoren introduced. Chen Fan nodded in greeting, realizing that the middle-aged man held significant power over the island, which explained his formidable strength. Zheng Chao regarded Chen Fan with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, as if suddenly recalling something. He grasped Chen Fan's hand tightly and looked at Li Chaoren. Brother Chaoren, you mentioned he is your grandson-in-law. Could he be Chen Fan? Zheng Chao asked urgently. Indeed. My name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied, his brow furrowed, puzzled as to how this influential governor recognized him. You truly are Chen Fan. How wonderful. I'm your father. Chapter 84, Divine Infant. Chen Fan nearly spat out his drink. Li Jiaying's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Governor Zheng Chao, while only Li Chaoren maintained a calm demeanor, as if unfazed. You claim to be my father? Chen Fan stared incredulously at Zheng Chao, astonished at the thought that after being an orphan for over 20 years, he suddenly became the son of a high-ranking official. Ahem, to be precise. It's because my daughter has a betrothal with you that I am considered your father, Zheng Chao clarified, aware of Chen Fan's misunderstanding. You are only 21. Yet at the peak of chi condensation, you could likely contend with the two prodigies from Xiangjing. Zheng Chao observed Chen Fan with increasing approval. Chen Fan was left dumbfounded. Turning to Li Jiaying. The governor is your father? Huh? Li Jiaying's eyes filled with confusion as she recalled her grandfather telling her that her parents had died in a car accident when she was young, and how Governor Zheng had always treated her like his own daughter. Was she possibly the governor's illegitimate child, raised by her grandfather? Images of a novel flashed through her mind as she unconsciously turned to look at Zheng Chao. Father? Li Jiaying tentatively called out. This single word nearly caused Zheng Chao to faint from shock. Li Chaoren also paused before bursting into laughter. Chen Fan, Jiaying, you've misunderstood. The betrothal Zheng Chao mentioned refers to the one between Chen Fan and Liang Luoxin. Indeed, I assisted Grandpa Zhang back in the day. So he also signed a betrothal for me, Zheng Chao explained as he produced a document identical to the one Li Jiaying had. Chen Fan took a look, feeling a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Wait, is Grandpa Zhang treating me like a stud? Lending me out for breeding? Just then, he noticed that Liang Luoxin's name was absent from the document. Although Li Jiaying felt a twinge of displeasure, she leaned in to inspect it and immediately spotted the issue. Hiki, when the betrothal was signed, I didn't tell you'd have a daughter. I hurriedly had one afterward, Zheng Chao chuckled. Li Jiaying, Chen Fan, you're quite fortunate. My friend, Luoxin is a renowned international film star in Hong Kong, currently filming in Hollywood. Li Jiaying remarked with a hint of jealousy. Among those who could rival her, the only one was her childhood friend Liang Luoxin. Chen Fan had certainly heard of Liang Luoxin. She was an international superstar, the goddess of every man's dreams. Even he had once fantasized about her, and now she was to be his fiancée. However, Chen Fan currently had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He was eager to learn more about Zhang Chifeng and his own identity. Zheng Chao and Li Chaoren exchanged a knowing glance, clearly understanding Chen Fan's curiosity. Let me explain. Li Chaoren gazed at Chen Fan and spoke. The stench of blood in the courtyard was overwhelming, prompting Li Chaoren to lead everyone to the rooftop garden of the villa, where they could overlook the towering skyscrapers and scenic beauty of Victoria Harbor. Zhang Chifeng, the elder, had once stood at the pinnacle of power in all of Huaxia. When Li Chaoren began to speak, it was as though a heavy hammer had struck down. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as the gentle visage of Zhang Chifeng appeared in his mind. The fact that grandfather Zhang had once been the foremost powerhouse in all of Huaxia was astonishing to him. Although Chen Fan had suspected Zhang Chifeng's identity was extraordinary, he never anticipated it to be this formidable. Indeed, in his prime, Elder Zhang was the head of the Zhang family, one of the three hidden families of Zijing. These clandestine sects were shrouded in mystery, refraining from interaction with the secular world. It was said that even a dog released from their ranks could sweep away the so-called prominent families of Huaxia. Their status was exalted, and their information was closely guarded. Had it not been for Elder Zhang's misfortunes in Hong Kong, we might never have known of the existence of these three hidden sects, Liang Zhanchao added. Li Jiaying, listening intently, recalled that Zhang Chifeng had once stayed with the Li family when she was just a toddler. She remembered him as a kindly grandfather, unaware that he was a figure of such towering strength within Huaxia. Yet, despite the might of the Zhang family, they ultimately could not escape the fate of annihilation. The root of all this calamity lay in a child referred to as the Divine Infant. A group of mysterious powerhouses had suddenly appeared, invading the Zhang family and slaughtering their elite members, leaving only Elder Zhang to flee with the Divine Infant. Upon concluding his account, Li Chaoren's gaze burned intensely as he turned to Chen Fan. I understand now. I am the child responsible for the Zhang family's destruction, the so-called Divine Infant. Chen Fan inhaled deeply, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he was the very catalyst for the annihilation of Grandfather Zhang's entire clan. Li Chaoren nodded gravely. That year, Elder Zhang had appeared in Hong Kong, cradling the barely alive Yu, ultimately slaying 2 formidable pursuers. He himself sustained grievous injuries. And it was Liang Zhanqiao and I who rescued both him and you. At that time, you were on the brink of death. But fortune smiled upon us when the Liang family, a lineage renowned for their geomantic prowess, possessed a rare phoenix blood nirvana flower that blooms once in a millennium. We stormed into the Liang family and obtained the flower, which revived you. However, regarding your origins and the identity of those pursuing him, Elder Zhang remained tight-lipped, simply stating that you were the Divine Infant and that the woman destined to unite with you would have the potential to give birth to a being capable of dominating Huaxia. As a gesture of gratitude for saving you, he agreed to let you and our descendants sign a marriage contract, granting you the right to bear offspring. After Li Chaoren's revelation, everyone turned their silent gaze toward Chen Fan. He remained quiet for a long while. For over 20 years, he had believed himself to be merely a wretched child abandoned by his parents, raised with great effort by the elder director. Little did he know he was the holy infant that had led to the director's clan's demise. Perhaps at the outset, the elder had some ulterior motives for him. But throughout these 2 decades, Chen Fan had truly felt that Zhang Chufeng treated him like a beloved grandson. From high school to university, Zhang Chufeng had always taught him to be an ordinary person. Even in death, he left Chen Fan a mere 2 million, intending for him to live a simple life, purchasing a home and leading a mundane existence with the woman he loved. The elder director regarded him as his own, and the enmity of the Zhang family's destruction became Chen Fan's own. He vowed to avenge this wrong. Those who slaughtered the Zhang family, regardless of who they were, must perish. The memory of the elder director's kind face and the worn-out rattle drum he had held flooded Chen Fan's mind. In an instant, his emotions spiraled out of control, and he roared, unleashing a surge of murderous intent. Golden true energy erupted around him, as if it were flames engulfing his surroundings. Chapter 85. The hidden sect. The golden true energy surged violently, swirling around Chen Fan as his hair, brows, and pupils transformed into what appeared to be solid gold. In that moment, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming torrent of power coursing through him. Though he was merely at the initial stage of the Qi Lake realm, he felt capable of tearing apart mid-stage adversaries and even holding his own against peak Qi Lake masters. Moments later, the golden flames of true energy dissipated, and his hair and eyes returned to their normal hue. Li Chaoren, Liang Zhanqiao, and Li Jiaying stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Was this truly what Elder Zhang referred to as the Divine Infant with divine blood? In that instant, it felt as if they were facing a deity, their very souls trembling in awe. But why was the true energy not a pure white, but rather golden? Typically, only forcibly elevated true energy would manifest in such colors. Liang Zhanqiao, a peak Qi condensation expert, felt the intensity of this moment more profoundly than anyone else. It was not merely about strength, but a primal fear etched into his being. However, he looked at Chen Fan's golden true energy with a mix of shock and confusion. Li Chaoren swallowed hard. Even as the wealthiest man on Hong Kong Island, seasoned and well-versed, he had never encountered someone capable of such a transformation. Chen Fan himself was equally taken aback. In his fury, it felt as if a ferocious consciousness within his blood had awakened uncontrollably, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. He had no doubt that in this state, he could fight against foes 1 or even 2 levels above him. Yet he was puzzled, as the system had not granted him any related skills or talents. When he inquired, the system remained silent. Chen Fan, we understand your feelings. You must be eager to uncover who orchestrated the slaughter of the entire Zhang family, but aside from Elder Zhang, only the 2 hidden families in Zijing might hold the answers, Liang Zhanqiao said. I can set out immediately to Zijing to confront those 2 hidden sects and demand the truth, Chen Fan declared. Do not act impulsively. Zijing is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, where sects and families abound. Powerful figures from all over Huaxia and beyond converge there. And those 2 hidden families are especially elusive, rarely revealing themselves. If your identity is insufficient, you may not even gain the chance to approach their gates, Liang Zhanqiao cautioned. Isn't your status as the governor of Hong Kong Island substantial enough? Chen Fan frowned. Do not speak of me. Even the head of the Yi family, who controls the entire Huaxia War Department, barely qualifies to interact with their steward or other non-core personnel. Yang Zhanqiao replied. These 2 hidden families surpass all major forces in Huaxia. Perhaps only the Dragon Lord of Huaxia holds the qualifications for direct, equal dialogue with their direct descendants. Speaking of the two hidden families, a hint of reverence and longing unconsciously seeped into Liang Zhanchao's gaze. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that these two hidden families were so powerful as to transcend all forces within Huaxia. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that Chen Fan was unaware of whether they were allies or enemies of the Zhang family. It was entirely possible that the Zhang family's demise was intricately linked to these two families. Acting recklessly could very well lead him into a den of wolves. All of this stemmed from his own weakness. If only his strength could reach that of an emperor-level powerhouse or even ascend to loftier realms. Then what sect or family would stand before him like mere chickens and dogs? Within Chen Fan's heart, a fervent desire for power surged, overshadowing his previous thoughts of enjoying life with over 20,000 health points and immense wealth, surrounded by numerous beautiful women. You need not worry, Chen Fan. Liang Zhanchao reassured him. The members of those two hidden families are not entirely inaccessible. Next month, the Yi family of Xiangjing will host the decade-annual Huaxia Martial Arts Conference, where formidable families from various provinces will select their strongest representatives under 30 to participate. The two hidden families will also dispatch envoys to scout for exceptional young talents to recruit into their families and arrange marriages with suitable women from their lineage. At that time, you can join the team from Hong Kong Island that I will lead, which will also facilitate a discreet investigation into the truth of the past. Liang Zhanchao continued. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a splendid idea. Ah, Zhanchao, your plan is truly a masterstroke, Chen Fan remarked. At just 21. Having reached the pinnacle of qi condensation, he was certain to shine at the martial arts conference, potentially redeeming the Hong Kong Island team's tarnished reputation. Li Chaoren clapped his hands in amusement. With Chen Fan's prowess, it should be a piece of cake to secure a championship for the Hong Kong team. Chen Fan, however, felt a flicker of confusion at his words, while Liang Zhanchao's face flushed slightly. You see, because of my connection with Chaoren, the three major families on Hong Kong Island are reluctant to send their descendants to represent the island, opting instead for the younger members of smaller families. Which is why we always end up at the bottom of the rankings, Liang Zhanchao explained, somewhat sheepishly. Chen Fan nodded, knowing that he could easily elevate himself to the peak of qi condensation if he wished, and with a high-grade artifact. Winning the championship for the Hong Kong team would be well within reach. Just then, a military helicopter roared towards their location. Ah, Jiwenhao has arrived, Liang Zhanchao exclaimed. Jiwenhao? Chen Fan turned to Li Zhiying for clarification. Jiwenhao is the disciple of Uncle Liang, the governor of Hong Kong. His real name is Zhou Jiwenhao, and he is currently the captain of the Hong Kong Tiger team, possessing mid-level qi condensation strength, Li Zhiying explained. Chen Fan nodded and gazed towards the helicopter, which hovered 20 meters above the ground. A tall man in his mid-30s, clad in a blue jumpsuit, black combat vest, and a black beret, leapt from the helicopter with agility. Upon landing, he effortlessly bent his knees to absorb the impact and stood upright, while two ropes descended from the helicopter, allowing for similarly attired men to descend. Master, Mr. Li, Zhou Jiwenhao greeted with a salute. Upon seeing the rosy complexion and dark hair of Li Chaoren, his expression suddenly shifted before he quickly concealed it. Jiwenhao, allow me to introduce you to Chen Fan, the fiancé of Li Zhiying, who cured Chaoren's ailment. Liang Zhanchao said with a smile. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen, Zhou Jiwenhao nodded, offering a smile, yet a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan sensed the hidden animosity, prompting a frown. Furthermore, Chen Fan is not only Jiaying's fiancé but also your sister Luoxin's fiancé. Soon, we shall all be family. Liang Zhanchao added. What? Zhou Jiwenhao's 4 Tiger team members gasped in shock, glancing at him, while Zhou Jiwenhao's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped Chen Fan, emanating from Zhou Jiwenhao. Jiwenhao remained calm, Liang Zhanchao commanded, releasing a surge of energy that caused Zhou Jiwenhao to stagger back. Having only recently entered mid-level qi condensation, he was no match for Liang Zhanchao. Jiwenhao, I understand your feelings for Luoxin, but she has been betrothed to Chen Fan for over 20 years. Moreover, she has mentioned that she regards you as a brother. Liang Zhanchao asserted. Brother? Why must I be relegated to that role? I have followed you since I was 13, reached the level of Grandmaster at 20, and achieved mid-level qi condensation at 35. In 5 years, I will undoubtedly reach your current level. What merit does this Chen Fan possess over me? Zhou Jiwenhao could no longer contain his fury, shouting in frustration. Liang Zhanchao's expression darkened, yet fearing to provoke his proud disciple further, he refrained from revealing Chen Fan's true strength. Jiwenhao, I will find a way to compensate you regarding Luoxin. I will be retiring in a year, and I intend to pass the governorship to you, Liang Zhanchao reassured him, patting Zhou Jiwenhao's shoulder. The 4 Tiger team members behind Zhou Jiwenhao urged him to calm down, and ultimately, he seemed to accept the reality, falling silent. Liang Zhanchao nodded in satisfaction. Governor, we have gathered intelligence that tonight, Li Yangjie will host a banquet at Phoenix Mountain with the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Fengshui clan, and the British royal envoy Lord Wilson, where he will announce the termination of contracts with the Hong Kong government and sign a permanent alliance with the 3 major families, a vice-captain of the Tiger team reported. I am not dead yet. They wish to form an alliance with the 3 giants? Not on my watch. Li Chaoren declared, striking his cane forcefully against the ground. Jinxiao, tonight we shall go to Phoenix Mountain and confront these three giants. Liang Jinxiao nodded. Though the three giants were at the pinnacle of qi condensation, he and Chen Fan stood at the same level, bolstered by Zhou and Hao, and the four initial-level Tiger Team vice-captains, ensuring they could retreat unscathed even in the face of such formidable opponents. What do you think, Chen Fan? Liao Jinxiao and Li Chaoren turned to Chen Fan. He nodded in agreement, recognizing both as his future fathers-in-law. Moreover, his grandfather, the former dean, had acquired the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower from the Iron Fan sect in the Fengshui Liang family, making it essential for him to investigate, as it might yield clues. As they recognized the significance of Chen Fan, Zhou and Hao's fist clenched tightly, his gaze growing colder. Night fell. The Fengshui clan, the Liang family, once concealed within Phoenix Mountain, now radiated with light and life. Luxury cars and helicopters lined up at the Liang family estate, with distinguished figures from Hong Kong and powerful allies disembarking, including numerous international guests. Today marked the day when Li Yangjie, the newly appointed head of the Li family, would sign a permanent alliance with the three major giants, heralding a monumental shift in the power dynamics of Hong Kong. Thus, whether seeking collaboration or fearing retribution, nearly every significant force in Hong Kong had gathered. In a secure room crafted from pure metal within the Liang family's reception hall, Liang Tianyuan, the head of the Liang family, Zheng Jihong, the head of the Iron Fan sect, and Lord William, the Queen's envoy, sat before a table displaying a map of Hong Kong and a world map. The island map has been divided into 3 equal parts, while the world map is marked with 3 different colors, each representing the mines owned by the Li family. The entirety of the island and the Li family's mines scattered across the globe have been thoroughly divided among the 3 major powers. Congratulations, Lord William, on acquiring those mines that once produced magical stones. You have indeed struck a remarkable deal, remarked Liang Tianyuan, his white hair contrasting with his pristine training attire, as he squinted his eyes. The West differs from the East. We enhance our combat prowess with magical stones, while you in the East rely on spirit stones. We each take what we need, and no one gains an unfair advantage, Lord William replied with a smile. Haha, this foreigner certainly knows a great deal, chuckled Zheng Jihong, his spirits lifted by the favorable distribution of the Li family's mines. Li Yangjie pales in comparison to his father. Liang Tianyuan suddenly interjected, shaking his head. That fool believes that by signing some trivial alliance agreement, we would obediently wait for them to distribute spirit stones and serve them like those minor factions. Little does he know that once he terminates agreements with the government and those small factions, the balance will be shattered, and the strong from those minor sects will abandon him at once. Without the support of the government and those small factions, the moment he finds himself isolated, we will force him to sign transfer agreements for those mines. Subsequently, the Li family and the governor will be left with nothing but an empty shell, unable to consolidate those minor powers and posing no threat to us. The island will truly belong to the 3 major powers, Zhang Jihong concluded, and the 3 erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Li Yangjie luxuriated in the most prestigious guest room of the Liang family, relishing the massage from 2 top stars of the island clad in bikinis, a gift specially prepared by Liang Tianyuan. With a resounding clap, his hand struck the firm, supple skin, sending ripples akin to water waves throughout the room, the crisp sound resonating in the air, a harbinger of spring. Alas, father, it is a pity you will not witness the day I command the 3 major powers of the island, leading the Li family to become the true masters here. You were foolish to hold onto those mine resources. Why partner with those minor factions and the governor? Instead, we could control the 3 major powers with those resources. Replace the governor, and then the island would bear the Li surname. You should have seen how the 3 major powers treated me like a lapdog. Such respect you never received. Li Yangjie boasted, surrounded by his companions, mocking his father, Li Chaoren, for his short-sightedness. Strangely, considering the high-energy nutrient solution, his father should not have lasted more than half an hour. Why had Jia Hui not come to inform him? 2 minutes later, having finished, Li Yangjie glanced at his phone, finding no messages from his son. However, he remained unconcerned about any mishaps, for Zhang Zhijiang, the second strongest of the Zheng family, was present. At that moment, a woman knocked and entered. Mr. Li, the guests for the banquet have arrived. The heads of the Zheng and Liang families, as well as Lord William, are already on site, and the signing ceremony can commence. Chapter 87. I am the king of the island. The banquet took place in a grand hall of the Liang family, capable of hosting over 1,000 guests, each of whom was a heavyweight in the realms of politics and business, as well as formidable figures from the various families and factions of the island. They gathered in small groups to discuss the theme of the evening, which revolved around the Li family's termination of agreements with the government and their collaboration with the 3 major families. Hey, didn't the wealthy Li Chaoren have a good relationship with the governor and those martial arts families? Why the sudden shift to end contracts and ally with the 3 major powers? Someone inquired, as many attendees were businessmen who, while having business dealings with either the Li family or the 3 major powers, were unaware of the underlying circumstances. You may not know, but there are rumors that the tycoon Li Chaoren has fallen gravely ill, even possibly deceased. Today, it is his son Li Yangjie who will sign the agreements with the 3 major powers. Another voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, many guests suddenly realized the implications. Indeed, a new ruler brings new subjects. With the tycoon gone, Li Yongjie swiftly chose to ally with the three major powers, leaving the second and third-rate martial arts families that once followed the Li family in dire straits. Some shook their heads in lament, but for the businessmen, the matter was largely irrelevant. They would continue their dealings regardless of who held power. However, the expressions of the martial arts families around them darkened significantly upon hearing the news. What a fool Li Yongjie is. He has no idea of the three major powers' tactics. By collaborating with them, the Li family will be consumed entirely. Masters of the Wu and Huang families, you are the largest families aside from the three major powers. What do you suggest we do about this situation? Asked the heads of several third-rate families. Their faces contorted with concern as they looked to the two middle-aged men in their 50s who were flanked by supporters. I believe this could turn out to be a fortuitous development. After all, we have fought alongside the Li family and the governor against the three major powers for so long, suffering tremendous losses. What did we gain in the end? Merely a pitiful amount of spirit stones. Now, with the Li family betraying us to ally with the three major powers, why not align ourselves with them as well? We could coexist peacefully, suggested Huang Yongguan, a lean man with a hooked nose, one of the strongest second-rate families allied with the Li family and the governor. As soon as Huang Yongguan finished speaking, 7 or 8 families nodded in agreement. Huang Yongguan, do you realize what you were saying? Partnering with the three major powers? Have you forgotten how they previously treated us? They would have crushed us into servitude if they could. Had it not been for Brother Chaoren and the governor, we would have been long consumed by the three major powers, retorted Wu Chenggong, a plump middle-aged man, his voice rising in anger. Similarly, 6 or 7 other third-rate families stood alongside Wu Chenggong, glaring fiercely at Huang Yongguan. Ha, Brother Wu, you mentioned the past, but now that Li Chaoren has passed, and the governor is set to retire, even Li Yongjie has chosen to ally with the three major powers. Why not seize this opportunity while we are still in the mid-stage of qi condensation, align ourselves with the three major powers, and perhaps become elders or similar? It might be better than our current situation, Huang Yongguan sneered. Shameless. Even if our family is struggling, we maintain our dignity and will not serve as pawns for the three major families, Wu Chenggong declared, stepping away with the families aligned with him. Humph, stubborn fools. Your fate awaits, extermination, Huang Yongguan coldly remarked, having already aligned himself with the three major powers and come to act as their advocate. He had not anticipated Wu Chenggong would be so obstinate. Brother Wu, what if today Li Yongjie truly terminates our agreement? Without the Li family and the governor, we could barely hold our ground against the three major powers. Should they ally with them, we would face certain doom, voiced the heads of several third-rate families beside Wu Chenggong, their worry palpable. If it comes to that, we will leave the island rather than serve the three major powers. Wu Chenggong clenched his fist resolutely. Indeed, if need be, we will relocate our entire families from the island. The crowd echoed fervently. At that moment, a group of individuals unexpectedly emerged from the stage of the banquet hall. Leading them was Li Yongjie, a middle-aged man of average height, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority with his hands clasped behind his back and chin raised high. What was even more astonishing was that the three major powerhouses followed closely behind him, displaying utmost respect. Even the royal envoy, Viscount William, personally pulled out a chair for Li Yongjie. The crowd below erupted in astonishment, with many prominent figures from the business and political realms gazing at Li Yongjie in disbelief. The three giants showed him such deference, leaving them profoundly shaken. In that moment, Li Yongjie felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. With the three giants reverently trailing behind him, under the astonished gazes of nearly all the distinguished individuals of Hong Kong Island, he felt like the king of Hong Kong Island. Father, are you watching from above? This is your son whom you always look down upon. Now he commands the allegiance of the three giants and reigns over the entirety of Hong Kong Island. You spent your life toiling with the governor. Did you achieve what I have? Even so, do you still refuse to acknowledge my capabilities? Will you still bequeath the family fortune to that mainland boy named Chen Fan? In that moment, Li Yongjie longed to seize Li Chaoren and bellow at him, urging him to open his eyes and recognize the achievements he had garnered upon assuming leadership of the Li group. He imagined that if Li Chaoren were present, he would surely bow his head in shame, admitting, Yongjie, father was wrong. As Li Yongjie and Li Chaoren took their seats, the entire venue fell into silence. Mr. Li, here is the proposed agreement to terminate the contract between you, the Hong Kong government, and those second and third-tier families. Please sign it in the presence of the elite of Hong Kong Island, Liang Tianyuan said, bowing slightly as he handed Li Yongjie the termination agreement. Li Yongjie nodded as he accepted it. Li Yongjie, you cannot sign this. Once you do, the Li group and the fruits of your father's lifelong efforts will be utterly destroyed. Not only will we small families suffer, but your Li group will also be devoured by the three giants. Wu Chenggong suddenly stood up, shouting in anger. Wu Chenggong, do not sow discord. Mr. Li is young and accomplished. His vision and perspective far surpass those of Li Chaoren. We three old fellows are all in awe of Mr. Li's caliber, and we shall follow his lead, Liang Tianyuan retorted coldly. Wu Chenggong, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are merely afraid that once the Li family collaborates with the three giants, you small families will no longer benefit from the Li family. I truly do not understand why my father chose to support such bloodsuckers like you. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yongjie coldly signed the termination agreement and tossed it at Wu Chenggong's feet. You are digging your own grave, Wu Qinggong exclaimed, his face turning pale as he staggered back, his voice trembling. Upon witnessing Li Yongjie sign the termination agreement, the three giants' eyes gleamed with delight. Knowing that from this day forth, the second and third-tier families of Hong Kong Island were finished, and the Li group along with the governor would also be no more. The territory of Hong Kong Island would now belong entirely to them. How could a bunch of leeches comprehend Mr. Li's vision and strategy? You'd best leave. Yang Tianyuan sneered, and with a stomp of his foot, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced beneath him, transforming into a phoenix that shot towards Wu Qinggong. Boom. Even with some preparation, Wu Qinggong was instantly sent flying by the phoenix-like force, spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries. All present gasped in shock, including the remaining two giants, William and Zheng Jihong, who regarded the display with trepidation. Those who recognize the times are wise. I just offered you a kind warning. Yet you refused to listen and brought this upon yourself, Wang Yunguan remarked coldly. The heads of the third-rate families who had just allied with the three giants felt relieved at their decision, understanding that a significant shift was about to take place on Hong Kong Island. Meanwhile, Li Yongjie basked in his triumph. Haha, father, are you witnessing this? These so-called strongmen you chose are utterly powerless before the three giants, while they now regard me, Li Yongjie, as their leader. The hall fell silent, with everyone staring in horror at the gravely injured Wu Qinggong, too stunned to speak. Isn't Elder Liang a master of feng shui? How could he injure Wu Qinggong, who was at the mid-stage of qi condensation, with a single strike? Some bewildered elites from the business and political circles inquired. Indeed, Elder Liang did not practice martial arts, but he was the only junior feng shui master in the entire Hong Kong Island. Through long-term cultivation of spiritual energy, he had attained mid-stage qi condensation strength. Furthermore, within his stronghold at Phoenix Mountain, he could even unleash power surpassing the peak of qi condensation, approaching the realm of a half-step qi lake king. A half-step qi lake king. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Experts at the qi lake stage were scarce throughout China, holding esteemed positions, with most congregating in Xiangjing. If a qi lake king were to emerge elsewhere, even the central administration of China would seek to ally with them, often granting them vast powers to govern and establish their own dominions, possessing significant influence over the appointment and dismissal of administrative officials sent by China. Li Yongjie, one day you will regret today's decision. Wu Qinggong was assisted to his feet by the members of other martial arts families. The martial artists directly under the governor glared at Li Yongjie with fury before leaving in haste. From this moment onward, the Li group, represented by Li Yongjie, had completely severed ties with these second and third-tier families, as well as the martial artists led by the governor, leading to the collapse of their alliance. My friends, this is merely a minor interlude. Next, the three of us will sign the mineral transfer agreement with Li Yongjie in front of all the distinguished individuals of Hong Kong Island. Zheng Jihong suddenly interjected with a smile. Li Yongjie, who had previously held himself with an air of superiority, his eyes narrowed, suddenly opened them wide. What did you just call me? What mineral transfer agreement? Li Yongjie turned to glare at the three giants, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Unable to fathom why the three giants, who had just shown him such reverence, now dared to address him by name. As the previously agreed-upon Mineral Cooperation Development Agreement had transformed into a transfer agreement. I called you Li Yongjie. Do you have an issue with that? Zheng Jihong replied with a cold laugh. You have some nerve. Li Yongjie slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Zheng Jihong in anger. Crack. With a swift motion, Zheng Jihong sliced off the finger Li Yongjie was pointing with, as easily as cutting fruit. Li Yongjie, who had been sheltered throughout his life, had never endured such pain, letting out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The three giants coldly observed the writhing Li Yongjie, clutching his finger. Truly a case of a tiger father begetting a dog son. Li Chaoran was a formidable figure, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with us three giants despite not being a martial artist. Yet how did he end up with such a foolish offspring? Zheng Jihong spat a thick loogie onto Li Yongjie's face, then pressed the bloodied finger onto the mineral transfer agreement of the three families. At this moment, Li Yongjie was not only enduring physical pain, but was also deeply affected by a psychological blow. It turned out that all of this was a trap set by the three major families. He felt like a complete joke. In this instant, Li Yongjie's pride lay in ruins. You forced me to sign such an agreement, fearing that the esteemed elites of Hong Kong here will spread this affair, prompting the governor and those families to take action against your three clans? Li Yongjie spoke with a facade of bravado. Weren't you just released from your contracts with those families? Moreover, the mines now belong to us, and the majority of them have allied with us. Liang Tianyuan replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, revealing the small phoenix-shaped energy manifestations at everyone's feet. No one doubted that with a single command from Liang Tianyuan, these energies could rend their bodies apart. We didn't see anything. No. We saw it. It was Li Yongjie who voluntarily signed the mine transfer agreement with the three major families. Several elites from Hong Kong chimed in. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Due to Li Chaoran and the governor's influence, the three major families had previously courted them, but now, with the threat from the families gone, their true colors emerged. Li Yongjie gazed in disbelief at these elites. many of whom had been partners with the Li family for years. He was overwhelmed by regret and fear. Master Wu, save me. Li Yongjie turned to the severely injured Wu Qinggong, feeling as if he had grasped a lifeline. Wu Qinggong's expression was complicated. Li Yongjie had torn apart their initial alliance. And now, acting on his behalf was not only unjustifiable, but also perilous. Given his own injuries in the defection of Huang Yongguan along with most of the lesser families to the three major families, all Wu Qinggong could do was shake his head and sigh. The circumstances were beyond his control. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall, and moments later, several figures entered, causing an uproar in the banquet hall. Li Yongjie's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Qinggong sprang to his feet in excitement. The three major families looked equally astonished, particularly Zheng Jihong, whose expression changed dramatically. Chapter 89. Betrayal. As the newcomers approached, the banquet hall fell silent. Everyone stared incredulously at the figure of Li Chaoren striding confidently at the center. I remember this richest man in Li was bedridden with a severe illness 10 years ago. I even went to visit him, exclaimed a billionaire businessman in shock. Others were equally astonished, witnessing Li Chaoren, with his dark hair and vigorous steps, appearing 20 years younger. The wrinkles on his face all but vanished. The heads of the lesser families who had allied with the three major families felt their hearts race, their bodies trembling slightly. Although Li Chaoren possessed no martial prowess, his mere presence exuded an oppressive force that intimidated even the strongest among them. Dad! Li Yongjie exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed fingers as he gazed at Li Chaoren, who looked 2 decades younger. Beast, do not call me father. I, Li Chaoren, have no son like you. Li Chaoren retorted angrily. Li Yongjie was immediately cowed, trembling with fear and lowering his gaze. The faces of Liang Tianyuan, Zheng Jihong, and others turned ashen as they regarded Li Chaoren, especially Zheng Jihong, who feared for his brother's fate. Yet, William appeared unfazed. Meanwhile, Chen Fan scrutinized the three major families standing on the stage. In an instant, their realms materialized in his mind. Zhang Jihong, Peak of Qi Gathering. William, Peak of Qi Gathering. Liang Tianyuan, Mid Qi Gathering, but can exert the power of half-step Qi Lake Realm with the Feng Ling Fo Shui formation of Phoenix Mountain. Oh. Feng Shui formation? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, discreetly forming seals with his hands. The flow of spiritual energy coursing through Phoenix Mountain and even the entirety of Hong Kong materialized vividly in his mind. He discerned that Phoenix Mountain resembled a colossal phoenix tree, dominating the skyline of Hong Kong, and at the top of its canopy, a massive nest was voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the entire Phoenix Mountain and even Hong Kong itself. This extraction of spiritual energy was terrifying, if harnessed. It could rival the power of a peak Qi Lake expert. However, the Liang family's feng shui abilities were limited, allowing them to utilize barely 1%, barely managing to unleash the might of a half-step Qi Lake realm. Yet, a half-step Qi Lake expert was merely a triviality to Chen Fan, who was a high-level feng shui master. The formations laid by the Liang family were child's play to him. He could easily manipulate the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain to subdue the three major families of Hong Kong. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was particularly intrigued by the spiritual energy nest atop Phoenix Mountain, for it surely housed something extraordinary. Liang Tianyuan, Zheng Jihong, William, I, Li Chaoren, am not dead yet. Li Yongjie has not inherited our Li family business. Thus, the agreement he signed is null and void. Furthermore, even if I were to die, the heir would be my granddaughter's husband, Chen Fan, not Li Yongjie. Upon uttering these words, the hall erupted in an uproar, all eyes turning to the seemingly youthful student beside him. Dad, regardless of anything, Chen Fan is an outsider, while I am your biological son. How could you make him the heir? Li Yongjie shouted vehemently. Li Yongjie, this Chen Fan is a 21-year-old initial Qi gathering expert with boundless potential. If I were Li Chaoren, I would also pass the family business to Chen Fan, Liang Tianyuan remarked, smiling as he regarded Chen Fan as a feng shui master. He had acquired information about the Qinglong Mountain Dragon Pearl through special channels and was aware of Chen Fan's capabilities. Qinglong Mountain, being a dragon lair capable of producing treasures like dragon pearls, was no less formidable than Liang family's Phoenix Mountain. He had intended to set off to Jiang'an City to seize Qilong Mountain after this matter in Hong Kong, but now, this Chen Fan had come to him. Oh, an initial Qi gathering expert at 21? Quite an extraordinary talent. You would surely have your place among the younger generation in Xiangjing, Zhang Jihong remarked, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan. Speaking of which, everyone has met this Chen Fan before. Liang Tianyuan suddenly interjected. Oh, we have met? Zhang Jihong and William exchanged puzzled glances. He is the child who, years ago, Zhang Chifeng used the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower to save. What? That person from back then? Upon recalling that terrifying figure, everyone trembled in fear. That was a Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower that bloomed once every 1,000 years, enough to nurture a Qi Lake Realm King. Yet it had been squandered by him. Attaining the Qi Gathering Realm at merely 21 was undoubtedly a result of the Nirvana flower's influence. Now, your blood must still retain the medicinal properties of the Nirvana flower. I intend to refine your blood into a precious elixir, Liang Tianyuan said through gritted teeth. Humph. If you wish to touch Chen Fan, have you consulted me, Liang Zhenchao, and the Flying Tiger Squad? Liang Zhenchao's peak Qi gathering aura erupted suddenly, confronting Liang Tianyuan head-on. Behind him, Zhou Juanhao and the 4 vice captains of the Flying Tigers, all at the initial stage of qi condensation, unleashed their energies simultaneously. Bang! Before Liang Zhenchao could make a move, he suddenly received a fierce blow from behind, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Zhenchao. Li Chaoren rushed over to support the gravely injured Liang Zhenchao. Zhou Juanhao let out a cold laugh, retracting his hand that had stealthily attacked Liang Zhenchao. Although Zhou Juanhao was merely at the mid-stage of qi condensation, Liang Zhenchao had let down his guard, resulting in a direct hit to his vital points and instant incapacitation. Zhou Juanhao, why? Liang Zhenchao stared at Zhou Juanhao in disbelief. Zhou Juanhao offered no response, merely casting a venomous glance at Liang Zhenchao. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhou Juanhao has long been a member of the English royal family, and upon your demise, the royal family will ardently support him in becoming the new governor of the island. William strolled over with a smile. The hall fell into a profound silence as the island's elite witnessed this scene, none daring to interject. Liang Tianyuan and Zheng Jihong exchanged glances of delight. It appeared William had been hiding his true cards well, and it was only now that they realized Zhou Juanhao had turned traitor. The loss of both the governor and the Flying Tigers was equivalent to crippling Li Chaoren's other wing. Not only would Li Chaoren face death, but even Liang Zhenchao was in peril. This island would soon belong entirely to the three of them. You old fool. I, Zhou Juanhao, have followed you since my teenage years, risking my life for you. Yet you refuse to marry your daughter to me, instead choosing that Chen Fan. Do not blame me for my betrayal if you have shown no kindness. Zhou Juanhao declared with a twisted expression, then menacingly approached Chen Fan. Kid, perhaps if you had waited a few more years, I might not have been your match. But now, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a worthless beginner in qi condensation. I will crush you like an ant. Captain Shou, remember to leave his corpse for me. I shall use his blood to concoct elixirs. Liang Tianyuan said with a sinister grin. Both Lord William and Zheng Jihong regarded Li Chaoren with mocking smiles, as well as Liang Zhenchao and Chen Fan. Ha ha ha, Wu Qinggong, do you now understand how wise my choice was? Huang Yunguan and the martial artists who had allied with the three families reveled in the misfortune of Wu Qinggong and his companions. Wu Qinggong's face was ashen. Though he wished to retort, he had to concede that with the betrayal of the Flying Tigers and the governor's severe injuries, the Li family's side stood no chance. At this moment, even Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao felt they had miscalculated. Escaping unscathed seemed an insurmountable challenge. Chen Fan, do not hold back. Strike Zhou Juanhao down in one blow. I shall burn my essence to buy you and Brother Chaoren a few moments. Liang Zhenchao whispered to Chen Fan and Li Chaoren. They are just a few trash at the initial stage of qi condensation. I can eliminate them with a single hand. Chen Fan shook his head in refusal. Chen Fan, do not be reckless. The situation has deviated entirely from our expectations. Li Chaoren admonished softly, believing Chen Fan was being impulsive due to youthful fervor. However, Chen Fan stepped forward, forming seals with his right hand, and a golden phoenix composed of spiritual energy appeared in his palm. Go, Chen Fan commanded. And the palm-sized golden phoenix soared toward Zhou Juanhao with a cry. What? Zhou Juanhao was taken aback. But there was no time to ponder how Chen Fan had acquired such feng shui abilities, and he quickly threw a punch at the approaching golden phoenix. Boom. Zhou Juanhao's white true energy fist collided with Chen Fan's golden spiritual phoenix, creating a tremendous energy storm. Zhou Juanhao's figure was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. His entire right arm had completely vanished, and he continuously spat blood and internal fragments, indicating that not only his arm, but his internal organs had sustained unimaginable damage. The entire venue fell into a deafening silence as all eyes fixed upon Chen Fan, astonished that this seemingly ordinary university student had defeated Zhou Juanhao, the renowned captain of the Flying Tigers, with a single move. Liang Tianyuan, what is happening? Why is he able to utilize the ultimate techniques of your feng shui lineage? Zhou Juanhao, supported by the 4 vice captains of the Flying Tigers, struggled to speak while coughing blood, clearly on the verge of death. At that moment, Liang Tianyuan gazed at Chen Fan in utter shock. You too can harness the phoenix energy of Phoenix Mountain? You are a feng shui master? Liang Tianyuan exclaimed incredulously. His words landed like a stone thrown into water, creating a ripple of commotion within the room as everyone's gaze shifted toward Chen Fan. A feng shui master was even rarer than a martial arts expert. Once a feng shui master occupied a spiritually rich location, they could harness the energy of heaven and earth, drawing from an inexhaustible source, placing them in an invincible position while gathering spiritual energy to cultivate countless experts. The emergence of a feng shui master would incite a frenzied scramble among various forces and families. How old is this young man? Perhaps just over 20. Yet he has achieved the status of a feng shui master. His future is limitless. Li Chaoren, Liang Zhenchao, and Wu Qinggong all exhibited expressions of delight. Phoenix Mountain was the most spiritually abundant place on the island. If Chen Fan was truly a feng shui master and a peak qi condensation powerhouse, they would possess an unassailable advantage. He must not be allowed to leave alive. The existence of a feng shui master at such a young age filled Liang Tianyuan with disbelief, but more so with an unspeakable fear and profound sense of defeat. Such a prodigious talent, if he were to reach Xiangjing, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the top families there, potentially leading to their utter destruction. Zhang Jihong and Lord William clearly realized this as well, both shouting fiercely as they rushed toward Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, be careful!" Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao exclaimed in alarm, with Liang Zhenchao stepping forward to prepare to burn his last essence to assist Chen Fan. Yet the next scene left them further astounded. Chen Fan, facing two peak qi condensation powerhouses and a feng shui master, exhibited no tension whatsoever. His fingers moved rapidly, continuously forming golden seals. Instantly, the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain was drawn forth in abundance, and golden phoenixes of spiritual energy flew out from Chen Fan's seals. Rushing toward the three leaders with terrifying power, Master Liang quickly summoned your spiritual energy to block him, witnessing the dozens, if not hundreds, of golden spiritual phoenixes. Even the peak qi condensation Zhang Jihong and Lord William felt their scalps tingle. They sensed that nearly 100 golden spiritual phoenixes each bore the power of a peak qi condensation strike. However, Liang Tianyuan, whom they had placed great hopes upon, was drenched in sweat. Though he was desperately trying to manipulate the formation and spiritual energy, his speed was no match for Chen Fan. In the same amount of time, Liang Tianyuan had only managed to conjure over 50 white spiritual phoenixes, which, upon encountering the golden phoenixes, melted away like snow meeting a hot iron. Bang, bang, bang. The golden phoenixes, akin to a barrage of missiles, unleashed a comprehensive assault upon the three titans, instantly perforating the grand banquet hall. The affluent elite of Hong Kong Island erupted into frantic screams as they fled the scene. As the smoke and echoes of explosions dissipated, Zhang Jihong and Viscount William lay in tatters, their bodies charred, and their flesh oozing crimson blood. In contrast, Liang Tianyuan, enveloped in a swirling aura of white spiritual energy, managed to shield himself, though he appeared utterly disheveled. One individual had grievously injured the strongest trio of Hong Kong Island, leaving all present in a state of disbelief. As if caught in a surreal dream, even Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao found the scene hard to fathom. Having invested immense effort in their covert struggles against these formidable figures, only to witness Chen Fan single-handedly vanquishing them. "Brother Chaoren, I fear we have aged and fallen behind the times. The future belongs to the youth," Liang Zhenchao remarked with a smile, devoid of regret. His eyes sparkling with excitement and pride, for Chen Fan was indeed his son-in-law. However, at that moment, Liang Tianyuan stepped forward. "Chen Fan, I acknowledge your remarkable mastery of feng shui. At such a tender age, you have ascended to the realm of feng shui masters, even surpassing me. Yet, your impulsiveness is your undoing. A feng shui master can conjure no more than 100 spiritual energy attacks at once. You squandered your power in a broad sweep, failing to strike with precision. Now, you have no means left to channel your energy. Death awaits you." With a cold smirk, Liang Tianyuan approached Chen Fan, exuding an air of assured victory. "You are the first to inflict such grievous harm upon me, Zhang Jihong. Prepare to meet your end." Zhang Jihong, looking utterly wretched, bellowed and charged towards Chen Fan alongside Viscount William. Yet, barely 2 steps forward, they froze in astonishment. Chen Fan had raised his hand, summoning over 200 golden spiritual energy phoenixes anew. This spectacle astonished not only the three titans but also Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao, who gazed in horror at the overwhelming swarm of golden phoenixes. They had just witnessed the devastating might of these spiritual entities, each surpassing the power of a rocket, and the mere presence of 200 could obliterate a significant portion of Phoenix Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Phoenix Mountain trembled under the violent energy of the explosions. As rocks erupted and debris flew, the onlookers, stricken with terror, prostrated themselves on the ground, with only a handful of martial artists managing to remain standing. Amidst the quake, from the peak of Phoenix Mountain, shrouded in a thick mist of spiritual energy, a figure suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards the crowd. The figure moved with extraordinary speed, defying gravity, and effortlessly entered the midst of the golden spiritual energy phoenixes. With a swift motion, the elder, clad in gray robes with high cheekbones and an ethereal demeanor, swept his garment, shattering the remaining golden phoenixes as he emerged, carrying the bloodied and gravely injured Liang Tianyuan. In stark contrast, Zhang Jihong and Viscount William, unable to summon the protective energy of Phoenix Mountain like Liang Tianyuan, were reduced to nothingness, their existence obliterated. "Disciple, I am deeply grateful for your rescue, Master," Liang Tianyuan exclaimed, bowing deeply before the elder standing with hands clasped behind his back, his face radiating profound reverence. The remaining affluent figures of Hong Kong Island gaped in shock at this sight, not only because the elder appeared to soar like a legendary immortal, effortlessly dismantling the formidable phoenixes, but also due to the revelation that Liang Tianyuan, the foremost of the three titans, knelt before this elder as his master. Could this elder be a master of feng shui at an even higher echelon? The crowd was utterly astounded. At that moment, as the elder made his entrance, Chen Fan's mind scanned the elder's formidable essence. Name, Ji Yunshan, realm. Early stage of Qi Lake realm, originally an emperor of Qi Si realm, severely injured, and his realm has fallen. Chen Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of such a powerful being hidden within Phoenix Mountain. Despite Ji Yunshan's realm having diminished to the early stage of Qi Lake, equating him with Chen Fan, the elder's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Fortunately, Chen Fan still held numerous trump cards in reserve. For instance, Within the summit of the highest peak, Chen Fan had intricately laid out formations using his skills as a feng shui master, ready to draw energy from the spiritual energy nest. Yet, while tapping into that energy, he sensed a consciousness within the nest seemingly resisting him. The golden spiritual energy. It appears that you ultimately survived all these years. Ji Yunshan remarked calmly, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Chen Fan. Who are you? Chen Fan inquired with a furrowed brow. Hee, I am an old acquaintance from 20 years ago. The elder replied, turning away. Upon seeing his face, Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao's expressions shifted dramatically. It's you. How can you still be alive? They exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with realization, his thoughts racing. At that moment, Ji Yunshan seemed to recognize Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao as well. Ah, so it is you too. I wondered how this child found himself here. Chen Fan. This Ji Yunshan is one of the two formidable figures who pursued Zhang Chufeng and you 20 years ago. We believed he had perished long ago. Yet here he is, hiding in Phoenix Mountain. Li Chaoren explained. Chen Fan nodded, deducing the identity of the former emperor of the Qi Si realm now present on Hong Kong Island. Hee. I had intended to wait until my strength was restored before seeking you out, but it seems you have conveniently delivered yourself to me, saving me considerable effort. Ji Yunshan proclaimed, raising his hand to unleash several streams of true energy, instantly enveloping the entire mountain peak. The affluent figures and martial artists of Hong Kong Island discovered that they could not breach this barrier, as if imprisoned within a transparent cage. What kind of technique can seal an entire mountain with a mere gesture? An aspiring practitioner attempted to break through the barrier but failed. Hee. Although my Master S realm has fallen to the Qi Lake stage, his transcendent abilities are beyond your comprehension. But fear not, once he eliminates Chen Fan, he will naturally allow you to leave, Liang Tianyuan sneered. With Ji Yunshan's emergence, Liang Tianyuan felt a profound sense of relief. Master. Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao secretly assisted Zhang Chufeng back in the day. They cannot be allowed to leave here alive, Yang Tianyuan declared, secretly reveling in his delight despite his injuries. With Zhang Jihong and Viscount William vanquished by Chen Fan, once Ji Yunshan dealt with Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, and Liang Jinchao, the entirety of Hong Kong Island would become his dominion. At that moment, Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao were expressions of bitterness and despair, regretting their decision to bring Chen Fan to Phoenix Mountain. Meanwhile, the affluent elite of Hong Kong Island regarded Chen Fan with a mix of pity and disappointment. It is truly a lamentable fate for a young geomancer in his early 20s to meet such an untimely demise. Given time to mature, who knows? He might have ascended to the legendary realm of a master geomancer. Should that day arrive? The elite forces of Xi Jiaying would undoubtedly extend olive branches to Chen Fan. The expressions of Wu Qinggong and his associates darkened once more, while Huang Yunguan heaved a sigh of relief, casting a look of smug satisfaction towards Wu Qinggong. Alas, Chen Fan, we have led you astray. You should not have ventured into this perilous territory. Li Chaoren shook his head in dismay, having prided himself on his astuteness throughout his lifetime. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Ji Yunshan would appear here. He was once an emperor-level powerhouse. No matter how exceptional Chen Fan might be, he was destined for demise. Nevertheless, Chen Fan disregarded the gazes of those around him, his eyes fixed intently on Ji Yunshan. So, Ji Yunshan, you are well acquainted with the secrets I harbor and the reasons behind the Zhang family's annihilation? In full view of the crowd, Chen Fan strode directly towards Ji Yunshan. Of course, I am aware, Ji Yunshan replied, his demeanor indifferent, akin to observing a mere stone by the roadside. He then extended a hand, lightly pressing towards Chen Fan. Boom. A colossal palm, composed of pure energy and spanning 100 meters, descended upon Chen Fan with immense force. This hand, as heavy as a mountain, bore intricate patterns, showcasing a level of skill beyond ordinary comprehension. Chen Fan regarded the monstrous hand blotting out the sky with a slight nod, even in his diminished state. Ji Yunshan's strike possessed the might of a mid-tier Qi Lake adept. With an expression of calm, Chen Fan swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a similarly enormous luminous wheel in the air, as torrents of violent energy surged forth from Phoenix Mountain, colliding with the gigantic hand. Chapter 92, Ji Yunshan Falls. Clue severed the column of spiritual energy shot skyward, instantly tearing apart the oppressive palm that loomed overhead. A thunderous roar erupted as the two forces clashed, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the mountain, causing it to tremble. Many affluent spectators, mere mortals at heart, were unable to withstand such terrifying might, with several suffering internal injuries and spitting blood. As the terrifying aftermath dissipated, Chen Fan stood unharmed, despite being previously deemed condemned. Oh, you managed to withstand my mountain-toppling seal. Ji Yunshan's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. The mountain-toppling seal was his most formidable attack during his Qi Lake early stage, capable of annihilating even early-stage adversaries. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan could summon such potent spiritual energy. The spiritual force you have summoned rivals that of a mid-tier Qi Lake adept. Astonishing for someone merely 21 years of age, a proficient geomancer indeed. However, given Zhang Chufeng's expertise in geomantic formations, your achievements are not entirely unexpected. Ji Yunshan quickly regained his composure and spoke with an air of nonchalance. What? A mid-tier geomancer? The onlookers gasped collectively, with Liang Tianyuan being the most astonished. At over 70 years old, he had only just attained the status of an early-stage geomancer, while this Chen Fan, at merely 21, had surpassed nearly a lifetime of his efforts. The thought made Liang Tianyuan's eyes seed with envy. Yet, even if you can harness the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain to achieve mid-tier Qi Lake strength, you shall still meet your end, Ji Yunshan stated coldly. Suddenly, he spread his fingers towards Chen Fan, unleashing countless fine strands of white energy that surged forth, ensnaring Chen Fan's limbs. Young man, to perish at the hands of my cloud silk illusionary hand would be your fortune. Once ensnared, all your inner energy shall be siphoned away. It was this very technique that left Zhang Chifeng gravely wounded in the past, Ji Yunshan proclaimed with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart ignited with unbridled fury. Ji Yunshan was undoubtedly one of the perpetrators behind the Zhang family's massacre. In that moment, Chen Fan felt his limbs bound by countless threads, each infused with immense energy that sought to draw from his own essence. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan realized that he had encountered many battles. Yet this was the first time he faced such an insidious technique. Had he been elsewhere, he might have been compelled to reveal his hidden cards. However, this was Phoenix Mountain, the nexus of all spiritual energy on the island. For Chen Fan, a high-tier geomancer, it was virtually an invincible domain. If you seek energy, I shall bestow it upon you, along with the spiritual essence of Phoenix Mountain. Let us see if you can withstand it. With a cold smirk, Chen Fan summoned the energy within him, drawing forth the entire essence of Phoenix Mountain. In an instant, torrents of spiritual energy surged towards him, and he became a conduit, channeling this overwhelming force through the strands towards Ji Yunshan. This is not good. Once an emperor-level powerhouse in the Qi Si realm, Ji Yunshan, despite his current diminished state, retained an acute instinct for danger. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy through Chen Fan's body, racing towards him. Ji Yunshan howled in fury, attempting to retract his energy strands, yet they clung to him as if ensnared by a powerful electric current, rendering him powerless to escape the onslaught of spiritual might that surged towards his Qi Lake. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder seemed to erupt within Ji Yunshan's chest, and the onlookers watched in horror as his abdomen swelled like a massive sphere. His gray robe shattered, his skin appearing translucent as the spiritual energy annihilated his Qi Lake, while his meridians shattered one by one. Master, Liang Tianyuan trembled, paralyzed with fear, aware that as a fellow geomancer, he understood the magnitude of this overwhelming force. Approaching it would mean certain death. He realized that Chen Fan was not merely a mid-tier geomancer. Even the most proficient mid-tier geomancer could not wield the full energy of Phoenix Mountain. He had to be at least a high-tier geomancer. The last time such a vast energy was summoned was during Zhang Chufeng's battle against Ji Yunshan and another supreme emperor-level being. This young man, Chen Fan, was merely 21 years old, a high-tier geomancer. Liang Tianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he bellowed in astonishment. He had been a prodigy from a family of geomancers, attaining the status of geomancer only at the age of 50, becoming the sole geomancer of his family and even the island. Yet now, a 21-year-old youth had reached the level of high-tier geomancer, a blow more devastating than death itself. A high-tier geomancer was nearly on the cusp of becoming a master geomancer, a figure of legend. It was said that such individuals could manipulate mountains and rivers, causing landslides and tsunamis with a mere gesture, transforming barren landscapes into fertile grounds, or conversely, rendering prosperous lands desolate. Li Chaoran murmured, gazing at Chen Fan with a newfound sense of reverence. As the confrontation in the air unfolded, Chen Fan ultimately ceased his assault with the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain against Ji Yunshan, for he intended to spare the life of this individual, one who possessed knowledge of the past. Relate all the events of that year to me, and I may spare your life, Chen Fan declared, gazing down at the wretched Ji Yunshan. At that moment, Ji Yunshan appeared utterly destitute, his abdomen, the core of his energy, lay utterly shattered, and his meridians severed, rendering him nearly powerless. Spare me? I was destined to perish 20 years ago. My desperate attempts to regain strength were merely to return to my homeland. As for who you are, one day, when your power is sufficiently formidable, you will naturally discover your identity, Ji Yunshan replied with a bitter smile. How strong must one become? An emperor of the Qi Si realm? Chen Fan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Ji Yunshan's eyes. An emperor is indeed a remarkable force in your mundane realm, Ji Yunshan retorted, suddenly forming a seal with his right hand. Boom. A terrifying flame erupted from his brow, instantly enveloping his entire being. No, Chen Fan exclaimed in alarm, channeling his spiritual energy to intervene. But the flame was overwhelmingly fierce. Even the peak power of the Phoenix Mountain's spiritual energy could not halt it. Moments later, Ji Yunshan's body was reduced to ashes, leaving not even a bone behind, merely a charred silhouette in its place. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The clue he had just unearthed had been severed. It was then that the entire Phoenix Mountain began to tremble violently once more. From the summit of the mountain, a series of resounding cries, reminiscent of metal clashing, echoed forth. Chapter 93, Binding an Egg. A sharp cry of the phoenix reverberated throughout the entirety of Phoenix Mountain. Chen Fan sensed the spiritual energy of the mountain converging wildly towards the energy nest atop the highest peak. Without a moment to spare, he formed a seal with his hands, summoning a phoenix apparition composed of spiritual energy, which lifted him towards the surging nest of energy. The energy nest was not far. Within mere breaths, Chen Fan found himself hovering above the colossal nest. A scorching aura swept towards him, and as if responding to it, a layer of purple flame ignited around him. This was the primordial purple fire gifted to him when he bound Jiang Qingyi, activated by the searing phoenix flames to automatically shield him. From his aerial vantage point, he beheld the enormous nest resting upon the mountainside, resembling a structure built atop a volcanic crater, with the mountain's spiritual energy flooding into it. This grand nest was constructed from towering phoenix tree trunks, each inscribed with mystical golden runes that transformed the surging spiritual energy into terrifying flames, cradling a translucent egg at its center. Chen Fan descended from the heights, approaching the nest. At a distance of 500 meters, he discerned signs of habitation. This must be where Ji Yunshan had meditated and cultivated. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, indeed a sanctum for cultivation, but the temperature was unbearably high, rendering it inhospitable even for ordinary martial practitioners. Ji Yunshan himself dared not approach too closely, even with the highest grade primordial purple fire. Chen Fan felt his skin nearly scorched as he drew nearer to the blazing golden flames. Upon reaching 300 meters from the nest, he suddenly spotted two bare branches resembling golden crystals, devoid of blossoms. These must be the phoenix blood nirvana flowers that the old director had harvested to save me. Chen Fan muttered to himself, recalling the knowledge bestowed upon him by the system. He understood the flower's efficacy. For those on the brink of death could reverse their injuries and be reborn after consuming the phoenix blood nirvana flower. In that moment, Chen Fan's eyes widened. There were two phoenix blood nirvana flowers here, yet he had only used one back then. What of the remaining one? No, it couldn't be. The phoenix blood nirvana flower was only effective for those severely wounded, and the doctors had already declared the old director devoid of vital signs. Chen Fan shook his head, attempting to dispel his fantasies. After all, the old director had passed away, and he had even cremated him. The searing flames surged towards Chen Fan, and he had no doubt that even the old director, a formidable emperor of the Qi realm, would have suffered greatly in this heat. As he drew closer to the energy nest, the temperature intensified. At a distance of 50 meters, even the primordial purple fire around him began to dim. Just as Chen Fan was on the verge of retreating, he discovered a crystal-clear tree of flames ahead, adorned with a vibrant red fruit. It was the phoenix flame fruit, which granted the power of the phoenix upon consumption, a true treasure, far more precious than the phoenix blood nirvana flower. Chen Fan stepped forward to pluck it. However, the instant he grasped the fruit, the energy nest began to tremble violently. A vision flashed in his mind of a stunning maiden clad in golden feathers, barefoot, with an enchanting beauty that captivated all. Her long brows arched, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with allure, and a mark of golden flame adorned her forehead. Do not dare steal my phoenix flame fruit. The ethereal maiden glared at Chen Fan in his mind, her voice imbued with fury. Ding. Discovered a girl with a beauty score of 93, Feng Yanwu, beginning binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every increment of 1 in Feng Yanwu's favorability, the host gains 200 health points. Current favorability at 100. Bestowing host with a beauty cashback function. Name, Feng Yanwu. Beauty score, 93. Cashback ratio, 1300. Bestowing host with skill. True flame body immunizes against all flame-based attacks in the world. Chen Fan was taken aback. How had this maiden suddenly appeared in his mind? And why had she bound with him? Yet, the true flame body, which immunized against all fire attacks, was indeed a remarkable boon. Far more practical than his primordial purple fire, which was limited to alchemy. Where are you? Chen Fan glanced around, on high alert. With a favorability of 100, he felt a murderous intent rising within him, and he suspected the maiden's martial prowess was likely on par with his own. Wait, I recognize your aura. 20 years ago, an old man took a child and harvested 2 phoenix blood nirvana flowers from me. That child must be you. The maiden in Chen Fan's mind suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Ding. Feng Yanwu favorability at 100, current favorability at 0. 20 years ago, your nirvana flower? Are you? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his expression turning to one of shock. You recognize me? Indeed, I am. You are that egg. Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Yanwu retorted. What do you mean, that egg? I am the illustrious princess of the true Phoenix clan, tragically marooned on this desolate planet due to treachery. Gravely wounded and cast away. Oh, then where are you now? Chen Fan asked, chuckling at her adorable fury. I am still within the egg. Feng Yanwu's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Fan burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Had it not been for my rescue, bestowing the nirvana flowers upon you, I would have emerged long ago. And now, you have stirred the entire Phoenix Mountain's spiritual energy, causing me to awaken prematurely. Furthermore, I must inform you that when that old man took my nirvana flowers, he vowed to deliver you to me as a spouse once you grew up. Feng Yanwu asserted. Fuming. Upon hearing the words, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. It was one thing for the esteemed director, his grandfather, to have arranged a marriage contract for him with Li Zhaying and Liang Luai, but now he had also pledged him to an egg. Feng Yanwu, thinking Chen Fan was skeptical, grew anxious. A golden marriage certificate flew out from the spiritual nest and landed before Chen Fan. Upon inspection, he confirmed it was indeed the director's handwriting. complete with a tiny handprint and an even smaller egg imprint at the end. Now you must believe, for I am a descendant of the true phoenix lineage. Being my partner should bring you joy. The proud young girl in Chen Fan's mind lifted her head, her beautiful eyes discreetly observing his reaction. Chen Fan was at a loss, pondering how he could find joy in being the partner to an egg. He could only smile and shake his head. My phoenix nest has been recklessly damaged by your use of spiritual energy. You should consume the Feng Yin fruit and bring me out, Feng Yinwu said, her heart aching. For the Feng Yin fruit was a treasure she had awaited for a millennium, immensely beneficial to her. No need, Chen Fan replied, striding directly into the phoenix nest. Don't. The nest is filled with Feng Yin flames, and without the protection of the Feng Yin fruit, even a strong warrior at the Qi realm would be reduced to ashes, Feng Yinwu exclaimed anxiously. Yet, it seemed as if Chen Fan had not heard her. As he continued his advance into the nest, Feng Yinwu gasped and covered her eyes. However, moments later, the horrific scream she had imagined did not materialize. She cautiously opened her eyes and was met with a scene that left her utterly astonished. Chen Fan walked into the phoenix nest with an air of ease, and the terrifying flames within trembled before him, parting as if confronted by a king of fire. Only a true body of flame could command such respect, a trait possessed solely by pure-blooded true phoenixes. There were not even any pure-blooded true phoenixes with a true body of flame in the entire true phoenix lineage. Feng Yinwu was astounded. No, there is another possibility. His body is inherently special. Even when he was an infant, I could sense the extraordinary nature of his bloodline. His proximity could purify and elevate my true phoenix bloodline. Perhaps his lineage comprises another divine fire attribute, rivaling that of a pure-blooded true phoenix. Feng Yinwu speculated, recalling her reasons for wanting Chen Fan as her partner. If she could remain by his side long enough, she might achieve ancestral rebirth and become a true pure-blooded phoenix, far more precious than the nirvana flower. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Feng Yinwu's favorability, 20. Current favorability, 20. Reward, 6,000 life points. Chen Fan smiled faintly, surprised that merely demonstrating a hint of his true body of flame had garnered Feng Yinwu's favor. As Chen Fan leaped into the phoenix nest, he beheld a crystal-clear egg, towering like a person, suspended amidst the flames. This Feng Yin fruit is for you. He presented the fruit, and the crystal egg quivered slightly, instantly absorbing the Feng Yin fruit as a streak of light. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted one Feng Yin fruit. Reward, 300 Feng Yin fruits, usable for exchanging Qi Lake mid-tier cultivation. Chen Fan smirked, pleased with the outcome, though he did not immediately redeem it, as it was of no immediate use. The image of Feng Yinwu faded from his mind, yet her voice resonated within. With the Feng Yin fruit, the time for me to hatch will be greatly shortened. Curious, Chen Fan inquired, how long will it take now? With the Feng Yin fruit. Approximately 100 years. Chen Fan nearly choked, incredulous. 100 years was longer than most ordinary people lived. What kind of expression is that? It's merely 100 years. Don't you know that the higher one's cultivation, the longer one lives? Though Chen Fan could not see Feng Yinwu, he could sense the eye roll she gave. But you're so large. I can't carry you around for 100 years, Chen Fan lamented, gazing at the towering crystal egg. Before he could finish, the egg shrank instantaneously to the size of a quail egg, nestling itself among his hair. Chen Fan was left speechless, realizing Feng Yinwu had turned his head into her nest. Summoning the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain, Chen Fan swiftly departed the phoenix nest. Arriving at the Liang family's former banquet hall, the notable figures of Hong Kong Island remained standing, none having left. They awaited Chen Fan, the newly risen ruler of Hong Kong Island, who had single-handedly vanquished the three great titans of the region. The Liang family had been nearly obliterated by the recent battle. The gravely injured Liang Tianyuan was restrained by Wu Qinggong and others, while the heads of families who had aligned with the three titans, such as Huang Yuanguan, trembled as they knelt on the ground. At that moment, Huang Yuanguan was bereft of hope, unable to fathom how the fate he had anticipated had been altered by the emergence of the extraordinary Chen Fan. Li Yongjie gazed at the elevated Chen Fan and the Hong Kong elite who regarded him with deep respect and fear, feeling an overwhelming envy. Having surpassed 50 years of age, he had long envisioned such a scene, only to see it effortlessly achieved by a mere 21-year-old. As Chen Fan descended, he surveyed the crowd. Anyone who made eye contact with him bowed their heads in reverence, not daring to breathe. Li Chaoran approached, giving Chen Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Since everyone is present, I shall formally announce something. As he spoke, all attention turned to him. That is, all shares of the Li Group will be transferred to my son-in-law, Chen Fan, Li Chaoran declared. Meeting the astonished gazes of the Hong Kong elite, the revelation caused a wave of shock to ripple through the crowd, transforming the way they viewed Chen Fan. The Li Group's vast business empire encompassed all aspects of life on Hong Kong Island, and with Chen Fan at its helm, he would become the true benefactor of these individuals. Li Yongjie knelt, a bitter smile on his face. What could he say at that moment? He regretted not having initially accepted Li Chaoran's decision, for perhaps he could have retained half of the Li family's fortune. Under Chen Fan's leadership, the Li family could have ascended to even greater heights. A year from now, when I retire, I will also hand over the position of governor of Hong Kong Island to Chen Fan. Yang Zhenchao stood up to proclaim. A commotion erupted. akin to a stone thrown into a placid lake. The hundreds of wealthy merchants and powerful families present erupted into a cacophony of voices. The Lee Group's commercial empire, the governor's esteemed position, and the demise of the three great titans of Hong Kong Island. At that moment, Chen Fan's wealth and power reached unprecedented heights, placing him above millions on the island. The ruler of Hong Kong Island was born in that instant. Everyone realized that the future trajectory of the island would be dictated by Chen Fan, and the rise and fall of its factions would rest solely in his hands. All the prominent figures of Hong Kong Island, whether they were billionaires or even trillionaires, or formidable warriors from martial arts families like Wu Qinggong, knelt on one knee at this moment, vowing their unwavering loyalty. Witnessing this scene, Liang Tianyuan let out a bitter laugh, realizing that the three major families were finished. And he was utterly doomed. In a fit of despair, he struck his own heart and took his life. Meanwhile, the martial arts experts who had allied with the three major giants, despite their heads being bloodied from bowing, could not escape the fate of being expelled from Hong Kong Island. Chapter 95. Liang Luoyi at Hong Kong International Airport. A Boeing passenger plane landed smoothly. Its first-class cabin completely reserved by a team from an international entertainment company. Within the cabin, a stunning beauty with chestnut long hair and sunglasses obscuring half her face looked somewhat troubled as she put away her phone. We should get going. Young Master Su is waiting downstairs, said a well-groomed woman in a tailored suit sitting beside her. The long-haired beauty was none other than Liang Luoyi, the daughter of the governor of Hong Kong, dressed in a wine-red leather outfit valued at millions, paired with a white miniskirt underneath. Her upper body showcased a seductive silhouette, while her long, fair legs were exposed, captivating the attention of the men in the cabin. If Liang Luoyi were to remove her oversized sunglasses and reveal her enchanting face, it would surely drive them into a frenzy. Miss Tao, why did you disclose our flight information to Su Hao? I am already overwhelmed with the troubles concerning that fiancé. Liang Luoyi placed a hand on her smooth forehead, expressing her frustration. Luoyi, you must understand. Su Hao is the scion of the prestigious Su family in Xiangjing, a beloved son of the family head and matriarch. The Su family is one of the three major families in Xiangjing, and Su Hao is destined to become the future heir. Holding an esteemed position that even the governor would not dare to offend, urged Yang Tao, Liang Luoyi's manager. Miss Tao, I have heard rumors that Su Hao is of questionable character, lecherous, and has committed unspeakable acts against young girls. I absolutely refuse to be with him. Moreover, my father has already arranged my engagement, Liang Luoyi retorted indignantly. Oh, Luoyi, how can you not see? Young Master Su is charming, with a formidable background. He could never stoop to such actions. Those rumors are merely fabrications from rival families seeking to tarnish the Su family's reputation. Such scandals are commonplace in the entertainment industry. Yang Tao quickly defended Su Hao. Besides, I checked Chen Fan's background last month. He is merely a struggling third-year student from a third-tier city in the mainland and an orphan. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Liang Luoyi furrowed her brow slightly, acknowledging the validity of Yang Tao's words. In the entertainment industry, orchestrated scandals against stars were rampant. She recalled Su Hao's tall, handsome, and polite demeanor, and her doubts about the rumors began to surface. Compared to an unfamiliar college student, Su Hao indeed appeared to be a far more suitable choice. In truth, her primary reason for returning to Hong Kong Island was not only to shoot a series of photographs showcasing the local charm, but also to persuade her father to annul her engagement with Chen Fan. As an international film queen, she had countless suitors from powerful families, many of whom possessed influence far surpassing that of her father. Among them, Su Hao was the most distinguished. Had she not heard of Su Hao's unsavory reputation, they might have already been together. Thus, she would never allow herself to be inexplicably wed to an unknown third-year student without any background. However, after Yang Tao's flattery of Su Hao during the journey, Liang Luoyi found herself developing a slight fondness for him. If he performed well this time, she might genuinely consider him. Once the plane came to a halt, under Yang Tao's guidance, Liang Luoyi and a team of photographers and assistants disembarked. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they noticed a line of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked beside it, with Su Hao standing at the foot of the airplane stairs, holding a large bouquet of roses. Yang Tao discreetly gestured to Su Hao, who immediately flashed a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Luoyi, welcome back to Hong Kong Island, Su Hao greeted, extending the flowers to Liang Luoyi. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome appearance, he seemed impeccably polite. Oh, young Master Su. You rushed all the way from Xiangjing as soon as you heard that Luoyi was back from the United States. Yang Tao chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, young Master Su is truly considerate, Liang Luoyi responded, feeling somewhat touched as she nodded and took a seat in the first car alongside Su Hao. Luoyi, Yang Tao mentioned you would be doing a photo shoot today. Where to? We can head there directly, Su Hao inquired. Yes. Today's main focus is to capture the essence of Hong Kong, with the location set at Onping Mountain, Liang Luoyi replied, adjusting her position to face the increasingly close Su Hao. From what I know, the most beautiful spot on Hong Kong Island is Phoenix Mountain. Why not shoot there? Su Hao suggested with a smile. Young Master Su, you may not be aware, but Luoyi's father, Governor Liang, has a feud with the Liang family on Phoenix Mountain. So we cannot go there, Yang Tao interjected from the passenger seat. Oh, is that so? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Liang Tianyuan from Phoenix Mountain once visited my father in Xiangjing, seeking to become an affiliated force of the Su family. He respects me. So bringing you to Phoenix Mountain for a shoot would be a simple matter. Su Hao declared proudly, and his words were not mere boasts. Liang Tianyuan had long sought to align with the influential Su family, making annual visits. What? Really? Young Master Su, you are remarkable. Even the governor cannot accomplish what you can with just a word. Yang Tao exclaimed excitedly while shooting Liang Luoyi a knowing glance. Liang Luoyi subtly nodded, aware that Phoenix Mountain was likely the most beautiful mountain on Hong Kong Island, especially in autumn when the ancient phoenix trees would turn a vibrant yellow, creating the perfect backdrop for a photo shoot. Seeing Liang Luoyi nod, Su Hao couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for the fact that this is Hong Kong Island. Your father's territory, I would have taken you down the moment I got in the car. But once we reach Phoenix Mountain, things will be different. With my status and the enmity between Liang Tianyuan and Liang Zhenxiao, it would be a piece of cake to win Liang Luoyi over. Su Hao thought to himself, glancing at Liang Luoyi's long, graceful legs and her captivating features, swallowing hard. As young Master Su, he had never failed to claim a woman he desired, whether through wealth or force. What was the governor's daughter compared to the might of the Su family? Today, he intended to thoroughly ravish Liang Luoyi on Phoenix Mountain. If Governor Liang Zhenxiao sought retribution, he could simply have Liang Tianyuan handle it, and given his status, he was confident that Zhenxiao would not dare retaliate against him. However, Liang Luoyi remained oblivious to Su Hao's schemes, her heart filled with anticipation for the beauty of Phoenix Mountain, and she found herself developing a favorable impression of him. Indeed, men with connections were essential, regardless of her stardom. Without the governor's name, she might have already become a plaything for those powerful factions and wealthy magnates. For instance, in this instance, could that junior student named Chen Fan truly lead himself to Phoenix Mountain? Liang Luoyi pondered this thought, further solidifying her resolve to annul her engagement with Chen Fan. Chapter 96. The veil is lifted soon. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. On the way, Su Hao attempted to call Liang Tianyuan to arrange for his descent to greet them, yet his efforts were in vain. Never mind, we shall ascend directly. Once I announce my name, Su Hao, no one will dare to impede us. Su Hao remarked with a frown, feeling displeased. He resolved to reprimand Liang Tianyuan upon their meeting for daring to ignore his call. However, after several turns, they found themselves back at the starting point. Young Master Su, the paths here must be laid out by a geomancer. Without a professional, we cannot ascend the mountain, one of the drivers, who also served as a bodyguard, explained. These drivers, brought from Xiangjing by Su Hao, were all formidable cultivators at the initial stage of qi condensation. Su Hao furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. The Liang family was renowned for their geomancy, and it was quite normal for them to set up formations to prevent intrusions from enemies or rivals. At that moment, Su Hao caught sight of a young man in his early 20s at the foot of the mountain, fiddling with some stones. He immediately alighted from the vehicle, with Liang Luoyi following suit. Hey, kid, are you familiar with Phoenix Mountain? Su Hao inquired. Chen Fan looked up and instantly recognized Liang Luoyi, the internationally renowned superstar, and daughter of the governor, his betrothed. It was no wonder the governor insisted on arranging a meeting before their departure to Xiangjing. Liang Luoyi had returned. Chen Fan nodded. The geomantic energies of Phoenix Mountain had been disrupted when he dealt with Ji Yunshan, and he was here to restore the spiritual formation before leading the Hong Kong team to the Huaxia Martial Arts Conference. He planned to invite Li Chaoren, Li Jiaying, Liang Zhenxiao, and others to assist in the restoration, which would enhance the mountain's spiritual energy, making cultivation more effective and prolonging life for ordinary residents. Seeing Chen Fan's silence and his unwavering gaze upon Liang Luoyi, Su Hao scoffed and ordered his subordinate to throw a stack of dollars at Chen Fan's feet. Let us up the mountain, and this money is yours. Chen Fan frowned at the remark, while Liang Luoyi displayed her displeasure. She despised those who abused their power, and Su Hao's actions did not sit well with her. Moreover, the young man, though seemingly youthful, possessed a clean and radiant smile that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Handsome, it's evident you recognize me. We are heading to Phoenix Mountain for a photo shoot. If you guide me there, I shall gift you a signed photo collection. Liang Luoyi said with a smile. Ding. Detected a 93-point beauty. Liang Luoyi. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. Each point of affinity gained with Liang Luoyi grants the host an increase of 300 health points. Current affinity. 0. Gifted host with beauty cashback function. Name Liang Luoyi. Beauty score 93, cashback ratio 1300. Gifted host with skill. None. An electronic synthetic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. However, he was astonished to find that Liang Luoyi's skill was non-existent, a first encounter with such an individual, seemingly just a pretty face. Nevertheless, the prospect of health point cashback and her captivating appearance sufficed for Chen Fan as satisfaction. Thus, he nodded and made his way to the passenger seat, completely disregarding the pile of cash at his feet. This surprised Liang Luoyi, as Chen Fan's demeanor and attire did not align with that of a privileged scion like Su Hao. He resembled an ordinary, charming neighbor. Yet, his indifference to the $1,000 piqued her curiosity about his true identity. Meanwhile, Su Hao's gaze turned icy. He felt humiliated that this young man not only failed to express gratitude but also ignored the money he had bestowed. As they traveled, Chen Fan skillfully guided the vehicle while engaging in casual conversation with Liang Luoyi. "You seem quite familiar with this place," she exclaimed, marveling as the previously convoluted path transformed into a broad road under Chen Fan's direction. "Indeed, after all, Phoenix Mountain is my domain," Chen Fan asserted. How audacious. Why not claim that all of Hong Kong belongs to you?" Su Hao retorted disdainfully. He speculated that this young man must be a descendant of the Liang family, daring to show off in front of him. Once they reached the summit and he revealed his identity, this youth would likely kneel in apology. "If that is the case, then claiming all of Hong Kong as mine wouldn't be far-fetched," Chen Fan replied. Initially, when he claimed Phoenix Mountain as his, Liang Luoyi nearly believed him. But upon hearing him assert ownership of Hong Kong, she burst into laughter, finding Chen Fan utterly amusing. Ding. Liang Luoyi affinity, 20, current affinity, 20, reward, 6,000 health points. Current health balance. The vehicle soon reached the summit, where the breathtaking scenery lay in stark contrast to the ruins of the former Liang estate, which Chen Fan had already ordered to be cleared. After completing her photo shoot, the sky had darkened. "Young Master Su, I've finished, let us descend," Liang Luoyi announced, having changed her attire. During the shoot, Su Hao had made several unwelcome advances, leaving her quite uncomfortable. "Ha, Luoyi, the night has fallen, and it's unsafe to drive down. Why don't we stay here for the night?" Su Hao suggested, pointing to a few newly set up tents. As he approached Liang Luoyi, "Indeed, we've endured a lengthy flight and a full afternoon of shooting. We're quite fatigued. Luoyi, let us rest with young Master Su." Yang Tao chimed in with a silly grin. "Peach, what do you mean by that?" Liang Luoyi frowned, realizing that since they ascended, Yang Tao had been subtly arranging for her to be alone with Su Hao, who had attempted to make advances several times. At this moment, she could see through the collusion between Su Hao, Yang Tao, and the crew. What infuriated her was that Yang Tao, who had likely profited billions, had betrayed her. Yet now, with all of Phoenix Mountain under Su Hao's control, her cries for help would go unheard. There was still one person she could rely on, the young guide. However, he was merely one individual, and with Su Hao's 6 bodyguards alongside the crew's burly men, he would stand no chance against them. Furthermore, she and Chen Fan were mere acquaintances. He had no obligation to assist her. "Su Hao, I can agree to date you, but you must take me home today. If you truly care for me, your family can approach my father for a proposal." Liang Luoyi sighed, regretting her decision to come to this perilous place. Propose? Do you think you, a mere actress, are worthy? I merely wish to toy with you for the sake of your visage and your lineage, as well as your father's servitude to the Su family, render you unworthy." Su Hao's true nature was completely revealed as he sneered. His anger had long since reached its peak. After all, he was Su Hao, a figure of significance, while Liang Luoyi was merely the daughter of the governor of Hong Kong. How dare she feign superiority now? In the desolate expanse of Phoenix Mountain, he had no reservations. He could do as he pleased. He intended to toy with Liang Luoyi before the eyes of all, even instructing his martial artist bodyguards to activate their cameras. "No, please don't." Liang Luoyi's delicate face turned pale at the words, and she stepped back repeatedly. Luoyi, what background does young Master Su have? It is a blessing for you that he has taken an interest in you. You should serve him well." Yang Tao and the other photographers watched Liang Luoyi with mocking smiles. Su Hao's bodyguards licked their lips in anticipation. A beauty like Liang Luoyi, an international superstar, being live-streamed with Su Hao was enough to make them feel feverish. Ha. Look at you all. As long as I have a bite to eat, you shall have your share of the broth. Once I'm done playing, there will be enough for everyone." Su Hao leered, eliciting excited cries from the bodyguards. "Hey, do you truly think I am invisible? Engaging with my woman right under my nose?" Chapter 97. What are you? Suddenly, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. All turned to see Chen Fan slowly rising to his feet. It's you, brat." Su Hao sneered coldly upon noticing Chen Fan stepping forward. He almost forgot about the boy, who had dared to challenge him on the way up the mountain. Such foolishness was tantamount to courting death. "What are you? Do you wish to play the hero saving the damsel in distress? You must be Liang Tinyuan's man. Out of respect for him, I'll grant you a chance to live. Kneel, bow 3 times, and then scram." Su Hao pointed at Chen Fan. "Don't worry about me. You should leave." Liang Luoyi spoke sorrowfully, knowing she was doomed today, yet unwilling to drag Chen Fan down with her. Liang Tianyuan? What is he to me? I have no need to rely on his reputation. Besides, I have already killed Liang Tianyuan." Chen Fan shook his head. His words immediately provoked uproarious laughter. You killed Liang Tianyuan?" Su Hao burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke in the world. The bodyguards surrounding him looked at Chen Fan with derision, as if he were a fool. They had been absent from Hong Kong recently and were unaware of the happenings on Phoenix Mountain. Liang Luoyi shook her head as well. For Liang Tianyuan was the foremost among Hong Kong's 3 giants. Even her father could not contend with him. While Chen Fan was but a youth, how could he audaciously claim to have killed Liang Tianyuan? Despite her gratitude for Chen Fan's timely intervention, she found his declaration utterly absurd. "You break his legs and then castrate him. Leave him alive enough to guide us." Su Hao commanded one of his bodyguards, a practitioner at the initial stage of qi condensation. The bodyguard, however, displayed disdain. Did he really need to take action against someone like Chen Fan? You lot. Bring him here. The qi condensation bodyguard instructed two burly men from the photography team. Yes, it is our honor to serve young Master Su. The two muscular men cracked their knuckles and advanced towards Chen Fan. Get lost. Chen Fan coldly huffed as the two approached, flicking his fingers lightly. Instantly, two streaks of spiritual energy shot forth. Boom. The two burly men did not even have time to scream before they exploded into a shower of flesh. The sudden turn of events left all present in shock. Even Su Hao ceased his attempt to tear Liang Luoyi's clothing. The qi condensation bodyguard was the first to react. Qi condensation release. This brat is a qi condensation expert. Protect the young master. The other bodyguards immediately faced him with grave concern. They were all peak grandmasters, with only the earlier qi condensation bodyguard managing to maintain his composure. Their gazes toward Chen Fan were now filled with astonishment. A qi condensation expert in his 20s was a rarity, even in Xiangjing. Liang Luoyi also stared in shock. He appeared barely over 20 and had already reached the initial stage of qi condensation, surpassing even her father's prized disciple, the captain of the Flying Tiger team, Zhou Juanhao. A qi condensation expert in his 20s was indeed impressive. I offer you a chance to become my subordinate, as long as you pledge your loyalty to me. I can provide you with the Su family's abundant cultivation resources and even grant you 2 spirit stones each month. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing Chen Fan's exceptional talent and wishing to recruit him. The qi condensation bodyguard looked at Chen Fan with envy. He was already a formidable figure. And while he may not be significant in Xiangjing, he was among the top in his small hometown, capable of commanding respect. He had willingly served as Su Hao's bodyguard due to the cultivation resources offered, yet even so, he received only 1 spirit stone as compensation each year. Such offers were immensely tempting for those at the qi condensation level, but to Chen Fan, they were utterly worthless. Not to mention he had no use for spirit stones. If he desired them, he could simply gift them directly to his bonded partner and receive countless spirit stones in return. Meanwhile, Su Hao looked at Chen Fan with an air of pride, believing that a monthly offering of 2 spirit stones would surely compel him to submit. What are you to demand that I become your subordinate? Chen Fan scoffed. Su Hao's face flushed crimson at his words. Fine, seek your own demise. Do not say I did not offer you a chance. Kill him. 6 peak grandmasters and 1 initial stage qi condensation bodyguard charged at Chen Fan upon receiving the command. Truly, they were unaware of their impending doom. Faced with such weaklings, Chen Fan could not be bothered to lift a finger and unleash the GIL Terminator. Boom, 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 boom. The golden bricks unleashed a rain of blood as the 6 peak grandmasters and the initial stage qi condensation bodyguard were obliterated in unison. Their remains scattered like a gruesome shower of flesh. Su Hao stared in horror at Chen Fan, while Liang Luoyi's eyes widened in shock. A mix of fear and exhilaration etched on her face. Yang Tao and the entertainment company staff were so frightened they lost all composure. No, please don't kill me. I am the son of the head of the Su family in Xiangjing. Su Hao, witnessing the instant annihilation of his 6 bodyguards along with the qi condensation expert, felt terror grip him and hastily pleaded. Oh, the Su family of Xiangjing? Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He did not particularly care for the Su family of Xiangjing. He merely recalled hearing his master, Su Nanxiang, mention her connections to it. Kneel and apologize to Liang Luoyi, and I shall spare you. Chen Fan decided to give him a chance, wary of any connection Su Hao might have with Su Nanxiang. Crack, crack. Su Hao's fist clenched tightly, the sound echoing ominously. As the son of the head of one of China's 3 greatest families, being forced to kneel before an actress would utterly shatter his pride. However, he had just witnessed Chen Fan's formidable abilities and dared not defy his orders. Liang Luoyi, I was wrong. Su Hao, with a grim expression, knelt before Liang Luoyi. Startled by Su Hao's demeanor, Liang Luoyi grasped Chen Fan's shoulder and hid behind him. Gritting his teeth in silence, Su Hao rose and entered a Rolls-Royce. The window rolled down. Do you dare to tell me your name? What is there to fear? I am Chen Fan. You can leave now, Chen Fan replied. Good. Su Hao's eyes brimmed with resentment. Chen Fan, the governor Liang Zhenchao, and Liang Li, I, Su Hao, will make you regret your existence in this world. With that, Su Hao drove away. Turning around, Chen Fan met Liang Luoyi's astonished gaze. You are Chen Fan? The one I am betrothed to? Indeed. I am the Chen Fan you are engaged to, Chen Fan said with a smile, stepping forward to embrace Liang Luoyi's waist. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of surprise and joy making her heart race. She thought this must be fate, encountering her fiancé who, like a Prince Charming, had rescued her from danger. Ding. Liang Luoyi's affection level, 60, current affection level, 80, reward, post gains life points. Current life points balance. Feeling Chen Fan's firm physique, her face resembled a ripe tomato. There are so many people still watching, Liang Luoyi remarked, yet her body offered no resistance, allowing Chen Fan to hold her. Chen Fan's heroic act had captured her heart, and knowing he was her father's chosen fiancé filled her with delight, leaving no room for reluctance. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan glanced towards Yang Tao and the others. who were instantly terrified and hurriedly bowed their heads, scrambling down the mountain. Soon, only Chen Fan and Liang Luoyi remained. With a resounding clap, he lifted Liang Luoyi into his arms and entered the tent. 5,000 words omitted. 2 days later, Chen Fan descended the mountain with Liang Luoyi, heading directly to the Li family at Victoria Peak. Today was the day they had agreed to set off for Zijing. Upon entering, they found Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoren, and Li Jiaying present. Liang Luoyi recounted her recent experiences, omitting details of her time with Chen Fan, though everyone was already aware. Su Hao is the eldest son of Su Heshuan, the head of the Su family in Zijing. It's fortunate you didn't harm him, Chen Fan, or things could have become troublesome, Li Chaoren remarked, frowning. What of the Su family? If they dare to harm my daughter, Liang Zhenchao will fight them to the end. Liang Zhenchao retorted angrily, slamming his hand on the nearby rosewood table, shattering it into dust. Zhenchao, do not be impulsive. Luoyi is fine. The most pressing matter is the upcoming Huaxia Martial Arts Conference. I've heard this year's conference is different from previous ones. Please enlighten us. Li Chaoren suggested. Liang Zhenchao's anger subsided slightly as he nodded. Yes, this year's martial arts conference is indeed unusual. Recently, colleagues from other provinces have been contacting me, revealing that many young powerhouses from their representative teams have left to join the Su or Zhu families' teams in Zijing. What? How can this be? Li Chaoren exclaimed in astonishment. Historically, the Zhu, Yi, and Su families were among the top 3, yet each province's teams also featured numerous exceptional talents, with some even surpassing those 3 families in youth. Now, the prodigies from these provincial teams had all joined the Zhu and Su families, effectively poaching from the national team. Chen Fan, intrigued, recalled that the martial arts conference was primarily a grand competition held in Zijing, where various forces aimed to strengthen their family status. The better a family performed, the greater its developmental potential over the past decade, solidifying its position. This time, the conference is tied to the century-long struggle for Huaxia's fortune, Liang Zhenchao announced. The century-long struggle for fortune? What is that? Li Jiaying interjected, with Liang Luoyi and Li Chaoren displaying similar confusion. Upon hearing fortunes, Chen Fan instantly understood. In the realm of feng shui, qi refers to the energy or life force in the universe, influencing the rise and fall of all things, while yun denotes fortune, determining success or failure over time. When a family or force produces or possesses a leading figure in an industry, that family captures the fortune of that industry. The more leading figures from various industries a family possesses, the greater the fortune they command. For instance, the founders of ancient dynasties gathered the era's top talents around them, enabling the establishment of new dynasties. This fortune, upon the demise of those top talents after a century, would revert to the universe, thus giving rise to the century-long struggle for fortune. Examples include the imperial examination and martial champions. The room brightened with understanding after Chen Fan's explanation. But Chen Fan, wait. Most of our Huaxia dynasties have lasted 300 to 400 years, not just a century. Liang Luoyi pointed out. That is because, although the previous generation of top talents may have passed, emerging talents tend to concentrate within the dynasty, allowing it to endure. However, as time progresses and talents fade, this fortune gradually dissipates, ultimately coalescing within another family or force, giving rise to a new dynasty, Chen Fan replied. As he finished, everyone comprehended. Yet, Huaxia had only been established for a century, brimming with talent, bolstered by a million-strong army and loyal families like the Yi family. Despite the strength of the Zhu and Su families, they were insufficient to confront Huaxia. How dare they brazenly recruit and seize fortunes? I understand now. Liang Zhenchao suddenly stood up. This must be those 2 millennia-old hidden families covertly supporting the Zhu and Su families. And the strong figures behind the provincial teams have long harbored ambitions. They are likely in league together. Old Master Zhang Chifeng once said that those 2 hidden families have controlled Huaxia's dynasties for thousands of years. But now, with Huaxia's advancing technology, especially the advent of nuclear weapons, they feel threatened, and the status of those great families and forces has significantly declined. Thus, they must be attempting to seize the fortunes, leading to a regime change in Huaxia and restoring a feudal society. After Liang Zhenchao's declaration, the room fell into silence. Even Chen Fan wore a rare serious expression. Should they succeed, Huaxia would undoubtedly plunge back into a dark age. Our Hong Kong team, though we have Chen Fan, a peak qi condensation master, has heard that the 2 unparalleled talents from the Su and Zhu families in Zijing have already stepped into the semi-qi lake realm. Li Chaoren said, his expression grave. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. They all felt that although Chen Fan was already quite exceptional, there remained a gap when compared to the 2 rounds of aerial dual suns performed by Xia Jing. Moreover, who could say whether those 2 hidden families might have even stronger young talents ready to step into the arena? No. While Chen Fan may not secure the top position in martial arts, he can undoubtedly excel in the realm of feng shui. Liang Zhenchao shook his head and remarked, isn't this a martial arts tournament? How can there be a feng shui competition? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Haha, this time it involves a contest for national fortune, requiring the competition for the auspices of various professions. Thus, in addition to the martial arts championship, there are also literary, feng shui, alchemy, and medical competitions. Chapter 99. the neglected Hong Kong representative team. After lunch, the Hong Kong team set off. Upon Chen Fan's suggestion, the team's vehicles were replaced with sturdy Wuling vans. 20 Wuling vans, carrying 10 selected young competitors from various Hong Kong families, began their journey. Li Zhiying did not accompany them, as she was preoccupied with sorting out the chaotic company accounts wreaked by Li Yongjie and his son. Meanwhile, Liang Luai was sent back to the United States for her safety due to concerns for Su Hao. Thus, the Hong Kong representative team comprised only Chen Fan, Liang Zhanqiao, Li Chaoren, Wu Qinggong, and 10 young strongmen selected from Hong Kong's prominent families. Though referred to as the young strongmen of Hong Kong's families, the strongest among them, aside from Chen Fan, was Wu Qinggong's younger son, Wu Xiangshan, aged 26, and at the half-step condensation level, while the others were merely grandmasters. Chen Fan glanced at them, shaking his head in resignation. It was no wonder the Hong Kong team had consistently ranked last in previous years, as their qualifications were painfully inadequate. In fact, even the likes of Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan from years past could easily outshine this group. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's discerning gaze, Wu Xiangshan became somewhat displeased. Despite his father's repeated admonitions to respect Master Chen, a distinguished feng shui master of high standing, Wu Xiangshan, being young and proud, and the strongest among Hong Kong's youth, held a disdainful view of someone like Chen Fan, a feng shui practitioner. Master Chen, I acknowledge your innate talent in feng shui, but not every place is as rich in spirit as Phoenix Mountain for your craft. Ultimately, martial arts reign supreme in this world. For instance here, you might not even be my match, Wu Xiangshan declared. His eyes filled with derision as the other grandmaster-level young strongmen followed his lead in their contemptuous gaze towards Chen Fan. How dare you speak to Master Chen like that? Wu Qinggong reprimanded, quickly apologizing to Chen Fan. Li Chaoren and Liang Zhanqiao exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips, choosing to remain silent. They refrained from revealing Chen Fan's peak condensation level strength, as they wished for him to conceal his abilities and play the role of the underdog, potentially securing an unexpected victory in the competition. Despite receiving a reprimand from Wu Qinggong, Wu Xiangshan and the other team members continued to regard Chen Fan with defiance, thinking, just wait, it will be us who bring glory to the Hong Kong team. Wu Qinggong clenched his fists tightly. The Wuling van sped along, reaching the vicinity of Xiajing in just 2 days. At that moment, the main road leading to Xiajing was filled with luxury cars and buses, all with their hazard lights flashing, waiting in line to enter the city. Among the luxurious coaches were numerous representative teams from various provinces, while the luxury cars belonged to the elite families from across the country, here to witness the martial arts tournament. As the 20 freshly branded Wuling vans adorned with black license plates and displaying both the Hong Kong and Huaxia flags appeared, they drew significant attention. How did so many vans get mixed in? Isn't this road restricted to those without passes? Someone frowned. Wait, this seems to be the Hong Kong representative team. Another exclaimed, eyes widening. Haha, in the past, the Hong Kong team always arrived in Rolls Royces, only to return with the last place. Have they finally come to their senses? These vehicles are indeed more suited to their capabilities, being the dregs among dregs. Laughter erupted among many martial artists present. Many representatives from other provinces looked upon the Hong Kong team with disdain. Inside the Wuling vans, Wu Xiangshan and the other members of the Hong Kong team snorted in discontent, casting disapproving glances at Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, Liang Zhanqiao, and Wu Qinggong felt their faces redden with embarrassment. Chen Fan, however, was somewhat speechless. He had intended to keep a low profile, only to find himself the center of unwelcome attention. The representative teams from various provinces had dedicated access routes, yet their vehicles were still stuck in stop-and-go traffic. What's going on? Liang Zhanqiao furrowed his brow and stepped out to investigate. Moments later, he returned with a grim expression. It's the families from Xiajing. They are poaching talent from the teams of various provinces. What? Didn't you say that the top geniuses from those provincial teams had already joined the Zhu and Su families? Li Chaoren inquired. It's not those two families in the lead, but rather the second and third-tier families from Xiajing, enticing the remaining young competitors at the initial condensation stage or half-step condensation level from the provincial teams with incentives. Liang Zhanqiao replied bitterly. What? Those second and third-tier families dared to act so boldly? Li Chaoren exclaimed, shocked. If the Zhu and Su families were competing for resources, the Huaxia War Department might hesitate. But these smaller factions had the audacity to plunder from the mouth of the tiger. This indicated that the situation in Xiajing must be dire. Those two hidden families were undoubtedly preparing to enter the fray. Rest assured, Governor Liang, Wu Xiangshan and the other members of the Hong Kong team will never betray Huaxia to join other families. Wu Xiangshan declared, his fist clenched, with the others echoing their promises. Well said. No wonder you are my son, Wu Qinggong. Wu Qinggong proudly patted Wu Xiangshan on the shoulder. Liang Zhanqiao nodded in agreement. Although the Hong Kong team was weak, at least they would not lose their integrity. Moreover, this year, the Hong Kong team was entirely different from past years. Previously, it had consisted solely of Grandmaster-level competitors, but this year, they not only had Wu Xiangshan, a half-step condensation-level participant, but also Chen Fan, a peerless genius at the peak of condensation. Soon, the Hong Kong representative team's Wuling vans approached the checkpoint leading into Xiajing. where indeed several powerful members from second-tier families in Xiajing awaited, each at the peak of the condensation level. Wu Xiangshan straightened his chest, wearing an expression of unyielding dignity, prepared to reject any invitations from these families. Is this the Hong Kong representative team? Just let them through. Such a bottom-tier team holds no value and will only lower our prestige. The second-tier family members waved their hands dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Inside the van, the atmosphere instantly fell into a heavy silence. Wu Xiangshan's face flushed crimson, as if he had suffered a profound humiliation. Liang Zhanchao's fists tightened as well. Such blatant insult was nearly unbearable, even for his composure. I refuse to accept this. Once on the competition stage, I will shine brightly and show them the might of Wu Xiangshan. This time, our Hong Kong team will definitely achieve great results. Wu Xiangshan shouted. And the other members of the Hong Kong representative team also clenched their fists in solidarity, their spirits ignited. Wu Qinggong shook his head in silence. His son and these young individuals were participating in the martial arts conference for the first time, and they had little understanding of the formidable nature of the various representative teams. As long as their Hong Kong team did not finish last this time, he would consider it a success. Meanwhile, Liang Zhanchao and Li Chaoren turned their attention to Chen Fan, confident that he would undoubtedly shine at the martial arts conference, perhaps even claiming the championship of the fengshui competition. Upon entering Xiangjing, the Hong Kong representative team made their way directly to the Forbidden City, where many provincial teams had already arrived, awaiting accommodations. Due to the unique nature of this martial arts conference, all provincial teams were unified under the War Department to represent the nation in battle, including the young powerhouses from the Yi family, who were also incorporated into the War Department. Consequently, the accommodations for the various provincial teams were arranged by the War Department within the Forbidden City. The reception area for the provinces was divided into 4 zones: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, based on their respective strengths. The Heaven Zone was, of course, the most prestigious, with each individual enjoying a private palace and the finest services. The Yellow Zone, on the other hand, had the least favorable accommodations, resembling a hotel with shared rooms. Chen Fan, Liang Zhanchao, and Li Chaoren disembarked from the vehicle. Alas, our Hong Kong team is likely to end up in the Yellow Zone again, Liang Zhanchao remarked. The list of participants and their strengths had been submitted 2 months prior, so Chen Fan's name and related abilities had not been reported. Liang Zhanchao intended to personally register Chen Fan's participation information with the War Department once everything settled down. Sure enough, when it was time for the Hong Kong team, they were assigned to the Yellow Zone, occupying the least desirable spot. Oh well, what can we do? Our Hong Kong team has always been at the bottom in every martial arts conference, Liang Zhanchao sighed. Just then, a military jeep drove up, and a remarkably handsome young man in black athletic attire leaped out. He strode confidently towards the staff, who immediately stood at attention upon recognizing him. Young Marshal, one of them exclaimed. Yes, is my room ready? Young Marshal, it is prepared. You are in room 1 of the Heaven Zone. The staff respectfully handed him a gold card. It turned out he was the recently renowned young Marshal Wang Tung. Indeed, he carries himself with an imperial demeanor. Liang Zhanchao exclaimed. Who is Wang Tung? Why do they call him young Marshal? I sense he is merely at the initial stage of qi condensation, Wu Xiangshan inquired, puzzled. Be cautious in your words. Wang Tung's identity is shrouded in mystery. He was taken in as an adopted son by General Yi of the War Department just over a month ago, and is rumored to be a potential successor to General Ye's position. Liang Zhanchao explained. Initially, many were skeptical, but witnessing Wang Tung's rapid ascent from having no martial arts skills to reaching the initial stage of qi condensation in just a month has silenced all doubts regarding his future potential. To advance to the initial stage of qi condensation in a month, such talent is extraordinary. Wu Xiangshan and the members of the Hong Kong team were left in awe. Having such a prodigy is a boon for our nation. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. How wonderful it would be to forge a connection with him. Wu Qinggong lamented. Do not harbor unrealistic hopes. Such a prodigious individual, destined to be the next commander of the War Department, is on an entirely different level than us. How could he possibly lower himself to associate with us? Liang Zhanchao and Li Chaoren shook their heads, smiling wryly. At that moment, the seemingly untouchable Wang Ting appeared to sense something and abruptly turned to look towards the Hong Kong team. With a look of delight, he rushed over to them. All eyes were instantly drawn to the Hong Kong team, leaving Liang Zhanchao, Li Chaoren, and Wu Qinggong at a loss for words. Only Chen Fan smiled and opened his arms. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Ting exclaimed, embracing Chen Fan as if they were long-lost friends. Haha. I am here to bring the Hong Kong team to participate in this martial arts conference, Chen Fan replied. How wonderful. I was planning to return to Jiangnan City after this martial arts conference, but I didn't expect to see you today. Come, let us enjoy a few drinks. We won't return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Wang Ting enthusiastically grasped Chen Fan's hand. Liang Zhanchao was astounded. Li Chaoren was astonished. Wu Qinggong was shocked. Wu Xiangshan and the Hong Kong representative team were left in disbelief. The other provincial teams cast envious glances at the Hong Kong team, knowing that forming a relationship with the War Department's top talent, the future commander, would yield immeasurable benefits. Once we settle into the Yellow Zone, I will come find you. Chen Fan stated. What yellow zone? Wang Tung furrowed his brow, turning to the staff. You are allowing my brother to stay in the yellow zone? Immediately switched the Hong Kong team to the heaven zone. The staff, breaking into a cold sweat, nodded repeatedly before handing Chen Fan a gold card. Wang Tung draped his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders and strode ahead, while Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren felt a surge of pride, marching toward the heaven zone under the envious gazes of other provincial teams. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden City, in the office of the vice commander of the War Department, an elderly man and a young man sat together. Grandfather, are Longzhu and Uncle Jiu severely injured this time? Asked a remarkably handsome young man named Yi Mingxian, the strongest prodigy of the Yi family among the younger generation, having reached the pinnacle of qi condensation at just 25 years old. Before Wang Tung's emergence, he had been poised to become the next head of the Yi family and a young marshal of the War Department. However, everything changed with Wang Tung's arrival. I have not seen Longzhu, as he is in seclusion, but Commander Yu Zhetian has sustained grave injuries. Whether he can survive is uncertain, replied the elderly man, Yi Qingzong, the grand elder of the Yi family and vice commander of the War Department. A week prior, Commander Yi Zhetian had suddenly called to inform him to act as the proxy for this martial arts conference, which raised his suspicions. Today, he finally met with Yi Zhetian and discovered the extent of his severe internal injuries. Does that mean the position of commander of the War Department will soon belong to you, grandfather? Yi Mingxian exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Yi Qingzong's expression darkened at his words. Humph, your Uncle Jiu is utterly foolish. He claims that if he dies, he wants Wang Ting to inherit the commander's position and have me assist him. What? Yi Mingxuan's face changed drastically, his fists clenched tightly. How infuriating. While I admit Wang Tung possesses the emperor's body and limitless potential, he is not one of us from the Yi family. Our family has led the War Department for over a century. How could we simply hand it over? Haha. The commander of the War Department can only ever be of the Yi surname. Even if Wang Tung is a true dragon, he is yet to fully mature. Besides, with Longzhu in seclusion and Yu Zhetian gravely injured, the War Department is currently under my command, Yi Qingzong coldly stated. I will find an opportunity to expel him from the War Department and elevate you to young marshal. By then, it will be too late for Longzhu to say anything. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. A moment later, he chuckled and said, if you're feeling drowsy, let me fetch you a pillow. We shall proceed to the VIP area.